Chapter 1. Logan, a New Life. How refreshing. The greatest joy in life is to wake up naturally, Ulikai exclaimed as he stretched. That why Ulikai is often miscalled the character in his name signifies music U, not happiness. His father, Yu Junxian, must have been in a peculiar mood when he chose such a name. Lakai, being rather easygoing, never bothered to change it, relishing the opportunity to correct others, finding amusement in their ignorance. That he is quite laid back, despite his father's constant urging to take over the family's foreign trade business. Ulikai would respond with a sigh, expressing that being a boss is fraught with exhaustion and risks, while being an employee is far more appealing. Fortunately, his salary is decent, which has led his father to refrain from further insistence, instead focusing on nurturing his younger brother, Yugukai, a college freshman. In contrast to his older brother, Guakai is on a promising path toward graduate studies, having consistently ranked at the top of his class. The brothers share a strong bond, primarily because Lakai has no intention of inheriting their father's business or contesting for the family fortune. Thus, Guakai harbors no resentment towards Lakai, even contemplating the prospect of supporting him in the future, though Lakai appears quite self-sufficient. Guakai's only concern was that once his brother found a partner, he might receive less financial support, as Lakai's pocket money was quite ample. However, this worry soon dissipated as his brother vanished. Shouldn't I be in my room? Was this grass and blue sky? Did my father throw me out? Lakai pondered, perplexed. It wasn't long before he realized that not only was he outside, but he was also devoid of clothing. And where were his abdominal muscles? Bewildered, he hastily stood and began to run, not noticing that he was faster and stronger than before. After running for a while, he arrived at a small stream. This series of changes filled him with an ominous feeling. Upon reaching the water's edge, he was greeted not by his own reflection, but by that of a formidable and strikingly handsome Minoni other than Hugh Jackman's portrayal of Wolverine. He touched his face in disbelief and, after a moment of silence, muttered, "Have I become Wolverine?" Suddenly, he squatted down, cradling his head and sobbing. "I'm so sorry, Wolverine. I brought you shame." After a bout of wailing, Ulikai, in a daze, murmured, "I must be dreaming. The river is quite deep. Perhaps this is all a fantasy. I still have to win a few more rounds today to reach the rank of 30 stars. With that, he seized a hefty stone weighing around 70 to 80 pounds and plunged into the river. Grateful that it wasn't the Ganges, as he sank to the riverbed. Lakai abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that this was no mere dream. He hurriedly pushed the stone aside. Eager to resurface, however, he had already been submerged for quite some time. Consequently, he succumbed to asphyxiation, and darkness enveloped him as he was carried away by the current. Time passed, and eventually, Ulikai slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a blanket was draped over him, and 3 individuals were gazing at him with wide eyes. "Brother, you're awake," exclaimed a middle-aged man, his expression brimming with joy at Ulikai's revival, clearly a kind-hearted soul. Beside him, a middle-aged woman set a bowl of hot soup aside while cradling a girl of about 10, engaged in a quiet conversation. As Ulikai regained his senses, he realized he could comprehend Japanese, which struck him as rather peculiar, considering he had never learned it. Observing their attire, he noted it bore no resemblance to modern clothing. Rather, it evoked an ancient era. The man lifted the bowl of soup and handed it to Ulikai, saying, "Brother, we just fished you out of the river today. Initially, we intended to dig a grave for you, but you suddenly coughed up a great deal of water. You are quite fortunate indeed. Here, have some hot soup to warm your body." Accepting the soup, Ulikai wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "May I ask where I am?" "You're near Rack Village, brother. How did you end up in the river?" "You nearly drowned," the man replied, following up with a question. Ulikai paused for a moment, contemplating, then said, "I was robbed on the road, and they took everything from me. How unfortunate. What's your name, brother? Where do you hail from?" The man nodded sympathetically, bewildered by the audacity of the robbers who even stripped him of his clothes, instilling a sense of fear. "My name is Logan, and I come from the land of Tepu." Ulikai, now Logan, responded. Given his circumstances, he decided to abandon his former identity. He was now playing the role of Logan. Though he felt somewhat embarrassed to be this Logan, he resolved to embark on a new chapter in his life, beginning with the search for employment, for a laborer is indeed a person of worth. The man's eyes widened in surprise, as he had never heard of such a country. "Is there really such a place?" "Yes, but it lies across the sea, far from here, approximately a 3-month voyage," Logan fabricated. The man paused, then nodded in understanding. "Ah, we are just about to travel to the land of Fire's Konoha village to procure supplies. Would you care to join us? You might earn some money there, and perhaps the esteemed ninjas could assist you in returning home." "Are the ninjas of Konoha powerful?" Logan feigned ignorance. Already astounded, he had initially thought he had stumbled into a Marvel X-Men narrative, only to discover it was a tale of Naruto. Moreover, Logan was eager to ascertain the current timeline to confirm when he was, as he needed to be cautious of the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. Fortuitously, he had transformed into Wolverine from the prequel, just after acquiring adamantium, which explained his current state of being unadorned. Most importantly, with his adamantium skeleton, he would not have to endure the associated pain. Indeed, it is the time of the most formidable Third Hokage's reign. Although the recent sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, is a tragic loss, having sealed away the rampaging Nine Tails, it is truly unfortunate. Nonetheless, the Hidden Leaf Village remains the strongest in the ninja world. The elder spoke with palpable excitement, his tone shifting to a somber note as he reflected on the passing of Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage. Logan, with a smile, responded, "Wow, the Hidden Leaf is impressive. Brother, please take me along. The ninjas of Konoha will undoubtedly assist me." "No problem," the elder replied, handing Logan a nearby garment. "This clothing is for you. No need to return it. You've had a tough journey." "Thank you," Logan said, and, after finishing his warm soup, he took the clothing to change in private. Before long, Logan emerged fully dressed. Fortunately, he had previously purchased similar attire, or he would have struggled and felt embarrassed. Throughout the journey, Logan dutifully sat at the back of the cart, leaving the front for the family, who conversed animatedly about where to sell goods from the Hidden Leaf for. Maximum profit. It appeared that this family was relatively well off. After several days of travel, Logan finally beheld the grand gates of Konoha. The slow pace was due to the family's stops at various villages and towns along the way to conduct business, during which Logan managed to earn a bit of money. According to the elder, this would allow him to rent the most affordable accommodation in the Hidden Leaf. After passing through the guard's inspection at the entrance, the four of them easily entered the village, being mere ordinary folk. Since Logan had expressed his intention to temporarily reside in Konoha, the elder guided him to apply for a residency permit and helped him secure the cheapest lodging before. Parting ways with his family as a commoner, not even a ninja, Logan found it relatively easy to integrate into the village, provided he was confirmed as an ordinary civilian. Upon joining Konoha, he immediately began aiding in reconstruction efforts, as the chaos of the Nine Tails incident had only recently subsided. Approximately a month later, a shadowy figure discreetly observing Logan departed. This individual was a member of Umbu, tasked with monitoring Logan. Although Logan was indeed a civilian, his appearance and demeanor raised suspicions. However, after thorough investigation, Umbu conclusively determined he was not a ninja, thus allowing him to be recognized as part of Konoha. 5 months passed peacefully, during which Logan became well acquainted with the villagers. Most people recognized him as a hard-working, affordable, and remarkably capable laborer. The elders affectionately referred to him as Brother Logan, while the younger generation called him Uncle Logan, and some even addressed him as Logan-san. Yet, Logan's efficiency was merely slightly above that of an ordinary person. Further affirming his identity as a common civilian, he was aware of his claws, but had never utilized them, fearing the pain, lacking the unwavering resolve of someone like Wolverine or the madness that accompanies it. Logan understood that one day he might need to employ his claws, but that moment was not yet upon him, for he was unprepared mentally at this time, in the 7th month after. Arriving in Konoha, due to Logan's commendable performance, the Third Hokage granted him a parcel of land to construct his own dwelling. The plot, measuring 10 by 7 meters, is situated to the south. Logan has meticulously planned his house, designating a 7 by 3 meter area as a small garden to nurture a variety of flowers and plants, while the remaining 7 by 7 meter space is allocated for the residents. Logan intends to construct a modest 2-story building, reaching a height of 7 meters. The first floor will comprise a living room and kitchen, while the second floor will house 2 rooms and a bathroom. Once his plans were finalized, Logan took a saw and a cart and ventured out to gather timber on the street. The young man greeted Logan, saying, "Hey, Logan, where are you off to today?" "Oh, handcrafted. You still seem quite energetic today." "This aroma suggests your handmade ramen has reached new heights," Logan replied with a smile after casting a glance at him. Handcrafted was easily recognizable, as he donned a chef's hat adorned with the character for One Joy, a detail reminiscent of an anime, which allowed Logan to identify him. Although Logan had registered his age as 45, Handcrafted was only 31, making it acceptable for him to refer to Logan as brother. In reality, Logan was nearly 2 centuries old, but no one here was aware of that fact. If he were to shave off his beard, he could easily pass for 22, as the difference in appearance was quite pronounced, although his demeanor would certainly reveal his true age. "Hello, Uncle Logan," a soft voice piped up. Logan looked down to find a young girl clutching Handcrafted's leg, gazing up at him. Noticing Logan's puzzled expression, Handcrafted introduced her, saying, "This is my daughter, Iam. She is 5 years old now." "I see. Hello, little Iam. Here, this is a gift from your uncle," Logan replied, nodding as he produced a lollipop for her. This treat was rather expensive, and he had intended to enjoy it while working that day. Iam hesitated momentarily, but after Handcrafted's encouragement, she accepted the lollipop. "All right, Handcrafted, I'm off to gather some materials. The Hokage has graciously approved a piece of land for me to build a house, and am preparing to collect supplies. I look forward to returning to your shop for ramen tonight," Logan said with a smile. "Sounds good. Take care, brother Logan," Handcrafted replied, and the two exchanged farewells. Along the way, Logan greeted several other villagers. After a brief exchange with the guards at the village gate, he made his way to the nearby woods. Logan had garnered a modest reputation among the villagers, though among ninjas, he was merely a figure of passing curiosity, with most either vaguely recognizing him or remaining oblivious, for the distinction between ordinary folk and ninjas was significant. Under the scorching sun, Logan toiled diligently. Although slightly stronger than the average person, his stamina was exceptional, allowing him to work without the fear of heat exhaustion. By midday, he had successfully sawed a considerable amount of timber, and, after loading it onto his cart, he began the arduous journey back to the village, to the entrance of Konoha. The gatekeeper ninja paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Uncle Logan truly possesses remarkable perseverance. He has already sawed so much wood today, and it seems quite laborious for him alone. Why don't you lend a hand?" "He'll keep watch at the gate," suggested another ninja, bearing a scar across his face. "Make sure to guard it well," the first replied with a smile, then dashed towards Logan while calling out, "Uncle Logan, I'm here to assist you." "Thank you, esteemed ninja. No need for gratitude. You have contributed significantly to the reconstruction efforts." "Huh. Mutual support is what makes the Konoha family truly united. What is your name?" "Shinmun Izumi." Shinmun Izumi promptly utilized his shadow clone technique to create 2 additional copies to assist with the task, hastening the process. Before long, Logan felt an increasing ease, and upon regaining his awareness, he noticed a group of villagers had also come to help push the cart. After successfully delivering the timber to the future site of his home, Logan addressed the crowd. "Thank you all. You jest, brother Logan. We have received ample assistance from you as well." A blonde-haired man replied with a grin. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the support they had received from Logan over the past few months. Ultimately, the large group gathered to share an evening meal. Initially, Logan intended to treat everyone, but it turned into the villagers treating him, with Shinmun Izumi also joining the dinner. "Hey, what about me? Why am I the only one left to guard?" Copper Iron lamented. Chapter 2. Livelihood. Half a month passed, and with the villagers' assistance, Logan's humble abode was constructed. Although the furnishings were second-hand donations from the villagers, they were relatively clean, and for Logan, functionality was paramount. Another fortnight elapsed, and Logan's modest home began to align with his initial vision. In the yard, he suddenly chuckled, recalling how the villagers and ninjas had initially been startled upon encountering him. At 188 centimeters tall, coupled with visible muscles, he exuded an aura of strength. When they eventually realized he was merely a kind-hearted man with a robust physique, they were left in astonishment. If Wolverine himself were present, he would indeed evoke fear, but there are limitations to his abilities. Techniques such as decapitation or sealing jutsu could effectively restrain him. While they could not destroy him, they lacked the power to dismantle Logan, as his adamantium was no trifling matter. Once Logan's life became stable, he began crafting various small gadgets, including fitness equipment like dumbbells and barbells. He resolved to maintain a regular exercise regimen to avoid squandering his physique and transforming into a portly Thor, which he deemed unacceptable. Days later, the yard was adorned with an array of fitness apparatus: large wooden stumps, rudimentary wooden dumbbells, rusty iron weights on either side, a wooden climbing frame, and pull-up bars. Though primitive, they sufficed for Logan's needs. A natural sloth, he would have typically avoided such endeavors. However, Logan felt compelled to embody the essence of Wolverine. Abandoning his ferocity would mean losing his hard-earned muscles, and that would not only be an affront to Wolverine, but also a disservice to his own spirit. The great wooden stump serves the purpose of facilitating sit-ups. After all, he need not fret about improper form or the potential back ailments that might concern others. He harbors no such worries. Yet, after repeated practice, Logan gradually begins to explore and correct his technique. Thus, Logan's days have settled into a rhythm. Apart from assisting with various physical tasks, he dedicates himself to fitness, and his physique has taken on a more formidable appearance than before. Though his strength and speed may not have drastically improved, he could perhaps only manage to keep pace with an ordinary student from a ninja academy. It has now been half a year since Logan joined the Hidden Leaf Village. Last month, the reconstruction efforts were concluded in time for the new year, but he now finds himself ensnared in a dilemma, an economic crisis. Since the completion of the rebuilding, his income has dwindled significantly. What on earth can I do to earn some money? Sell a kidney? That's not feasible despite having an abundance of them thanks to regeneration. I cannot resort to such measures. Design? But what can I do without a computer or a console? Become a driver? Alas, I possess no vehicle. Logan lamented with a furrowed brow. Logan tapped his forehead, pondering why his mind was preoccupied with modern vocations. Recently, his finances had dwindled, and the opportunities within Konoha seemed scarce. The prospect of opening a shop was hindered by a lack of capital, while the labor force in Konoha was currently saturated, leaving little demand for work. There were few construction projects underway, and even fewer repairs to be made, as his previous endeavors primarily revolved around these tasks. Logan had made a modest contribution to the bricks and houses of Konoha, yet he understood that an individual could accomplish far less than a cohesive team. Logan gazed skyward. A man of the computing realm, possessing the physique and strength of Wolverine. Yet, he lacked the finesse, and his claws, it seemed, were too afraid of pain to be utilized. In this place devoid of computers, he found himself at a loss, seemingly unfit for any agricultural endeavors. Could he perhaps resort to a life of servitude? That seemed plausible. With Logan's charisma, he could indeed seek out a wealthy patron to provide for him. He decided to take life one step at a time. Logan murmured to himself, then gently closed the door without locking it. For there was truly nothing of value to steal within his home, and he doubted anyone would come to pilfer. Logan trotted out, eager to scout for opportunities where he might lend a hand, earn a little extra, and contemplate future avenues for making money. After running for over a kilometer, he unexpectedly encountered a peculiar youth with thick brows and striking eyes, clad in a snug green outfit. Logan recognized him. It was Kai, the boy who was currently walking on his hands, exhibiting a series of remarkable traits. This was none other than Matt K, who would one day be known as the Emperor Kai. However, at this moment, Matt was merely 14 years old, still a low-ranking ninja. Yet, his physical prowess could potentially overpower a mid-ranking ninja, though that would require him to open the 8 gates, and even then, the opponent could not possess a powerful bloodline limit. Kai, spotting Logan as he jogged, immediately recognized him. After all, Logan's muscular physique was quite captivating. If he were to become a ninja, he would likely be akin to Kai, a practitioner of physical techniques. Uncle Logan, you haven't given up on youth either. Let us ignite our passion for life together, Kai exclaimed with bright eyes and palpable excitement. Logan paused for a moment before responding, it's you, Kai. Does this method of training actually yield results? As they progressed, their conversation continued, with Kai exuberantly declaring, of course, this is youth. Continuously increasing the burden we carry and honing ourselves, Uncle Logan. How about we run 100 laps around Konoha together? Logan was momentarily at a loss for words. 100 laps? While Konoha might not be as vast as New York, it is certainly substantial. However, considering that he appeared to have little else to occupy his time today, and recognizing that such training could enhance his abilities, he decided to join. Moreover, it provided him with an opportunity to contemplate how to earn a living in the future. Additionally, Kai had offered him a valuable insight regarding weighted training. Logan glanced around and casually hoisted a piece of rotting wood onto his shoulder, falling into step with Kai. Kai laughed joyfully, his face alight with excitement as he shouted, "Let us ignite our youth together, Uncle Logan." Logan's mouth twitched slightly at the corners as he followed Kai on their run. Throughout their journey, Kai was considerate of Logan, who, in Kai's eyes, was no ninja and therefore not particularly swift, though his endurance was commendable. The day passed in this manner, and Logan returned home feeling somewhat fatigued, not from physical exertion, but from mental strain. He mused to himself that even working was not as arduous as running alongside Kai. Once home, he grabbed some milk and bread to eat. As he sipped the milk and took bites of bread, Logan murmured to himself, upon careful reflection, "Considering the situation in Konoha and the knowledge I possess, anything concerning the village's safety or possessing the potential to alter the ninja world will undoubtedly attract the attention of that old schemer, Danzo. Thus, I must lean towards improving civilian life." He contemplated various options. As for medicinal supplies, while I can brew some traditional herbal remedies, I lack the necessary herbs. Food? I am not skilled in that area. Well, I can manage a burnt tomato and scrambled eggs. The gym? Impossible. I have neither equipment nor space. Counting on his fingers, he muttered to himself until, after about 10 minutes, he settled on a few feasible ventures. First, he considered becoming a courier. Though it carried risks and was merely a tentative option, he raised a finger, wishing he had pen and paper to jot it down. Next, he thought of setting up a stall to sell wooden carvings. Although he had only learned the basics from a Konoha master, spending extra time to create unique pieces could prove worthwhile. Additionally, he could venture into home design. Yes, that was possible. Finally, he considered running errands. Logan pondered these three choices and resolutely declared, I shall first set up a stall to sell some goods. Once I earn some money and find a better opportunity, I can then pursue becoming a courier. With that, he stepped outside to retrieve a few pieces of wood and began his sculpting work using some old tools he had salvaged. He had previously collected a few supplies, and he still had some paint left. As he worked, humming a peculiar tune, he crafted adorable items for several consecutive days, neglecting to stroll with Kai. After all, if he didn't earn some money soon, he would have to take up a job and live on welfare. Finally, he exclaimed, done. What a travesty, as he held up his crafted piece. Initially, he had intended to carve something akin to Hatsune Miku, but as he continued, it inexplicably transformed into weapon models. These included Frostmourne, a barret, a boomerang used by the Predator, a Qinglong Yinhua Dao, a Gurkha knife, a chainsaw, and a golden staff. The golden staff was the easiest. It was simply a stick, and once he carved it into the Rui Jingu Bang, it was complete. Well, I suppose I'll try to sell these, Logan decided. Noting that he would not paint the barret, chainsaw, or golden staff, Logan resumed his work as he spoke. The following day, he set up a stall where his items, not priced exorbitantly, were purchased as toys for children. Their intricate appearance, coupled with their novelty, meant that no one haggled over the prices. The allure lay primarily in the curiosity surrounding these unfamiliar trinkets. After 2 hours of business, Logan prepared to venture beyond the village to gather timber, aiming to produce more so he could acquire additional paint with the money earned. Uncle Logan, there you are. Why have you not been out embracing your youth lately? Kai suddenly exclaimed, leaping out from the side and walking alongside Logan. Logan paused momentarily, then broke into a smile and said, it's you, Kai. I've been indulging in some handiwork lately. After all, I must earn a living. Now I understand. I misjudged you, Logan. I thought you had given up on exercising. Kai replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. In the end, the two ventured into the woods to gather timber, and together they carried the logs back to Logan's home. After setting down the wood, Logan glanced at the still diminutive Kai and inquired, Kai, would you like to join me for dinner this evening? No, thank you, Uncle Logan. I must go and seize the day, Kai exclaimed with great enthusiasm. You keep pushing forward, Uncle Logan. Those who knew Kai can see the spirit of Mike Date in him. Logan nodded, fully aware that Kai was about to embark on his rigorous training to strengthen his physique. From this moment forward, he would accumulate his efforts. All in preparation for the day he would deliver a decisive kick to the 6 paths of Madara. What? You say Kai is unaware? Of course, he is oblivious. It suffices for Logan to possess this knowledge. Logan felt that without chakra, he could simply live an ordinary life. Though he lacked the courage to inflict harm upon himself, he was aware that he would not succumb to trivial injuries. In the world of Naruto, there were numerous methods that could potentially end his life: dust release, sealing techniques, or Nagato's soul extraction from the realm of human path. Although he had never experienced them firsthand, he believed that there were indeed ways to bring about his demise. Perhaps, years down the line, he might even meet his end at the hands of the adamantium within his own body. Not dwelling excessively on these thoughts, Logan continued to focus on his modeling. Life, he believed, should be simple and smooth. He envisioned a future where, after a decade or so, he could accompany his friend Pain on a journey, perhaps to carry a bag of rice, and later retreat to the remote land of the snow country when the infinite Tsukuyomi commenced. To realize such aspirations, Logan knew he needed to diligently earn money over the coming years. 3 days later, Logan arrived at the Konoha market with over 20 models in tow. Initially, he intended to carve some figurines, but due to his lack of skill, he was unable to produce them. Thus, he resorted to creating item-type models instead. Among his creations were the rather unappealing Deathwing, a grounded Groudon, and a flying Kyogre, all in their primal forms. Additionally, he crafted an unpainted Lamborghini with non-functional wheels, a jumping bug, Patrick Star, SpongeBob SquarePants, Dave the Minion, and Shin the Pandaren. The remainder consisted of several simple Pokemon characters, specifically the unevolved forms of the starter Pokemon from the first 3 generations, along with one exquisitely detailed model, a shiny Gardevoir. After much deliberation, Logan ultimately decided to sell it. After spending a considerable amount of time at the market, the first items to sell were naturally the adorable Pandaren, the starter Pokemon, the minions, SpongeBob, and Patrick. Surprisingly, no one showed interest in the Guard of War, despite it being the finest piece. At that moment, a somber man wearing glasses approached. Logan glanced at him and noted that he was a Chunin, likely due to his vest. "Excuse me, Logan-san, what is this?" the brooding man inquired. "It's a jumping bug," Logan replied. The gloomy man seemed intrigued and asked, "A jumping bug? What are its characteristics? Is it powerful?" Logan paused for a moment. Recalling details before responding, jumping bugs serve as the fundamental unit of the interstellar Zerg species. They evolve from larvae, with a single larva capable of transforming into two jumping bugs, characterized by their rapid mobility and swift attack capabilities. However, when acting independently, they are remarkably fragile. In swarms, they exhibit formidable strength, yet they have a notable vulnerability to fire. Their reproduction rate is exceptionally high, and they can also evolve into exploding bugs, which possess the ability to self-detonate, delivering considerable destructive power. "Uncle Logan, do you know how large jumping bugs are? What are their characteristics? Where can they be found?" the brooding man inquired eagerly. Logan was momentarily speechless, eager to express that locating the jump worms in the game was quite a challenge. Finally, he spoke. "Finding jump worms is difficult, as they seldom roam alone, except for the scouts." The brooding man nodded vigorously. "If you wish to find jump worms, they burrow underground, making them elusive. However, if you happen to spot a worm nest, that could be advantageous." The brooding man inquired, "What does a worm nest resemble? And how large are the jump worms?" Logan replied, "The jump worms measure between 1.8 to 2 meters in length, while the nests are colossal, towering at 30 meters high, typically located in dark, hard-to-find areas. I will strive to do my best." "Uncle Logan, those who come from outside must have encountered them, right? Are there any other formidable worms?" the brooding man exclaimed, clasping Logan's hands tightly, as if eager to form a bond immediately. What is your name?" Logan asked, somewhat puzzled. "My name is Yun Jixiang," the enthusiastic boy responded. "Uncle Logan, could you share more about these worms?" Logan was momentarily speechless. It turned out she was a member of the Oil Girl tribe. No wonder she was so fascinated by insects. He chuckled and said, "All right. I shall simply illustrate them for you and provide you with relevant data on those insects. I will have it ready in a few days. You can come by to collect it then." "No problem," I eagerly anticipated. The Oil Girl responded enthusiastically. "Well then, please provide me with a sketchbook and some pens," Logan requested. He was capable of drawing, if not a master, at least competent enough, having played StarCraft 2 frequently and having admired numerous other artists' works. He was confident in his abilities. "Absolutely," the Oil Girl exclaimed, and in the next moment, she dashed off, leaving Logan to continue his sales for the time being. Chapter 3. Logan's cabin. Logan had just taken his seat when, before long, Oil Girl Shiko arrived, extending a sketchbook and pen towards him. "I understand. I shall return in a few days to collect it," Logan replied after accepting the items. Shiko nodded and advised him to annotate the details of the insects, emphasizing that knowing how to capture them would be most beneficial. Logan could only acquiesce. As for the requirements for documenting the exotic insects, it mattered little since he had none to capture. Thus, as long as he wrote with substantiated information, it sufficed. Aside from Shiko, a lone ninja client, Logan had encountered few others of her kind. It stood to reason, for most ninjas showed little interest in his model toys. Time swiftly passed into the evening, and Logan managed to conclude his sales. After tidying up, he made his way home. Oddly, Kai had not sought him out today. Was it possible he was on a mission? This was a distinct possibility. Even if he hadn't come to find Logan, Kai would typically be darting around the village like an exuberant youth. After organizing his belongings in the quaint cabin, Logan settled into the living room, gazing at the ceiling, his mind once again wandering into contemplation. As an individual averse to pain, he sought ways to evade it. Of course, he was not particularly troubled by the mere sting of a needle. "Oh dear, Wolverine. I must apologize for the embarrassment," Logan remarked, glancing down at his attire, lost in thought. Sculpting figurines, he mused, was indeed a challenging endeavor, quite laborious. Naturally, intricate carvings demanded skill, yet crafting a rough approximation was comparatively effortless. However, when it came to designing garments, it seemed rather promising. A tailor merely needed to invest some thought into learning the craft, perhaps even setting trends in the future. He recalled the Do, a creation of Professor X and Magneto. Birth from Wolverine's genes, designed to endow ordinary individuals with superhuman abilities. Aren't I essentially Wolverine? He pondered, realizing that this innovation could serve medical purposes if one could survive. Recovery was attainable. As Logan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, he quickly became conflicted. Although he understood that the primary material was his own genetic makeup, he wondered about the other components. If he were to pursue this, it appeared a lengthy period of research would be necessary. Logan, however, was not particularly pressed for time. With a modest background in chemistry, he contemplated whether he could excel in this venture. His options included studying pharmacology in this world or seeking out a formidable researcher. Perhaps Orochimaru, though the risks of approaching such a figure were considerable. After all, being discovered could lead to him becoming Orochimaru's tool for resurrection. The allure of Logan's seemingly immortal physique would undoubtedly captivate Orochimaru. After much internal deliberation, Logan resolved to tackle the challenge himself. He was, after all, solitary. And K couldn't be relied upon for technical expertise. While K was capable in combat, expecting him to delve into research was laughable. It was more plausible to anticipate Logan mastering ninjutsu. With a decision made, Logan proceeded to freshen up and prepare for rest. As he intended to seek out a tailor in the village the following day, he aimed to find an establishment that had long provided ceremonial robes for the Hokage. That elderly woman was remarkably long-lived, having witnessed Naruto's ascension to Hokage. Perhaps had Logan remained in Konoha, he could have outlasted a dozen Hokage. Days passed, and Logan found himself slumped like a lifeless dog in the chair of his living room, the rigid seat compelling him to shift positions repeatedly. If only I could master the shadow clone technique, he lamented. Having traversed worlds, why can't I acquire such skills? He fell silent, reflecting that becoming Wolverine could indeed be considered a formidable advantage, at the very least. He need not worry about being inadvertently harmed by inexplicable assaults, like those from the likes of the Super God and the Celestial Star. Logan stood up and stepped outside to begin his pull-ups, his mind wandering. Recently, he had been frequently summoned by Kai to indulge in youthful escapades. Fortunately, he had not donned the same tight-fitting attire as Kai. Otherwise, he would have surely lost face. Perhaps, deep down, his conscience might claw its way out to chastise him for his own peculiar behavior. Uncle Logan, come join me for the next training session, Kai suddenly exclaimed, bursting onto the scene. This individual had taken a keen interest in training alongside Logan, intentionally imparting some martial arts techniques. Consequently, there were times when Logan would treat Kai to a meal in gratitude. Curious about the next phase of training, Logan nodded and followed Kai. Along the way, Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm, Uncle Logan, like me, is a man who can only rely on physical techniques. Physical techniques are the epitome of youth, aren't they, Uncle Logan? Although Logan was inclined to disagree, he reflected on his lack of proficiency in ninjutsu. It seemed that physical techniques and the 8 gates might indeed be a commendable choice. However, was it not true that without chakra, one could not open the 8 gates? Soon, as their conversation flowed, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Kai pointed at a nearby wooden post and shouted, strike the post 1,000 times. Kick the post 1,000 times. Uncle Logan, let us see who can finish first. Logan's lips twitched momentarily, and he thought to himself, this is bound to hurt. Gazing into Kai's sparkling eyes, Logan swallowed hard, resolved to take the plunge. He shouted, Kai, let us revel in our youth together. Indeed, this is what youth is all about, Kai exclaimed excitedly. And then he turned to the largest wooden post and began to throw punches. Logan took a deep breath and approached another wooden post, with his hands clenched into fists. He struck the post with all his might. At the moment of impact, a slight grimace flickered across Logan's face, yet it quickly vanished. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But the pain seemed surprisingly bearable, and a small dent had already formed in the post. Ha! Logan exclaimed triumphantly, retracting his right fist and launching his left in a swift jab. The sensation of pain did not linger for long, evoking a sense of exhilaration and an inexplicable joy within him. Logan inhaled deeply once more, and then, with fervor, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, exclaiming, Aura, Aura, Aura. This fervent display ignited a surge of enthusiasm in Kai, who joined in the chant. Upon noticing Kai's spirited call, Logan swiftly adjusted his battle cry to Dama Dama Damu. Aura, 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 and the two engaged in a fervent exchange, alternating between their shouts and strikes. After demolishing several wooden stakes, Kai was the first to cease, his hands succumbing to numbness, while Logan continued to enthusiastically strike a new stake, chanting Dama Damu. Kai's lips twitched in a subtle grimace. The transformation in Logan was quite remarkable compared to his previous fear of pain. Perhaps Logan would evolve into a proficient ninja specializing in body techniques. What a delightful prospect. With youthful companionship, Kai suddenly sighed, feeling a twinge of regret that Logan was not wearing form-fitting attire. Just as Logan shattered yet another wooden post and moved towards another, Kai quickly interjected, "Uncle Logan, we ought to take a break. Even youth requires a balance of work and rest. Shall we go for a meal?" Logan paused momentarily, then nodded, brushing his restored hands, and proceeded with Kai to a quaint little restaurant. "Kai? Ebisu, it's been ages. You're here for a meal too?" Kai greeted a figure clad in dark sunglasses, whom Logan recognized as a teammate, along with Shinobi Genshin. It was Guy, Kai's father, who had once rescued these three youngsters. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ebisu turned his attention to Logan and inquired, "Kai, who is this?" "This is Uncle Logan, the formidable companion with whom I've shared my youthful adventures," Kai replied, giving a thumbs up and flashing a brilliant smile. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Oh, so you are Uncle Logan? I've heard many speak of you. This is my first time meeting you in person. You certainly appear quite robust." As he spoke, he scrutinized both Kai and Logan, noting that Logan stood a bit taller and appeared even more muscular, seemingly well-suited for the practice of martial arts. Indeed, Uncle Logan is inherently gifted for the cultivation of martial skills, Kai asserted, raising his thumb in admiration. The trio settled into the restaurant, where Kai, taking the initiative, ordered a dish named Burning Youth for Logan, but the exact nature of this fiery dish remained a mystery. Once Ebisu arrived, the two engaged in conversation, while Logan listened quietly, their chatter only pausing when the food was served. Logan gazed expressionlessly at the intensely spicy curry rice before him, yet he ultimately indulged. For he was unperturbed by the heat. At most, it would leave him with a startled reaction followed by a brief bout of discomfort. "Such is the essence of a youthful fervor," Kai exclaimed, casting a glance at the composed Logan, before adding, as expected of Uncle Logan, savoring youth without flinching. "Let us immerse ourselves in an even more exhilarating experience of youth next time." Logan cast a sidelong glance at Kai, resolving to serve him something distasteful next time. Perhaps a can of herring would suffice. After dinner, Ebisu departed first. Before leaving, Kai looked at Logan and said, "Uncle Logan, I'll be undertaking a mission soon, so please do not slack off." Logan replied with a hint of exasperation, Yes, do take care," before turning to leave. In the days that followed, Logan led a fulfilling life. He practiced martial arts each morning, gradually increasing the intensity as per Kai's guidance, and in the afternoons, he frequented the tailor shop to learn. Because Logan was receptive to the advice of the older women there, they often shared tales of their lives with him. As a unique presence in the tailor shop, Logan had become somewhat of a local celebrity. One might say he had achieved fame once more. Some of the older ladies even sought to find him a widow for companionship. But Logan graciously declined, as he preferred the company of young maidens rather than older women. Considering his age, Logan found it improbable to attract the attention of youthful girls, unless perhaps there existed a girl with a penchant for older men. Thus, he endeavored to cultivate his own charm by learning from the original Logan, ensuring that his demeanor remained polished, for any deviation might lead him down a path of mischief. Thus, as Logan settled into life in Konoha for over a year, the year 49 of Konoha was drawing to a close. He had arrived on October 20th, shortly after the Kyuubi incident on October 10th, the very day Naruto was born. Now, on December 25th of the 49th year of Konoha, Logan's home had undergone a remarkable transformation. An additional layer of glass adorned the exterior, showcasing an array of clothing within, illuminated by bright signage proclaiming Logan's boutique, alongside smaller letters indicating a fashionable clothing specialty store. Passers-by could glimpse through the glass at the winter apparel on display, drawing many curious onlookers, primarily women, given the feminine clothing showcased. The quietly open Logan's boutique quickly attracted a multitude of female customers. Logan had crafted a mere 100 pieces of men's clothing, while the remaining 500 were dedicated to women's attire, including knee-length coats, down jackets, fleece-lined jeans, skirts, and leggings, predominantly in solid colors. He planned to gradually introduce patterned shirts and dresses later, aspiring to become the trendsetting wolf uncle of Konoha fashion. The dazzling array of garments left the women of Konoha, young girls, married women, and older ladies alike, gaping in awe. With such a throng of customers and only Logan to attend to them, he found himself unable to employ any duplication techniques, so he greeted them individually, allowing them to choose at their leisure. One married woman trying on an outfit exclaimed in delight, "It's so warm, so comfortable, and it looks splendid." "Uncle Logan, You are truly remarkable. If I weren't already married, I would definitely marry you. Logan chuckled awkwardly in response. Ah, thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Logan chuckled, acknowledging the lingering awkwardness of the moment. Soon, everyone had selected their attire, although some opted to place orders. Since Logan had ensured a balanced assortment of styles, certain more sought-after pieces naturally required special ordering. After a group of women cheerfully settled their bills and departed, the men entered. Upon seeing the displayed prices, most were deterred, with only a handful purchasing garments that caught their eye. It seemed that only the women, with their discerning taste, were inclined to buy without hesitation, perhaps negotiating a price with Logan at most. Before long, the closing hour arrived, and after bidding farewell to the last customer, Logan locked up the shop. Logan was on the second floor, meticulously organizing the day's sales figures. The men's collection had sold a mere 37 pieces, while the women's line had completely sold out, boasting an impressive total of 378 orders. Unbeknownst to Logan, a shift was about to occur in societal dating standards soon. It would be deemed essential for girls to don apparel from Logan's boutique in order to secure a date. This would inadvertently balance the sales figures of both men's and women's styles, a development that could be celebrated. Once he finished organizing, Logan turned his attention to his research. On the second floor, he had prepared a small cage, which housed either white mice or some inexpensive little pets, intended for his experiments. Logan delicately grasped the syringe and gently pierced his arm, drawing a small amount of blood. He then combined it with an herbal extract and commenced a vigorous spin in his homemade centrifuge, all while studying a laboratory manual from the world of Naruto. A few minutes later, he proceeded to extract a portion of the concoction with the syringe and administered it to a small white mouse. After the injection, Logan took out a small knife and began to inflict wounds upon the mouse. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Swiftly, the mouse succumbed. This herb is unsuitable. The injection yielded no results. Logan muttered, and soon he embarked on a new round of experimentation. He conducted only 2 trials each day, with intervals of several days in between. Let us try the extract of the Congo flower, Logan murmured, before drawing more blood and initiating a new mixture. Before long, he lifted a field mouse and injected it with the DV009 version. After the injection, he inflicted harm upon the field mouse, and it soon bled to death. This is truly challenging, Logan sighed, and then tidied up, allowing the mouse to bleed out completely before discarding it into a bowl, pouring in hot water, and proceeding to skin it. After some time, a stew of field mouse was completed. It's a pity I didn't tea by any wine. It would have been even better, Logan lamented, and then began to savor the mouse meat, which was quite tender, though slightly lacking due to the absence of wine. Yet overall rather pleasant. After finishing his meal, Logan tidied up and began working overtime on his garments. Chapter 4, Customization. On the evening following the grand opening of Logan's cabin, over 300 women arrived in succession to place orders. Logan was on the brink of collapse. How could he possibly manage to produce these 300 items all by himself in one night and a single day? It was feasible, perhaps, if he possessed the ability to clone himself, yet he lacked such a skill, not even having mastered the art of duplication. My apologies, Miss Kaori, Logan said, scratching his head. Please return in 2 days to collect your order. Garments of this caliber cannot be produced hastily. They involve numerous intricate processes, both in appearance and functionality. They are of the highest standard, so I kindly ask for your understanding. The noblewoman named Kaori nodded in agreement with Logan's reasoning. Given the exorbitant price of his clothing, which had sold out almost instantly and continued to attract increasing orders, it would be unacceptable if the quality did not meet such expectations. Very well, Logan-san. I shall return in 2 days, Kaori replied, casting him a flirtatious glance and blowing him a kiss. Logan could only muster a strained smile as he watched her depart. Before finally closing the door, Logan sat in his chair, pondering once more. This won't do. A solitary individual cannot accomplish such a volume of work alone. He must seek out the tailor shop and impart his knowledge there. Fortunately, they possess some foundational skills. He merely needs to elucidate the process, the methodology, and the reasoning behind it all. Then they can collaborate, sharing the profits 50-50. Afterward, he would focus solely on exquisite, bespoke tailoring. Yes, that is precisely the plan. He shall set this into motion tomorrow. In truth, even if Logan did not pursue a partnership with them, their capabilities would enable them to unravel the intricacies, as these tasks are not particularly complex. With this thought, Logan resumed his overtime work. The following day, he ventured to the tailor shop and conveyed his intentions to the shop owner. Uncle Logan, I cannot make this decision. You will need to discuss it with Grandma. I apologize, the owner said, somewhat sheepishly. Logan shook his head, replying, It's quite all right. After all, these matters are determined by the esteemed master. The shop owner turned slightly, her fingers gently tapping together, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, If Uncle Logan were to marry into our family, I could make the decision. You know? Logan, however, was already stepping inside, soon arriving at the master tailor's side. Upon seeing Logan, the master tailor beamed, exclaiming, Ah, Logan, it has been quite some time. Indeed, I have seen the garments you crafted. They are exceptionally unique. Of all my students, you are the most outstanding. Logan chuckled and replied, Master, please do not say such things. No matter how formidable you are still my teacher. The master nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Logan, is there something on your mind during your visit? Indeed, Logan replied, I wish to impart the techniques of crafting these garments to others. The master paused, momentarily taken aback, and then countered, But how could that be? This is the culmination of your intellect. I must continue to explore new designs. If you are concerned about losing out, I propose a profit-sharing arrangement. I shall receive 30% of the profits from any garments made with my skills, Logan suggested, raising 3 fingers in emphasis. The master contemplated for a moment. Then a smile broke across her face, radiating satisfaction as she said, Ah, Logan, you intend to create exquisite garments, do you? I understand now. I shall allow myself a small advantage, for who could deny that you are my most exceptional disciple? Logan chuckled softly and remarked, Indeed, since everyone possesses a foundational understanding, the learning process will not be excessively challenging. It is merely a tad intricate. However, once accustomed, everyone will be able to create garments that are both aesthetically pleasing and comforting. Ah, this winter promises to be exceptionally warm, the master tailor replied with a smile, gently patting the down jacket that Logan had gifted her. The master tailor wasted no time. She promptly instructed the seamstresses and apprentices to pause their current tasks. As a group gathered around, their faces alight with curiosity, they eagerly awaited the words of Logan and the master tailor. Upon the master tailor elucidating Logan's purpose, the crowd erupted in cheers, for Logan's recent earnings had certainly piqued their envy. Logan clapped his hands, and once everyone had ceased their activities, he spoke aloud. I too have embarked on my journey under the tutelage of the master, having attained proficiency. I come to share with all of you and offer mutual assistance. Therefore, it is imperative to approach your studies with diligence. Do you understand? Yes, Uncle Logan, brother sang. Everyone exclaimed in unison, albeit with slight variations in their address. The younger ones referred to him as uncle or brother, while others opted for saying. Logan turned to the master craftsman, who nodded and instructed someone to record the proceedings. The others gathered around like eager students, awaiting Logan's explanation and demonstration. As he spoke about down jackets, he animatedly gestured, and when materials were handed to him, he began an impromptu demonstration. Tom silently slipped away. 3 days later, with the assistance of the master craftsman, Logan fulfilled all the orders and rebranded his establishment as Logan's Cottage, Custom Tailoring. The prices displayed outside were now exorbitantly higher, nearly 4 to 5 times the previous rates, with additional charges for special customizations. After transitioning to custom tailoring, Logan found himself without any business. He was perplexed at home, wondering about the sudden change. Fortunately, the master craftsman's business flourished, with customers even seeking to purchase from elsewhere. Had Logan provided more detailed information on the sign outside, the situation might have been different. Others assumed that the custom products were akin to the previous offerings, and with the master craftsman offering similar items at comparable prices. Why would they choose to pay a premium here? Thankfully, there was a profit-sharing arrangement. Otherwise, Logan might have been completely disheartened. Alas, one must remember that Wolverine would not perish simply from a fall on the street. A month later, Logan's cottage welcomed a most unusual visitor, a ninja with only one ear, clad in a green vest, clearly a mid-ranking shinobi. Custom tailoring, you say? Are you capable of crafting functional garments? Perhaps something more suited for stealth? The visitor inquired. Logan cleared his throat and then picked up the paper, saying, Certainly, sir. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? One ear furrowed his brow and subsequently replied, Jonin, Yashihira Hayato. Logan nodded, secretly rejoicing in the fact that he had recently learned a considerable number of characters, just in time to recognize the writing of these 4. After noting down the name, Logan continued to inquire, aside from concealment, do you have any other requirements? Yashihira Jihin pondered for a moment, gesturing as he spoke. It would be best if it included a hood, be lightweight, and allow for the attachment of shuriken and similar items. Excellent. Could you provide some samples of the items you intend to attach? This would help align closer to your specifications, Logan asked while making notes. Yashihira Jahin nodded and subsequently left behind shuriken, a kunai, and an explosive tag, primarily for these purposes. Understood. How long will it take to complete? Logan inquired. 1 month. Came the reply. After bidding farewell to the Jonin, Logan entered the room with renewed vigor, ready to commence his sketches. He had already envisioned the attire, a camouflage hooded sweatshirt. The trousers posed a bit of a challenge, primarily due to the elastic material. Yet they too would embody a camouflage pattern. Logan mused, it would be perfect if that fellow could apply camouflage paint to his face. He then continued to contemplate the placement of the kunai, ultimately deciding on using magic clips. With a slight tug, they could be easily retrieved. He planned to position 3 on each side of the waist and 2 on each calf. In addition, there would be a close-fitting pouch for shuriken and another for explosive tags. Logan has been acquainted with ninjas for some time now. And coupled with his previous experiences with anime, he understands that visual concealment is inadequate. He has also recently refreshed his knowledge on the subject, thus incorporating materials that hinder chakra perception, along with special substances capable of masking scents. Once the arrangements were made, Logan commenced his work. The materials were valued at approximately 180,000, yet he intended to sell them for a staggering 1,000,000. However, he was uncertain whether the seasoned ninja would accept such a price. A week later, at Logan's residence, Chihiro Hayato gazed at the camouflage uniform before him. His expression one of confusion as he inquired, Logan-san, is this truly reliable? Rest assured, it is absolutely dependable and perfectly suited for jungle warfare, Logan asserted, patting his muscular chest for emphasis. Hayato appeared conflicted. The price of 1,000,000 represented half of his fortune. Ultimately, he turned to Logan and asked, "May I wear it for a test?" "Certainly. Go ahead," Logan encouraged, gesturing for him to take it. Seeing Logan's confidence eased Hayato's apprehensions considerably. At least the functionality of the garment was promising. After changing in Logan's fitting room, Hayato examined himself and remarked, "It fits snugly and is quite comfortable." "Logan-san, I look forward to our meeting this afternoon." "Yes, do remember to bring along 1,000,000, Logan replied. Upon hearing this, Hayato found himself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding before departing. Due to the exceptional quality of the uniform, Hayato returned that afternoon to promptly pay the 1,000,000 in the following period. Logan anticipated that the remarkable features and reasonable price of the attire would attract numerous customers seeking customization. However, his shop remained closed for 6 consecutive months. One day at Logan's home, he heard, "Logan-san, while the functionality of this uniform is unquestionable, let us speak candidly, Jinta." Logan shrugged in response. And the man named Jinta nodded before continuing. Although the remuneration for a Jonin mission ranges from 500,000 to even 1,000,000, a significant portion, up to 60%, must be surrendered to the village. Coupled with the usual expenses for ninja tools, it is rare for a ninja to afford such luxuries. Hayato, on the other hand, is somewhat of a mission enthusiast. He seldom indulges in alcohol or visits establishments of ill repute, so his purchasing my uniform is not particularly surprising. Given his frequent mission engagements, Logan suddenly realized why no one had come to order custom clothing in the past 6 months. After all, he was not limited to creating such items. There were numerous civilian garments that could be crafted without exorbitant costs. However, Logan could surmise that the lack of clients was likely tied to some rumors circulating outside. Initially, he had felt pleased when a certain buyer had promoted his work. But now, with this thought, Logan cleared his throat a few times and then turned to Yuan Tai, saying, "Young brother Yuan Tai, I understand now. Thank you for your concern. I know what steps to take." Yuan Tai nodded and took a sip of his drink, remarking, "It is good that you comprehend, Logan. By the way, the ladies next door have been eyeing you with great interest. Would you like one of them to come and look after your daily needs? If you have someone in mind, I can certainly speak on your behalf." Logan's lips twitched slightly before he spoke. That is quite unnecessary. One has grown accustomed to a tranquil and stable existence. Having time to venture out for a jog or a playful spar with that fellow Akai is rather delightful. Logan harbored no desire to associate with those so-called elder sisters, a group comprised of widows aged approximately 35 to 45. While their ages might seem compatible with the standards Logan had set for himself, in reality, they were utterly mismatched. With the body of an elder yet the heart of a youth, Logan found himself more inclined towards the company of younger women. However, given his current standing in life, he felt he had long been distanced from such youthful companions. After all, Naruto and his peers could very well refer to him as Grandpa Logan. Even that rascal Kai addressed him as Uncle Logan, which led to moments when Kakashi or Asuma would join in, calling him the same. This made Logan ponder whether he truly needed a partner, especially since there were no means here to diminish the vitality of his ex-gene or anything of that ilk, ensuring that his lifespan remained exceptionally prolonged. Uinta chuckled softly and remarked, "Regardless, if you see someone you fancy, don't hold back. Logan-san, you are the coveted prize everyone yearns for." "Absolutely not." Logan rolled his eyes, silently shouting in his heart. Logan jested, "Rest assured, if the situation arises, I might just drag the person home and settle the matter." "Well, be careful not to pull in the wrong one. If it's a female ninja who doesn't fancy you, you might just end up with a broken arm," Yuan-Tai quipped. The two continued their banter on trivial matters until Yuan-Tai, inebriated, took his leave, while Logan remained unaffected as the substances had little effect on him, rendering alcohol completely inert. Outside, after Yuan-Tai had distanced himself, his demeanor suddenly normalized. Once he slipped into the thicket, with a resounding thud, he underwent a complete transformation. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Logan's residence and muttered, "That Logan fellow, humph, still unwilling to lower his prices. Is it truly so difficult for me to purchase a set of unique attire? It's all that Falcon's fault. Humph, I have plenty of time to wear him down. Once he reduces the price, I shall buy." With that, he departed. Having assumed a false identity through transformation techniques, he chanced upon Logan and began to establish a connection, exploiting Logan's inability to discern the ruse. Should the day come when he is exposed, Logan would likely unleash his claws and deal with the matter decisively. Chapter 5. Acquaintances. The beginning of the ninja path in the Konoha forest, a figure clad in green and another bare-chested advanced in a handstand. "Truly the great Uncle Logan. Let us ignite our youth together," Kai roared, and indeed, it was none other than Logan and Kai. Logan chuckled and remarked, "Kai, I have surpassed you. Of course, this pertains to endurance, as I have relied on my extraordinary recovery ability to outlast you. Haha, truly, you are my second formidable opponent after Kakashi. My youth shall never concede." "Roar!" Kai exclaimed with exhilaration, and then he accelerated, instantly overtaking Logan by a considerable margin. "Youth is ablaze," Logan bellowed, gathering his strength to pursue Kai. 3 hours later, upon a patch of grass, Kai lay breathlessly on the ground, while Logan, in a handstand beside him, leaped about, laughing. 40 victories, 30 defeats. Kai, since you triumphed over me 30 times, you have not prevailed again. Uncle Logan, your stamina is truly remarkable, aging like fine wine, eternally youthful." Kai responded, giving Logan a thumbs up, revealing his pearly white teeth that sparkled brightly. Logan was nearly exasperated, yet he ultimately managed to restrain himself from succumbing to anger. Although Kai remarked upon his age, it was, in essence, a self-compliment, thus Logan found no justification for indignation. In fact, it was intended as a praise for himself. Logan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, youth endures, and passion flows ceaselessly. Kai, one must seize the essence of youth at all times. A man remains a boy at heart until his last breath." Understanding Logan's sentiment, Kai, as if invigorated by an elixir, shouted enthusiastically, "Let us run another 100 laps around the village." He then took the lead and began to sprint. Logan's expression was akin to one who had just ingested a fly, yet he ultimately followed suit and joined in the run. Logan felt a wave of regret wash over him. He lamented the folly of youth, cursing under his breath as he helped Kai activate his combat prowess. That night, Logan gazed at Kai, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. With a weak thumbs up, Kai managed to utter, "Truly, you are Uncle Logan. Youth knows no limits." "I'm not some red tea," Logan retorted with a chuckle, delivering a punch to the back of Kai's head, rendering him unconscious. "Damn, have I exhausted the Emperor Kai? Surely I must have. Let us get him to the hospital," Logan muttered, grasping Kai's right leg and dragging him face down towards the Konoha hospital. After tossing him to the nurses and covering the medical expenses, he departed. Kai exclaimed, "Damn it, thank you. I should have carried him myself." Logan looked at his wallet with a bemused expression, realizing that the multiple injuries sustained during the dragging had racked up over 100,000 in medical bills. The fleeting thrill of dragging someone was now overshadowed by the impending financial disaster. On the way home, Logan calculated his dwindling wealth, grumbling, "Good grief. I'm down to a mere 100,000. This shouldn't be. I haven't earned a penny in months. I've only been spending. He cursed under his breath as he approached his doorstep, where he encountered a familiar face. It was someone Logan recognized, though the other man only knew Logan in passing, having an inkling of his activities and general whereabouts. The man, with dark hair and brown eyes, donned sunglasses and a headscarf. This was Hibiki. Crazy. Why is this guy wearing sunglasses at night? Is he out of his mind? Logan muttered, yet he approached and greeted, "Excuse me, esteemed ninja, what brings you here?" Hibiki adjusted his glasses and replied, "You must be Uncle Logan. I've heard about you from Kai and Hayato. I'm here for a transaction." Logan's eyes brightened, and he welcomed Hibiki into his home, saying, "Ah, I see. Come in, Hibiki, let us discuss this inside." Once seated with tea prepared, Logan inquired, "So, Hibiki, you are indeed interested in?" "Indeed. As an elite of Konoha, I require attire befitting my status," Hibiki excitedly elaborated. Logan stifled his desire to strike, nodding in agreement as he broached the subject of an upgraded version of Hayato's attire. In essence, he intended to increase the price for the previous version. Logan planned to reduce it to around 700,000, which still represented a substantial profit, revealing his insatiable greed. As the discussion veered towards finances, Logan quoted a price of 1.3 million, despite the actual cost being approximately 300,000. At that moment, Ebisu's face suddenly flushed, and he hesitantly remarked, "I don't have that much money." Logan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So you are only short of 300,000? Upon hearing Ebisu's words, Logan inhaled sharply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He then asked in a low voice, "Could you elaborate on the transaction you mentioned earlier?" After speaking, Logan absent-mindedly stroked the back of his hand, which was adorned with rather prominent hair, seemingly to soothe the claws that lay beneath. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to reveal his true nature, mistakenly believing that his counterpart had come to take advantage of him. Ebisu produced 3 scrolls and proposed, "May I offer only 300,000 while using these 3 scrolls as collateral? I shall redeem them once I am financially able." Logan furrowed his brow slightly, then took the scroll and opened it. After glancing at its contents, he closed it again, murmuring in frustration. Although he could speak the language, comprehension eluded him entirely. He could read and write both English and Chinese with ease, and could manage a few basic phrases in Japanese. But the intricacies of this text from the ninja realm remained utterly incomprehensible to him. Logan said with a serious expression, "May I propose a condition?" "Of course, Uncle Logan." "Please go ahead," replied Ebisu, sensing the opportunity and hastily adjusting his glasses, even resorting to honorifics. Logan pondered for a moment before responding, "It is as such. I am illiterate and therefore unaware of the contents inscribed upon these scrolls. Might you elucidate the nature of these several scrolls?" Ebisu, feeling somewhat awkward after a brief pause, replied, "I apologize for my abruptness. The first scroll pertains to the art of chakra refinement, the second to the technique of the 3 bodies, and the third to the art of shadow duplication." Logan's mind was clouded with 3 question marks. Was he truly considering plunging himself into the depths of the ninja world? Yet, it seemed rather intriguing, albeit perplexing. Logan pondered for a moment before stating, "I no longer need the scroll. Just teach me the cultivation methods contained within, and I shall take note." "Very well," Ebisu replied after a brief contemplation. "Firstly, the chakra refinement technique is a common version, requiring minimal financial investment. It is well known among ninjas of any school or individual. Secondly, the body replacement technique is a fundamental skill, devoid of significant value. The only skill of worth is the shadow clone technique, which, albeit merely a B rank, retains considerable worth. However, one can easily exchange it for tasks within the village." As for Logan, though he was aware that the body replacement technique lacked monetary value, he was uncertain of the specific worth of these techniques and felt an intrinsic profit. Thus he did not dwell on it excessively. When Ebisu commenced his explanation, he was suddenly taken aback. Logan, feigning illiteracy, claimed he could not read. Yet here he was, taking notes with a pen. Damn. Nevertheless, Ebisu refrained from further comment and continued his earnest explanation. If he were to scrutinize Logan's notes, he too would be bewildered, for they were written in Chinese. After more than an hour, Logan, with a disgruntled expression, bid farewell to Ebisu, for after approximately 10 minutes of explanation, the remainder of the time was consumed by Ebisu's numerous demands regarding attire. The requests were truly excessive. After sending Ebisu on his way, Logan composed himself and chose not to peruse the Chinese replica of the 3 scrolls. instead opting to prepare for the next day's material purchases. Ebisu's demands included a matching headscarf and sunglasses, an item he could not craft himself and would have to delegate to another. Additionally, he required some armor, prompting Logan to meticulously calculate his expenses to fulfill the production requirements. Firstly, the armor would need to be constructed by someone else, as it required time for completion. Fortunately, Ebisu had provided him with 300,000, without which the project would have been unfeasible. In total, the costs amounted to over 370,000, with clothing materials accounting for 100,000, while the remainder consisted of metals and fees for commissioned work. By the morning, Logan had completed 70 of the clothing, leaving only the leather components for the upper body, shoulders, and gauntlets, which needed to align with the chainmail. He would then intersperse fish scale pieces, crafted from chakra metal. Author's note: you are wasting materials. Certain Wolverine, leave me be. I cannot utilize these materials for anything else at present. Early in the morning, Logan ventured to place an order at the tool shop owned by his acquaintance. The simplest armor was the most affordable, while the scales of fish were quite expensive, consuming nearly all of his funds. After finalizing the order for the fish scales, Logan departed, intending to return home for a brief rest, as he surmised that Kai would likely lack the energy to run laps around the hidden leaf village that day. Upon arriving home, Logan inadvertently caught a glimpse of the 3 scrolls and found himself unable to resist the temptation to examine the chakra refinement technique. After studying it for a considerable duration, he set the scroll down and muttered, "Well, now that I am aware, let the refinement commence." With that, he settled into a meditative posture and began the process of refining chakra, as instructed by a certain individual. His initial attempts ended in failure, as did the second. Later that evening, a certain individual erupted in a tirade of expletives, eventually storming out with a glum expression. However, upon noticing it was a member from the blacksmith's establishment, his mood shifted to one of joviality as he cheerfully paid the remaining balance before entering with the armor and fish scales. Once the figure had moved out of sight, Logan pointed at their retreating form and cursed, "Damn it, I was so close to succeeding. You scoundrel, are hindering the advancement of future titans in the ninja world." Yet, even if that person had not appeared, Logan was destined to fail, with a certain Wolverine exclaiming, "Die, you wretched author," as claws gleamed. Throughout the night, Logan continued to vent his frustrations while laboring diligently. As dawn approached at around 5 o'clock, he arranged the entire setup and hung the paper signed by Ebisu above it. He had already informed the other party that he would return in 2 days to retrieve it, as the door was left unlocked. Having completed these tasks, Logan resumed his training. 3 nights later, Logan took a deep breath, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized his hands, lamenting, "It took me 3 days to achieve success. This truly tarnishes the reputation of a time traveler. After all, I am over 200 years old, considering both my age before the journey and Wolverine's own age, and here I am, making a fool of myself." Logan rolled back and forth, his face buried in a pillow. "Yoshi, since I have successfully refined it, the path ahead will undoubtedly be much swifter. Well, it probably won't be any faster than those Uchiha fellows, but I possess my own advantages. At the very least, they likely won't be able to kill me," Logan mused, before resuming his chakra refinement. Unlike others, he could extract it day and night, provided he occasionally ate something. As for the potential damage to his cells, that was a consideration he dismissed. As a being endowed with healing factors like Wolverine, such concerns were irrelevant. Thus, his speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals, though whether he could surpass those prodigies remained uncertain. Since acquiring the chakra extraction technique, Logan had drastically curtailed his resting hours, sleeping merely 2 hours a day. The remainder of his time was allocated to 7 hours of chakra extraction, 2 hours for meals, the cooking required time, 6 hours for training with Kai, or practicing punches alone, since Kai might be out on missions, 2 hours of free time, and 5 hours dedicated to practicing ninjutsu. However, this ninjutsu practice eventually dwindled to a mere hour. This reduction to 1 hour occurred around the 53rd year of Konoha, continuing into the present, the 54th year. Logan abandoned his ninjutsu training, realizing his ineptitude in that area. He had failed to master the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique. Lacking a comparative knowledge of chakra volume, he was oblivious to his own capacity, primarily due to his inability to utilize ninjutsu. He could not ascertain the consumption rate or gauge his chakra levels. As it stands, Logan had accumulated 0 for units of chakra. unaware that even if he could execute ninjutsu, estimating his chakra volume would remain a challenge. Over the years of chakra extraction, his X gene had begun to integrate with chakra, treating it as part of his very being. Even if Logan depleted his chakra, he could fully recover within a mere 10 seconds. This would hold true even if he possessed 10 units of chakra. However, at this rate, he had no idea how long it would take to cultivate even a single unit, let alone 10. According to an increase of 0.1 chakra per year, a total of 1 chakra would be attained in 10 years. It is said that Naruto possesses 4 chakra, while the chakra leaked from the 9 tails amounts to 96 chakra, leading to an overall total of 100 chakra. As for the 9 tails itself, a rough estimate places it at around 10,000 chakra. The Sage of the Six Paths surpasses both the 9 tails and Naruto, potentially reaching 12,000 chakra, or one might as well consider it as 12,000 chakra. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one sage equals 12,000 chakra. Logan would require 120,000 years. However, the healing factor within his X gene may not allow him to live that long, likely capping his lifespan at a few hundred years. In earlier years, Guy had already ascended to the rank of Jonin, while Ebisu, utilizing his combat attire, advanced to special Jonin ahead of schedule. Given his aptitude, it would have been somewhat challenging for him to reach the Jonin rank otherwise. Nevertheless, Logan has embarked upon the path of a ninja, albeit lacking any proficiency in ninjutsu. Chapter 6. Uzumaki Naruto. One evening, Logan, Guy, Kakashi, Ebisu, Mitarashi Anko, Nara Shikamaru, Namanaka Ino, Marino Abiki, and Tsukuyami Kaze gathered at a barbecue restaurant, specifically at the Akimichi family's establishment. Originally, it was just Logan, Guy, and Kakashi, but today Logan was summoned to witness the fateful duel between Guy and Kakashi. After the match, Guy insisted that Kakashi and Logan accompany him to the barbecue restaurant, where they encountered Ebisu and others. Since Ebisu was acquainted with Logan, the group eventually came together. However, among them, Logan only recognized Anko and Marino Abiki, while he only knew that Inazuka Kiba belonged to the Inazuka clan, though he had forgotten his name. After the introductions, Logan quickly grasped the nature of the gathering, realizing they were all special Jonin celebrating together. Despite being from the same village, they were all familiar with one another, with the exception of Logan. At this point, Logan had undergone significant changes compared to his former self. According to the age he had set for himself, he had dyed his hair slightly gray and added some wrinkles, resembling a much older version of Wolverine from the beginning of the second film. However, the only flaw lay below his head. Thus, he currently wore loose-fitting clothing, as any sudden tearing would not betray the muscular physique he possessed. Halfway through the meal, Ebisu cheerfully grasped Logan's hand and exclaimed, "Uncle Logan, your attire is truly remarkable." Following this, Ebisu rambled on about the role his clothing had played during various missions over the years. Towards the end of his monologue, he slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, this outfit still has room for improvement. It can't evade sensory-type ninjas, nor can it escape the Byakugan. I suspect it may not be effective against certain unique bloodline limit users either." Logan paused for a moment, then recalled the Byakugan, the least impressive of the 3 great ocular techniques in Naruto, and it seemed indeed to be the case. Logan, with his arms crossed, nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "That makes sense. Over the past few years, I have sold a total of 13 sets. I haven't seen that guy Hayato in quite some time. And apart from Ebisu, very few others have come into view." After a moment of contemplation, Ebisu replied, "It seems that Hayato has joined the Umbu. The individuals who purchased those sets also appear to be affiliated with them, as members of the Umbu typically remain concealed unless they find themselves in trouble." Upon finishing his statement, Ebisu scrutinized Logan from head to toe and continued, "Uncle Logan, you now possess nearly the chakra level of a Chunin. Quite impressive. How have you fared in mastering the body flicker technique and shadow clone jutsu?" Logan fell silent for a moment, grappling with the thought that he couldn't possibly admit to having practiced for several years without mastering the art. He struggled significantly with ninjutsu and hand seals, executing the seals slowly and frequently making errors, resulting in no progress. Kay, looking astonished, turned to Logan and inquired, "Uncle Logan, how did you learn?" Hibiusa chuckled and recounted the events of the past. After listening, Kay let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Thank goodness you didn't resort to stealing. You scared me. But of course, how could the passionate Uncle Logan ever stoop to theft?" Kakashi cast an exasperated glance at Kay, burying his face in his meal. It was quite absurd that one could eat while wearing a mask. Hibiyusu adjusted his sunglasses and asked, "Uncle Logan, how is your practice coming along?" Logan sheepishly replied, "I lack talent. I simply cannot practice." Kei, with a hint of pride, responded, "So what if you can't perform ninjutsu? In terms of taijutsu, Uncle Logan is nearly catching up to me, and his stamina is his forte. I am aware of this to some extent, according to the villagers." Uncle Logan had lent considerable assistance to the village after the Ninetales incident, having undertaken many tasks. Akadu nodded in agreement and smiled, saying, "Half of the home that was destroyed was rebuilt with Uncle Logan's help. Thank you." Logan chuckled and said, "No need for thanks. I was merely motivated by the prospect of a meal." Beside him, Sanaibi, indulging in a hearty portion of meat, remarked, "Indeed, sustenance is essential for survival. To converse so clearly while dining is quite impressive." At that moment, a bearded man and a raven-haired beauty passed by. The bearded gentleman, with a solicitous demeanor, exclaimed, "Hong. Today I have reserved some exquisite beef. It promises to be delicious." He had not bothered to check whether Asma had returned during this time. He simply assumed he had. After watching the pair enter a private room, Hong Do smiled and said, that Asma truly is relentless in his pursuits. At least he possesses the courage to chase after what he desires, does he not?" Logan chuckled, recalling a certain hero who tragically met his end at the hands of his apprentice. Were circumstances different, Logan would not have hesitated to lend a hand. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. He feared not the other realms, for he could simply outlast them. But he dreaded the prospect of the realm of humanity unleashing a soul extraction. Even the Chibaku Tensei instilled fear, for while sealing techniques might not be fatal, the consequences of being sealed would undoubtedly be dire. Before long, a group of inebriated individuals staggered away, leaving Logan untouched. Damn it, he mused. He too wished to experience the intoxication of spirits. Yet, he recalled that prior to becoming Wolverine, he had tasted that experience already. As he walked, Logan's ears perked up, sensing someone rushing towards him. However, given the absence of malice and the diminutive stature of the figure, it was only when the child collided with him and fell to the ground that Logan snapped back to reality. He had been pondering which child was foolish enough to be running about at this hour. "Are you all right, little one? It's dangerous to be out alone at night. You should return home and rest," Logan said, helping the child to his feet before turning to leave. The child gazed in bewilderment at Logan's retreating figure, placing a finger on his lips and muttering, "Who is this grandpa? Is there someone like him in the village?" Without further thought, he cautiously followed after Logan. Meanwhile, Logan, having noticed the child's pursuit, also detected the presence of hidden figures nearby, seemingly either protecting or surveilling the child. As he contemplated the quiet road ahead, Logan mused to himself, now thoroughly convinced that this little rascal was none other than Naruto. Although he hadn't gotten a clear look earlier, it was evident that a child under such vigilant protection could only be Naruto. Upon returning home and opening the door to his room, Logan glanced back at the entrance, where a golden-haired child appeared, astonished, before retreating behind a wooden fence, peering through the gaps to observe Logan. Logan let out a resigned sigh and said, "Since you're here, why not come in and have something to eat before you leave?" With that, he left the door ajar and entered the house, proceeding to prepare a meal, which included sausages and ramen. Just as he finished boiling water and preparing 2 bowls of noodles, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. A little boy with golden hair and blue eyes stepped inside, strikingly reminiscent of Naruto, his face adorned with the distinctive 6 whisker marks. Naruto cautiously approached and sat down in front of Logan, then, with a hint of anxiety, asked, "Aren't you afraid of me, grandfather?" Logan was momentarily taken aback. His concern was not for the nine-tailed fox, but rather the term grandfather, which nearly caught him off guard. Logan let out a hearty laugh, then playfully tapped Naruto's forehead with his index finger, saying, "Little one, why should I fear you? It is you who ought to fear me. What if I were a villain?" Naruto burst into laughter, replying, "How could Grandpa be a villain?" "Well, my favorite ramen. Is that so? Though ramen lacks nutrition, it surely doesn't matter." Upon hearing Logan's remark about ramen, Naruto's mood soured instantly, and the two began to eat while discussing the merits of ramen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen soon received intelligence regarding Logan. He furrowed his brow. Although Logan appeared quite ordinary, his origins were shrouded in mystery. Nobody knew where he came from. However, after further investigation revealed that he was not a ninja from any nation but rather a civilian who had wandered into Konoha, he dismissed any further concerns. Indeed, he was a civilian, lacking in talent, only able to extract chakra, and his control over it was quite poor. He had yet to learn ninjutsu, relying solely on the physical techniques taught by Guy. Nonetheless, he seemed to be a good person, getting along well with the villagers. The old widow's dream lover? In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of jealousy. Logan, hey, I certainly do not wish for you to feel envious in this regard. Just leave. On the other hand, after discussing the matter of ramen, Logan glanced at the time and remarked, Naruto, it is time for you to return home and rest. Children must adhere to an early bedtime to grow tall and strong. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Logan and replied, I don't believe you at all. With that, he dashed to the entrance, paused for a moment, then turned to Logan and inquired, Grandpa Logan, can I come and play with you again next time? Logan chuckled softly, nodding as he remarked, you are always welcome to visit, but next time I shall refrain from treating you to ramen. It is not advisable for children to indulge in it too often. If you won't treat me to ramen, then don't, Naruto retorted, storming off in a huff. After watching Naruto depart, Logan was suddenly reminded of a particular scene from the narrative, the training of Team 7 in the Land of Waves, where they practiced walking on water and trees to enhance their chakra control, alongside the techniques of the Rasengan and Chidori. Upon returning to his abode, Logan found himself deep in contemplation, murmuring to himself, merely refining chakra is insufficient, I must master the Chidori. Alas, I am unaware of the training methods. As for the Rasengan, all I recall is the notion of rotation and compression. Never mind, I cannot afford to delve into that yet. I must first focus on perfecting my control. And what was that concept again? It seems to be nature transformation. Regardless, I shall prioritize mastering the art of walking on trees and water. Logan, with a pained expression, begrudgingly incorporated the two tasks into his schedule, completely eliminating the time for ninjutsu practice. He thought to himself that if he couldn't master it, then there was no point in practicing. As he contemplated physical techniques, he suddenly fell silent for a few moments, fixating intently on the back of his hand, acutely aware of the presence of the bony claws encased in Edmund steel. After a lengthy pause, he muttered to himself, if possible, I should also develop a ninjutsu that is entirely my own. Perhaps I shall call it bone martial arts. Then, recalling a pertinent detail, he pondered, what is the nature of my chakra? With that thought, Logan fell silent once more, realizing that despite possessing 0 for cards of chakra, he was still oblivious to its nature, which was rather perplexing. Logan suddenly sighed. Being a ninja without a teacher is exceedingly arduous. He found himself only able to extract chakra and dabble in physical techniques. Beyond combat, Logan had merely learned the Leaf Whirlwind and the Leaf Great Whirlwind from Might Guy. However, at least Guy dared not engage in direct combat with Logan, for it would only result in his own disadvantage. Could ordinary bones compete with adamantium skeletal structure? Even if they could not, Logan's bones possessed the ability to self-heal. No reckless individual could match his ferocity. Although he tended to be somewhat restrained due to a fear of pain, nonetheless. Having devised a plan, Logan naturally commenced its execution the following day. He sought a secluded spot to practice and began his tree-climbing training, only to be met with a persistent thudding sound echoing through the forest. That evening, Logan rubbed the back of his head, reflecting on the day's many falls. Indeed, he had spent the entire day tumbling, leaving a significant amount of his blood on the ground. Yet, for Logan, such bloodshed was of little consequence. He could endure 10-fold or even 100-fold. Controlling this troublesome chakra is quite the challenge, he lamented. As a transmigrator, why was he not granted a system? Logan muttered in frustration as electricity coursed through his hands, leaving them tingling. Logan exercised remarkable patience as he guided the lightning chakra through his claws, his punches driven by a reflexive response to the painful and tingling sensations coursing through him. Having completed his mastery of the lightning attribute, he proceeded to explore the waters and various other elemental chakras. After an evening of diligent practice, Logan discerned that he possessed chakra from all 5 elemental categories, perhaps even the sun and moon attributes, although he lacked the knowledge to manipulate them. Ouch! Logan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes snapping open, only to exhale in relief. What a nightmare it had been. As he washed up, he recalled that he had inadvertently rendered himself unconscious due to improper control of the lightning chakra. In truth, he had nearly met his demise, yet he remained blissfully unaware, his mind having temporarily faltered before self-recovery. It was curious how he harbored a fear of blades yet remained unperturbed by internal assaults, such as the slicing of muscle by wind chakra near his steel claws, the electrical currents surging throughout his body, the flame searing the flesh adjacent to his claws only to regenerate, or the water slicing through his skin to seep out. The earth attribute, the gentlest of all, merely offered a peculiar sensation without pain. Once he was fully prepared, Logan stepped outside. However, he paused at the threshold, bewildered by the vibrant colors surrounding him. Have I fallen victim to an illusion? He murmured. After a moment of contemplation, clarity struck him, and he shouted, No, this sensation. It's Naruto. You little rascal. As he spoke, he attempted to rely on his sense of smell to locate Naruto, only to realize he had miscalculated. The air was thick with the scent of paint. Logan picked up a stick from the ground, his gaze sharp as he prowled around his home, convinced that Naruto was lurking nearby. Such mischief at such a tender age. It was outrageous. Logan fumed, while the neighbors rallied in his defense, muttering about the cursed fox, even suggesting that Uncle Logan should be driven out of the village. Meanwhile, after a thorough search outside yielded no results, Logan returned to his yard, where he unexpectedly discovered a peculiar wall. Without hesitation, he reached out and, before long, apprehended the culprit, Naruto Uzumaki. How dare you? Logan exclaimed, prepared to face judgment. I was wrong, came Naruto's quick response. Soon, the yard echoed with the sounds of playful reprimands and Naruto's pleas for mercy. Of course, Logan was careful not to exert any real force. Moments later, he looked down at Naruto, who knelt on the ground with tears welling in his eyes, and asked, Why did you resort to such antics? I just wanted everyone to pay attention to me, Naruto whispered. Logan paused, suddenly recalling that Naruto was a child of wild dreams, and reflecting on their shared destinies. He sighed. He then crouched down and gently patted Naruto's shoulder, saying, Naruto, this is not the right way. But if I don't do this, no one will notice me. Naruto replied, his expression filled with grievance, leaving Logan somewhat exasperated. He never anticipated that he would be so susceptible to the plight of a child. Logan reached out and gently ruffled Naruto's hair, smiling as he spoke, Little Naruto. There exists a multitude of worlds worthy of your attention, far beyond mere pranks. However, these realms are for you to discover on your own. Should you find yourself in distress, come sit with me, enjoy some food, and perhaps your spirits will lift. Naruto stared blankly at Logan for a moment before smiling and nodding. Yes, I understand, Grandpa Logan. In an instant, Logan's blood pressure surged, and he swiftly grabbed Naruto's cheeks, playfully tugging at them. Help, I won't do it again. Naruto cried out. Though his dramatic plea was merely for effect, it proved effective, as Logan released him shortly thereafter. After exchanging a few more words, Naruto prepared to leave. Just before departing, he turned back to Logan, sticking out his tongue and teasing. Silly Grandpa, next time I will. Logan, incensed, puffed out his cheeks and glared, but before he could reach for his stick again, Naruto, sensing the impending trouble, hurriedly fled the scene. Logan looked at Naruto with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, setting down his stick and shaking his head in resignation. It was evident that Naruto's penchant for mischief was unlikely to be curbed anytime soon, perhaps persisting even into their days as ninjas. Chapter 7. The start of school and the shadows of the Third Hokage. Days passed, and the once frequent cries emanating from Logan's home, courtesy of Naruto, became a source of entertainment for the neighbors, who took pleasure in the misfortunes of the mischievous fox. Though they were somewhat displeased that the fox emerged unscathed despite the cacophony of its wails. After a month of dedicated practice, Logan had mastered the art of tree climbing and water walking, allowing him to traverse various terrains with ease, thus qualifying him as a novice ninja. In addition, out of sheer boredom, he developed a martial art inspired by Tai Chi. However, it was merely a semblance of the form, lacking true essence, without chakra. It was merely a decorative fade. This martial technique began to take shape only after his control over chakra improved, relying predominantly on wind and earth attributes. The former formed a chakra flow around his body to guide and deflect attacks, while the latter spun continuously at his surface, serving as a final line of defense, reminiscent of a counterattack. However, both techniques consumed significant chakra, rendering them more of a state than a true martial art. Notably, this technique was cultivated after Logan's chakra control had enhanced. A single unit of chakra could sustain this state for 5 minutes. Fortunately for Logan, his chakra recovery rate was remarkably rapid, allowing him to maintain this state indefinitely. Consequently, he found himself engaging in Tai Chi, largely due to Naruto incessantly referring to him as Grandpa, which led him to subconsciously perceive himself as aging. This prompted him to practice his own version of Tai Chi daily, which, while not entirely authentic, bore resemblance to the movements of elderly practitioners in the park, providing a modicum of exercise. As a result, the neighbors began to join him, seemingly delighted with the outcomes. In just a few months, nearly all residents within 100 meters of Logan's home had taken up the practice, and it was likely that this trend would continue to grow. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved at a leisurely pace, favoring Tai Chi over the more frenetic activities of youth. After completing a set of movements, he felt a notable sense of relief. Tai Chi is rather beneficial, he muttered to himself, suitable for maintaining health. Logan has indeed aged. It's good for him to bond with that boy Naruto, providing mutual support and connection. Hiruzen's assessment was not entirely misplaced, as Logan pretended to be oblivious while harboring a long-standing disdain for the higher echelons of Konoha's leadership. Sitting at his desk, Hiruzen picked up the documents he needed to address for the day, but his thoughts were preoccupied with the incoming class for the following year, particularly individuals like Sasuke. Indeed, next year marked the enrollment of the remaining members of the 12 Young Powers, excluding Neji, coinciding with the infamous night of the Uchiha Massacre. In the year 55 of Konoha, which was also the year when Naruto and Sasuke turned 7, the first day of school had arrived. "Grandpa Logan, I'm off to school," Naruto exclaimed with a face full of excitement, then looked at Logan with eager anticipation. Logan gently patted Naruto's head and said, "Go on, but don't cause too much trouble. You wouldn't want to put the teachers in a difficult position, or else you might find yourself in a bit of a predicament." Naruto nodded, then turned and dashed off in the direction of the school. Logan gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, which prompted a recollection of events from 2 months prior. On that day, Logan was practicing Tai Chi in his yard when, unexpectedly, a figure both familiar and unfamiliar arrived at his home. In reality, there were 5 individuals, along with several hidden operatives that Logan remained unaware of. Logan hesitated for a moment before approaching the other party with a smile, saying, "What a rare visitor. Lord Third, are you here incognito?" The third Hokage, with a benevolent expression, looked at Logan and replied, "I'm just taking a leisurely stroll, my dear Logan. Would you mind if I came in for a cup of tea?" Although Logan held no particular fondness for the third, he maintained a facade of respect as he invited him inside and began to brew tea, which was, to be frank, rather mediocre. Ever since he had been in contact with Naruto for an extended period, the villagers had grown increasingly discontented with him. Though not to the extent of treating him as they did Naruto, in essence, things were no longer as amicable as they once were. This situation left Logan feeling quite vexed. Fortunately, he was not the Wolverine. Otherwise, given the third's temper, he might have ended up either giving him a good thrashing or, even worse, unsheathing his claws to attack him. After sipping a few cups of tea, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Logan and asked, "What is your perspective on this boy Naruto?" "At heart, he is a good child," Logan began, but suddenly paused. Sarutobi, intrigued, inquired, "But the prejudice against him from the villagers is quite severe," Logan continued. "Fortunately, this child is remarkably resilient. He even mentioned wanting to follow in your footsteps to become the 5th Hokage." Logan couldn't help but chuckle at that notion, as it was clear that Naruto was far from being a candidate for the position. Sarutobi chuckled as well. Having frequently observed the two, he realized that Logan was completely unaware of Naruto's background and was certainly not a spy. No true spy would be so inept. After years of training, Naruto had only achieved the chakra levels of a basic Chunin and had yet to master any ninjutsu. His physical skills limited to the Leaf Whirlwind and Leaf Great Whirlwind taught by Might Guy. Furthermore, Logan had formed a good rapport with Naruto and was well regarded himself. He treated Naruto kindly. Sarutobi was aware that Naruto's weight had recently increased, which was no surprise, as it was due to Logan's care. If the two developed a bond, with Logan assuming a parental role and forging connections with others in Konoha, it would align perfectly with Sarutobi's latest plan. "That reassures me, my dear Logan," Sarutobi said with a smile. "As the Hokage of Konoha, I am quite busy, but Naruto is the descendant of a friend I hold dear. I feel ashamed for not having educated or cared for him properly. Henceforth, he will reside with you, and I will allocate some funds for his support. By the way, you have dabbled in herbal studies, haven to you? I shall arrange for a variety of herbs to be brought to you. Should you come across anything of merit, do remember to sell it to me." Logan paused for a moment, recollecting the thought of creating the D-class succubus, which had long since been cast aside due to numerous failures. The expenses for purchasing herbs and laboratory mice were mounting, leaving him financially strained. However, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a flicker of hope reignited within him. Subsequently, the third Hokage embellished Naruto's circumstances with vivid details, prompting Logan to reflect on sorrowful memories. such as the demise of Lelouch in the 25th episode of the second season, which brought tears to his eyes. "That poor little rascal," he murmured. "Worry not, dear third. I shall ensure he grows plump and healthy. Rest assured, I will keep you updated on any developments regarding the herbs." Seeing Logan move to tears, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, recognizing him as an easily manageable individual. Logan was indeed a kind-hearted person, and it appeared that if Naruto were to reside here in the future, there would be little cause for concern. They could even converse about Naruto's well-being. Thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen bestowed upon Logan 100,000 ryo in silver notes, seemingly sufficient for an extended period. However, Logan soon realized his miscalculation. Since adopting Naruto like a grandson, his purchasing habits had become extravagant. He found himself inadvertently acquiring unnecessary items, such as a sack of rice that was 2/3 sand, with only the top third appearing as rice. In some instances, there was merely a 1 centimeter layer of rice on top, with the rest entirely composed of sand. In addition, some individuals, who were actually older than Logan but appeared younger, referred to him as brother, and now they no longer even addressed him as such, showing a lack of regard. Fortunately, the local widows and older women still sold to him, albeit at double the price, allegedly due to demands from their deceased husbands or the surrounding community. Given this situation, those individuals would often come to relieve the widows, ensuring Logan did not purchase items merely to feed the fox spirit. Thus, Logan typically bought rice while planting vegetables himself, having fortified and raised the walls of his property. The reason for this reinforcement was that mischievous children outside had begun throwing stones at his home. Naturally, Naruto, who frequently roamed outside, remained unaware of this predicament. After Naruto departed for a while, Logan listened to the unmistakable sound of stones clattering against the exterior, recognizing that the troublesome children were at it again. With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself, "It seems I'll need to repair the walls once more in a few days." Since last month, Logan's schedule has been quite rigorous. He rises at 6 to prepare breakfast, finishing by 7, after which Naruto rushes out to seek his companions. Logan then engages in Tai Chi until 9. From 9 to 11, he begins simulating the training of bone techniques, merely allowing various chakra attributes to circulate around his bone claws, envisioning the forms that materialize after extending his claws. From 11 to 1, he takes a break for lunch and rest. At 1 in the afternoon, he either trains with Guy or practices body techniques alone until dinner. As for clothing, no one seeks his services anymore. Unless Naruto is driven away, his life might return to normal. However, would Logan truly do that? If he did, Naruto might very well succumb to darkness, perhaps even resorting to extreme measures to prove his worth. This lifestyle continued for over 2 months until a certain formidable Hokage sought an audience with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Danzo fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, stating, "Hiruzen, let us take charge of Logan. The root will thoroughly investigate him and train him into a competent ninja." Hiruzen could hardly contain his laughter. He recognized the significant influence Logan had on Naruto. In Hiruzen's view, this influence was largely positive, as occasional glimpses and conversations revealed that Logan seemed to have instilled in Naruto the will of fire, encouraging him to protect what he cherishes. Furthermore, Logan was quite supportive of Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage, which pleased Hiruzen immensely. Additionally, he felt reassured knowing that Logan lacked even the most fundamental of techniques, seemingly following a path akin to Guy, the noble azure beast of Konoha. Perhaps a similar title could be bestowed upon him, considering that they were the only two who focused solely on physical techniques. Moreover, the practice of allocating a monthly stipend of 100,000 seemed rather inappropriate. Hiruzen recently contemplated promoting Logan to Chunin, and instead of that sum, it would be more prudent for him to undertake missions to support Naruto. As for the herbs, they would continue to be provided regularly. Last month, Logan developed a remarkable restorative potion with effects comparable to the healing technique, if not superior, as it does not consume vitality lost during treatment, but rather replenishes it. Unfortunately, its production was limited and required exceptional skill. Clearly, while he may not be a powerful ninja, he proved to be a commendable pharmacist. Of course, Hiruzen was unaware that the reason his subordinates could not replicate the potion was that Logan's formulation contained his blood, albeit not the ideal D-grade essence. As such, it remained a low-yield, high-value product. This circumstance prompted the third Hokage to consider granting Logan Chunin status and allowing him to earn a living for Naruto. Furthermore, it would help Logan establish a presence within the ninja community, albeit as an anomaly like Guy. Contemplating this, Hiruzen shook his head and remarked, I have my plans for Logan. You must not interfere with him or the Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Danzo exclaimed in anger. I do this all for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a displeased expression, retorted, Danzo. I am the Hokage. You shall come to regret this. Enraged, Danzo turned abruptly and stormed out. After watching Danzo depart, Sarutobi summoned a cat-faced Umbu, presenting him with a forehead protector and a Chunin vest, stating, deliver this to Logan. It is the Chunin appointment document. Yes, Lord Hokage, replied the cat-faced Umbu, swiftly disappearing with the items in hand. Sarutobi murmured, I hope you will show me a remarkable scene, Logan, before picking up a crystal ball that revealed a vibrant scene from the women's bathhouse, where a certain monkey's expression turned lewd. After Logan had just sent Naruto on his way, the covert ninjas from the Umbu organization arrived at his doorstep. Logan, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and remarked, Didn't we discuss this earlier this morning? There haven't been any noteworthy research findings lately. The Umbu, momentarily taken aback, then spoke with utmost seriousness, Logan, you have been appointed as a Chunin. With that, the Umbu handed over the official appointment letter, headband, and vest to a bewildered Logan. Before vanishing in an instant with the technique of body flicker, Logan stared blankly at the document in his hands, which was an unusually unconventional appointment letter for a CH Nin. It designated him as a CH Nin, bypassing both the ninja training and Chunin stages. What kind of absurdity is this? Upon reaching the final page, resembling a letter of some sort, Logan nearly spat blood in disbelief, cursing inwardly, You wretched monkey. Is there no honor in your conduct? Resorting to underhanded tactics, forcing an elderly man, utterly defenseless, to earn a living for someone else's children? Thankfully, the herbal supplies will still be provided regularly, or else I'd be burdened with yet another financial strain for purchasing herbs. After receiving his appointment letter, Logan glanced at the forehead protector with a furrowed brow, a look of dismay crossing his face. He found it quite unsuitable to wear on his forehead, and after much contemplation, he decided to repurpose it into something akin to a belt. I suppose I am a ninja now, he remarked with a calm demeanor. Though I lack the skills of ninjutsu, I have ample time to learn. With that, he performed a few quick movements. Then, with a pouch full of money, he hurried to the ninja tools shop to procure a fine sword, or perhaps more accurately, a katana. Logan, possessing the memories of Wolverine, recalled the methods of wielding such a weapon, though they felt distant and somewhat rusty after the passage of time. In truth, he didn't even need the sword. Simply unsheathing his claws would render him the mightiest weapon in the ninja realm. Yet, the fear of pain led him to opt for the blade instead. Since it was not crafted from chakra metal, it could not channel chakra, but its quality was decent, making it durable enough for use. However, after making his purchase, Logan experienced a pang of regret. How reckless of me. Having bought this wretched sword, I find myself short on funds. Does this mean I must undertake a mission? He grumbled darkly, contemplating whether to return the sword or simply accept it. Ultimately, he chose to keep it, having already bought it. He felt he lacked the fortitude to return it. Fortunately, purchasing kunai or the like seemed pointless, as he had never trained with them, making them a waste of money. In the forests of Konoha, Guy spotted Logan approaching and exclaimed, Logan, you're rather slow today. What is this? As you can see, I am now a Chunin, which means your taijutsu has received the Hokage's endorsement. Splendid. Let us embrace our youth together. Before Logan could suggest a celebratory gathering, he was whisked away by Guy for training. Thus, another exhausting afternoon ensued. Chapter 8. Undertaking a mission that evening, Logan returned home, his expression one of weariness. To celebrate Logan's promotion to Chunin, Guy had insisted they run an additional 500 laps around Konoha, a feat that left Logan drained, lacking the remarkable recovery abilities he possessed, which meant he would likely have little energy left to engage in his usual sparring with Kakashi the following day. Grandpa Logan, why are you so late? Upon entering, he was greeted by Naruto's complaints, but the latter's demeanor quickly shifted upon noticing Logan's vest and forehead protector. Naruto fixed his gaze on Logan, questioning, Grandpa Logan is a ninja? How did I not know this? What is going on? First and foremost, absolutely not. I just became a ninja today, which is why you were unaware. As for the specifics, you should ask the third Hokage, Logan replied with a serious expression, regretting the initial miscommunication. Naruto, looking perplexed, asked, Why should I ask Grandpa Third? Because he knows, Logan said, pulling Naruto into the house, only to turn around moments later and lead him back outside, adding, Let us go enjoy some Ichiraku ramen today. Hooray! Naruto leaped with joy, instantly casting aside his previous doubts. Indeed, He was the reincarnation of Ashura. Soon, the two made their way to Ichiraka Ramen, greeted warmly by the villagers of Konoha. Hey, brother, for bowls of our special tonkatsu ramen. Upon arrival, Logan shouted exuberantly, to which Naruto echoed, that's right. Ramen. Tonkatsu ramen. It's Logan and little Naruto. Welcome. I'll prepare it right away. Ichiraku exclaimed, bursting into laughter, for the two were quite familiar patrons. Ever since Naruto had been entrusted to Logan's care by the third Hokage, Logan had frequented Ichiraka Ramen with increasing regularity. Thus, most of the money had found its way into this fellow's pocket. At that moment, a young girl emerged with 2 cups of water, cheerfully greeting Naruto and Logan, little Naruto, and Uncle Logan. Here, have some water. Haha, little SHBU. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Any young man who marries you will be truly fortunate, Logan remarked with a grin. Blushing, SHBU covered her face and retorted, oh, Uncle Logan, you truly are incorrigible. Always spouting nonsense. Afterward, she pointed sternly at Logan's unkempt beard and disheveled hair, saying, honestly, Uncle Logan, you should take better care of yourself. I've told you so many times. Logan looked on, bemused, as SHBU began to preach. And he raised his hand in surrender. Only then did SHBU relent, allowing him to attend to the other guests. Before long, 4 bowls of specially crafted tonkatsu ramen had been thoroughly devoured by Naruto and Logan. Upon returning home, Logan intended to wait for Naruto to rest before embarking on his experiments. However, today Naruto exhibited rather unusual behavior, refusing to obediently retire for the night and seemingly plotting a stealthy ambush on his master. Logan could no longer contain his curiosity. He set his book aside and turned to Naruto, inquiring, what is it? Is there something amiss? Naruto gazed intently at Logan and replied, Grandfather Logan, look. I am now attending school. Shouldn't there be something special? Logan, perplexed, looked at Naruto, utterly unaware of what he was hinting at. With sparkling eyes, Naruto continued. Grandfather Logan, you see, I have been at the Ninja Academy for quite some time now. Is there a secret technique or an extraordinarily powerful move you could teach me? Perhaps a method for quickly harnessing chakra? Logan surveyed Naruto from head to toe, inwardly exclaiming, what a remarkable fellow. This is strikingly reminiscent of my own inquiries to my great-grandfather about any heirlooms he might have left for me. What would you like to learn? Logan inquired with a bemused expression. Superb ninjutsu, Naruto exclaimed. I don't even possess ninjutsu. How about swiftly extracting chakra? Logan retorted. Given your Uzumaki lineage and the Nine Tails, do you really require my guidance? Well, not that, Naruto admitted. Then how did you become a Chunin, Grandpa? Asked that insufferable monkey, the third Hokage. Logan thought to himself. Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, questioned further, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Can you fight? Logan replied without hesitation. Naruto blinked his unblinking eyes, then cupped his ear and pressed on. What did you say? I said you can fight. Oh, let me put it in terms you can understand. It relies on taijutsu. Logan chuckled. Naruto opened his mouth, momentarily dispelling his hopes, but ultimately he rallied his spirits, standing tall and declaring, even so, I will not give up. I shall become Hokage. With that, he bolstered his resolve, striding purposefully towards the room, envisioning the proud smile of Logan upon achieving his dream of becoming Hokage. Logan chuckled softly and made his way towards the research room, where the air was thick with the scent of medicinal concoctions and the whir of centrifuges filled the space. It was yet another evening steeped in the aroma of herbs and potions. The following morning, after procuring 2 breakfasts, Logan returned home and gazed silently at his wallet, a grimace of discomfort crossing his face as he muttered, damn it, the third Hokage, to make me a Chunin without providing for Naruto's needs. Not a single coin have I pocketed from his expenses. Every last cent has gone towards him. What a bother. Upon entering the dining area, he found Naruto already engaged in brushing his teeth. Logan called out, Naruto, breakfast is on the table. I have to step out today, so make sure you head to school early and don't be late. Yes, I understand, Grandpa Logan, came Naruto's muffled response from within. Logan swiftly seized his portion of food and, while eating, made his way towards the Hokage building in Konoha, ignoring the pointed stares and whispers from passersby. It was quite infuriating. Former neighbors who once seemed amiable now appeared eager for his misfortune, or perhaps it was Naruto they wished ill upon. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Logan knocked on the door and was beckoned inside. Upon seeing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and inquired, Logan, my young friend, do you intend to commence your mission today? Have you no plans for preparation? Isn't this already prepared? Logan replied with a puzzled expression, patting the katana at his waist. Sarutobi scrutinized Logan for a moment, speechless. Here was a mere sword. No kunai, no scrolls, no soldier pills, and no sign of any explosive tags or other preparations. Suddenly, Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Ah, this fellow was solely proficient in taijutsu. At least Guy had his summoning technique and could seal scrolls. Sarutobi mused that if Logan were tasked with transporting something or someone, he likely wouldn't bother with sealing scrolls. He would simply carry it back in a sack. With this thought, Sarutobi glanced over the tasks at hand, noting several C and B-ranked missions. Ultimately, he discerned that only one, an investigation into the peculiar rogue ninja sightings at the border of the Land of Grass, seemed appropriate for Logan. He extracted the mission and stated, "This one, forget that you may not understand the characters. This task pertains to the strange rogue ninja activity at the border of the Land of Grass. Investigate the situation. If you encounter any enemies, simply eliminate them and bring back evidence." Logan accepted the task and feigned to examine it. Nearby, Sarutobi Hizashi was engulfed in embarrassment. For the villagers familiar with Logan were well aware of his illiteracy, yet he dared to put on such an act before him. Logan, his face devoid of emotion, meticulously tucked the mission into the concealed pocket of his attire and declared, "I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Will there be any additional rewards for bringing back a live specimen?" "None," came the reply. "Ah, and please prepare a few days' worth of provisions for Naruto. I fear he may starve otherwise. Rest assured, during your absence, I shall look after Naruto with utmost care." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Logan nodded, turned to leave. And just as he stepped out the door, he hurriedly pushed it open again and exclaimed, "One more thing. Please remind Naruto that I am on a mission." "I will." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a nod of agreement. Logan smiled with satisfaction, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly turned back, almost startling the third generation, who was about to consult a crystal ball regarding the bathhouse. He exclaimed, "One more thing. Remember to tell Kai that I've gone on a mission." "I got it. And one more thing. Hurry up and leave." The third generation roared at Logan, who quickly shut the door and departed. Once outside the Hokage building, Logan clasped his hands behind his head, cheerfully mumbling to himself, "I feel so much better. By the way, in the Land of Grass, it seems like Kankuro is around. Never mind, I want to go looking for him." At that moment, Logan simply wished to complete his tasks swiftly, without dwelling too much on anything else, aiming to finish several tasks that could be done quickly. Clearly, Logan was not at all concerned about whether he could win a fight. Primarily, he lacked experience, although he had watched many animes and had high expectations. He had yet to encounter anything particularly bloody or intense. He was, after all, a novice, albeit one with commendable physical skills. Fortunately, he had no fear of being killed. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Logan presented his mission and briefed Kamizuki Izumi and KZ Tetsu. "So that's how it is," Kamizuki Izumi exclaimed, realizing their prior confusion about how Logan had become a nin. It turned out to be due to Kai's influence and the Hokage's appointment that led to this result. KZ Tetsu expressed his concern, saying, "Uncle Logan, although you're a nin, you lack combat experience. Well, I certainly want to engage the enemy head-on. I will observe in the shadows until the right moment to strike." "Rest assured, Tetsu, I want to act impulsively," Logan replied confidently. Kamizuki Izumi nodded, saying, "It's a good thing that Uncle Logan is self-aware. I wish you success in your mission." "Haha, thank you, Izumi. I'm off now," Logan said, waving goodbye to the two before leisurely making his way down the path. Is Uncle Logan really off to execute a mission? "It feels more like he's going on a picnic," Kamizuki Izumi remarked, bemused as she watched Logan's retreating figure. At present, Logan did not possess the ninja-like ability to stealthily leap from tree to tree. He lacked the skill to gauge distances and had never practiced how much force was needed to jump without overshooting. To put it simply, he had never trained for such feats. At most, he could run along walls or traverse water. Jumping from trees could very well lead to a swift fall. Moreover, he wasn't in a hurry. What if the mission target had already departed the Land of Grass by the time he arrived? Logan expressed his genuine ignorance. Indeed, he had not departed. Instead, he had used the remaining funds to accompany a caravan towards the village of Grass Hide. After inquiring about the approximate location of the enemy, he set off. As for why he chose not to stay overnight, it was simply due to a lack of money. A few kilometers away from Grass Hide, Logan cautiously traversed the trees in the surrounding forest. Of course, he was not tracking anyone, but rather hunting. The giant pandas of the ninja world were far from adorable. He wondered about their taste. While pandas in the real world are inedible, it seemed the ninja realm offered fewer restrictions. Found you, Logan muttered, suddenly drawing his sword and leaping towards the giant panda he had been pursuing. The panda roared furiously and swatted at Logan's head, sending him into a state of disarray. Logan did not anticipate that such a seemingly insignificant creature could possess such ferocity, knocking him against a tree with a single swipe. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying several meters away. Before Logan could regain his composure, he found himself howling in agony. My leg! My leg! You! Logan cried out, desperately pushing against the giant panda, though his efforts were in vain. Under normal circumstances, a seasoned ninja would have swiftly retaliated. Yet a typical ninja would never leap to attack a panda. After a prolonged stalemate, as Logan gradually acclimated to the pain, a semblance of rationality returned to him, prompting him to recall his martial arts techniques that had yet to be unleashed. Tai Chi Bagua continuous palms. Logan roared, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the panda's forehead. Following a relentless barrage, the panda's head erupted, splattering Logan's upper body with crimson. The Tai Chi Bagua continuous palms, classified as a D-grade technique, was essentially a chaotic flurry of strikes, lacking true force. The explosion was merely a consequence of Logan's pent-up frustration manifesting in a final surge of power. The panda, momentarily bewildered by Logan's counterattack, felt little pain, which was to be expected given its thick skin and robust physique. Consequently, it failed to comprehend why it had succumbed to an adversary it deemed weaker. Logan took a deep breath, gazing at the slowly healing wound. Feeling a profound sense of relief, the power of self-healing, Vive Dieu. Logan rose to his feet and picked up the nearby katana. Then began the grim task of skinning and dismembering the headless panda. Ultimately, he selected a piece of relatively tender meat to carry to the riverbank for washing. He was confident that the wild beasts surrounding the panda would assist him in this endeavor. Instinctively, he chose to spare the panda's hide, fearing detection by patrolling guards, which could lead to his capture. However, as he came to his senses, Logan offered a wry smile. Despite having lived a tranquil life in the ninja realm for many years, certain ingrained habits and perceptions were not easily altered. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from returning to skin the panda. After calming his racing heart, Logan prepared to relish his first taste of wild game in this new world. Chapter 9. Counterattack. As Master Logan had remarked, in certain specific circumstances, consuming panda was not illegal. In the ninja realm, pandas were not classified as a protected species, so there were no concerns. As he savored the roasted meat, he couldn't help but voice his discontent. His face was etched with frustration due to the absence of seasoning, which rendered the taste exceedingly unpleasant. Of the 3 pounds of meat, he could barely manage to consume one, not due to a lack of appetite, but rather the unpalatable flavor. Logan, with a face full of conflict, deemed the situation rather futile, tasteless yet too precious to discard. Ultimately, however, he cast it aside, indulging in a few fruits before retiring for the night. The following day, where Logan had lain to rest, a group of hunters stumbled upon a scattering of fruit pits, their expressions turning to one of alarm. Which unfortunate child has consumed these? They gasped. These fruits, if unprocessed, can lead to poisoning. Indeed, they are highly toxic. That individual must have perished, perhaps devoured by a wild beast. At this moment, Logan was en route to the border area, the very location where his mission awaited him, completely unaware that he had consumed toxic fruit. However, the poison posed no threat to him, rendering it a trivial matter. It wasn't long before Logan arrived at the designated site, his nose twitching as he muttered, "There's nothing particularly distinctive about the scent here. Being upwind certainly prevents any odors from reaching me." Pondering this, he curiously touched his nose, contemplating that had he been downwind, he might have discerned something through his sense of smell. Although the cinematic Logan may not possess the formidable strength of his comic counterpart, nor do numerous other iterations surpass him in power, there is no denying that the film version stands as the epitome of charisma and allure. With a height of 188 centimeters compared to the animated version's modest 166 centimeters, a mere shave of his beard transforms him into an undeniably handsome figure. Indeed, charm is timeless, Logan quipped, acknowledging that while the animated version is commendable, it lacks in stature. As he pressed forward, a frown creased Logan's brow upon discovering peculiar markings ahead. He hastened to investigate. A shuriken? It appears to have been discarded, evidently not retrieved. One could speculate whether the mission target had encountered a skirmish with others. Logan picked up the shuriken, scrutinizing it while murmuring to himself, though he gleaned little from it. As he was hardly a master detective, casting a glance around, Logan swiftly darted towards a small grove at the base of the hill. Once within the thicket, he adopted a stealthy demeanor akin to a shadowy specter, for the abundant grass provided ample cover, and clad in camouflage, he felt secure from detection. He had already removed his green vest, placing it beneath him for added comfort. After traversing a short distance like a covert operative, Logan paused, his eyes catching an inconspicuous mound nearby, clearly an impromptu structure erected by others. Logan's nostrils flared as he caught the tantalizing scent of dried meat, accompanied by faint sounds. He thought to himself, "Let me approach a little closer." As he inched forward, the aroma intensified, and the sounds became increasingly distinct. "Brother, the female genin from the hidden grass village we captured today is quite amusing, tender, and exquisite," a rogue ninja, adorned with a headband, chuckled. The bald companion nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, despite her age, she remains merely a genin, such is the plight of small nations." The headband-wearing rogue grinned and added, "Truly, if it weren't for clinging to the coattails of the Leaf Village, she would have been obliterated long ago." "That is certainly the case. But this small nation is ultimately just a blade of grass swaying in the wind, hardly a cause for concern. The ninjas from the Leaf Village assigned to this mission will not dispatch particularly formidable individuals. Nor would the Hidden Grass Village invest substantial resources to deal with us two rogue ninjas. Even if they did, it would likely only amount to a C-rank mission." Listening to their conversation, Logan surmised that they were indeed the targets he had been seeking. Logan began to contemplate, disregarding the occasional glances cast by the two individuals toward him. He pondered how he might orchestrate a scenario akin to slaying two sheep with one tiger, or perhaps indulge in a delightful skewer dish. He resolved to employ that particular tactic. As the two neared the breaking point of action, Logan firmly committed to his plan for a double victory. Logan suddenly leaped forward, lunging at the two adversaries, drawing his katana as he spun and shouted, "Wa-ya-ya-ya, whirlwind." However, before he could complete even a few rotations, a shuriken struck him in the abdomen, eliciting an eerie cry of pain. The rogue ninja, adorned with a headband, let out a disdainful laugh. After all, they were elite jounin. How audacious for a mere Chunin to accept a mission when he was so woefully inadequate. Clearly, he was merely delivering them a bounty. The bald-headed ninja swiftly knocked Logan's katana from his grasp, seized it, and ultimately plunged the blade into Logan's heart, pinning him to the ground. Logan's eyes widened, blood bubbling from his mouth, and he managed to utter only "AW cell" before closing his eyes and lying motionless on the ground. What kind of CHNeen is this? The bandana-clad rogue ninja stared in confusion at his elder brother and asked, "I don't know. He's as foolish as can be. Even the substitution technique failed him. I can hardly believe this is how a CHNeen should behave. He resembles more a mere warrior. Shouldn't a Konoha CHNeen be more competent?" The bald rogue ninja scratched his smooth scalp in perplexity. Yet, the reality remained that the two of them had effortlessly dispatched a Konoha CHNeen. He had nothing but a bizarre outfit on him, no soldier pills, no ninja tools, nor scrolls. "I am truly astounded by this fellow. Shouldn't such an experienced CHNeen demonstrate greater caution? Wasn't his lurking in the shadows proof of that?" The bandana-clad rogue ninja expressed his disbelief towards Logan. "What do you mean by hiding? It was as blatant as it gets," the bald rogue ninja retorted. After uttering this, the bald rogue ninja found himself at a loss for words. He had never encountered a CHNeen armed with only a katana, inferior even to a genin. The two began to suspect that Konoha was suffering from some grave affliction, dispatching such an incompetent old CHNeen. Were they perhaps planning to eliminate those useless ninjas who could merely loaf around? While the two discussed Logan with their backs turned, he grimaced in pain, contemplating, "Wasn't I pierced through the heart? Why does it still hurt so much?" After several agonizing seconds, the pain lessened, or perhaps he had merely grown accustomed to it. This recollection sparked a revelation. "I am Wolverine Logan. Even if I have been pierced, it is but a trifling matter." With this thought, Logan stealthily opened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he extracted the sword lodged within him, only to discover a kunai buried in his abdomen. After removing the foreign object, he glanced around and finally spotted the two rogue ninjas with their backs turned to him, his anger surging within him. "So you dare to disregard me after defeating me so casually? Have you grown arrogant, or have my claws dulled?" With a furious roar, Logan's claws extended from his hands, and he charged at the bewildered rogue ninjas. He lunged at the bald rogue ninja, aiming for his lungs while pinning him to the ground. The bald rogue ninja was caught off guard. The one who should have perished was still alive, leaving him momentarily stunned and unable to evade the fatal blow. The bandana-clad rogue ninja finally reacted as his brother was slain. Anger fueled him to close the distance rather than retreat. While forming hand seals, he bellowed, "You bastard. Let go of my brother. Earth release. West enter. Logan roared in response, his right hand drawing back, then slashing at the bandana-clad rogue ninja, severing his head clean off as he lost his sanity. Caught midway through his hand seals. Following this, Logan unleashed a frenzied assault, puncturing the bald rogue ninja's chest with 27 precise strikes before finally relenting. Logan gasped for breath. Gradually rising to his feet, he gazed at his bloodied hands with a complex expression. Logically, he should have been overwhelmed by the gruesome scene before him. Yet he was not. His body had adapted, or rather, the body of Wolverine had acclimated. Memories of past battles against Sabretooth Victor and others flooded his mind, alongside the haunting image of Silver Fox Kyra being slain and the agonizing experiences of being infused with adamantium. Logan shut his eyes, releasing a guttural roar of anguish, his claws flailing wildly as his steps became erratic, until he collided with a tree behind him. Logan widened his eyes, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions, murmuring to himself, I am Logan. I am Ulikai. This is all me now. With a deep exhale, Logan sank onto the ground, leaning against the tree trunk, lost in contemplation. This introspection persisted until nightfall, as he fixated on his claws throughout the evening. It truly hurt. Damn it, he cursed, realizing that his initial doubts upon arriving in the ninja realm stemmed from having just escaped the base after receiving an injection of adamantium. A smile crept across his face as he reflected that, at least, the elderly couple from that farm would not have to meet their demise. Their deaths during the movie had left him quite unsettled. Retracting his claws, Logan noted that, unlike before, he no longer winced from the pain of his flesh being sliced during the retraction. Now, he felt significantly more in control of his body, experiencing a newfound fluidity. Logan approached the two already rigid corpses, glancing at their forehead protectors. They were from an unknown ninja village. The only symbol Logan recognized was that of the hidden leaf. Everything else had faded from his memory. Numerous kunai and explosive tags lay scattered around. Ample supplies for his needs. I might as well equip myself with these, he muttered, diligently scavenging the spoils from the two rogue ninjas. After selecting everything he could utilize, except for the scrolls, Logan retrieved some cloth and rope to bundle the two bodies before hoisting them onto his back. He had run out of money to join the caravan, and the funds sealed within the scrolls of the two rogue ninjas were inaccessible to him, as he lacked the knowledge to unseal them. After traversing several kilometers, Logan found himself encircled by a pack of wolves, approximately 3 in number. They raised their heads in unison, howling. Moments later, more than 10 wolves appeared in the distance, with the largest among them slowly advancing. The lead wolf growled ominously at Logan, as if to convey, release the prey and allow us a hearty feast. Otherwise, you shall not escape. Logan glanced at the bloodstains adorning his attire, as well as the crimson-soaked shroud, murmuring to himself, have I drawn their attention with this stench of blood? I completely forgot to dispose of it. I shall tend to it properly when I have the means. With that, he secured the cargo, his grim burden, with his left hand while wielding his katana defensively in his right. Observing Logan's lack of awareness, the alpha wolf let out a furious roar, prompting the pack to respond immediately, baring their fangs and charging towards him with ferocity. Logan swiftly struck down a wolf with his blade, and then executed a spinning kick that sent the approaching pack of wolves flying. With a chilling smirk, he remarked, a mere pack of wolves, Shaggy. Nothing but a feeble challenge. Before Logan could finish his words, he was bitten, first on the calf, then the thigh, and finally the rear. This beast lacks any sense of honor. Enraged, Logan flung his katana, striking down a wolf that leapt to bite his neck. He then revealed his claws and decapitated the pup that had bitten him, ruthlessly decimating the wolf pack. The alpha wolf let out a low growl, unleashing a blade of wind that grazed Logan's abdomen, inflicting a wound that swiftly healed. The alpha wolf paused in shock, then continued to expel wind blades. But before it could issue a retreat command, all the pups had been slain by Logan. Curse this desolate land. Only you remain. Logan charged at the alpha wolf. But after only a few strides, the alpha howled in despair and fled, as if to say it would return. Don't run, Logan bellowed, pursuing it, thus engaging in a chase with both the alpha and 2 corpses in tow. The alpha, terrified, thought, I certainly do not wish to play this game. The two raced through the forest, startling numerous birds into flight. They only returned once the commotion subsided. Meanwhile, the following morning, a Chunin from the grass-hidden village, accompanied by 3 genin, arrived at the scene of Logan's wolf slaughter. What on earth happened here, sensei? A curious young boy inquired, gazing at the sight. The Chunin examined the area and deduced, it appears a shinobi warrior was surrounded. This warrior wielded dual blades, and possesses considerable strength. Observe. Aside from this one cleaved in two and the one pinned to the ground, the rest were slain by a series of precise strikes. This blade is impressive. It could fetch a handsome price. The Chunin picked up the katana, delighted by its evident value, and instructed the three young ones to clean up the area while he admired the weapon. As for the katana, it would cause Logan some heartache for a while. Run. Why aren't you running? You can't possibly be too exhausted to flee now, can you? Logan stared madly at the alpha, whose four legs quivered beneath it. After a night of pursuit, the alpha had shown remarkable endurance, yet even the most resilient wolf must yield to the might of a wolverine. The alpha pleaded. We are all wolves. Why not spare me? Logan retorted. Get lost. Who the hell considers you a wolf? Do you even know what a badger is? The alpha growled, seemingly attempting to intimidate Logan, but its chakra was nearly depleted after unleashing 10 wind blades. If it were to exhaust its remaining chakra, it would be unable to run, potentially risking its life. Thus, this wretched wolf was relying on the last vestiges of chakra to flee throughout the night, resorting to sheer physical stamina to persevere. Today, I shall feast on wolf meat. With a boisterous laugh, Logan leapt towards the lead wolf, his claws poised to strike at its tail, having anticipated that the creature would turn and flee. Should it do so, he believed he could deliver a blow to its spine or kidneys. However, the lead wolf unexpectedly darted beneath him and continued its escape. Wait, you scoundrel! You're still running! Logan exclaimed in exasperation, hastily giving chase. Despite all his calculations, he was astonished that the wretched wolf had outsmarted his predictions. Thus, it seemed this was a test of endurance. Chapter 10. The Wolf and the Tiger. The protracted pursuit endured for half the morning, culminating in the lead wolf collapsing in exhaustion within a cave, only to be met by Logan, who swiftly ended its life with a lethal strike of his claw. Logan's nose twitched as he muttered, Damn it! Is this the place one chooses to meet their demise? This wretched wolf cub. Sensing the pungent odor of wolf within, Logan resolved to venture inside to investigate. This troublesome wolf could unleash wind blades, resembling a sentient beast of the ninja realm. Who knows what treasures might lie within? Upon entering, Logan quickly discerned that aside from an abundance of bones, there was little else of interest. Wait, are these wolf bones? Why are there so many? Did they engage in mutual slaughter? Or did they, like this wretched wolf, return home for burial? Logan furrowed his brow as he pondered, then began to rummage through the remains. Soon, in addition to the wolf bones, he uncovered numerous arrows, some even embedded in the severed heads of the wolves. The number of arrows corresponded precisely with the wolf carcasses, indicating that these wolves had been slain and subsequently dragged home by their companions for consumption. Logan mumbled to himself, then resumed his search. However, before he could proceed, a sudden, urgent gasp echoed from above. Logan looked up, sensing it came from the slope. Yet that area hardly seemed like a place where one might encounter another being. Logan hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to investigate. For one could never dismiss the possibility of ninjutsu. Perhaps an individual had transformed into stone and concealed themselves within. With this thought in mind, Logan swiftly leapt over to the other side, discovering a small hole atop the slope, just the right size for him to enter while bending slightly. Moreover, upon reaching this spot, the sound of hurried breathing became markedly more pronounced. Logan cautiously stepped inside, and before long, he beheld a girl with black and white hair, her locks fading into white towards the ends, adorned with beast-like ears. In her hands, she wielded a bow and arrow. Logan felt an uncanny familiarity with her, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to speak. Isn't this not the headmaster of the Alliance, but rather the little Shirori from Princess Welding? Who could it be? Upon hearing his voice, Shirori slowly opened her eyes. She had not eaten for nearly a day, and while an ordinary person would feel extremely weak after 3 days without food or water, Shirori was of a particularly frail constitution. Even a slight exertion could prove perilous for her. Yet, within the game, she was remarkably strong, and Logan held a deep admiration for this character, as she constituted one of the core damage dealers of his main lineup. Aside from Shirori, there was also Naya. No, it was Miyako and the headmaster of the Alliance. No, it was Kairu, Summer, along with Christina and Ilya. Of course, there were others, such as Summer Kokoro, Summer Pecorin, and Summer Jusher. But it had been nearly a year since he last played that game before his transmigration. Besides these, he could only recall that Silent Elder, Yuki, or Tomoki, was it? Logan gently lifted Xiao Qian, inquiring softly, Xiao Qian, what are you doing here? She replied, I don't know. After separating from my sister, I fainted before she could finish her words. Logan, muttering to himself, decided to check on her well-being. He attempted to take her pulse, but soon realized he lacked the knowledge to do so. Ultimately, he carefully cradled Xiao Qian in his arms. Upon exiting the small cave, he glanced at the two corpses and then at Xiao Qian, who appeared troubled. Resolutely, Logan supported Xiao Qian with one hand beneath her, allowing her to rest against his back, while the other hand grasped the bodies, preparing to leave the stench-ridden den. Once outside, he made his way to the riverbank, where the fresh air seemed to rouse Xiao Qian slightly, though she remained motionless, her frailty evident as she gazed silently at Logan's weathered face. Where exactly are we? Logan pondered aloud, having lost his way while pursuing the wolves. Xiao Qian stirred, her lips moving as she faintly murmured, "I'm hungry." Taken aback, Logan turned to her, noticing her pallor and lack of energy, clearly indicating her dire need for sustenance. "I understand, Xiao Qian. Please wait," he replied, setting the two corpses aside before carefully assisting her to sit on the soft grass. The moment she settled, she abruptly shut her eyes, her breathing becoming noticeably labored. Logan paused momentarily, swiftly discerning the cause of his discomfort. His body bore the tattered marks of wolf bites, explaining the chilling sensation in certain areas that should not have been exposed. My apologies, Xiao Qian. Please take a moment to rest," Logan remarked. He glanced around before resuming his task of rummaging through the bodies, soon managing to strip a pair of intact trousers from one of them. However, the odor was a notable concern that required addressing. After approximately an hour, Xiao Qian caught a whiff of something savory. Slowly, she opened her eyes and gazed ahead. Logan, now clad in a fresh outfit, was grilling fish. Although devoid of seasoning, the fish he had caught was of a variety that was inherently delectable, rendering the lack of spices inconsequential. "Xiao Qian, you're awake? The fish soup and grilled fish will be ready shortly. We can eat soon," Logan said, casting a glance in her direction before continuing his culinary endeavors. The process of grilling the fish was quite straightforward. While the fish soup was crafted using a large stone he had chiseled with his clawed hand. Additionally, he had fashioned bowls and chopsticks from stone. Fortunately, the formidable Edmund's steel claws were up to the task, allowing him to accomplish this in such a brief span of time. Xiao Qian stirred her limbs and opened her mouth, feeling an overwhelming heaviness as her once light gauntlet now felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Upon noticing her condition, Logan hurriedly carried her over to the warmth of the fire. If Xiao Qian had possessed any strength left, she might have felt a flush of embarrassment, though it would have stemmed solely from her own helplessness and disarray. After Logan had settled Xiao Qian comfortably, he prepared a bowl of fish soup, allowing it to cool before gently feeding her. Xiao Qian remained silent, or perhaps lacked the strength to speak, as she focused intently on Logan's ministrations. Once she had consumed the entire bowl of soup, she took several deep breaths and then gazed at Logan, saying, "Thank you. Do you know about Qian? Can you tell me how to get to Landsor?" Logan furrowed his brows and replied, "Xiao Qian, don't rush. First, eat some more. Otherwise, you might lose your strength again." Xiao Qian paused for a moment, nodded, and asked, Thank you. What is your name?" "Logan." Thank you, Grandpa Logan." For a fleeting instant, Logan nearly shed tears. After all, who asked him to play the old man? Well, it is what it is. After finishing her meal, Xiao Qian looked at Logan and inquired, "Grandpa Logan, do you know how to get to Landsor or Elizabeth Ranch? This place feels unfamiliar, and I miss my sister and everyone." Logan displayed a complex expression, for he had no idea how to prevent Xiao Qian from feeling disappointed. However, it seemed that such an endeavor was utterly futile. Logan reached out to gently caress Xiao Qian's silky hair. The latter's body stiffened momentarily, as if she wished to evade his touch, yet ultimately acquiesced and allowed Logan to stroke her head. Internally, Xiao Qian lamented the absence of her sister and Yushu, though she acknowledged that the slightly rough hand she was experiencing was something entirely new to her. After all, in Landsol, the individuals Xiao Qian encountered and interacted with were all beautiful young girls and boys. "Xiao Qian, this is not Landsol, nor is it Elizabeth Ranch. This is an entirely different realm," Logan sighed after speaking. If it were possible, he would prefer not to have traversed worlds. To have crossed over only to become a mere punching bag was disheartening. If it weren't for his immortality, he might have been captured for study after feigning death to ambush his adversary, and the thought of such a fate was truly grim. Xiao Qian gazed at Logan in confusion and inquired, "What do you mean, Grandpa Logan?" "This is another world, and you have crossed over, Xiao Qian." "Of course, I have too. Otherwise, how would I know you?" Logan replied, proceeding to elucidate everything about this world to Xiao Qian, encouraging her to adapt to her circumstances. After more than an hour had passed, Xiao Qian rubbed her slightly reddened eyes. Ultimately, she chose not to weep. Instead, she looked at Logan with determination and declared, "Since I have arrived here, there must surely be a way to return. I will do my utmost, and will also strive to help Grandpa Logan find his way back to his world." Though reluctant to dampen her spirits, Logan gently patted her head, smiling with reassurance. "I believe you can do it, Xiao Qian. However, if anyone inquires, remember that you hail from a faraway land known as Land Soul, specifically from a place called Elizabeth Ranch." Xiao Qian tilted her head in confusion, asking, This? It's fine to mention Land Soul or Elizabeth Ranch, but you must not disclose that you come from another world. The people here may not always be kind. Therefore, simply stating that you are from a distant country will suffice." Xiao Qian was quite resilient, and Logan acknowledged her strength, yet he continued, "However, take a moment to observe this world. It is not like Land Soul, and you do not know anyone here, correct? Others have numerous friends to assist them, but now, you will be my granddaughter, you understand? Remember to keep our secrets safe." Logan interjected, smiling as he continued to stroke her head. Soon, however, Logan's expression fell as he realized, "Wait, am I really taking on the role of a grandfather? Logan, get lost. You pesky author." Under Logan's persistent persuasion, Xiao Qian ultimately acquiesced, nodding in agreement to Logan's arrangements. Now, she has assumed the name Luo Qian, claiming to be Logan's beloved granddaughter. On their journey home, Logan concocted numerous justifications for her presence, one of which was that he had encountered Xiao Qian after she had separated from a certain convoy. The reason for her departure from this convoy was naturally due to Logan's coincidental sighting of a raided caravan, its occupants mercilessly slain. As for Xiao Qian's peculiar tail and ears, that could only be attributed to a bloodline limit, for which Logan had prepared his own explanation, suggesting something akin to a wolf's keen sense of smell. At most, he thought, he could have the third Hokage conduct a test. As for Xiao Qian, apart from her unusual appearance, she bore little resemblance to a competent ninja, especially given her tendency to pant after merely a few steps. Hardly embodying the image of a seasoned warrior, it was evident that others would not regard her favorably, despite her use of magic. During their travels, Xiao Qian had voiced her complaints about the odd scent of Logan's hair on more than one occasion, prompting him to resolve to pay closer attention to his personal hygiene henceforth. In summary, an eccentric duo had embarked on their journey, a seemingly robust elder bearing a girl with an odd bloodline limit, while dragging two corpses behind them. This peculiar sight quickly became a source of amusement and conversation, though such chatter was not destined to last long, as the focus remained on the ninjas. A few days later, at the entrance of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumi paused upon seeing Logan and Xiao Qian, her expression shifting to one of incredulity as she turned to Logan and asked, "Uncle Logan, welcome back. And, this is my mission target?" Logan lifted the two corpses and then gently set Xiao Qian down, taking her small hand in his. "This is my granddaughter," he explained. "Having not returned home for an extended period, she traversed a long distance to find me. Fortuitously, she became separated from a convoy and was cornered by a pack of wolves. Luckily, I discovered her in time and saved her. I intend to assist her in obtaining her residency permit." Kamizuki Izumi nodded, along with Steel Iron, both scrutinizing Xiao Qian's ears and tail, which undeniably suggested a bloodline limit. If she were indeed Logan's granddaughter, why did he not possess similar traits? After a brief confirmation, the two permitted Logan to pass. After walking a short distance, he resumed carrying Xiao Qian and turned to the pair with curiosity, inquiring, "Are you two the only ones guarding the village?" "Not really. It's just that you frequently encounter us," Kamizuki Izumi retorted with a hint of exasperation, while Steel Iron offered a resigned smile, choosing not to comment further. "Is that so? Very well, until we meet again," Logan acknowledged with a nod, continuing on his way to the Hokage's office, Xiao Qian still in tow. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Logan's return with the corpses and displayed an expression of resigned acceptance. He could not suppress a wry smile, stifling the urge to make a quip, and began to scrutinize Xiao Qian. Very well, she certainly embodies the essence of being Logan's granddaughter, a civilian devoid of chakra. But what is the story behind those ears and that tail? A bloodline limit, perhaps? Logan hastily began to explain. The subsequent 3 generations tested little Xuan, who, under Logan's sympathetic gaze, dramatically fainted after running a short distance. "You see, our bloodline limits possess certain animalistic traits. For instance, my teeth and sense of smell are akin to those of a wolf, granting me exceptional olfactory abilities and physical strength. Little Xuan, on the other hand, has inherited some characteristics of the white tiger, yet her physical capabilities, as you can observe, are rather lacking. Logan spoke, glancing at the unconscious Chunin nestled in his arms. Saratobi Hizashi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was the most ineffectual bloodline limit he had ever encountered. A lineage that endowed its bearers with animal traits yet rendered them physically weaker than an ordinary person? Logan fared better, as his traits, though subtle, were not overly apparent. And his abilities were still commendable. According to his assertions, the less pronounced the traits, the stronger the individual. In any case, Chunin's residency was secured effortlessly, swiftly dispelling the prying eyes of certain individuals, such as the likes of Kage, a mere practitioner of taijutsu, and another who couldn't even manage a few steps without exhausting themselves. They were utterly unworthy of joining the route and hardly merited attention. In fact, they were not even fit to serve as experimental subjects, truly the dregs of dross. Chapter 11. The Logan household. After completing the necessary formalities and receiving his task remuneration, Logan strolled along the streets of Konoha with little Chunin. As they walked, while a few friendly ninjas greeted them, most people kept their distance, wary of the ill fortune that might befall them should they engage Logan in conversation. "Grandfather," little Chunin remarked, sensing the disdain directed towards them. "It seems they really dislike us." She suddenly appeared disheartened, gazing at her own tail, as if believing it to be the source of their disdain. Logan gently patted Xiao Qian's head and smiled as he said, "Not at all. Xiao Qian is quite adorable. It is not that everyone dislikes you. Rather, they harbor a disdain for me, your grandfather." Taken aback, Xiao Qian hurriedly inquired further. As they walked, Logan continued to explain, but before long, Xiao Qian let out a gasp. Logan had lifted her high, settling her upon his shoulders, her legs wrapped around his neck. In that fleeting moment, Logan nearly lost himself in the joy of the experience. After taking a deep breath, Logan mused to himself, No, an old bull cannot graze on tender grass. Grandfather, please allow me to descend. Little Chunin can walk on her own." Chunin shyly remarked, "Of course, I simply feel that such an act is quite. Let us wait until little Chunin regains her health before she walks independently," Logan replied with a smile, disregarding Chunin's feeble and helpless struggles as he strode forward confidently. They arrived at the famed Ichiraku Ramen, affectionately referred to as Uncle Ichiraku. Logan pointed at the large wooden sign bearing the name Ichiraku and said, "This is Ichiraku. And this is little Chunin." Ichiraku, puzzled, set down his spoon and scratched the back of his head, asking, "Brother Logan, am I really that old?" "Little Chunin calls me grandfather, while you call me brother. If I don't refer to you as uncle, should I call you brother instead?" Logan chuckled. Little Chunin timidly added, "Uncle Ichiraku." Ichiraku displayed a defeated expression, reflecting, "Had I known earlier, I would have named you Uncle Logan. Now I could still be an uncle in front of this adorable young lady." Logan gently placed Xiao Qian down and said, "2 bowls of our special tonkatsu ramen. And a small bowl for me." "All right." Ichiraku instantly perked up. Watching the bustling Ichiraku, Xiao Qian tugged at Logan's sleeve and said, "Grandpa, I can't eat that much. Whatever I can manage is enough. You can finish the rest." Logan chuckled in response. Ever since he had taken Xiao Qian in, his smiles had multiplied. Was this a loss of humanity, or merely a reflection of his character? Just as the ramen was served, Naruto's voice rang out from outside, "Uncle Ichiraku, 1 bowl of special tonkatsu ramen, please." Upon entering, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he joyfully bounded over to Logan, exclaiming, "Grandpa Logan, you're back." Once Naruto settled down, he noticed Xiao Qian and curiously scrutinized her, asking, "Who is this sister?" "Come on, Naruto, call her sister Xiao Qian," Logan replied, pausing mid-sentence as he almost slipped and referred to her as Brother Xiao Ming. "Huh." Naruto displayed a puzzled expression, but ultimately, after Logan's clarification, he addressed her as Sister Xiao Qian. This was largely due to Xiao Qian's kind demeanor, which, like Logan's, did not evoke any malice towards Naruto. Being inherently sensitive to the emotions of others, Naruto naturally felt a positive impression of Xiao Qian. Furthermore, considering they were both Logan's grandchildren, albeit in a figurative sense, it added to her appeal. In the end, Logan devoured 3 bowls and 2/3 of another, while Naruto consumed 3 bowls. After settling the bill, Logan took the 2 of them home, with each child perched on one of his shoulders. Initially, Logan had intended to carry only Xiao Qian, but Naruto, intrigued and amused, joined in. However, Naruto's presence on his shoulder intensified the disdainful glares directed at them. Xiao Qian suddenly seemed to understand that the animosity towards her and Logan was incidental, leading her to treat Naruto more like a younger brother thereafter. Upon arriving home, Logan froze at the sight of his front door. Goodness, just a few days away. And the place has changed. The graffiti was accompanied by the stench of rotten eggs and litter. The graffiti was likely the handiwork of that little rascal Naruto, who had even defiled his own home. The rotten eggs and trash were probably the work of the neighbor's unruly children. Just dealing with Naruto's graffiti was already enough to drive one mad. Adding more chaos was truly infuriating. Naruto, Logan said expressionlessly. Naruto shivered and stammered. Grandpa Logan, I can explain. No need for words. You're doomed. Sister Xiaoqian, save me. Nonetheless, that evening, Logan's home was quite lively. The following day, Naruto went to school as usual, but today he felt particularly cheerful, for Xiaoqian had tidied his clothes and smoothed his hair. In Naruto's eyes, having an older sister looking out for him was an exceedingly wonderful thing. Logan and Xiaoqian found themselves at home today, diverging from their usual routine of venturing outside. Instead, Logan immersed himself in research, focusing on the intriguing endeavor of how to replicate a portion of his X gene for Xiaoqian. Given her frail constitution, Logan aspired to impart a healing factor to her, even if it were merely a diluted version. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian busied herself by assisting Logan in gathering medicinal herbs, a task she was still capable of managing. However, despite their efforts throughout the day, they met with no success. It is worth noting that Logan was not an expert in this field. He had merely studied animal science for a year. His knowledge of pharmaceuticals was primarily derived from television portrayals of separation machines, allowing him to mimic their processes. Additionally, his understanding was informed by this world, where, unless it pertained to the sinister creations of Orochimaru, the biological technology from Naruto was generally effective. The fact that he had managed to concoct some restorative potions thus far had been largely fortuitous. Fortunately, the main ingredient was his blood, alleviating concerns about data theft, as the documentation only detailed the composition and synthesis of the herbs without disclosing that his blood was the core component, rendering replication impossible for others. Naturally, the primary fear was that should this information be revealed, Logan would become a target as a source of medicine, unable to ensure the security of his laboratory, which could be breached even by a low-ranking ninja. Logan had been engrossed in research at home for 5 consecutive days, with little Shirorin occasionally lending a hand before taking her rest. Though her curiosity about Logan's endeavors lingered, she refrained from inquiring further, as it was a realm beyond her understanding. One evening, as Naruto savored a tiger skin marinated egg, he turned to Logan and asked, Grandpa Logan, it seems you haven't ventured out on any missions lately. What have you been occupied with? Researching pharmacology, Logan replied, while serving a piece of braised pork to Shirorin. She appeared somewhat distressed, for she could no longer eat, and promptly passed the pork to Naruto, who delightedly began to feast. Logan chuckled softly and then turned to Naruto, inquiring, how has your schoolwork been lately, young Naruto? Naruto swallowed a piece of braised pork, flexed his muscles, and squinted with determination, replying, I've managed to extract quite a bit of chakra. Soon, I will be able to learn ninjutsu. Logan continued, how is your practice with the kunai throwing technique? However, as soon as he asked, he regretted it. I'm far better than Grandpa, Naruto exclaimed proudly. Although he spoke the truth, Logan resolved to serve this young rascal a hearty breakfast tomorrow. If Logan were to refrain from interacting with Naruto and merely train occasionally with Kai, he would not ascend to the rank of CH Nin. Upon becoming a CH Nin, his circumstances would be even more dismal than those of Might Guy. For instance, in tasks requiring the collection of items, he would struggle to return with them, while Kai would adeptly utilize sealing scrolls, shoikin, or kunai skills Logan has not practiced, rendering him inferior to even a genin. Although he possesses an indomitable spirit and can best most opponents, this is contingent upon them not fleeing. In terms of ability classification, Logan's attributes stand as follows. Ninjutsu 1, Taijutsu 5, in growth. Genjutsu 1, Intelligence 6, Strength 8, in growth. Speed 7, Chakra 3, in growth. Kakashi is rated at 6, making Logan half of Kakashi's capability, and Hand Seals 1, totaling 32. At present, this score is only slightly superior to that of early Naruto. However, this does not imply that Logan is weak. His remarkable recuperative abilities combined with the enhancement from his adamantium skeletal structure are formidable assets. Even the Kusanagi sword wielded by Orochimaru would shatter before him. Listening to the banter between the grandfather and grandson, Shirori could not help but chuckle, remarking that she would tidy up before washing the dishes. Allow me to take care of that, Shirori, she smiled, adding, Grandpa, you should rest, otherwise, Shirori might get upset. She shot a knowing glance at Logan, fully aware of his late-night research endeavors, having witnessed him busily working for 2 consecutive nights. Logan chuckled somewhat sheepishly, allowing Xiaoqian to carry on with her work, tidying up without exhausting her. Suddenly, Naruto approached Logan, formed a series of hand seals, and exclaimed, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In the next moment, a plume of smoke enveloped them, revealing a diminutive Naruto, merely 20 centimeters tall, sprawled on the ground like a defeated pup. "I failed again," Naruto lamented with a hint of frustration. "Is the school already teaching Shadow Clone Jutsu?" Logan inquired, puzzled. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on foundational skills a few years ago? Why are they teaching ninjutsu now? Pouting, Naruto responded with a frown, "My chakra can already be used for ninjutsu, albeit in limited quantity." "Limited quantity, my foot. It seems you have more than I do." Logan muttered under his breath, then reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair, saying, "Naruto, you need to concentrate on building your foundation instead of ambitiously pursuing ninjutsu. Do you understand?" "How do I build a foundation?" Naruto asked, furrowing his brow. "Well, come with me," Logan replied, preparing to take Naruto outside to practice tree climbing. Just as he was about to step out, Xiaoqian's head appeared from the kitchen, her expression stoic as she fixed her gaze on Logan and asked, "Grandpa, where are you taking little Naruto at this late hour?" Logan and Naruto were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Over the past few days, little Shirori had unceremoniously dethroned Logan from his familial status, relegating him to a mere household position, while Naruto found himself demoted to the status of a younger sibling. Should another individual join their ranks, Naruto might find himself at the very bottom of the hierarchy. "Haha, it's nothing. We're just taking a stroll, right, Naruto?" Logan chuckled, ruffling the back of his head, to which Naruto fervently nodded. In recent days, due to his mischievous antics, Naruto had often fallen victim to Shirori's playful ambushes, where she would pinch his ears. Although Shirori appeared fragile, she was far more agile than the nearly 7-year-old Naruto. Shirori nodded and continued tidying up in the kitchen. "I'll teach you tomorrow afternoon," Logan said, gently patting Naruto on the head. Naruto nodded eagerly, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him for the following afternoon. Despite being unable to venture outside, Logan still engaged Naruto in conversation within the confines of their home. "Little Naruto, have you made any friends at school?" Logan inquired, immediately regretting the question. Surely, he understood Naruto's social struggles. The only individuals he could truly consider friends were the 12 young ninjas, and at present, he had no significant companions. Naruto forced a smile, giving a thumbs up. "Yes, everyone at school is my friend." "Don't worry, Grandpa." "You rascal, don't push yourself too hard," Logan said with a hint of exasperation, gently ruffling Naruto's hair. He felt it was best not to interfere in such matters. But seeing Naruto's demeanor was far more reassuring than in the original narrative. At least he no longer had to drink expired milk or consume sand. Moreover, he had a grandfather and sister by his side, though they were not related by blood. To Naruto, they were even closer than family. Naruto, displaying remarkable resilience, gazed out the window at the night scenery, or rather, the Hokage rock, and declared with unwavering determination, "I will become Hokage. I will earn everyone's recognition." "Ah. Then let us pursue that dream. Before you aim for Hokage, set a smaller goal, like graduating at the top of your class," Logan said, affectionately stroking his little head. "Absolutely." Naruto nodded vigorously before continuing, "And then I'll become a Chunin, honing my skills to prepare for becoming a Chunin. And I'll strive to be faster than anyone. And then, while undertaking missions, I'll enrich myself, advancing towards becoming a Jonin, ultimately aiming for the position of Hokage." "Excellent. Watch closely, Grandpa. I will give it my all." In the kitchen, while washing dishes and observing the grandfather-grandson duo, Shirori smiled and encouraged, "Go for it, Naruto. You can do it." "I will, Shirori." Naruto felt a surge of motivation, but not long after. He dozed off on the sofa. Logan carefully lifted him and placed him in his cozy little nook. When he returned, Shirori was finished tidying up and fixed her gaze on Logan, stating, "Today, Grandpa must sleep with me." Logan's mind was filled with question marks, pondering quietly. "I had no intention of pursuing anything untoward. What is this all about?" Seeing Logan's silence, Shirori assumed he was lost in thought and quickly asserted, "Grandpa has slept well these past few days. This can't go on. You must sleep tonight, under my supervision." Otherwise with that, Xiaoqian assumed a fierce demeanor, threatening Logan. Logan gently rubbed the back of his head, internally exclaiming how adorable Xiaoqian truly was. Ultimately, he relented and followed her into the room, only to find himself assigned to sleep on the floor. He mused to himself that this was hardly preferable to sleeping alone. under the malevolent gaze of Xiaoqian. Logan slowly closed his eyes. Upon hearing the faint sound of his snoring, Xiaoqian attempted to rouse him, but upon realizing he was truly asleep, she whispered a good night and tucked herself under the covers. In the dead of night, two shadowy figures stealthily approached, wielding a key to unlock the front door of Logan's home. Their interest did not lie in the slumbering occupant, but instead led them directly to the basement. To an untrained eye, their attire might suggest they were part of a clandestine organization, yet in reality, they belonged to the Root faction. These two had likely engaged in such intrusions on numerous occasions. The concoction they had brewed failed to achieve the anticipated results. Perhaps certain steps had been executed incorrectly. Quickly, search for any related records, whispered the cat-faced ninja as the dog-faced ninja nodded in agreement, both swiftly rummaging through the space while ensuring everything was returned to its rightful place. A few minutes later, the dog-faced ninja quietly exclaimed, "I found it. Excellent. Record it quickly." The cat-faced ninja promptly tidied up their area before hastening to assist in the documentation. However, the contents they were pilfering bore little difference to what had already been stolen and submitted. Their primary focus was to transcribe additional materials, particularly those they lacked, although ultimately, their copied entries would remain unusable. The core ingredient of the serum synthesized by Logan is none other than the blood of Wolverine. However, he refrains from documenting this fact, as he himself cannot ascertain the presence of blood within it. If anyone were to inquire deeply, he could only refer to it as the blood limit. Chapter 12. The alternates. Half a month later, during this period, Logan found it nearly impossible to engage in his research through the night. Though he continually insisted that he was fine, he was forcibly taken to his room by Shirori. For the first 3 days, Shirori observed Logan's compliance, retiring to rest once he had fallen asleep. On the fourth night, however, while getting up to use the restroom, Shirori discovered that Logan was missing and ultimately located him in the laboratory. After that, Logan could no longer conduct his nocturnal research, nor could he sneak away to do so. Shirori devised a strategy. She would sleep with her head resting on Logan's arm. The moment her grandfather attempted to slip away for experiments, she would awaken instantly, ready to deliver a punitive blow. Consequently, during this time, Logan's schedule underwent a transformation. He dedicated half of his mornings to research and the other half to instructing Shirori in chakra refinement, while also refining his own. Despite Shiori's somewhat frail constitution, her rate of refinement was remarkably swift, likely due to her ability to convert her internal magical energy into chakra. This revelation astonished Logan, who had initially believed that a girl endowed with magical powers would struggle with chakra. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Not only has she succeeded, but her chakra level has also surpassed Logan's by a margin, thanks to the conversion of magical energy. It appears that in just over a month, little Shirori will possess a chakra level of 1 card. Of course, Logan remains unaware that this rate of increase will decelerate as it approaches 1 card. Yet it is still considerably faster than his own progress. Interestingly, the remuneration Logan receives for completing a single mission under his frugal circumstances allows him to sustain himself for 2 months before needing to undertake a second task, while other ninjas typically rest for a day or two. Logan returns and promptly takes a break of over half a month, much to the chagrin of the Third Hokage. However, he refrains from intervening, as Logan is merely an ordinary ninja without formal education, and the fact that he is able to execute missions is commendable in itself. At this moment, 2 young figures, one adorned with a cat-faced mask and the other with a mask that also resembles a cat, entered the Hokage's office. One had white hair, while the other possessed black locks. If Logan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the two as Kakashi and Itachi. Kakashi, the Umbu operative, had fortuitously been off duty during Logan's last encounter, making their meeting rare. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded as he accepted the scrolls handed to him by the two, beginning to peruse their contents. After reading, he nodded in satisfaction towards both individuals, though he felt a twinge of unease, primarily concerning Uchiha Itachi. However, this concern quickly dissipated. The Third Hokage instructed his Umbu to investigate matters related to Shirori, primarily out of fear that Logan might be deceived by her, potentially leading to an infiltration. Although she appeared frail during testing, caution was still warranted, as it could be a ruse. Thus, he dispatched 2 individuals for the task. The report they returned with stated that Shirori had been rescued by Logan from a wolf's den, where several wolves had been slain by arrows. Furthermore, her physical constitution was not a fade. She was genuinely as weak as she appeared. Concurrently, they provided an assessment of Logan, noting his commendable taijutsu and kenjutsu skills. alongside exceptional endurance. Consequently, the third Hokage felt entirely reassured regarding both Logan and Shiori. Additionally, Naruto had recently displayed less mischief, likely due to Shiori's influence over him. Logan had largely adopted a laissez-faire approach to Naruto's upbringing, offering little more than concern, which could be seen as a typical paternal demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the two and stated, "I understand. The surveillance on Shiori may be lifted, but we must continue to ensure Naruto's protection. Please inform the Umbu accordingly." "Yes, Lord Third." Kakashi and Itachi replied in unison, vanishing from sight the next moment. Once they departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved Logan's file and upgraded his mission rank to A rank. Acknowledging the legitimacy of the situation given the unexpected threat posed by two elite Jonin, it seemed he would need to secure additional funding from the Grass Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, subsequently instructing the Umbu to proceed with their tasks. As for the finances, they would only be allocated to Logan after receiving payment from the Grass Village. After counting the contents of his wallet at home, Logan handed all the remaining money to Xiao Qian and said, "Xiao Qian, this money is for you, to cover our living expenses for the next few days. Grandpa has to take on some missions to earn more." Xiao Qian frowned and inquired, "Grandpa, is it possible not to go out? Just like at Elizabeth Ranch, where everyone is together?" Logan sighed, "Xiao Qian, this is the ninja world. Although I am not a conventional ninja, I have my own role here. Currently, we lack the funds to purchase land, so we must rely on completing missions to make a living." He pondered whether he had forgotten his original profession. After all, those garments he sold had become limited editions. Our root division has already deciphered the secrets and created our own specialized gear for the Umbu. This, of course, was one of the reasons for Logan's unemployment. Yet, it hardly mattered, as he still had a considerable amount of savings that he had never touched. These funds stemmed from the profits he earned from the elderly woman who made clothes, and over the years, he had accumulated quite a share, which he regarded as his personal stash. Under Logan's persuasive charm, and knowing she could not prevent him, Xiao Qian offered a silent prayer for his safety as she watched him depart. While on his way to the Hokage building, Logan encountered three familiar faces: Kai, Ebisu, and Nara Shikamaru. The trio waved and called out, "Uncle Logan, it's you all." Kai, Nara Shikamaru, Ebisu, how have you been lately? Logan greeted them cheerfully. "Not too bad. I just became a captain not long ago, and am currently preparing for a mission. We were hoping to invite you, Uncle Logan, to join us." Kai revealed his intentions, while the other two expressed their eagerness. After all, Logan had been exceptionally promoted to Chunin by the Hokage, suggesting he might possess exceptional skills, though those skills were primarily limited to taijutsu, as perceived by outsiders. Logan pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As it happens, I had intended to undertake a mission today as well. I shall accompany you in this endeavor. Pray tell, what sort of task awaits us?" Kai raised his thumb, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he struck a casual pose, then declared, "It's an escort mission. I've heard that Uncle Logan possesses an exceptional sense of smell, which may prove advantageous. So, I am merely a backup, am I?" Suddenly, the three shared an awkward laugh, for in a certain sense, that was indeed the case. They had no choice but to proceed, as the members of the Inuzuka clan were either already engaged in missions or occupied with matters in Konoha. Logan, in a rather irritable manner, tapped the heads of Kai and the other two, then feigned a fierce expression as he admonished, "This is the last warning. Yes, yes. We shall certainly do better next time." The Biki replied with a cheeky grin. He then proceeded to elucidate the details of their current mission, escorting a noble to the land of hot water in search of a peculiar flower. This flower emits a bizarre odor, discernible to ordinary people within a 3-meter radius, while animals can detect it from hundreds, even thousands of meters away. This is precisely why the Inuzuka clan held disdain for the task. At that moment, Logan could only think, damn. However, the reward for the mission was disproportionately high compared to its level, as Kai explained that it had remained unclaimed for too long. Ultimately, due to the generous compensation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had fortuitously apprehended these three simpletons, assigning them the task. Notably, though, the trio was unaware that Noara Kakashi would be so foolish. "Oh, I see. This indeed seems advantageous," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, exhaling smoke. With Logan's involvement, the task could certainly be accomplished more swiftly. Thus, the quartet set off on their journey. Once they departed from the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands and instructed, "You two, follow behind them just in case. This mission is not particularly straightforward. But, Hokage-sama, no one here could possibly assassinate me." I'll have others temporarily assume your positions, came the reply. Understood. After sensing Kakashi and Itachi's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and muttered, consider this a minor test for you. With these two accompanying them, nothing should go awry. At the entrance of Konoha, Logan exchanged pleasantries with Kamizuki Izumo before they engaged in idle chatter while awaiting the appearance of their employer. Before long, a carriage appeared before them. Driven by a burly man who halted in front of the quartet, two individuals emerged from the carriage, a noblewoman and a girl, presumably mother and daughter. The burly man was likely the butler. One couldn't help but wonder if any unsavory incidents might arise between him and the noblewoman. The noblewoman addressed the four. You are the ninjas assigned to this mission, correct? Thank you ever so much. The girl, gently patted on the back by her mother, timidly added, thank you very much. The noblewoman surveyed the group, ultimately directing a disapproving expression towards Logan, silently cursing, what bad luck. How could such an old man be part of this mission? TSK. To become a CHNIN at such an age? Useless. Had Logan been aware of the other's jibes, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his wrath upon her face without hesitation. When it comes to verbal confrontations, who among the Chinese fears anyone? Although Logan's prowess in insults is not particularly formidable, it surpasses that of the locals by a considerable margin. Once Kai had made the necessary arrangements, Logan positioned himself at the rear, with Kai and Ebisu flanking him, and Shinano Jinkin in front. Thus, their journey commenced. Logan glanced at the others and then at himself, realizing with a twinge of dismay that he had brought nothing along this time, ever since he had lost his knife. The shurikens and various equipment he had procured from mission objectives had been given to Naruto. In the case of an ordinary person, such a situation would have been dire. With a stoic expression, Logan commented on the predicament, oblivious to the flaws within the team due to his inexperience, merely feeling that his lack of supplies was rather unfortunate. After walking for a while beyond the borders of the hidden leaf village, Logan suddenly sensed someone observing him. He looked up to find that the girl in the carriage was fixated on his hair. Currently, his hair was not only streaked with gray but also had the tips dyed white, as he intended to gradually color it until it resembled Shiori's. In this aspect, he could be likened to Shiori's grandfather. The old man and the young girl exchanged glances for a moment, and soon enough, the elder made a silly face at the younger one, who reciprocated with an equally playful expression. Unbeknownst to the others, the two engaged in their little game. However, it would be inaccurate to say that everyone was oblivious. Three individuals were watching with exasperation. One was a noblewoman, while the other two were Kiba and Shino. Kakashi cast a glance at Itachi, who suddenly smiled, prompting Kakashi to look back at him and silently offer a disapproving judgment. Naturally, this slightly tarnished Kakashi's impression of Logan, leaving him to ponder the antics of an old rascal. Nevertheless, in the ninja world, hairstyles and colors were uniquely distinctive. Logan's gradient hair was either a result of natural genetics or dye. He was, of course, the latter. Shiori's hair was natural, while Logan had previously neglected his hair, only washing it occasionally. Presently, despite his reluctance to wash it, Shiori insisted on helping him, and he relished this bond of affection. As night fell, the team arrived at a small town on the border of the Fire Country. The noblewoman intended for them to spend the night there and graciously offered to pay for their accommodations. Logan silently expressed gratitude, relieved that he would not have to sleep on the streets. He had given all his money to Shiori and had no private funds, so sleeping outdoors wouldn't have been an issue for him. It would have merely been uncomfortable. As the saying goes, a good deed should be carried through to the end. The noblewoman treated everyone to a sumptuous dinner, showcasing her aristocratic generosity. Indeed, she was a noble. This task was simple, the reward generous, and travel expenses covered. While eating, Logan mentally applauded her 1,000 times over. This journey had seemed unusually tranquil, remarked Noara Karama. Oh, isn't it because the formidable and handsome me has frightened the enemies away? Hibiki chimed in, grinning while munching on a chicken leg. Beside him, Guy crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, stating seriously, while that may hold some truth, we are still within the Fire Country. The enemies are unlikely to reveal themselves so easily. Indeed, during my previous missions, I only encountered enemies after leaving the Fire Country. Logan nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, the noblewoman cast a sidelong glance at Logan, a faint smirk gracing her lips as she mused to herself. You wretched old man. Who would have thought it was you who consumed the poison drumstick? Truly, you are nothing but a feeble relic. However, the poison is set to take effect tomorrow morning. Once you collapse, one must admit, this noblewoman certainly calculated her moves well. Alas, The toxin proved ineffective against Logan. It might have had a fleeting impact, but ultimately he would resist and recover swiftly. As Logan indulged in his meal, he couldn't help but perceive an unusual flavor, slightly off-kilter. Were he a connoisseur of poisons? He might have discerned the cause with ease. Alas, he was not, and thus he merely speculated that perhaps an excess of seasoning was to blame. Nevertheless, he found himself consuming more than he intended, for it was simply delightful. Chapter 13. Ambush and Preemptive Strike in the Early Morning, outside the quaint little town. Kai and Logan jogged side by side, their strides in sync. With palpable enthusiasm, Kai shouted to Logan, "Uncle Logan, immortal in spirit, and now even closer to my pace. Is this the essence of youth that is yet to be extinguished?" Logan paused momentarily, incredulous at the notion of being immortal in spirit. Had he possessed a blade in hand, he might have been tempted to hurl it towards the vicinity of that cheeky waist of yours. Logan coughed a few times, and then remarked, "AKA, a man remains youthful until death. Thus, youth endures forever. Do you understand?" "I comprehend, Uncle Logan. For the sake of youth, let us ignite our spirits together. Cheers." Kai exclaimed enthusiastically, quickening his pace, compelling Logan to match his speed. Logan, somewhat exasperated, muttered to himself, "I merely intended to run a few laps this morning. Who would have anticipated encountering this fellow?" He pondered, "Isn't a brief exercise sufficient? It's not as though I'm aiming to cultivate an exceptional running talent or transform into a muscle-bound behemoth." As he contemplated, Logan discreetly assessed his own muscles, reasoning that he ought to have developed more. Yet, he felt little difference from when he first arrived. Perhaps they were marginally larger and noticeably firmer, but it seemed more akin to the results of a few months of training rather than several years. However, his strength gains did reflect years of effort, which struck him as peculiar. In any case, Logan continued his run, filled with questions, until their employer awoke and the journey commenced. The noble woman observed the two perspiring strongmen and slightly revised her opinion of Logan. At least his physique was commendable. Moreover, she felt a sense of relief, as the elite ninja and the elderly man, who was about to succumb to poison, appeared utterly drained, a situation favorable for their imminent plans. Once the group set off, Logan found himself at the back, making silly faces to communicate with a little girl. The girl, nearly in tears, was not aligned with the noble woman. Rather, she was a captive. It was a rare opportunity to communicate with the ninjas of Konoha through secret signals, yet there was a clear disconnect. She felt as if she were dealing with a playful rogue. She clung to the hope that Logan would suddenly decipher her signals, but alas, it was not to be. Upon exiting the Land of Fire, Kai glanced at the forest path and addressed the group. "Be vigilant. Uncle Logan, have you sensed anything?" "Not at all," Logan responded, twitching his nose. "The wind is currently at our backs. I doubt any scent can waft toward us from the front." Kai nodded, then added, "Stay alert. If anything suspicious arises, be sure to inform everyone." "Understood." As the group pressed onward, it wasn't long before the girl seemed to tire of the game and withdrew her head from the window. At that moment, the wind shifted, prompting Logan to twitch his nose again. He hurried to Kai's side and whispered, "There are likely a dozen or so individuals lying in ambush ahead." Kai nodded and discreetly communicated with Hebe and Shiranui, while Logan retreated to his previous position. Every 100 meters, Kai would glance back, and Logan would signal with his fingers to indicate they were still several hundred meters away. After advancing more than 200 meters, the noble woman stealthily pulled aside the curtain to assess Logan's condition. Logically, he should be showing signs of fatigue by now. Utilizing chakra would likely lead him to collapse, or at most, he would falter within a minute. However, Logan appeared as vigorous as ever, seemingly untouched by any external influences. Could it be that I have unknowingly employed a counterfeit potion? The noble woman pondered anxiously, realizing that if she did not fall unexpectedly, the element of surprise would diminish significantly. However, the ambush had already been uncovered. Before she could comprehend the unfolding situation, Kai suddenly shouted, "Now is the time. Attack. Fire release. Great fireball technique." Ebisu directed his assault towards the nearest anomaly, a peculiar thicket of trees, unleashing a fireball and preparing his shuriken for a subsequent strike. Shinobi Jinjin refrained from using ninjutsu, instead hurling a shuriken imbued with an explosive tag, while his mouth Samban quivered as if in preparation for something. Kai, too, readied himself for battle, unlike Logan, who had come unarmed, while Kai's shuriken and other ninja tools were poised for action. This scene left the noble woman astounded. She could not fathom how her ambushes had been discovered and preemptively attacked by the Konoha ninja. Was this some sort of absurd joke? There were no Hyuga clan members or sensory-type ninjas present. How could they have been detected? Hearing the clamor outside, The noblewoman's expression darkened. With a swift motion, she knocked the little girl unconscious and subsequently dispelled her physical transformation technique, tearing away her disguise, revealing a one-eyed elder. Logan recognized him as a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, marveling at how long he had maintained the charade of a woman. While the noblewoman herself was indeed a member of the Fire Country's aristocracy, likely now met with misfortune. The one-eyed elder began to weave hand seals, and soon, thick fog enveloped the area. This is the mist technique. Kai frowned, observing the dense mist, and urgently warned, "Everyone, be cautious." Before he could finish, he leapt aside to avoid a torrent of water aimed at him. "Impressive. You evaded my water release, water chaos wave. But how about this?" A voice emerged behind Kai, prompting him to jump away in alarm, but the attack was directed at Logan. Logan was startled and instinctively unsheathed his claws, using them to block the strike. A reaction driven not by sight but by his mutant ability, heightened animal instinct. Although he successfully deflected the attack, the force compelled him to retreat several meters. "Now, taste the silence of death." The one-eyed elder unexpectedly appeared behind Logan, only to be instinctively pierced through the lung and heart by Logan's claws. "Damn, you scared me," Logan exclaimed, casting the body aside. Upon inspecting his claws, he quickly noticed the mist beginning to dissipate, allowing him to identify the assailant who had attempted to ambush him with water ninjutsu. He swiftly retracted his claws and charged towards the individual. Konoha whirlwind. No, wait. It's a double whirlwind. As Logan approached the adversary to launch an attack, Kai swiftly joined him in a coordinated effort. The besieged rogue ninja from the mist let out a pained cry before being sent flying by the two, the sound suggesting that several of his ribs had been fractured. Though the method by which the mist technique dissipated remained a mystery, Kai suddenly exclaimed, "Gangyan." He leaped beside the two rogue ninjas, widening the distance between them. Meanwhile, Hibi's was engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, with both sides evenly matched. Kai quickly adjusted his strategy, declaring, "Uncle Logan, you go assist Hibi's. We will handle these five." Understanding the directive, Logan nodded without further ado and charged towards Hibi's location. Kai unfurled a sealing scroll and retrieved a pair of nunchaku, known as the Twin Assault Fangs. Upon Logan's arrival at Ebisu, he launched a flying kick at his opponent, only to have it deftly evaded. Ebisu hastily exclaimed, "Uncle Logan, I can handle this." "I know. Please hurry and assist over there." Logan replied, "Do you truly believe the two of you can subdue me? I initially intended to toy with you." The rogue Miss Ninja, visibly displeased, remarked as he surveyed his companions. Transitioning from a single kunai to wielding two, he then observed Logan's unarmed stance and reverted to his original grip. Preparing to form hand seals with his kunai in hand, Logan charged forward, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages, crackling with flickers of lightning. "Thunder Eagle Claw," he roared, forcefully channeling the electricity into his grasp. His speed intensified significantly, instilling fear in the rogue Miss Shinobi, who found himself desperately evading Logan's onslaught. Lightning release without hand seals? The rogue Miss Shinobi gasped, struggling to keep up. Fortunately for him, Logan had conjured this technique spontaneously, had he utilized his adamantium claws. The maneuver would have been executed with far greater ease. Although still unrefined, he persevered through the pain of wielding this technique, far preferring it to exposing his true claws. "Master Logan!" exclaimed Ebisu, who joined the fray. Previously, he could only flee in disarray from Logan, but with Ebisu's support, the rogue Miss Shinobi was soon dispatched by Logan's lethal claw strike. Logan gazed at the vibrant heart in his hands, a tangle of emotions swirling within him. His attention shifted to the nameless rogue ninja, whose face betrayed a sense of indignation. The complexity of Logan's feelings stemmed not from any affinity for the individual, but from the searing pain coursing through his hand. Only he would dare to employ such a jutsu. One might think that Logan harbored feelings for the man, but that notion was utterly implausible. After assimilating the memories of both world wars, the anguish of life and death had become trivial. However, the reality of experience was a different matter altogether. Casting aside the heart, Logan turned to Ebisu and commanded, "Let us proceed and resolve the situation over there." "Understood," Ebisu exclaimed, charging towards Kai. Meanwhile, Logan crouched down, scavenging two weapons from the fallen rogue ninja. It was not prudent to reveal his claws at this moment, so he opted for the weapons instead, which were certainly preferable to bare fists. Once prepared, Logan unleashed a characteristic roar befitting Wolverine, charging toward Kai. This very roar inadvertently thwarted Ebisu's ambush. "Your comrades are quite foolish. You let your stealth fail." The rogue ninja chuckled, having narrowly escaped the surprise attack. "Ebisu, adjusting his glasses with a resigned expression, could only reflect on the situation. After all, who could argue with Logan, the uncle? Upon Logan's arrival, he seized one of the frenzied attackers. Observing Logan's aggressive tactics, Hebe swiftly rushed to assist the elusive Shiranui. As he realized that any approach towards Logan could either result in an accidental injury to him or be met with an inadvertent strike from Logan himself. Logan, akin to a tenacious piece of candy, clung to his adversary. Thus, prioritizing assistance to others seemed prudent. "How reckless you are!" exclaimed the enraged rogue ninja, caught in Logan's relentless assault. However, he quickly retracted his attack, evading Logan's piercing strikes, which were undeniably soul-crushing. Ugh! Logan disregarded him, continuing his onslaught. Each time the rogue attempted to thrust a kunai at him, Logan promptly redirected his own kunai towards the rogue's heart and neck, embodying a life-for-a-life mentality that forced the rogue to evade repeatedly. Yet, despite his efforts, the rogue's speed fell short, rendering him unable to create any distance. After a prolonged struggle, the rogue felt his stamina depleting rapidly. He could no longer bear it. He refused to believe that Logan was genuinely fearless. In a moment of reckless determination during Logan's assault, the rogue lunged forward, thrusting his kunai viciously towards Logan's heart, while Logan simultaneously aimed his weapon at the rogue's own heart. As three kunai simultaneously pierced their targets, it became evident that two of them were taken from the lifeless body of Logan's previous opponent. The rogue, taken aback, was astonished that Logan had indeed exchanged blows with him. Speechless, he coughed up blood and, with a cold smile, declared, "I never expected you to be so unafraid of death." With that, his head tilted, and he succumbed to his fate. Logan withdrew the shuriken embedded in his opponent's chest, causing blood to splatter across his own body. He then extracted the shuriken lodged in his own heart, the wound vanishing almost instantaneously. "Am I to wait? How absurd!" Logan muttered with a disgruntled expression, before turning to assist Kai and the others. However, as he approached, the battle concluded with Kai's swift leaf whirlwind. Logan chuckled softly and remarked, "It appears that it has come to an end." Kai made a playful gesture and grinned, "Of course. With my mighty Konoha Azure Beast making an entrance. You haven't even opened the 8 gates." Logan laughed, intending to hang a shuriken at his side, only to realize he had no place to attach it, ultimately tossing it to Ebisu. Startled by Logan's sudden action, Ebisu fumbled, relieved to have escaped injury. But his gaze towards Logan was laden with reproach. After tending to the remains of their adversary, Kai turned to Logan and said, "Uncle Logan, please check on the protected target." Just as Logan was about to nod in agreement, he caught a whiff of something foul, then shouted, "This is bad. There's a scent of blood coming from the carriage." "What?" Kai and the others exclaimed in shock, hastily following Logan towards the carriage, their senses heightened. Logan pulled aside the curtain of the carriage, only to find that the noblewoman was no longer there. Instead, a one-eyed man lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in death. Logan recognized the man from his previous encounters, astonished that he had ended up here, bearing several new stab wounds. Logan cast a glance at another individual, his brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that the perpetrator was the young girl beside the noblewoman. No, the real culprit was himself. This girl must have dragged the victim here to desecrate the body. At that moment, she wore an expression that conveyed a sense of vengeance. Wielding a knife stained with fresh blood, her own attire splattered with gore. Noticing that the girl showed no inclination to engage in combat with them, Kai and the others approached to inquire, "What is happening?" Soon, the other two also recognized the peculiarities of the situation. Ultimately, Kai decided to seek clarification first. Considering the girl was still quite young and did not appear to be a seasoned ninja, after a thorough interrogation, the four learned that this assignment was a trap. The noblewoman had been replaced. The girl before them was, in fact, the ninja who had slain the noblewoman and assumed her appearance, not through transformation jutsu, but by means of a human skin mask, as the latter might have revealed inconsistencies. Following the death of the one-eyed man, she had dragged him into the carriage to vent her wrath, remarking that had he struck her harder to knock her unconscious, perhaps this incident could have been avoided, although she might have still entertained the idea of desecrating the body afterward. Now, only this young girl remained, and upon returning to the imperial capital, her life would likely become quite arduous. By midday, the four had dealt with the body and the young girl, not through violence, but by ensuring she was cleaned up. Exhausted, she eventually fell asleep in the carriage. The four planned to rest briefly before setting off, with Kai, Ebisu, and Shiranui sending her away while Logan returned to Konoha with Kai's report. A day later, Ebisu and Shiranui returned as well. and the group gathered for a meal at a barbecue restaurant. It was indeed fortunate that Uncle Logan's keen senses had alerted them. Had they been ambushed, the outcome could have been dire, Shiranui remarked, glancing at Logan. Logan chuckled softly without uttering a word, continuing instead to roast the meat. Shiranui Gunma remained unfazed, engaging in a discussion with Ebisu while Kai contemplated the prospect of exchanging insights on physical techniques with Logan. He felt it was time to recruit Logan for the practice of the 8 gates, believing that Logan's physical prowess had reached a level suitable for such advanced training. Chapter 14. Little Shirori, look who it is. A day after parting ways with Kai and his companions, Logan sprinted towards the direction of Konoha, opting for a straight path. Although a direct route may not be the easiest to traverse, it certainly minimized the chances of losing his way. After covering some distance, Logan's attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion to his left. Straining to listen, he discerned the sounds of battle. Could it be that a Konoha team had encountered hostile ninjas during their mission? Logan mused, then hastened towards the source of the conflict, deliberately treading lightly to avoid detection. However, his stealth could hardly be termed as such when one charged in with a roar. Perched among the branches, Logan parted the leaves to observe discreetly. The first sight to greet him was an alpaca wielding a large sword. Is that Rima? And the trio of Little Sweetheart? Well, I initially thought encountering Shirori was a stroke of luck, but it seems I am not alone in this adventure after all, Logan murmured to himself, grimacing as he revealed his claws, as he had no intention of sparing the opposing rogue ninjas. With a signature roar that embodied Wolverine's ferocity, he drew the attention of the 11 adversaries, including the alpaca. Damn, it's a Konoha Chunin, one of the rogue ninjas exclaimed angrily. Upon seeing Logan charging in with an unusual weapon, realization dawned upon him, and he quickly shouted, "That old man is alone. Attack. Kill him. Then capture that summoning beast and those 3 children. Is that Grandpa here to help us?" Natsuki inquired nervously, glancing at Rima. Among the group of 3 children and the alpaca, Rima was indeed the pillar of support, appearing much more mature than the rest. 2 rogue ninjas charged at Logan from either side, while 4 others surrounded Rima and Little Sweetheart, with 2 more preparing ninjutsu to support their comrades in close combat. The rogue ninja rushing towards Logan brandished a short blade, aiming for his abdomen and neck. Logan paid no heed, if he intended to conclude this skirmish swiftly. He could not afford to hesitate. Recently, having fused with authentic Logan's memories and experienced the pain associated with them, he found himself braver than before. Allowing the short blade to slice through his abdomen and sever his carotid artery, Logan thrust his claws into the hearts of the 2 assailants, effortlessly bringing them to the ground. Even in their final moments, they could not comprehend why this old man from Konoha would choose such a reckless path. Opting for mutual destruction, Logan, "Oh, my apologies, I am not dead. You may proceed as you wish." Under the astonished gazes of 2 rogue ninjas poised to employ their ninjutsu, Logan swiftly unsheathed his claws and lunged towards them. By the time the 2 rogue ninjas regained their composure, one had already succumbed to a fatal slash, while the other, reacting with remarkable speed, utilized a substitution technique to evade the lethal strike, temporarily concealing himself to observe from the shadows. "What is the matter?" One of the 4 rogue ninjas surrounding Lima turned around, only to be met with Logan's piercing assault. However, he fared better than the others, at least managing to emit a cry that drew the attention of his comrades, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he alerted his companions. The remaining 3 turned in alarm, and Lima's gaze sharpened with intensity. She brandished her greatsword and leaped toward one of the rogue ninjas, simultaneously bellowing, "Furry assault." With a single stroke, she cleaved through the ninja's shoulder and arm. "Ah, cursed beast of summoning, die!" The rogue ninja, now bereft of his shoulder and arm, roared in fury, preparing to drive his kunai into Lima's heart. However, she preemptively launched a furry head, but that sent him sprawling. The other 2, now utterly terrified, realized that Lima and her companions were already barely holding their ground, with the sudden loss of nearly half their number, coupled with the presence of an undaunted leaf ninja. Their chances of victory had dwindled to nothing. Their only hope was to flee. "Retreat," one of the rogue ninjas shouted in desperation. But he was met with a horrific fate, as Logan's claws severed both his weapon and arm. Ordinary weapons stood no chance against Logan's adamantium claws. Even the Kusanagi sword would falter. Perhaps some divine artifacts might withstand a few strikes, yet most would likely suffer chipping or even be rendered useless over time. Soon after, Logan and Lima united to eliminate the remaining 2 adversaries. Once the rogue ninjas were dispatched, Lima remained on high alert, wary of Logan. In contrast, Logan seemed indifferent to her vigilance as he picked up a kunai and hurled it towards a nearby thicket, remarking, "Your sin is too overpowering. And it's coming from upwind. How did you know I was here?" The rogue ninja emerged from the underbrush. Incredulity etched on his face as he clutched his shoulder. He had believed he could escape unscathed, only to be taken aback by Logan's unexpected maneuver. As Logan approached the rogue ninja, he remarked, "My sense of smell is exceptionally keen, akin to that of a ninja hound. Do you truly believe you can evade me? Unless you intend to conceal yourself beneath the earth with Doton." With that, Logan retracted his claws, leaving only the middle finger of his right hand extended. "Damn it!" The rogue ninja exclaimed in fury as he drew a kunai and a short blade from his waist, aiming them at Logan's abdomen and heart. Logan, unwavering and unyielding, simultaneously pierced the heart of his opponent with the remaining claw, lifting him into the air. The dying rogue ninja, gazing at the places on Logan's body where wounds should have been, exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you immortal?" "Indeed, your deduction is correct," Logan replied, "but regrettably, your reward shall only be the right to dwell in the underworld." With that, he cast the lifeless rogue ninja aside. Logan grimaced as he extracted the dagger embedded in his heart and the shuriken from his abdomen, silently vowing to himself, "Next time, I shall refrain from such theatrics." The pain is excruciating. Logan retracted his claws and approached Lima and Waizu. The three little sweethearts trembled in fear, hiding behind Lima. For the blood-splattered visage of Logan was truly terrifying. Even though he did not emanate any palpable aura of menace, the ominous energy surrounding him was undeniably intense. "Stay back," Lima shouted, her sword aimed at Logan with anxiety. She, too, was frightened. The wounds that should have marred his body had inexplicably vanished. Coupled with the earlier conversation between that rogue ninja and Logan about facing an indestructible foe, it was only natural for anyone to feel apprehensive and afraid. Logan paused for a moment, refraining from advancing any further. Instead, he stood still, scratching his head in bewilderment, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "There's no need to be so guarded around me. Lima, Waizu, Mimi, and Jinghua." The girls were taken aback, and Lima quickly inquired, "You know us? Do you know how to return to Lanso?" The trio of Waizu temporarily set aside their fears, their eyes filled with hope as they gazed at Logan. They longed to return, for this place was perilously dangerous, teeming with ferocious beasts and troublesome humans, difficult to defeat or kill. When they attacked, the adversaries might transform into inanimate objects, leaving one unaware of where to hide and prepare for a surprise strike. For now, I am uncertain if there exists a method to return to Lanso that requires exploration, but you can accompany me for the time being. The ninja realm is not safe," Logan stated. Lima fixed her gaze on him and asserted, "No, we will not follow you. We will find our way back ourselves." Indeed. Lima's reluctance to trust him due to his knowledge of their names was justified. Caution towards strangers was warranted. "Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Currently, Shokan resides in my home, and should await a return present itself, I shall certainly escort you back. After all, the ninja realm is not well suited for you." Logan reassured them, invoking Shokan's name, knowing that familiarity breeds trust. Lima was momentarily stunned and quickly asked, "Shokan, are you deceiving us?" "Of course not. At present, I am Shokan's grandfather, and my household consists solely of Shokan and a little boy, who affectionately refers to Shokan as his sister," Logan replied with a smile, subsequently recounting how he met Shokan and describing her physical features. After considerable discussion, Logan had acquired 3 granddaughters and a ninja beast companion. Initially, Lima wished to be regarded as Logan's granddaughter, but he declined, reasoning that Lima was better suited to present herself as a ninja beast to avoid raising suspicion. After all, who could conceive of a llama that walks upright and wields a sword? Such a claim would undoubtedly raise eyebrows and might attract the scrutiny of the ever-watchful Danzo on the very night they returned. Once Logan had tended to the scene and cleaned the blood from himself, he set forth with the 3 little ones and a llama. Along the journey, Logan encouraged the girls to embrace the roles he had assigned them, with Mimi adapting the quickest. She excitedly addressed him as Ojaizen, melting his heart as he transformed into a doting grandfather, lifting Mimi onto his shoulder in a display of affection. Yet, he was not content with just that. He scooped up Jinghua and Waizu as well. "Humph, I don't want to sit on Ojaizen's shoulder." Jinghua turned her head away, though her wandering gaze betrayed her enjoyment of the situation. Meanwhile, Waizu gently tugged at Logan's beard to capture his attention while secretly drawing a turtle on his neck, all the while distracting him with her words. "Ojaizen, how much longer until we see Sister Shokan?" Logan, with a pained expression on his face, remarked, Perhaps I shall return to see little Shiori by nightfall. He was not entirely certain, yet felt reassured that he was on the right path. Along the way, he engaged in delightful conversation with Mizuki and her companions, predominantly sharing various precautions. Lila, displaying a keen intellect far surpassing that of the three children, occasionally posed questions. Indeed, among them, Hyuka also exhibited a level of maturity akin to that of a young adult. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Logan and his companions arrived at the gates of Konoha. "Uncle Logan, you've returned from your mission," they greeted him, before their eyes fell upon the others. "Oh, it's Yamamoto," he acknowledged. "I fortuitously encountered my three granddaughters during my mission. Thankfully, Lila was there to safeguard them. Otherwise, it could have ended tragically. Alas." He feigned sorrow with a dramatic sigh. Logan exhibited a contemplative expression, as if recollecting something, before he gently tugged at Lima, introducing her. "This is Lima. Although she is a beast of a ninja, she excels in physical and sword techniques, lacking any proficiency in ninjutsu." Yamamoto acknowledged with a nod. After all, Lima did not possess the formidable aura typical of the three great sacred lands, so her inability to wield ninjutsu was quite understandable. Yamamoto made a note of this and subsequently permitted Logan and his companions to enter. However, before he could utter another word, a member of the Umbu, adorned with a cat-faced mask, emerged suddenly and addressed Logan. "Chunin Logan, the Hokage requests your presence." "Understood. I shall report immediately," Logan replied. "Please bring along your three granddaughters and that beast of a ninja." With that, the Umbu vanished into thin air. Logan felt a twinge of envy, yet lamented that his talent for forming hand seals was truly lacking. He could not even execute a D-rank body flicker technique, let alone a mere E-rank clone technique. He was foolishly aspiring to utilize D-rank skills, which was a preposterous notion. Before long, Logan arrived at the Hokage office with Lima and three adorable little ones. After knocking on the door, a voice from within, belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, beckoned him to enter. Inside the Hokage office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was present, although numerous Umbu members surely lurked outside. "Lord Third," Logan called out, addressing Hiruzen as he proceeded to report on his mission. Once the official matters were concluded, he broached a personal topic, articulating his intentions to secure a resident status for the three little ones and grant Lima a designation as a Konoha ninja beast, so that she could attend to Shiori and Mikuki. However, it was more accurate to say that she would be co-caring for the trio alongside Shiori, who was now quite capable of looking after herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Logan with a questioning gaze. "Logan, my dear brother, what of their parents?" "My children," Logan replied. "They have become separated from us. If possible, I hope that, once found, they might settle in the peaceful and prosperous Konoha, contributing in whatever small way they can." Logan continued to utter disingenuous words, knowing full well that when the time came during the Shippuden arc, he would need to relocate with everyone, lest they fall victim to the wrath of the malevolent Pain and his almighty Shinra Tensei. In truth, there was an opportunity to escape during the Chunin exams, but the outcome was uncertain. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, observing Logan's demeanor. Though perplexed by the abundance of children in Logan's life, he refrained from questioning it. After all, many widows in Konoha had harbored affections for him, and it was understandable that he had enjoyed a spirited youth, which might explain the multitude of grandchildren he possessed. Subsequently, Logan engaged Sarutobi Hiruzen in discussions regarding welfare, expressing the overwhelming pressure of supporting so many children. Ultimately, Hiruzen broke into a sweat at the absurdity of Logan's claims. "Pressure? You're merely undertaking missions at random. Most of your time is spent either at home, indulging the children, or conducting experiments. Only venturing out to complete tasks or exchange concoctions for funds when your coffers run low. How dare you claim to be under pressure?" Furthermore, since Shiori's arrival, Logan had largely neglected household duties. It was a pity for the diligent Shiori. Had she consented, Hiruzen even contemplated adopting her as a granddaughter. In the end, under the sweet persuasion of the three little ones, the third Hokage reluctantly allocated additional funding and living expenses to Logan. With the third's endorsement, Mikuki and her companions easily infiltrated the inner workings of Konoha, and to Logan's astonishment, Hiruzen arranged for their enrollment in school an unexpected turn of events, leaving him curious about the Hokage's true motives, if any. Upon departing the Hokage office, Logan and his companions returned home. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the three little ones raced to the entrance, joyfully exclaiming, "Welcome home, Grandpa." "Lima, is that you?" "Wow." Lima excitedly embraced Xiao Qian, her accuracy astonishing as she directly connected with her true self, while the other two dissipated into wisps of smoke. This spectacle captivated the three girls, a display undeniably impressive. That evening, Logan moved his bed into Xiao Qian's room, allowing the four of them, along with an alpaca, to coexist in a single space. As for the unfortunate Logan, he immersed himself in the laboratory, working through the night, for upon seeing Lima, Xiao Qian had much to discuss, leaving poor Logan forgotten. However, the happiest of all was Naruto, who returned home with a bruised face, now blessed with three new friends. Though these companions appeared somewhat peculiar, they undoubtedly shared a connection with Logan, being his granddaughter. Logan, that is indeed true. We are all adopted. Chapter 15. The Ranch and Tai Chi that evening. Immersed in the laboratory, Logan did not engage in any experiments or pharmaceuticals, for he knew that numerous missions awaited him in the future. He could not afford to be indolent now, for this was not the realm of Marvel mutants, but rather that of Naruto. In the mutant universe, one could still seek refuge with the X-Men, whereas in Naruto's world, as long as one was not under the watchful eye of Danzo, aligning oneself with Konoha was relatively safe. Logan needed to reflect on his future training and combat strategies. An approach that relies solely on reckless charges is untenable and will inevitably expose his vulnerabilities, leading to his downfall. After a night of contemplation, he delineated his strengths and weaknesses as well as his prospective training direction. Weaknesses. His resistance to illusions is virtually non-existent. He lacks ranged attack capabilities. He harbors a fear of sealing techniques, dust techniques, possibly, and peculiar soul extraction methods. Solutions. For the illusionary aspect, he could maintain a state of chaotic chakra during battle, which, while detrimental to the body, poses no threat to him personally. Regarding ranged attacks, he must continue to explore the bone techniques that inflict harm upon both himself and his adversaries, unbeknownst to him, once he achieves the transformation of chakra properties. The self-inflicted damage from bone techniques will be negligible. As for sealing techniques, dust techniques, and soul extraction, he might consider learning the 8 gates, which Guy could potentially teach him, although it remains uncertain whether he will impart the knowledge of all 8 gates. The rationale behind learning the 8 gates is simply to evade being sealed or struck. Strengths. His chakra recovery is robust, although the quantity is limited. He can replenish it within mere seconds. His body is nearly indestructible. This latter point was not explicitly noted, as Logan is already aware of it. Additionally, there are other factors he did not document, such as the potential for the future development of the ninja world and various truths. He is particularly averse to magnetic techniques. The magnetic manipulation employed by the likes of Magneto would be akin to child's play against him, and the magnetic techniques utilized by the Sand Shinobi would likely be no different. As for magnetic techniques, there seems to be no remedy. They are a natural counter. Fortunately, there are few magnetic ninja in the future, and even if there are, they are likely to be of little consequence. The likes of Rasha have long been disregarded by Logan. Regarding Logan's training philosophy, he frequently practiced Tai Chi in his past life, and he recalls the nuances of this gentle martial art vividly. Given that his current body is approaching 2 centuries in age, practicing Tai Chi is certainly within the realm of possibility, especially with the support of chakra, which he intends to modify significantly. By the end of the night, he had structured his thoughts clearly, such as allowing his yang and yin chakra to circulate within his body while practicing Tai Chi, though this would require practical application. As for the bone techniques, he plans to attempt concentrating chakra on his claws and launching it outward, thus providing himself with some means of ranged attack to avoid being toyed with by enemies. The matter of the 8 gates can be addressed once Guy and the others return. Before he realized it, morning had arrived. Logan murmured to himself as he tucked the paper into his book and exited the laboratory. At the forest training ground number 33. It was early morning and devoid of any presence. It seemed that Kai had embarked on another mission, leaving the area desolate. In the training field, Logan assumed the stance of Tai Chi, beginning to move languidly. A patrolling member of the Dark Division, witnessing his slow, almost geriatric motions, appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the purpose of such lethargic movements. However, he chose to ignore Logan and continued on with his patrol. After executing a complete set of Tai Chi, Logan frowned, for his yang release and yin release had not activated. They seemed to be stuck. What could be the matter? Tai Chi is fundamentally about the equilibrium of yin and yang. My yang release chakra is significantly more potent than my yin release chakra, Logan pondered, quickly identifying the issue at hand. Balance required both forms of chakra to be in equal measure. Consequently, Logan commenced a gradual adjustment, primarily aiming to reduce the output of his yang release. After approximately an hour, he finally exhaled in relief and ceased his practice. He sensed a slight enhancement in his physical prowess, albeit not to a significant extent. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Nonetheless, it was certainly more effective than his previous training with wooden dummies, which he found somewhat acceptable. Logan remarked to himself that this yin-yang tai chi was indeed quite commendable, though he suspected that most individuals would struggle to sustain it for long. After all, unlike Logan, the average person would not possess an unceasing generation of chakra. Once their yin and yang release chakra was depleted, they would need to pause and recuperate. Following this, Logan endeavored to incorporate the elemental attributes of lightning, water, fire, wind, and earth into the cycle. The result was catastrophic. He lost 70 to 80% of his physical form in the explosion. Logan lay expressionless on the ground, awaiting recovery. After approximately a minute, he rose unscathed, inhaled deeply, and then, clutching his head, he bellowed, "Ah, that hurts so much." Fortunately, no one was around to witness his plight, so he hastily began to clear the area. Although it appeared somewhat disheveled, it was passable. After all, no one had seen it. Soon after, Logan commenced again, this time utilizing a modest amount of chakra from the 5 elemental natures, subsequently employing yin-yang chakra to balance them. This endeavor proved successful. Although the 5 basic chakra types still exhibited signs of volatility, their equilibrium improved significantly once Logan reduced the output of these elemental chakras. Ultimately, Logan concluded that the optimal chakra distribution was 6, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, with the yin-yang natures at 6 and the basic elemental chakra at 1, allowing for stable operation. In terms of enhancing physical strength and vitality, the results were quite impressive. Should he impart this knowledge to others? It would suffice to teach them the principles of yin-yang balance, rather than burden them with the complexities he had encountered. Through meticulous study, this training method was aptly named yin-yang taiji. However, it appeared that for the time being, this technique could only enhance his own physical constitution, significantly outpacing the effects of typical extreme sports. This implied that he need not engage in excessive exercise. Nonetheless, regular physical activity remained essential. As a martial arts ninja, abruptly ceasing to run or practice combat could easily arouse the suspicions of certain watchful individuals. "Danzo, you worthless fool who cannot even perform ninjutsu. My roots will not be used to monitor you. Logan, are you courteous?" After engaging in yin-yang tai chi, Logan again turned his attention to practicing tai chi. After approximately half the morning, he reluctantly began to train in the martial art of bone techniques. Though Logan harbors dreams of becoming a great hero, he lacks a mentor to guide him. His foray into the realms of yin and yang, as well as tai chi, was purely accidental. The notion of mastering Tai Chi Chuan seems utterly implausible. Indeed, it is an impossibility. Around 11 o'clock, Logan returned home, persistently rubbing his hands due to the lingering pain from his training. While the discomfort had subsided, he could not resist the urge to massage his sore muscles. Upon arriving home, Logan paused for a moment, then turned to inquire of Shirori and Rima, "Where are Mei and the others? Have they gone out to play?" "They went to school with Naruto. Didn't he, the third Hokage, mention yesterday that those 3 little ones were to enroll?" Shirori replied, her gaze fixed curiously upon Logan. "Seriously? He was not jesting?" Logan exclaimed, his expression reflecting his dismay. At that moment, Rima approached him, suggesting, "Logan-san, this place is rather cramped. Could we possibly ask that old gentleman for a piece of land? Shirori and I wish to re-establish the Elizabeth Ranch in Konoha." Logan opened his mouth in astonishment, silently exclaiming his admiration. However, he did not decline and said, "Let me think. Regarding the ranch, I am certainly at ease with Lima. As for Xiaoqian, there is no issue. She has matured significantly, with her operational time now exceeding twice what it once was," Xiaoqian confidently declared, raising her hand to showcase her muscles, which were imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, Logan only perceived her cuteness. Indeed, when comparing the two, he found himself more fond of Xiaoqian's character. He approached her, gently petting her head with his left hand and caressing her face with his right, smiling as he said, "I understand. Xiaoqian is working very hard. But do take care not to overexert yourself. I am certain I will develop a remedy for your physical challenges in the future." "Yes, I believe in you, uncle," Xiaoqian replied with a beaming smile directed at Logan. Lima, observing from the side, was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated the camaraderie between Xiaoqian and Logan. Yet this clearly indicated that Logan was indeed a trustworthy individual. Logan released Xiaoqian and turned to the two, saying, Well then, after lunch, let us explore the vicinity of the hidden leaf village to identify a suitable location. I shall handle this matter alongside Lima, Xiaoqian. Do make sure to rest well at home. Xiaoqian responded cheerfully, it's perfectly fine. Lima can manage it just as well. Lima nodded, feeling a surge of excitement, and unexpectedly playfully nudged Logan, catching him off guard. Logan's lips quivered slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from expressing his frustration. He was well aware of the peculiar habits of this wretched alpaca. However, the suddenness of the situation caught him off guard. Ah, my apologies. I am simply too exhilarated, Lima exclaimed, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the drool from Logan's face, her expression tinged with embarrassment. The three of them engaged in conversation at home for quite some time, but it was predominantly Logan who listened. Under the guidance of Xiaoqian, Lima had begun her training in chakra manipulation. After all, even without practicing ninjutsu, activities such as walking on water, scaling trees, and traversing walls were quite commendable and would serve to enhance her abilities. Lima mused that she might not even require ninjutsu. Considering her hands resembled hoofs, the fact that she could wield a massive sword was already remarkable. However, Logan soon faced a disheartening revelation. He had never anticipated that Lima would indeed master ninjutsu. Although she had only acquired the technique of the shadow clone, the weight of this unexpected setback was overwhelming. How could it be that a pair of hooves surpassed his own perfectly functional hands? Feeling quite dejected, Logan took Lima to various locations in search of suitable land for constructing a ranch. After much deliberation, they settled on a plot in the northwest that was relatively appropriate, albeit somewhat small. Nevertheless, it would suffice, as, in reality, Lima would be the sole individual managing the ranch. Xiaoqian was too frail to bear such a heavy responsibility. As for the three adorable youngsters, they were now attending school and would likely only lend a hand when they found it entertaining. Once the location was determined, Logan sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen for assistance, persuading him to lend the necessary funds to initiate the ranch. In his appeal, Logan extolled the myriad benefits of dairy cows and their utility to the community, while also highlighting Lima's extensive experience in this domain. He further touted the prospect of providing high-quality beef, contributing to the physical well-being of Konoha's inhabitants. However, Sarutobi's decision was somewhat unexpected. Rather than requiring repayment, he opted to take a 40% stake in the venture, leaving the remaining shares for Logan and his team to distribute, while he would assume a passive role, serving merely as a figurehead. Overall, this arrangement alleviated Logan's financial burden, and it wasn't a complete loss, considering he had the backing of the Third Hokage. Thankfully, the old man was not like some others who insisted on claiming the lion's share of profits. With the Third's endorsement, efficiency soared. Logan took charge of the construction, while Lima hired a team of ninjas to assist in selecting quality cattle and sheep. Initially, only cows were intended for the ranch, but due to the substantial investment from the Third, sheep were added to the mix. 3 days later, at Elizabeth Ranch, the perimeter fencing had been completed, and there was no shortage of feed, which was reasonably priced. Compared to other nations, the Land of Fire was thriving. And given the scarcity of livestock farming within the country, selling feed at 10 Rio per pound was considered exorbitantly priced. Logan has organized 4 grazing areas, moving the cattle and sheep from one section to another once the grass has been sufficiently consumed, thereby ensuring a cyclical utilization to minimize the need for purchasing fodder. If there is wood release, grass release would suffice as well. Over the past 3 days, after completing his tasks, Logan has been practicing his unique variant of Tai Chi, known as mixed element Tai Chi, at the ranch. This practice is an advanced form of Yin-Yang Tai Chi. Logan has categorized his Tai Chi into 3 segments. The first, a purely health-oriented form suitable for those untrained in chakra. The second, Yin-Yang Tai Chi, which circulates chakra within the body at a 1:1 ratio, yielding significant enhancements in chakra volume and providing a degree of physical fortification. The final form, mixed element Tai Chi, involves the circulation of all elemental chakras within the body. As previously described, mixed element Tai Chi is notably more potent than Yin-Yang Tai Chi. It transcends mere techniques like rapid whips. The primary benefits include enhanced control over chakra and an increase in chakra volume, with a significant emphasis on the strengthening of physical and skeletal integrity. However, Logan remains unaware of the skeletal enhancement aspect, as his bones are enveloped in adamantium, rendering any improvement imperceptible. After completing a set of movements, Logan settled onto a stone chair, stroking his beard, reminiscent of Guan Yu's gesture. At this point, Logan's beard has grown to half of Guan Yu's length and murmured, though the effects are quite commendable, the improvements still feel rather minimal. Or perhaps they are simply too gradual for me to perceive. Yet, Soon Logan found himself in contemplation once more. His chakra regeneration rate is remarkably swift, rendering further practice unnecessary, especially since he lacks proficiency in ninjutsu. Ultimately, bone techniques utilize only a fraction of chakra to enhance their attack effectiveness and results. He mused, well, I'm accustomed to this. I shall continue to practice. Though slow, I have outlived many. There are no studies on mutants here, nor any sentinel projects to contend with. As he spoke, Logan resumed his Tai Chi practice, unaware that an unexpected individual was approaching him. Chapter 16, the third generation practicing Tai Chi, a retirement plan for the entire village? As Logan practiced Tai Chi, an elderly man leisurely approached Elizabeth Ranch, which was beginning to resemble the ambience of Rander, just missing the presence of cattle and sheep. This old man was none other than the leader of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Before he entered the ranch, he observed Logan performing his martial arts in the open space. He paused for a moment, but chose not to disturb Logan. Instead, he sat on a stone bench nearby to watch. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what purpose such languid movements served that captivated Logan so completely, rendering him oblivious to the arrival of others. After Logan completed a couple of sequences, the third Hokage was slightly taken aback as he noticed a slight enhancement in Logan's chakra. At this age, one would typically expect little improvement in chakra capacity. Yet Logan had inexplicably managed to increase his by a fraction, which astonished him. Upon finishing his practice, Logan took a deep breath. In truth, he had long been aware of the third Hokage's presence and had initially contemplated ceasing his exercise. However, a sudden idea illuminated his mind, a notion that, unfortunately, could not be utilized as easily as a certain cat and mouse might do. Ah, it's you, Brother Sarutobi. A little notice beforehand would have been nice. I could have brewed a cup of tea, Logan said with a hint of embarrassment. If not for the abundance of facial hair, his sheepish expression would have been unmistakable, akin to the exchanges of Teriel, Imperius, and the Primeval. With a smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, you haven't been here long, yet you seem utterly absorbed in your practice. Logan, my young friend, this slow-paced martial art, does it hold any particular significance? Logan, with a broad smile revealing his gleaming white teeth, raised his thumb and exclaimed, retirement. Wellness. Suitable for all ages, especially for us old fellows. Sarutobi Izashi, perplexed, found himself questioning whether the issue lay with his companion or within himself. More suitable for the elderly? Intrigued, he inquired with a grin. Brother, just how effective is it? Logan suggested, perhaps it would be best if you tried it out yourself. This practice was devised by an old master named Zhang Sanfeng from the Wudong sect, who is said to have lived for 2 or 3 centuries. With that, Logan led Sarutobi to an open space, adopting the stance of Tai Chi first, follow my movements. Once you have mastered them, we can proceed to the next step. Sarutobi, albeit with a hint of skepticism, mimicked Logan's actions. After half an hour of practice under Logan's guidance, he found himself able to perform Tai Chi independently. Surprisingly, even without progressing further, the practice seemed particularly well suited to him, or rather, to someone of his age. After an additional hour of exertion, Sarutobi, drenched in sweat, finally paused, noticing a newfound lightness in his body. This form of Tai Chi proved beneficial for both ninjas and ordinary individuals alike, enhancing physical strength and promoting overall well-being. As Logan continued to practice Tai Chi, he elaborated on the flow of yin and yang chakra, emphasizing that open spaces are ideal for training. Moments later, he took a deep breath, turned to Sarutobi, and said, now, give it a try. Ha ha ha, let me take a breather. These old bones are feeling a bit overwhelmed. Sarutobi chuckled, yet he acknowledged that his stamina seemed to be recovering more swiftly than usual. Logan nodded and then drew a bucket of water from the nearby well, promptly handing it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, could you not just fetch a cup? Taking a deep breath, he accepted the bucket and gulped down its contents hastily, only to be momentarily choked, prompting a chuckle from Logan. After clearing his throat a few times, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, all right, let me give it a try. Following Logan's instructions, he soon became engrossed in the practice. After nearly an hour of relentless effort, he ultimately ceased due to exhaustion and a depletion of chakra. Upon completing the set of movements, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The traditional ninja technique for chakra extraction involves the fusion of mental and physical energies. While possessing chakra allows for gradual recovery, the process is notably slow. To expedite recovery, one can consume military rations or continue the extraction, though prolonged extraction can be detrimental to one's health. Logan, I wish to extract for as long as I desire. In contrast to the conventional chakra refining techniques in those of various clans, the Yin-Yang Taijiquan, created by Logan, is ill-suited for individuals with low chakra reserves. This is because the essence of Yin-Yang Taijiquan lies in its ability to nourish the body through the consumption of Yin-Yang Dun chakra, thereby enhancing one's chakra capacity. Although its effectiveness pales in comparison to traditional chakra refining techniques, it possesses a significant advantage. It is accessible to the elderly. Moreover, it poses no risk to one's health. Although further research is necessary to ascertain its safety, it is believed that the health benefits are perhaps the very essence of both Yin-Yang Taijiquan and Taijiquan. As perceived by Sarutobi Hizashi. After lingering for a while, Sarutobi Hizashi departed, having only inquired whether this martial art could be taught to others, leaving the decision in Logan's hands. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hizashi, Logan busied himself on the ranch. Due to Naruto's insistence, he took it upon himself to construct a house or arrange the ranch's layout. Fortunately, the villagers were not overly demanding, a testament to the influence of Shirori and those three adorable companions. Of course, Shirori accounted for 20%, while Natsuki, Mimi, and Kyuka comprised the remaining 80%, significantly reducing the number of issues Logan faced. This situation greatly frustrated Danzo. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hizashi, he would have already dealt with those three charming girls. This illustrates the darkness that resides within Danzo, who does not even spare the innocent little Lolas. In the shadows of the ninja world, Danzo, this old man acts for the sake of Konoha. Naturally, in light of Naruto's matters, Danzo also visited the Hokage's office, triggering a predetermined dialogue with Sarutobi Hizashi. Such as, Danzo, Hizashi, you will come to regret this. Hizashi, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Kakashi, damn. Danzo, you better remember this. A week later, Lima returned, bringing with her 2 breeds of cattle and 2 breeds of sheep, totaling 50 of each, amounting to 200 animals overall. In the ranch, Lima proudly addressed Logan, stating, "These are the exceptionally high-quality dairy cows and goats I painstakingly sourced. Based on my experience, with careful nurturing, the quality of their milk will undoubtedly be exceptional." Logan, in his confusion, imitated Kai by raising his thumb, flashing a brilliant smile, and exclaimed, "Lima, you are truly remarkable. Undoubtedly, she is the star of Elizabeth Ranch." Lima, feeling a sense of pride, nodded her head and placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "Although I am quite impressive, I still cannot compare to Xinyan. She is the most formidable of all." Logan chuckled encouragingly. As long as Lima puts in the effort, she will surely surpass Xinyan one day. "Yes, I will strive to do my best," Lima exclaimed with enthusiasm, and then began directing Logan in tasks such as arranging the troughs and removing weeds that were not quality forage. "The old man truly is impressive. At this pace, my skills will soon reach half of his," Lima remarked joyfully. Logan opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent, as he had no one to hire at the moment. Otherwise, he would have no interest in livestock farming at all. "Grandpa Logan." A group of young girls accompanied by a little boy appeared before him, clearly having just finished class. Naruto had already become comfortable playing with the 3 little girls. As a man of unwavering resolve, he displayed no signs of embarrassment or shyness in the presence of such adorable company. Indeed, he was true to his character. In the original narrative, his gaze was solely for Sakura, paying little heed to Hinata. One could only wonder if that remained the case. The very thought of it caused Logan to shake his head in resignation, for if that were indeed true, it would be quite hopeless. Of course, aside from Naruto's ability to interact amicably with the 3 charming girls, the most significant progress lay in the deepening bond between Logan and the trio. Their relationship had transcended the realm of mere pretense, evolving from that of a faux grandfather to a genuine one, which was truly commendable. Previously, the girls had not even considered asking Logan to carry them or hold their hands for outings and treats. Now, such gestures had become commonplace, resembling a more typical grandparent-grandchild dynamic. Logan gently patted Jinghua's head and, with a warm smile, inquired, "Dear Jinghua, have you dedicated yourself to your studies today?" Jinghua, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, nodded and softly replied, "Yes, I've completely mastered the body replacement technique today, and even Irika-sensei praised me." However, upon the mention of ninjutsu, the other 3 little ones began to look dejected. Utsuki sighed, "That substitution technique is so challenging. Grandpa, could you teach me?" Naruto added, "I still can't create any useful clones with the shadow clone technique." Mimi chimed in, "I haven't even learned the transformation technique yet." Logan, "You 3 are truly something. Each of you is lacking in a certain skill." Logan bestowed a gentle pat on the heads of 3 young ones, chuckling heartily before he remarked, "Little ones, you can learn from Jinghua about these matters." Jinghua emphasizes the importance of mastering physical techniques. Although you grasp these concepts swiftly, physical prowess remains your Achilles heel. A robust and healthy body is paramount. You may draw inspiration from Naruto, Mimi, and Mikazuki for your physical training. Jinghua nodded earnestly, affirming, "I will strive to improve." "All right then, grandfather." "Mimi, everyone, dinner is ready." Before Logan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiaoqian. "Yes." They all chorused in unison, and together they made their way home. In the ensuing month, Logan became exceedingly busy. He would rise early each day to practice boxing, then escort the children to school before delving into the study of potions and herbs. In the afternoons, he undertook brief tasks to earn some extra income. Although the third generation's investments were more than sufficient, Logan welcomed additional earnings, primarily to gain diverse practical experiences. As evening fell, Logan would continue his boxing practice for a while, dedicating the remaining hours to researching herbs, persistently working towards improving Xiaoqian's physical condition. Consequently, he managed only 2 to 3 hours of sleep each night. After enduring this uneventful month, Logan could no longer contain his restlessness. He yearned to stroll through Konoha, a place he hadn't visited in quite some time. Thus, today, Logan ventured into the streets with his increasingly tousled hair. Logan gazed upon the desolate street, his mind adorned with 3 perplexing question marks. In his understanding, this thoroughfare should have been bustling with activity. However, it was now populated solely by a handful of youthful souls and merchants from afar. Where had all the elderly men vanished? Logan murmured to himself, dismissing the thought with indifference. The absence of older gentlemen was inconsequential, for amidst the young crowd, there were indeed numerous charming young women. Wasn't it far more delightful to behold these maidens than to engage with unremarkable old men? Even if you were to disregard the allure of these young ladies, wouldn't conversing with Jiraiya or Kakashi about the pleasures of paradise be far more enjoyable than chatting with those aged gentlemen? Yet, alas, Jiraiya was currently elusive and not within the confines of Konoha. It was not until Logan arrived at a typically deserted clearing, filled with various playthings for children, such as swings, that he encountered an unexpectedly large gathering of people. Logan was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "No wonder the elderly gentlemen have all vanished. They must be gathered here. Could it be that there's a clearance sale with rock-bottom prices?" Well, it seemed to him that such events were particularly enticing to the older generation. Cautiously, he squeezed his way inside, and upon witnessing the individuals practicing Tai Chi, he was momentarily stunned. However, his attention was soon captured by an object of intrigue, a large, gilded picture frame, within which resided a black and white photograph of himself performing Tai Chi, accompanied by the inscription, "Master of Yin-Yang Tai Chi, Logan." Logan found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, utterly perplexed by the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. What on earth were these elderly folks up to? And was that black and white photograph for real? Could it possibly be a memorial portrait? A child, brought by one of the elderly women, pointed in astonishment at Logan, exclaiming, "It's the Grand Master Logan." In an instant, Logan became the center of attention, surrounded by a throng of individuals over the age of 40, all chanting fervently, "Hail to the Grand Master. Grand Master Logan, please guide us in Tai Chi." After a brief commotion, a group of ninjas swiftly arrived to restore order. Among them were 2 of Logan's acquaintances, Ebisu and Kai. As they parted the crowd, Kai was the first to approach Logan, giving him a thumbs up and saying, "Uncle Logan, you are truly remarkable. Tai Chi can indeed enhance physical fitness. The effects are impressive. After utilizing chakra, the benefits of practicing martial arts are magnified." After a considerable time of chatter, an elderly gentleman raised his hand, inquiring, "Brother Logan, I have a question. Please enlighten us on the proper technique for Tai Chi. Although instructions have been provided, I still feel something is amiss." It was none other than Brother Muchuan. Clearing his throat, Logan stifled the noise from the crowd, and they immediately fell silent. As they were all beneficiaries of this newfound knowledge, which had proven unexpectedly beneficial, even if Logan himself had yet to master it fully. First and foremost, Tai Chi emphasizes balance. Tai Chi gives rise to the duality, which in turn births the 4 images, and from these, the 8 trigrams emerge. Thus, mere superficial imitation is insufficient. The essence lies in the spirit, in achieving harmony with nature. Moreover, all movements must neither be too rapid nor too slow, as this is the key to reaching the pinnacle of practice. Logan spoke earnestly, even though he was merely spouting nonsense, having only a rudimentary grasp of the art. The essence of enhancement primarily lay in the circulation of chakra, yet there was a semblance of truth in his words. However, in a contemporary urban setting, others might dismiss him as a charlatan, perhaps akin to the next absurd trend. In any case, his words served to impress the gathered crowd, at least adding a touch of flair to the moment. Hidden in the shadows, members of the Umbu and Root were diligently taking notes. For what the third Hokage imparted was merely the superficial understanding of the art, yet even this rudimentary knowledge could yield significant improvements. Having managed the crowd, Logan led Kai to a training ground, where upon entering, they were greeted by a group of Chunin practicing Tai Chi Kai. "Do you have any idea what is going on here?" Logan inquired. "Uncle Logan, your training methods have been disseminated widely. However, I am more concerned with the enhancement of physical techniques." Kai exclaimed joyfully, then began to chatter excitedly. Thanks to the promotion by the third Hokage, after just half a month, all genin have begun practicing Yin-Yang Tai Chi, which has been adopted by the common folk in a rudimentary form. Coupled with the influence of the third Hokage, everyone seizes any opportunity to practice Tai Chi, even ordinary citizens, who can enhance their physical attributes. In this regard, Uncle Logan, you are truly exceptional. I believe I am beginning to grasp the situation, Logan replied. Logan, with a pained expression, remarked without further elaboration. It seems that Konoha has indeed entered a retirement phase. Chapter 17, The 8 Gates Technique in Training Ground 88. Logan and Guy stood facing each other. After striking a poised stance, Guy exclaimed, "Uncle Logan, are you ready to engage in a battle that celebrates the fervor of youth?" Logan nodded. Unlike Kai, who greeted him with a fist bump, he opted for an open palm strike, knowing that a punch might inadvertently reveal his claws. Kai's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Indeed, it's as I suspected. The Yin-Yang Taijikwan can also be regarded as a form of martial arts, correct?" "Precisely," Logan affirmed, mindful not to claim mastery, but rather to indicate that sparring with Kai would enhance his understanding of Taijikwan. For reference, imagine the comedic stylings of Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. "Hunyuan Taijikwan, Logan, I humbly seek your guidance," Logan declared, fixing his gaze on Kai. "Ha, the azure beast of Konoha. My Guy, I humbly seek your guidance as well," Kai replied excitedly, mirroring Logan's words. Logan's eyes flickered momentarily as he straightened his posture and clasped his fists, declaring, "Then, let us keep it succinct." Similarly, Kai mirrored his readiness. Upon noticing Kai was prepared, Logan stepped forward with a cross-legged stance. He had not mastered the intricate steps of Bagua, thus his movements appeared rather stylish yet somewhat peculiar in the eyes of other ninjas. "Aha!" Kai exclaimed with a peculiar cry before launching himself at Logan with a flying kick. Of course, should he miss, he had a second attempt in store, followed by a pursuit reminiscent of the Leaf Hurricane. Logan's decision was to swiftly redirect Kai's foot with a forceful slap, and then immediately thrust his knuckles towards Kai's abdomen. "What?" Kai was momentarily taken aback, and then he was propelled backward. Logan appeared relaxed, yet he exerted considerable effort, for he was hardly a novice. Tai Chi, a martial art renowned for its myriad techniques, derives its name from ancient Chinese philosophy, particularly the concepts of yin and yang, which elucidate its principles. However, Logan's current skills merely allowed him to deflect attacks and counter, though delivering a lethal blow remained a challenge. Furthermore, seasoned practitioners possessed internal strength, utilizing it in their techniques, while Logan merely engaged in the act of striking, lacking any advancement in harnessing chakra as a form of internal power. How amusing. Once again, Kai had also discerned Logan's predicament and, opting not to utilize the 8 gates, surged forward. Faced with Kai's relentless onslaught, Logan found himself momentarily overwhelmed, employing a rudimentary technique to fend off the blows. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Kai became, transitioning from astonishment to admiration for Tai Chi's methodology. Although a master of physical techniques, he struggled to comprehend Logan's unique style, yet noted its resemblance to the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. After all, this art differed significantly from the brute force of physical combat, and Kai, with his bold approach, was naturally less attuned to softer techniques. After an intense exchange, Logan seized an opportunity when he parried Kai's punches outward. Transitioning from open palms to clenched fists, he struck at Kai's chest and abdomen. Caught off guard, Kai was propelled back several steps. Rubbing his sore chest and abdomen, he fixed his fiery gaze on Logan and exclaimed, "What a thrill. I had thought Tai Chi was solely about soft, yielding defenses, yet it can deliver powerful strikes as well. Uncle Logan, let us ignite our youth." With those words, Kai charged forward once more. "Oh dear." Logan nearly lost his composure. He had intended to conclude their session, but seeing Kai drenched in sweat, it was evident that he was invigorated and unlikely to stop until exhaustion overcame him. Logan felt a pang of concern. Nonetheless, there were clear benefits. Logan's Tai Chi had matured significantly, as he had grasped the foundational concept of using minimal force effectively, marking a genuine initiation into the practice. After 2 hours of sparring, the surrounding ninjas had dispersed, preoccupied with their own training. The two continued their bout until nightfall, with Kai ultimately succumbing to fatigue, while Logan remained spry and healthy. Uncle Logan, is it true that Tai Chi can enhance stamina? Kai panted. Stamina is cultivated through consistent practice. Engage in 10 minutes today, then 15 minutes a week later, and so forth. With perseverance, over time, your stamina will improve. Remember, Kai, your endurance is unmatched. It is a testament to your diligent efforts, Logan replied, masking the truth with a veneer of platitudes, for he could hardly disclose that his stamina was nearly boundless. Kai playfully punched Logan and earnestly declared, "Let's have another round." Before Logan could utter a word, he crossed his arms defensively, only to receive a direct punch from Kai, which was undeniably painful. Open the door, rest the door. Life door, injury door, open. Kai bellowed, emanating a green energy as his skin flushed a slight red. At this moment, he had only managed to unlock the second gate. Although he could forcibly open the third gate, it would not last beyond a single attack, thus rendering it unnecessary. This was the 8 gates technique. Prepare to truly experience its power, Uncle Logan, Kai shouted, and in the next instant, he charged toward Logan, leaping into a leaf whirlwind. Logan was completely oblivious to the fact that Kai had executed a spinning back kick, sending him flying with a single strike. Remarkable physique. Truly splendid. Uncle Logan has certainly not neglected his youthful training. Once more, Kai exclaimed, contemplating whether he should take Logan to the hospital, yet Logan remained standing, seemingly unscathed. Logan, get lost. You bastard, you've shattered my intestines and kidneys. If I weren't Wolverine with my healing factor, I would have been dead long ago. Logan rubbed his belly and remarked, though this is our second meeting, the experience is rather direct this time. Truly, your martial prowess is formidable. Come now, Kai. Allow this old man to witness the vigor of your youth. With that, Logan's body rejuvenated, and he swiftly assumed a Tai Chi stance. Kai charged towards Logan with great speed. Compared to before, Logan could only block 2 or 3 of the 10 strikes, enduring the rest with his body. Kai was also taken aback. When he struck Logan's ribcage, his own hand throbbed painfully. After a few minutes, Kai, realizing the futility of targeting Logan's exposed bones, decided against such self-inflicted torment, especially with direct punches that made him feel as if his bones were fracturing, excruciatingly painful. After a considerable duration of combat, Kai's speed began to wane slightly, while Logan had adapted to the pace, improving his blocking success to about 70%. Occasionally, he even countered with a leaf whirlwind, engaging Kai in a back-and-forth exchange. After over 20 minutes of fighting, Kai found himself exhausted, lying on the ground. Uncle Logan, you truly are a paragon of vitality, he exclaimed, gazing at the sky, clearly fatigued. Observing this familiar scene, Logan remained silent, choosing instead to sit beside Kai, allowing him a moment to recover his strength. Uncle Logan, would you be interested in learning the 8 gates technique? Kai inquired, looking up at the heavens. Logically, he should pose such a question to someone of Logan's age, yet as an elder, Logan was the strongest he had ever encountered. His intuition suggested that teaching him the 8 gates would be a wise choice. Ah, so then, combat is indeed a form of testing, is it not, Kai? Logan gazed skyward, his tone confirming rather than questioning. Kai nodded in agreement, waiting for Logan's response. Logan pondered deeply, contemplating numerous thoughts, and finally spoke, I wish to learn. Moreover, Kai, do you desire to study the ultimate version of Yin-Yang Tai Chi? Kai instinctively nodded, only to find himself momentarily stunned. After all, does such a thing as an ultimate version truly exist? Logan said little, practicing Tai Chi while elucidating the essentials and precautions. So it is. Akin to the 8 gates of Duanjia, not everyone can engage in such cultivation at will. As Kai spoke, he executed a carp leap from the ground, seizing Logan's right hand with fervor, and exclaimed, Uncle Logan, let us ignite our youth together. Oh, I must also summon that guy Kakashi. Logan, thus. The two individuals spent another 2 to 3 hours in each other's company before returning home, each seeking solace in their respective mothers. Though it is worth noting that they currently find themselves devoid of maternal figures. Upon returning home, Logan was greeted by the sight of a visibly displeased Xiao Qian standing at his doorstep. He rubbed his temples, inwardly lamenting, "Oh no, what a predicament. How could this happen?" Yet, his thoughts turned to his grandfather. Honestly, at such an advanced age, he ought to refrain from undertaking any more missions. Xiao Qian rushed to Logan's side, compassionately brushing off the dust and footprints from his clothing. "Logan, it seems I have narrowly escaped a misfortune, thanks to Kai's few kicks." "Ah, it's nothing. I am quite robust," Logan awkwardly remarked, as Xiao Qian brushed off the dust from his clothes and shook her head in exasperation, saying, "Go wash your hands. The food has turned cold. I shall reheat it." With that, Xiao Qian turned and entered the house. In that fleeting moment, Logan felt truly fortunate to have a granddaughter. Thud. Well, Xiao Qian had been standing at the door for too long. Her body could no longer support her, and she collapsed as soon as she entered. Clearly, the task of reheating the meal now fell upon Logan. "Xiao Qian, are you all right?" he quickly asked, helping her up. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted," Xiao Qian replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had insisted on reheating the food for Logan. And now she had fainted, which was rather unfortunate. As Logan carried the little Shirori into the room under the watchful gaze of Naruto and Mitsuki, he chided her gently. "Honestly, you must take care to rest. Even if you have to wait for me, sit down. Standing is far too exhausting." Shirori nodded. And once Logan had placed her on the sofa, she urged, "Please go eat, Grandpa." Logan sighed and nodded, reaching out to stroke Shiori's head. Ultimately unable to resist giving her ears a playful rub. "What a delightful beast-eared girl," he mused, before heading off to finish the remnants of today's meal. Indeed, the last to dine is always the one left with leftovers. Another month passed, and Tai Chi had spread to other countries. Although various ninja villages were perplexed by the slow-paced martial arts purpose, they could not resist learning it, ultimately discovering its benefits and strengthening the body, particularly for the elderly. The Fourth Hokage remarked, "Humph, the Third Hokage has grown old." The Third Hokage, Inoki, exclaimed, "Ah, a blessing for the elderly. My back feels better." The Fourth Hokage, Raza, lamented, "Konoha has truly fallen." The Mizukage simply stated, "I have no idea." Of course, while Tai Chi had disseminated, only Logan and Guy could employ it in combat. Indeed, Guy had picked it up and, when combined with his own physical techniques, utilized it even more effectively than Logan. Although he only mastered the fundamental principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, he was not greedy. Instead, he aimed to integrate this principle comprehensively. Unlike Logan, who practiced the advanced techniques of 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds and then neglected further training. Moreover, they divided the practice into 5 stages: beginner, intermediate, proficient, master, and transcendent. Logan believed he had reached at most the proficient stage, and even that required time, leading him to develop additional Tai Chi techniques. As someone not particularly agile, Logan had not considered footwork. Instead, he was focused on perfecting 2 signature moves, aptly named unintentional Tai Chi and Tai Chi collapse. The former was intended to disperse incoming attacks by drawing circles with chakra through his palms, redirecting them to the sides, while the latter aimed at delivering a sudden, air-based punch akin to the daytime tiger. However, it proved unattainable. If he were to open the 7th or 8th gate, it would indeed be unnecessary. The concept of unintentional Tai Chi evolved into a technique that rounded all attacks, infusing them with his chakra to amplify their potency, resembling a Rasengan. Although being able to create a Rasengan would not be disadvantageous, Logan struggled to release it. He could not move while drawing circles. Hence he contemplated replacing Tai Chi collapse with a technique to unleash this super Rasengan. Unfortunately, he had failed repeatedly, causing himself considerable harm. Had he not been Wolverine, he would have perished long ago. Another day of suffering, Logan lamented, while the little Shirori gazed at his disheveled appearance, sighed, and with a frown, exclaimed, "Grandpa, though you won't perish from these minor injuries, please stop immediately." Logan paused for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and said, "But foolish Grandpa, I shall no longer assist you. You render it impossible for me to practice." Little Qian, indignant, turned on her heel and departed. In her eyes, as an elderly man, Logan ought to enjoy his twilight years rather than engage in perilous endeavors. Hey, little Qian, don't leave," Logan lamented, attempting to feign sorrow in hopes of luring her back. Alas, this tactic had been employed 10 times prior, and little Qian's patience had reached its limit. Watching her retreating figure, Logan clutched his heart and exclaimed with great anguish, "My heart aches. This unfilial grandchild drives me to despair." A few minutes later, Logan sat on the ground with a furrowed brow, contemplating improvements to his techniques. Due to this predicament, he also suddenly yearned to mold some orbs. Yet his lack of control thwarted his success. To some extent, Logan's inadequacies in control and dexterity confined him to practicing rudimentary, albeit potentially self-harming, ninjutsu. Chapter 18. Little Qian's birthday 1 year later, a great many events had transpired, the most significant being the Uchiha clan's annihilation. On a smaller scale, Logan had nearly perfected the potion designed to enhance Little Qian's physique, intending to present it to her on her birthday. Furthermore, his research into bone martial arts and Tai Chi had advanced considerably, at least, in the realm of bone martial arts. The extent of self-inflicted injuries had been reduced to merely the wounds exposed by his claws. For instance, fire, burns; water, increased bleeding from wounds; earth, cracks in the wounds; wind, lacerations; lightning, a slight numbing sensation. Logan found the last effect rather favorable, as the electrical numbness rendered the pain more bearable. On November 1st, with only 2 days remaining until Little Qian's birthday, Logan, under the pretense of a mission, concealed himself within the village's potion factory to conduct his final research. This potion factory had been operational for 3 months, though due to Logan's limited production capabilities, the Third Hokage personally engaged in discussions with him. Ultimately, Logan acquiesced. Yet the output remained constrained, as the raw materials were derived from his own blood. Every month, Logan meticulously extracts a portion of his blood to be synthesized, delivering part of it to a factory for orderly processing. Naturally, the efficacy diminishes significantly without it, and this factory is operated by the Sarutobi clan, with Sarutobi Izashi being particularly adept at securing benefits for his kin. One fateful night, Logan, armed with a small vial and a 30-milliliter syringe, commenced the extraction process, preparing to inject a monkey. This was not a summoning beast or a ninja creature, but merely a wild monkey, a feeble and abandoned infant cast out by its troop. Ordinarily, monkeys do not abandon their young, which leads to the unsettling truth. Logan had resorted to thievery. Logan, can you please keep that to yourself? After the injection, Logan began to observe the monkey. For the moment, there were no adverse reactions, and its condition remained unchanged. As he scrutinized the creature, preparing to inscribe the word failure, the monkey unexpectedly exhibited a slight increase in strength, or rather, a return to its rightful state of health, and began to vociferously challenge Logan. It seemed that the surge of power coursing through its veins had emboldened the monkey to confront Logan with newfound audacity. Logan's expression was one of discontent as he decisively unsheathed his claws and struck the monkey's abdomen. The monkey let out a wail and quickly scurried away, trembling in fear. Was I not merely speaking louder? Why inflict pain upon me? Logan, with wide eyes, observed the monkey's rapidly healing wound, seemingly indicating that the physical enhancement serum had not been produced, while the D-grade succubus appeared to have been successfully created. Thus, the unfortunate monkey endured a series of relentless jabs from Logan's claws, its cries echoing incessantly. Approximately a minute later, the monkey's wounds ceased to mend. Logan furrowed his brow and cautiously prodded the monkey's kidneys. What transgression did I commit in my past life to be subjected to such torment in this one? Ultimately, the monkey succumbed to its injuries, and Logan prepared to administer an injection to another test subject, a wounded and frail cat-like creature he had encountered and subsequently rescued, allowing it to assist in recording the comings and goings within the laboratory. Logan-san, do you have any instructions? The cat limped towards him, inquiring. Come. Let me show you something delightful, Logan said, lifting a syringe with a smile. The cat swallowed nervously, stepping back and quietly imploring. Logan-san, I beg for mercy? Not a chance, Logan retorted, swiftly restraining the fleeing cat and inserting the needle into its rear, inadvertently piercing its sensitive area. I apologize. It was unintentional. But it will be over soon, just a moment, Logan reassured with a grin, then pressed the syringe, concluding the injection amidst the cat's peculiar cries. Logan-san, you are truly cruel, the cat exclaimed, wiping away tears before bursting into sobs. I understand your intentions. You merely wish to extort me for 3 cans of tuna. Logan replied with an expression devoid of emotion, eyeing the theatrics of the cat. Upon hearing this, the cat promptly ceased its weeping, brandishing its claws and declaring, I will not agree to anything less than 10 cans. Logan shook his head and said, No, that is excessive. The maximum I can allow is 4 cans. How can one be so stingy? Just 1 additional can? At the very least, it should be 9 cans. 5 cans. Would 8 cans suffice? No. The utmost I can concede is 6 cans. Oh, come on. What about 7 cans? Only 5 cans. Why is it still insufficient? Forget it, then. Let it be 6 cans. Wenwan remained expressionless, her heart bleeding, for in the end, she received merely 5 cans. Fearing that perhaps uttering a few more words might result in losing even that, Logan chuckled softly. It was indeed remarkably fortunate for this clumsy feline to have survived. Wenwan collaborated with Logan on various experiments, and soon, a joyful expression illuminated Logan's face. Although this creation paled in comparison to the D-class siren, lacking the ability to bestow any of its mutant powers or others upon the injector, it granted the recipient a temporary healing ability. Nevertheless, it ultimately achieved Logan's paramount goal, to significantly enhance Xiao Qian's constitution while allowing her to experience his formidable regenerative prowess for a fleeting minute. Logan meticulously refrained from documenting the development of the D-class siren, consistently producing only 10 doses at a time, utilizing 3 to 5 for experimentation and destroying the remaining ones upon failure. Consequently, the repetition of this research yielded numerous products without any records to trace them. Of course, Logan had his reasons for this. He simply wished to keep it concealed. Thus, apart from 1 vial allocated to Wenwan and another to Xiao Qian, he retained 8 vials, an undeniably precarious situation. After all, as long as one had not been deceased for too long or their body irreparably damaged, a single injection would suffice for restoration. Others could even resort to it as an emergency remedy, should the need arise, much like the infamous Kai in the 8 Gates. Logan's eyes sparkled momentarily as he realized that this item could be utilized for Kai in the future. With all 8 gates open, he felt unafraid. Solely wishing to vanquish Madara, he tucked the potion into the pocket of his clothing and, gripping the flesh at the back of Wenwan's neck, he stepped outside, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. Although it wouldn't have mattered had he forgotten, he had developed a habit of doing so. After departing from the potion factory, Logan began preparing for Xiao Qian's birthday, which included ordering a cake and reserving various ingredients. 3 days later, during dinner time at Logan's home, 8 individuals gathered around the table. Aside from a sullen-faced Sasuke and the chattering Naruto surrounding him, everyone else was engaged in wishing Xiao Qian well. Xiao Qian gazed at her friends, feeling deeply moved, though she seemed to overlook Sasuke and Naruto. Speaking of those two, it was unclear how they had ignited their rivalry at school, but this pair of adversaries had improved considerably compared to the original narrative. While Sasuke still wore a cold expression, he was notably more amiable, thanks to the attention from his older sister Xiao Qian and Naruto's friendly encouragement. Nevertheless, he remained on the path of vengeance against Itachi Uchiha, and it was unlikely that this trajectory would change significantly in the future. After all, Logan himself had not altered many aspects of their lives, though, in truth, he had made substantial changes. Without Xiao Qian and the others, he might have become a mere fisherman or continued as a clothing store owner. According to intel from the Umbu prior to the Third Hokage's tenure, numerous spies from other nations had been apprehended near the potion factory, indicating that Logan had indeed caught quite a few fish. However, unbeknownst to him, his foundational formulas had already been sold out by Danzo, substantially enriching his coffers. Of course, Logan remained indifferent to this development. Midway through the meal, Xiao Qian suddenly lowered her head, her expression turning pained. Logan paused, quickly reaching out to stroke her small head, inquiring, "What's wrong, Xiao Qian? Today is your birthday. You mustn't dwell on unhappy thoughts." "I miss my sister," Xiao Qian replied, prompting Logan to momentarily freeze as her words resonated with the others, plunging them into a shared melancholy. "I miss Mom and Dad. I wonder how Xinjiang and the others are doing. I miss my brother," she lamented. 3 question marks appeared above Naruto's head as he asked, "What's wrong with everyone? Today is Sister Qian's birthday." "Idiot." Sasuke shot Naruto a glare, recognizing that the sisters were reminiscing about their deceased relatives. "Foolish Sasuke. Let us fight." "Naruto." "Sasuke, bring it on." "Naruto, bring it on." They bickered, and amidst Logan's mental embellishments, they began to tussle. Ultimately, both were tossed out by Logan, yet they continued their scuffle outside. After managing to separate the two, Logan regarded the remaining individuals with a sigh, contemplating, "Perhaps I should find a way to send them back. The shinobi world, may not be suitable for them. They have families, and there's, that grandfather named Yushu, if I recall correctly." Logan did not dwell on the matter further. Instead, he sought to uplift the children's spirits, for today marked little Qian's birthday, a day meant for joy rather than sorrow. "Come here, little Qian. I have prepared a gift for you," Logan said with a smile. Little Qian paused momentarily, and the others were drawn in by the mention of a gift. "Close your eyes," Logan instructed with a warm smile. Little Qian nodded and shut her eyes in anticipation, while Logan, under the puzzled gazes of the others, retrieved a syringe and gently inserted it into the vein of little Qian's neck. Thanks to the numerous enhancements made to the needle, little Qian merely felt a slight itch. There was no pain, and an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped her. "You can open your eyes now," Logan said with a smile. Upon opening her eyes, little Qian was met with confusion, as were Lima and the others. "Grandpa may not have much to offer, but the gift I give to you, little Qian, is health. From now on, you shall no longer appear as though you are about to collapse from a minor exertion," Logan remarked with a smile. Little Qian's eyes glistened with tears, for she understood that Logan often stayed up late to ensure her robust health. This was a testament to Logan's dedication and love for her. She wrapped her arms around Logan's waist, burying her head against him, and exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Grandpa. You've worked so hard." Logan chuckled, wearing a look that conveyed pride in his granddaughter, and gently patted little Qian's head. "All right, little Qian, everyone has finished eating. It's time to prepare the birthday cake." Except for Lima, the three little ones buzzed with excitement at the prospect of cake, although they often indulged in it. Having frequently received treats from the bakery, their charm had won them many favors, even securing some C and B rank ninja techniques from the Third Hokage, as they were yet to master A rank techniques. If Logan were adept in ninjutsu, it would not be as easy to obtain favors from the third, as he might privately request his share of the funds. Little Qian sat to the side, feeling the robust rhythm of her heartbeat, while Logan and Lima busied themselves with preparations. Lima's hooves had always perplexed Logan with their unscientific nature. "You dare lecture me on science?" Lima retorted, exasperated. Once the cake was ready, Naruto and Sasuke strolled in, as if the previous commotion had been but a figment of imagination, if not for the dark circles under their eyes. Logan might have been fooled. "Wow, cake!" Naruto cheered, quickly taking his seat and readying his fork. Sasuke shot Naruto an exasperated glance, muttering his habitual idiot before settling down obediently beside him. Soon, the room, filled with the happy visage of little Qian, resonated with the song Happy Birthday, a tune taught by Logan. "Congratulations, Qian. You've aged another year." Naruto clapped cheerfully, while Sasuke promptly shoved a piece of cake into Naruto's mouth, coldly stating, "If you can't speak, then keep quiet. Happy birthday, Qian." Due to limited interaction with Erjuzi in the past, Logan was taken aback when Erjuzi exhibited behavior beyond his expectations. Logically, one would assume that during this period, Erjuzi should not display such conduct. Ultimately, Logan could only glance at Xiaoqian, then at Zhuoming, and finally at the trio of charming little ones. Perhaps this can be attributed to them, for Logan was utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Logan pondered, perhaps changes will emerge in the future. However, shouldn't Sasuke ultimately refrain from pursuing power? Why does he seem quite familiar with the children here? Sasuke replied, "Because I can learn Tai Chi, and I can also enjoy free milk to enhance my health." Logan, who initially resembled a benevolent grandfather, cradled little Qian in his arms, allowing her to sit upon his lap as they savored a cake together. However, the scene took a playful turn, with Jinghua perched on his left leg and Bume on his right, not to mention the additional presence of Waizu on his back. Logan found himself compelled to yield to the exuberance of these three delightful little ones. Although it was Qian's birthday, she seemingly harbored no objections to this chaotic assembly. In a moment of playful exasperation, Qian exclaimed, "How embarrassing. I am already an adult. Why do you treat me like a child?" Perhaps in Logan's eyes, she would eternally remain a child. Each person received a slice of cake, yet half of it remained, just as Logan was about to indulge in another piece. He witnessed Naruto seize the cake and smear it directly onto Sasuke's face. "Logan, damn it. Sasuke, take this." The roar of Naruto erupted. Sasuke was utterly unprepared for Naruto's unexpected assault, his fury igniting as he bellowed, "Naruto," and dashed out in pursuit. Could these two rascals not find a moment's peace? Logan, setting aside his cake knife, expressed his exasperation. His dessert was now in jeopardy. "Hey, you two." Lima could no longer contain herself, brandishing her colossal sword as she charged out, causing Sasuke and Naruto to flee in a frantic panic. Although Lima would not strike them down, the sting of her sword slap was all too real, having experienced it firsthand before. The three little girls erupted into fits of laughter, leaping off Logan's lap to witness the unfolding spectacle, knowing well that Lima would not relent until she had given them a thorough thrashing. Logan shook his head, gently patted Xiaoqian's head, and said, "Grandfather will tidy up first." With that, he began to clean up the mess, which was quite a sight to behold. Xiaoqian obediently nodded and then stood up to assist. Since her physical condition had improved, she felt it was time to lend a hand. She was certainly not a lazy girl. Chapter 19. The concept 10 days had passed since Xiaoqian's birthday. During this time, Logan had developed a notion, and he was preparing for it earnestly. In the potion factory, Logan was tinkering with a cube of sorts, a contraption of his own design. Although it could not rotate like a Rubik's Cube, it was crafted from a small quantity of chakra metal, which was, without a doubt, exceedingly expensive. This cube was essentially a key, albeit merely a tentative one, as the opportunity was singular. Whether he would succeed or fail was left to fate. How on earth am I supposed to take Wolverine's life? With thunder? A meteor? Absurd. Of course, relying solely on this cube would not suffice. In Logan's vision, the Dragon Vein was essential. In the cinematic adaptation, the Dragon Vein transported Naruto to the past, but it could also lead to a parallel world. Thus, could the storage of Xiaoqian's and her sister's magic be a means to send them to Land of Dawn? After all, Logan wished to go as well. It was certainly preferable to the ninja world, where at least he could avoid being mistakenly harmed by Master Me during the Shippuden. Oh, of course. The premise was to avoid mingling with the main cast, otherwise, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Once the initial design of the cube was completed, Logan prepared to head home with it in hand. Just as he was about to leave, an UMBU member wearing a cat-faced mask entered the room. The UMBU, with a stoic expression, addressed Logan. The Hokage commands you, Joan and Logan, to surrender your invention. Logan was at a loss for words. This certainly did not seem like something Sarutobi Hiruzen would do. Thinking of Danzo, that scoundrel, Logan reluctantly complied and then scratched his head, asking, what does the Hokage wish to do with this toy lantern? Indeed, without knowing its precise utility, this contraption was merely a toy lantern, albeit one that required chakra input. Each chakra attribute represented a different color. However, if it absorbed the magic from Xiaoqian and the others, it was uncertain what colors would emerge. What was known was that fire corresponded to red, wind to green, water to blue, lightning to cyan, and earth to yellow. The duration of illumination remained unknown, as he had not input a significant amount for testing documentation. The UMBU member said nothing and vanished using body flicker technique. Damn you, Danzo, Logan muttered under his breath, ultimately feigning confusion as he returned home, his mind incessantly churning with sea language. In the route, Danzo scrutinized the cube created by Logan. It contained a small amount of chakra metal. However, it did not resemble a weapon, nor did it appear to be strategic material like the potions. As the UMBU had conveyed Logan's words, it was indeed a toy. Surprisingly, it was rather luminous. This rascal employed chakra metal for such a trinket? It left me with the impression that something remarkable was about to be unveiled. Toanzo exclaimed, gazing at the green-tinged cube before him, rendered speechless. Ultimately, research revealed that, much like some opulent and aesthetically pleasing garments from before, this object was merely an expensive toy rather than a strategic asset. It bore no practical function akin to the functional attire of the past. What? You claim it provides illumination? He retorted incredulously. In the wilderness, deploying this chakra input device, which one cannot deactivate, would only serve to attract adversaries seeking to eliminate you. What purpose does it serve for me? A decorative piece? That would lead to bankruptcy. Consequently, that evening, the luminescent green cube returned to Logan's possession. Upon seeing the green glow, Logan remarked that Toanzo had infused it with an excessive amount of wind chakra. Before the chakra within the cube was entirely exhausted, Logan placed it in the hall, thus conserving electricity. Naturally, the somewhat disgruntled Toanzo relinquished all surveillance over the cube due to this action. What he had initially perceived as an item beyond his expertise ultimately turned out to serve merely as a source of light. He expressed dissatisfaction with Logan's extravagant use of chakra-infused metal, but chose not to voice further objections, as he still found milk quite palatable. One fateful night, Lima sat on the sofa opposite Logan and stated, Logan-san, the day after tomorrow, you are responsible for slaughtering dear Maru. Logan was taken aback. What was going on with Lima? Had dear Maru offended her? Why? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, even if he had upset her. Wouldn't it be excessive to resort to murder? It seems Lima and those little ones have sustained no harm. Lima continued, dear Maru is now ripe for slaughter. In a year's time, he will no longer be palatable. This is the prime season for his meat. What? Not only must we kill dear Maru, but we also intend to eat him. Logan gasped in horror. Lima regarded Logan with a perplexed expression and replied, indeed. Dear Maru is the oldest among the purchased cattle. Once the new batch matures, the other cows will also reach slaughter age. At this juncture, Logan grasped the situation. It was a matter of slaughtering cattle, though coincidentally, one of them bore the name Dear Maru. After all, it seemed unnecessary to bestow names upon mere dairy cows. Logan nodded thoughtfully and replied, I understand. It's settled. Leave it to me. In truth, our ranch did not have a tradition of slaughtering cattle, but here, the meat of the cows had to be sold in limited quantities. After finishing her statement, Lima glanced at the time and bid farewell to Logan. The so-called limited sale was, of course, due to the scarcity of cattle and sheep. Currently, we could barely supply Konoha with milk. And that was predicated on the fact that ordinary citizens could hardly afford it. Our family focused on premium milk, which could, to some extent, enhance chakra cultivation. Logan expressed his confusion, wondering how mere milk could hold such significance. Nevertheless, this merely illustrated the expertise of the Elizabeth Ranch personnel in livestock management, showcasing their remarkable prowess. Although he was uncertain whether consuming beef had similar effects as drinking milk, Logan began to craft an advertisement in his mind. Grade B beef. A foundation for strength and health, praised by 3 generations. Available in limited quantities for a limited time, starting tomorrow morning. After finalizing this promotional phrase, Logan instructed the ranch employees to display it at the entrance, while he himself went to the blacksmith shop to commission a knife for slaughtering cattle. On the day of the sale, before dawn, Logan led the cow to the entrance of the ranch, his expression somber as he addressed the animal. Shikamaru, forgive me, and remember to write to me from the Pure Land. The cow, Shikamaru, seemed to sense the gravity of the moment. Logan swiftly blindfolded the cow, tied its legs, and pushed it onto a platform. Startled, the cow began to cry out, but Logan paid it no heed. After placing a large basin beneath, he drove the slaughtering knife into the cow's artery, and blood gushed forth into the basin. As the life force drained from the cow, it ceased to struggle. Logan glanced at a woman nearby, who was covering her eyes, and said, Buizi, do as I instructed yesterday. The woman, referred to as Buizi, nodded, murmuring words of rest for the cow as she collected the blood into small dishes containing rice. Indeed, rice blood pudding, but with beef blood replacing the duck blood. Meanwhile, Logan proceeded to segment the cow, hanging the cuts appropriately. By the time he had nearly completed the dismemberment, some villagers and members of the ninja clans arrived. Primarily those from the ninja families, as the goods here were generally beyond the reach of ordinary villagers. With tears in his eyes, Logan sold a cow for an astonishing price of 10 million, of which 200,000 was earned from the sale of the delectable rice blood cake he had boasted about. The cow's blood was plentiful, leading to a significant production of rice blood cakes. The day after selling the cow, the village buzzed with praise for the beef, leaving Logan bewildered, as the fabrications he had spun had unexpectedly materialized. That very day, Sarutobi Hizashi approached Logan, patting him on the back and saying, Logan, my brother, be sure to save some beef for me in the future. Yes, of course, Logan replied with a forced smile. According to his exaggerated claims, selling the cow for 10 million seemed entirely plausible. Perhaps in the future, the black market price would multiply several times over. Not long after departing the Hokage office, Akimichi Choza sought out Logan, intrigued by the flavor of the beef and eager to discuss procurement. Choza, my friend, that's quite difficult. If we want to ensure the quality of the beef, it's currently not feasible to mass produce it. We can only slaughter the cows when the time is right, Logan lamented. Akimichi Choza's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, is that really the case? Why must the timing dictate when we slaughter the cows? Look at my beef. Isn't it exquisite? Indeed, it is incredibly delicious and provides immense energy for our clan. So, this is the advantage of timing the slaughter, Logan explained. I understand now, brother. You must reserve some for me. All right then, Logan acquiesced. Logan nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly conceived an ingenious solution. Why not have the Akimichi clan provide the land, manpower, and funds for cattle farming? He could simply have Lima teach them the necessary skills. With this idea in mind, Logan casually draped his right arm around Akimichi Dingswa's shoulders and cheerfully proposed, Dear brother Dingswa, how about we collaborate? You provide the land, personnel, and finances, and I'll have Lima impart the breeding techniques to you. He went on to enumerate the benefits, claiming he would only require a modest 20% of the profits. Akimichi Dingswa furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother, do you have something you wish to express? Speak boldly. Logan replied, It's merely a desire for the betterment of the people of Konoha. With an increase in cattle, I believe many commoners will have access to it, and the overall quality of life in Konoha will see a significant enhancement. As he spoke, he became rather verbose. Dingswa, nearly overwhelmed by the lengthy discourse, hastily interjected, All right. I understand. Brother, I shall handle this matter myself. Our Akimichi clan's barbecue business is thriving. Without further ado, he shot Logan a knowing glance, signaling him to grasp the underlying meaning. Indeed, with the close ties between the Inoshikicho trio and the Hokage, many matters were hardly a concern for them. Very well. It's settled, Logan affirmed. Dingzhou then asked, is there no need for a written contract? No, given the trust between us, that is unnecessary. I appreciate your assistance. Dear brother Dingzhou, I must now discuss the situation with Lima, Logan replied, departing without a backward glance. After all, that 20% was trivial. Who knew when he might leave the ninja world for Landisal? Upon returning home to inform Lima of the developments, he prepared to resume his studies on the cube. Though he acknowledged he might not derive much from it, the main goal was to determine whether he could input the magical energies of Shirori and the others. As for his success at the Dragon Vein, that depended on fate. If destiny favored him, success would follow. If not, he might merely traverse back in time, ultimately reconnecting with the Dragon Vein and returning to this timeline. Someone asked, do you know sealing techniques? Can you be certain you will encounter Minato Namikaze? Logan, alas. With no risks tied to success or failure, Logan approached matters with a certain nonchalance, adhering solely to his own inclinations. Are you truly intending to leave the task of guiding a young lady to me, Logan-san? Lila inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if questioning his moral compass. Indeed. Lila, have faith in yourself. I am also researching methods to return everyone to Runeterra, and I have devised a rather secure plan with a commendable success rate. Logan affirmed with a nod. Lila paused momentarily, her expression transforming into one of exhilaration as she exclaimed, do we truly have a chance to return to Runeterra? Precisely. Before we depart, let us leave behind something of worth, such as the breeding techniques from Elizabeth's ranch. Ensuring that the reputation of Elizabeth's ranch resonates throughout every corner of this world, Logan replied with a smile. Lila's enthusiasm surged, primarily motivated by the prospect of returning home, while the notion of reputation took a back seat. After bidding farewell to Lila, Logan made his way to the hall, where he noticed the now-dimmed magic cube. He called out, Xiaoqian, are you home? Xiaoqian? After a few moments of shouting, it became evident that the house was devoid of any presence. She had clearly gone out. Since Xiaoqian's health had improved, her visits to the village had become more frequent, usually accompanied by the trio of adorable companions and occasionally accompanied by Naruto as well. However, with the arrival of Wazongxi, Mimi, and Jinghua, Naruto had grown wary of indulging in artistic expressions within the confines of their home. While Logan may not be able to catch Naruto, those three certainly could, causing Naruto to harbor a healthy fear of them, especially since he refrained from engaging in disputes with girls, knowing he would be outmatched. Of course, if it ever came to a confrontation. The trio of sweethearts were no pushovers, each one wielding significant power could very well summon the Nine Tails, or even lead to its demise and subsequent resurrection. While waiting for Xiaoqian and the others to return, Logan did not allow Xiaoqian to channel magic alone. Instead, he encouraged the four of them, along with Lila, to channel their energies together. Under Logan's watchful gaze, the magic cube ignited with a purple glow tinged with green, its brilliance intensifying as the duration of their input extended. Logan let out a sigh of relief. At least the chakra metal could still accommodate magic. Or else this plan would have faced further delays, extending to the creation of a device capable of containing the magic of Shirori and the others. After placing the cube in the living room, Logan retreated to his room post-dinner to refine his plans. Determining the route to the ruins of Lulon in the Land of Wind was rather challenging. He was completely unaware of the way, and would have to inquire for directions upon arriving in the Land of Wind. Otherwise, he had no other options. The next step involved deciding what supplies to bring. He would also need to consult with the Third Hokage regarding the procedures for entering another country, or whether there were any necessary documents or letters, as being stopped at the border could pose significant problems. Simply attempting to cross without proper clearance was not feasible. If it were just him, he might have considered it. But the thought of magnetic release and the potential confrontation with his adversary, Arsha, made him reconsider. It was best to remain civilized, lest he suffer a fate similar to Wolverine at the hands of Magneto, transforming from a scenario where Magneto assaulted Wolverine into one where Arsha would assail Logan instead, a situation he wished to avoid at all costs. After considerable contemplation, all plans were finalized. The outcome now rested in the hands of fate. Chapter 20. The Return, Part 1. The following day, Logan approached the Third Hokage to discuss his desire to take the children back to his hometown for a visit, and perhaps even bring back a few unfortunate orphans to settle in Konoha. He also addressed the transitional matters during his absence. indicating that the pharmaceutical factory had sufficient raw materials to last until his return. As for the collaboration with the Akimichi clan, the third Hokage was already aware and expressed his hope that the beef could be shared among his family and others as well. The reason for not prioritizing the commoners was that they needed to be able to afford it. For this old man, the core of Konoha lay within those clans. Although he treated the commoners well, it was said that he had turned a blind eye to Danzo's abductions of numerous individuals. Though it was also possible he was genuinely unaware. Upon returning home, Shiori and the others had already packed their belongings and awaited Logan's arrival. Upon seeing him, Rima eagerly inquired, "How did it go, Logan-san?" "All set. We can depart," Logan replied with a smile, then turned to Shiori. Shiori gave a thumbs up and said, "No problem. The carriage is ready, and the hired coachman will soon drive it to the front." Logan nodded, then cast a glance at Naruto, who was silent beside him. Today, he had not attended school, for he had learned about the matter of returning home from Mei and her companions. As the sole bearer of the truth regarding this homecoming, Naruto spoke with a hint of sadness. Logan cast a pained glance at the three little darlings, realizing he had neglected to instruct them on the consequences of their actions. Fortunately, no one else was aware. It was sufficient that only Naruto knew. Logan approached Naruto, gently placing his hands on the latter's shoulders. Naruto looked up at Logan, who smiled and said, "Naruto, now that you are aware, I shall not withhold anything from you. Although we speak of returning, there exists a possibility that we may not. Should that be the case, we will still find our way back. But what if we do return?" Naruto replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Logan embraced Naruto tightly and softly reassured him, "Do not worry. If they all return, I shall come back as well. Trust me." Upon hearing Logan's words, Naruto fell silent. Logan smiled gently and continued, "You see, my dear grandson, your sister Shiori and I hail from different realms, thus we shall not return to the same place. Ultimately, I will find my way back here, for I have watched you grow up." After hearing Logan's kind-hearted fib, Naruto smiled and displayed his bright white teeth, saying, "Yes, Grandpa Logan, do ensure that you safely escort Shiori and the others home. I will protect this place for everyone." Little Shiori chuckled, reaching out to pat Naruto's head, who displayed an expression of pure delight. It wasn't until one of the three little sweethearts planted a kiss on his cheek that Naruto transformed into a steam princess, collapsing and remaining unresponsive. Ha ha ha, Logan, Rima, and little Shiori could not contain their laughter. After completing a series of preparations, afternoon arrived. Before setting off, Kai's team, consisting of Might Guy, Ebisu, and Nara Shikamaru, came to bid farewell to Logan. Kai clasped Logan's arm enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Uncle Logan, travel safely and return soon." "Of course, Kai. Just ensure you do not neglect your training," Logan replied with a smile. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and with a mischievous grin, he added, "Hold steadfast to your youthful spirit. Let the flames of passion burn deep within your heart, illuminating the path for our generation." Kai was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Logan's sudden and seemingly unrelated declaration. However, upon reflection, he realized it was a source of motivation. It was a validation of his youth. "Yes, Uncle Logan, I shall strive forward. The Azure Beast of Konoha's youth ignites," Kai declared excitedly, while Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the duo's exuberance. After bidding farewell to everyone, Logan settled into the carriage, instructing the driver to proceed while remaining vigilant outside, allowing little Shiori and the others to remain inside. Once Logan departed, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the gates of Konoha, murmuring, "Illuminating the path for our generation, indeed. Well done, my young brother Logan. Do return swiftly." With that, Sarutobi resumed his seat, performed a series of hand seals, and stared intently at the crystal ball, evidently engrossed in some questionable imagery again. That evening, the carriage finally exited the Konoha forest and arrived at a quaint little town, or rather, a village, where they sought out an inn to rest. Since they were not on a mission, there was no need for haste. They could proceed leisurely as if on a journey. The innkeeper observed, expressionless, as a room filled with 4 individuals and an alpaca came into view, then glanced towards another room containing only Logan and the driver. Shouldn't the alpaca be tied outside? Of course, the innkeeper said nothing, as long as payment was made. Even if something were to be damaged, compensation would suffice. What? No compensation? Then, in the confines of the room, the coachman gazed at Logan and inquired, "My dear Logan, must I truly forego my share of the expenses?" "No, my young friend," Logan replied, polishing his soul weapon, which he had acquired from another, unsold. "You've toiled during the day, The night is for rest. Do not wear yourself thin. The coachman, visibly touched, remarked, "It is my first encounter with such a considerate ninja. Ninjas are human too. Not all ninjas conform to your expectations." "Nor do they all resemble me," Logan retorted. "You speak wisely, brother. I will take my leave to rest." The coachman nodded, drawing the blanket over himself. Within mere moments, the sound of his snoring reached Logan's ears. Logan was taken aback by the speed with which the man fell asleep, and the volume of his snoring was quite pronounced. "Could you not wait for me to drift off before you do?" How exasperating. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Once assured of the coachman's slumber, Logan unfastened his leather pouch and retrieved a glowing cube radiating purple and green hues. Infusing it with his chakra, the room transformed into a vibrant bar, pulsating with flashing lights and ever-changing colors. This would make for a splendid dance party, Logan mused, stowing the cube away before closing his eyes to sleep. The following morning, Logan was roused by the gentle prodding of Xiao Qian. Having not enjoyed restful sleep for an extended period, he was in a deep slumber. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to exhaustion by now. Before mastering the 8 gates, Logan would undoubtedly have enlisted a few ninjas for protection. His ultimate aspiration being Kagaya. With sufficient funds, he would have secured the endeavor without hesitation. However, after learning the 8 gates, Logan could assert that, barring a select few, anyone else would meet their demise. While he had yet to unlock the Death Gate, the Infinite Shock Gate was already within his grasp. Perhaps, as his physical prowess improved, he would eventually unlock the Infinite Death Gate. Incidentally, his bone structure was up to standard, yet his muscle tissue required further honing. He might need to train as rigorously as Guy, for relying solely on the primordial Taijiquan was insufficient, though it could expedite his progress. Of course, this necessitated Logan dedicating more time to refining his physique. Aside from his skeletal structure, attaining the pinnacle of Guy's capabilities required immense effort, due to his self-healing factors. Whether in chakra cultivation or other endeavors, he must exert more effort than his peers. However, he had not been particularly diligent, resulting in a chakra quantity akin to that of a half Kakashi, which he termed half K. In the morning, Logan sat in the carriage, stifling yawns. After a rare opportunity for genuine rest, he found himself more drowsy than ever. "This will not do," he muttered, scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, no one was in sight. He unsheathed his claws and pierced them into his abdomen, nearly crying out from the pain, yet he restrained himself. Drawing back his claws and inhaling deeply, Logan felt invigorated, realizing that such a hardcore method of rejuvenation was indeed effective. It is rather taxing on the vitality." Someone remarked, "You are the one exhausting your blood. Others are merely expending their humanity. What difference is there between this and the way Wolverine extinguishes his cigar with his own palm?" Logan couldn't help but scoff inwardly, then burst into laughter. "Logan, dear brother, what brings you such joy?" The driver inquired with curiosity. Logan cheerfully remarked, "I have thought of something delightful, such as returning home." "Indeed, it is truly a cause for joy." The driver chuckled, and then engaged Logan in light conversation, discussing the experience of being a ninja and the perils of undertaking missions. In turn, Logan recounted some of his past experiences on assignments. However, he refrained from mentioning the injuries and being ambushed, for even if he did, no one would believe him who would chat here after being killed. A ghost? Seemingly weary of the confines of the carriage, the young ladies, including Xiao Qian, joined in the conversation, creating a warm and familial atmosphere. Throughout the journey, they encountered no peculiar incidents, and they arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind without any hindrances. The driver, observing the group disembarking, jovially announced, "Here we are. Everyone, let us part ways here. I hope you find excellent navigators and drivers for your next journey. Logan, my friend, do remember to visit me in Longi Town when you return to the land of fire. I shall treat everyone to fish." Logan nodded, bidding farewell to the carriage driver. The 5 companions, along with a llama, donned cloaks and hats, equipping themselves with windproof goggles before venturing into the desert expanse of the Wind Kingdom. It is said that this realm boasts the largest territory, albeit predominantly composed of arid sands. If only a great pillar could be summoned to cultivate some greenery, the quality of life in this Wind Kingdom might significantly improve. Yet, as an individual unversed in politics, Logan did not dwell on such matters, for they were beyond his purview. Walking through the desolate desert, they had scarcely traveled a few kilometers when they beheld flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by bursts of various colors. Evidently, a battle was underway. Initially, Logan intended to suggest a diversion, but the trio known as the Sweetheart Squad charged directly toward the fray. "Hey, This is someone else's territory. Logan called out urgently, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. Observing the situation, Lima immediately surged forward. While the petite Shirori smiled and remarked, "Grandpa, let us pursue as well." Logan sighed in exasperation as he ran, remarking, "After leaving the land of fire, trouble found me. And I couldn't help but walk right into it." "Grandfather, spare us the complaints and hurry up," Xiaoqian interjected, then retrieved her long-neglected bow and arrows from her cloak. Logan nodded and accelerated forward through the 3 doors, soon catching up with Lima and the 3 little ones. Below, the 6 individuals and a llama were engaged in a fierce battle against a group of ninjas. The sudden appearance of 3 new figures left Logan momentarily stunned. Wasn't that the perverse Keika, the phone ninja Nino, and the Chinibyo Anya? As he mused over this, nostalgia washed over him. Shirori had been his favorite character, closely followed by Chinibyo Anya. Why? Because she was the first 3-star character he had drawn while playing Princess Welding, an exhilarating single draw that had brought him immense joy. Unfortunately, as time passed, he had seldom utilized Anya due to her propensity for swift demise. Triple arrow. Shirori shouted as she caught up, immediately unleashing her attack. The 3 arrows she shot forth instantaneously obliterated 3 of the rogue ninjas. "Damn it, there are enemies over there." One of the rogue ninjas snarled, but upon seeing Shirori, his expression transformed into one of lewd desire as he lecherously remarked, "Leave that little girl to me. I will cherish her dearly." "Matsumoto, focus," roared a one-eyed warrior nearby. Initially intent on capturing her alive, it now seemed that their only option might be to deal with her lifeless body. And perhaps it would be their own that would meet such a fate, given that the 3 children who had come to their aid were no weaklings. Logan refrained from striking, instead observing the battlefield. With the protection of Lima and Konghua, they remained quite safe, proving their competence as frontline defenders. "Embrace the judgment of my swift winds, Shadow Queen." "No style," exclaimed Anna, fervently brandishing her katana as she unleashed a magical sphere toward the foremost wave of ninjas, only for the latter to transform into a piece of withered wood. Had they evaded it? "No style, no style," Anna exclaimed with increasing excitement, her abundant magical energy rendering her unconcerned about consumption. Although immense magical power can be a burden, as long as she refrained from employing large-scale techniques, she could freely cast her minor spells. Like a self-propelled artillery, Anna unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing the wave ninjas into a hasty retreat, many of whom bore ink stains upon their faces, a clear testament to the handiwork of Misa. Nevertheless, the little ones were still kind-hearted. They merely incapacitated their opponents. Aside from Shirori, they generally refrained from delivering fatal blows. In a sense, Shirori had been led astray by Logan. Shirori, too, felt somewhat out of place. In her earlier battles, she had to be mindful of many factors to avoid exhausting her stamina. However, ever since Logan had enhanced her physique, stamina was no longer a concern, and she was brimming with energy. Consequently, whoever marries Shirori in the future may find it challenging to satisfy her desires. Let us hope they do not place the blame on Logan. Speaking of which, Logan and Shirori remained stationary, with only Shirori actively engaged in offense, while their opponents did not send anyone to attack the 2 of them, which struck Logan as peculiar. "Underground?" he murmured, clenching his fist with sudden force. Observing Logan's movement, Shirori leaped, gathering magical energy and infusing it with chakra. She aimed at the ground and proclaimed, "Flame-enchanted arrow." The fist and arrow struck the ground simultaneously, resulting in a tremor and an explosion, followed by 2 anguished cries. Soon after, 2 disheveled figures leaped from the nearby sand. "Damn it! Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet technique." The 2 ninjas blasted from their hiding spot, quickly formed hand seals to launch their counterattack, summoning 2 earthen dragons that rose from the ground, trailing dust as they charged toward Logan and Shirori. Logan stood directly before the 2 earth dragons, leisurely gesturing in wide circles with his hands. An invisible wave emanated from him, coalescing into a spiraling orb at the center. As the 2 dragons approached, they were disassembled by the intangible force and absorbed into the spiraling orb, which caused sand and stones to swirl incessantly around its exterior. In a sense, Logan's technique had evolved into a hybrid of offense and defense, akin to an alternative spiraling orb. Once the radius of the orb reached 30 centimeters, Logan forcefully propelled it between the 2 adversaries. Compared to Naruto's spiraling orb, this manifestation resembled a tailed beast bomb, although its range was not as extravagant. Logan had ascertained through experimentation that its explosive radius extended to 30 meters. This technique was a product of his recollection of the spiraling orb's training methods. Combined with the principles of Tai Chi, and it was not without risk of self-harm. Unbeknownst to the two opponents, they observed the slowly approaching spiraling orb, smirking as they began to form hand seals to counterattack. However, just as they completed their seals, the explosion obliterated them into fragments. Two foolish special Jonin, Logan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps they were not truly special Jonin. They might have been elite Chunin, as among this reckless band of rogue ninjas, only 5 were true Jonin, while the rest had been systematically eliminated by Shiori's pinpoint strikes. The remaining Chunin frantically evaded attacks, and upon the demise of 2 of their comrades, the group opted for retreat. Hey, no fleeing. The battle continues until dawn, Anya exclaimed, her voice ringing out, prompting the fleeing figures to quicken their pace even further. Chapter 21, The Journey Home, Part 2. Having secured victory, Anya's spirit soared upon spotting Logan. With a determined gleam in her golden-eyed gaze, she raised her hand in a peace sign and declared with an air of dramatic flair, I am the Dark Princess of the Gale, Annalise von Sturpel. And you? Declare your name. Logan chuckled, his arms crossed before him, gazing at Anna as he proclaimed, the immortal Wolverine. Logan, Holiday, Lima and Shiori gaped in astonishment, their expressions a reflection of disbelief as they wondered to themselves, what has come over Grandpa Logan today? Has he been replaced? Upon hearing this, Anna, brimming with excitement, rubbed her hands together and fixed her gaze on Logan, declaring, Immortal Wolverine, let us duel. Stop, stop, stop. Lima interjected immediately, pulling Anna aside for a lecture. Yet, Anna felt a strong resemblance to those individuals. I merely wish to eliminate the threat, she protested, her voice tinged with grievance. Konghua observed the two with an air of exhilaration, exclaiming, Come at me, everyone. Hurry. Although directed at both, her eager gaze was unmistakably fixated on Logan, causing his eyelids to twitch in response. Meanwhile, Nino had engaged in a discussion about ninjutsu with the trio known as the Sweethearts. Though she appeared akin to a warrior, her aspirations lay in becoming a ninja. After a flurry of commotion and explanations, Anna set aside her desire to spar with Logan, acknowledging that she would undoubtedly lose. Once Logan unleashed his full potential, he held no affection for anyone. Just as they were about to continue their journey, a contingent of ninjas emerged, their forehead protectors signifying their allegiance. Ah, splendid, they were from the Sand Village. In that moment, Anna's excitement reignited, though she soon fell quiet after a gentle tap from Logan. Logan gazed at the leader with a hint of surprise. It was Maki from Sunagakure, the instructor of Gaara's team. It appeared that accompanying Maki were not Gaara's squad, but rather an unfamiliar group of individuals, including Gaara himself. It made sense, as Temari and Kenkuro had yet to graduate, unlike Gaara, who at this moment bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. Were it not for those shadows, one might scarcely recognize him, for Gaara was still quite young. Maki squinted for a moment before inquiring, Are these from Konoha, Logan? Indeed, it's me, Maki-san. I am fortunate to have encountered you, Logan exclaimed joyfully, for the guide had arrived. Otherwise, amidst the vast expanse of the Wind Country, he would have been utterly lost in his quest to reach Lulan and the Dragon Vein. Observing Logan's enthusiasm, Maki felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to coldly ask, What transpired here? A group of rogue ninjas attacked us earlier, but we managed to fend them off. Unfortunately, we only eliminated one of their Chunin, while the others escaped, Logan explained. Maki surveyed the surroundings, noting the remnants of a skirmish against Chunin. The strength of Chunin from the 5 great nations was relatively manageable, and indeed, the Chunin from rogue ninja factions typically lacked the prowess of their counterparts from the major nations. This was common knowledge. Naturally, the foundational training of smaller nations could not compare to that of the larger ones. The Fourth Hokage remained uncertain if there were any ulterior motives at play. Hence he assigned Maki to lead a team of shinobi to this area, ostensibly to allow his son some practical experience, while hoping to uncover any potential schemes from Konoha. Upon completing his inspection, Maki's gaze fell upon the alpaca and the peculiar young girls accompanying Logan. A twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his incredulity. The intelligence relayed from Konoha was indeed true. An elderly man, accompanied by a few innocent and whimsical village girls, was on a quest to find their way home. Yet, Maki could not fathom why they would traverse the Wind Country. Could their homeland lie within its borders? It was evident that this scenario was implausible, as the common folk of the Wind Country could scarcely nurture such enchanting young girls. Perhaps there were a few, but they were certainly not abundant. Turning his attention back to Logan, Maki remarked, Lord Kazekage specifically instructed me to lead you to safety, to prevent you from wandering into perilous territories where you might lose your lives and incite conflict between our nations. As Maki rambled on, Logan paid little heed to his words. He did not believe that his presence here could instigate a war between the nations. Instead, his thoughts were occupied with how to navigate back through the Dragon Vein and what course of action he would take if he were to traverse to another parallel realm of the ninja world. Maki, perceiving Logan's apparent compliance, felt a sense of satisfaction. This old man was quite agreeable and receptive, despite his scruffy beard. Before long, Maki and his companions began escorting Logan and his group onward. Throughout the journey, Maki incessantly attempted to extract intelligence from Logan regarding Konoha, ultimately concluding that he had gleaned little of value. For instance, he discovered that Logan, though a Chunin, was not engaged in any significant work, instead being a wealthy breeder who had previously dabbled in the textile industry. Such decline in Konoha's standards, how could someone like him attain the rank of Chunin? In his heart, Maki silently derided the Leaf Village, for he perhaps could not fathom that when Logan and his companions unleashed their true potential, their small team would be swiftly annihilated, save for Gaara, who would not succumb so easily due to both his formidable techniques and the presence of Shikaku within him. Instead of hastily escorting Logan and his group to the ruins of Lulan, Maki chose to meander with them, allowing them to behold the barren tourist attractions of the Land of Wind, such as the narrow passage known as the One-Line Sky. After consuming more than 10 days wandering, they finally arrived at Lulan, having depleted nearly 3/4 of the provisions brought by Logan. Thank the heavens. I was beginning to fear I would perish from starvation before we reached Lulan, Logan lamented. Meanwhile, Maki gestured towards Gaara and the Sand Shinobi, signaling them to approach. It was evident they were preparing to instigate something. Throughout these days, Maki had confirmed that their intention was merely to find their way home, and their demeanor was quite casual, attracting little attention. Clearly, they were unimportant figures from Konoha, and Maki held no reservations about eliminating a few leaf ninjas. As for the charming young women among them, he naturally saw them as commodities to be sold for greater profit for the village. Logan's nose twitched as he turned, shielding the young Xuan behind him. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "It is truly unfortunate. I never anticipated that you would ultimately arrive at such a decision. So, has your mission come to an end?" "Indeed, it has concluded. We wouldn't mind earning a little extra," Maki replied with a cold smirk. Beside him, Gaara raised his hand, causing the sand on the ground to swiftly coalesce and surge toward Logan and his companions. Logan gazed at the sand with a pained expression, pondering the dire consequences if it were to strike little Shirori and the others. "What? You suggest it could hit Logan himself?" Alas, he remained unfazed, deftly evading the impending danger. "Ninjutsu! Scorching hell!" Ninon exclaimed with excitement as she brandished her grand fan, unleashing a fiery tempest that erupted before them, nearly singeing Logan. What a revelation! Indeed, the scoundrels from Konoha were not to be underestimated. Maki fumed, astonished that such a young girl could unleash such a formidable attack, having previously dismissed her as merely an eccentric enthusiast of the samurai. Logan gazed at his singed beard, his teeth clenched in frustration. He emanated a blue steam, his skin flushed crimson, exuding an aura that suggested a mere touch could draw blood. Logan executed a motion reminiscent of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, then unleashed it with fervor. Bellowing, "Daytime Tiger! Dodge!" Maki shouted in response, albeit a moment too late. A few seasoned jonin managed to evade the attack using their substitution techniques, while Gaara, unperturbed, summoned a torrent of sand to form a protective shield. However, upon colliding with Logan's air tiger, the shield shattered, leaving Gaara with numerous fissures adorning his body. In an instant, the sand from his gourd surged forth, coalescing into a woman who enveloped him in a protective embrace. Consequently, Gaara succumbed to unconsciousness. What power is this? Is this truly just an old man raising cattle? Maki exclaimed in shock, realizing that half of his men had been eliminated in an instant. Upon witnessing Gaara's incapacitation, Maki felt a visceral jolt of anxiety. He promptly commanded, "Fall back. Leave this to Gaara." The sand ninja, unaware of the true nature of the situation, hesitated momentarily before ultimately following Maki's orders and retreating swiftly. Logan remained on high alert as Gaara was swiftly enveloped by a torrent of quicksand, which continuously coalesced into a colossal tanuki. "Haha, I am liberated." The enormous Shikaku bellowed with exuberance, before turning his gaze toward Logan and his companions. "Haha, you insufferable insects, grant me some amusement." Upon witnessing the giant Shikaku, Anna's excitement surged as she eagerly rubbed her hands together, reminiscent of her adventures battling monsters in Land Sorrow. Covering one eye with her hand, she struck a pose and declared, "How splendid! To encounter such a creature. Allow me, the Wind's Reaper and Lois von Schutterpole, to vanquish you." With that, Anna lowered her hand, her eyes shimmering with golden light, leaving Shikaki momentarily entranced. Shikaka pondered, is this girl deranged? What on earth is she uttering? Lima and Sorika positioned themselves before Logan, while Natsuki, Mimi, Ninon, and Anna formed a line beside them. At the rear, Shirori, armed with her bow, and Kyoka, wielding her staff, maintained a respectful distance, evoking the semblance of a princess assembly. You despicable humans. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku roared in irritation, for these individuals displayed no fear, instead adopting an attitude as if they were preparing to challenge a boss. Though he had no understanding of the term boss, it did little to alleviate his current displeasure. He opened his mouth to unleash a powerful, massive wind sphere as an attack. However, Logan had already anticipated Shikaku's strike. With both hands, he traced circular motions, continuously drawing in Shikaku's vacuum sphere. Shikaku, bewildered, watched as his wind technique was transformed by Logan into a chakra ball, reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb. Logan gritted his teeth. He had never manipulated such a vast quantity of chakra before. Truly, it was worthy of a tailed beast. Had he not activated the Chunin, he would have been unable to withstand this technique, and even if he managed to endure it, it would have detonated right before him. Seizing the moment while Shikaku was momentarily dazed, he seamlessly integrated the Rinnegan into the Rasengan, resulting in an enormous sphere of spiraling chakra. He ceased his circular motions, channeling his energy into a powerful punch aimed at the Rasengan, simultaneously bellowing, Wui Taiji. Burst. However, this time, the Rasengan did not soar forth as Logan had envisioned. Nor did it explode. Instead, it detonated right in front of his fist, creating an air cannon that hurtled toward Shikaku. Goodness! As Shikaku regained its senses, the attack was already upon it, sending it flying and causing it to tumble several times before finally coming to a halt. Haha, Logan is truly magnificent. Now, it is my turn, exclaimed Anna excitedly, her eyes radiating with intense light. Subsequently, torrents of dark violet energy cascaded from the heavens, enveloping an area nearly 100 meters around Shikaku. Logan furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, he began to draw circles again. He witnessed an air cannonball breaking through a Naz Rorschach Nirvana, Aurora Eternal Demise, hurtling toward him with even greater force than before. However, armed with prior experience, Logan successfully intercepted the attack, though the final strike went awry, landing somewhat distant and causing a significant decline in his accuracy. Enchanted arrows. A cosmic blue flash. Shirori and a few others skilled in ranged attacks did not remain idle. They immediately launched their assault in a well-coordinated manner, ensuring their offensive did not interfere with their allies, as their strikes fell sequentially upon the Guardian Crane. The attacks were effortlessly deflected by the Guardian Crane using sand, which then opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of sand bullets from its maw. I refuse to believe you can withstand this attack. The Guardian Crane roared. Get behind me, Logan shouted, not pondering further. He brandished his steel claws, swinging them continuously as 3 gusts of wind blades sliced toward the Guardian Crane. This was the bone martial art, wind release, void claw. However, despite Logan's vigorous efforts, he could not completely shield himself from the Guardian Crane's counterattack, the wind release, sand scatter bullets. Enduring the pain, the Guardian Crane continued to engage Logan with a barrage of attacks, surprised by the potency of the wind blades even from such a distance, which proved somewhat taxing for it. Yet, retreating would be too humiliating, so it gritted its teeth and persisted with the onslaught. Mimi weakly inquired from behind Logan, Grandpa, are you all right? Should we retreat? We needn't engage with that large raccoon. Logan chuckled and remarked, it's nothing. I, your grandfather, am still vigorous and lively. That big raccoon surely cannot outpace my words. He ceased to elaborate further, for a shotgun pellet had shattered his throat, rendering him temporarily mute. Although Mei was oblivious to the sudden interruption of Logan's speech, she instinctively inferred from his rapidly flailing arms that he was exerting all his strength in combat against Shohei, leaving him no time for conversation. This realization brought her a measure of comfort. After a fierce exchange lasting 10 minutes, Mark and the others observed the chaos, realizing that any attempt to intervene would likely result in friendly fire. Why? Because Logan's assaults were directed in threes towards Shohei, while Shohei's attacks formed a fan-shaped coverage over Logan's position. Thus, any approach to provide support seemed inevitably doomed to end in mistaken injury. Karu, go to the nearby camp and summon reinforcements. Mark commanded the Chunin behind him. Yes, Lord Mark. Karu responded, turning on his heel and sprinting away. After continuing to clash for 3 more minutes, showed he could no longer withstand the onslaught and performed a roll to evade several wind blades. Emma, those wind blades sting. Upon witnessing Sho he cease his offensive maneuvers, Logan perceived an opportunity. Although he had not fully mastered the technique, he resolved to transcend his limits and give it a try. With that thought, he did not hesitate. He halted his assault, retracted his steel claws, and leapt into the air, rapidly throwing punches in Shohei's direction. His fists sliced through the air, yet due to his lack of practice, he could only produce a flame with every third punch, lacking the elegance of the peacock's grace. Upon landing, Logan jumped again, but this time, bolstered by his previous experience. His momentum and power surged forth. He bellowed with fervor towards the peacock. His fist flew at a pace swifter than before, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Shohei. Just as Shohei had managed to evade previously, now there was no escape. Shohei's eyes darted in alarm. He decisively turned to flee, simultaneously shouting back at Logan in anger, "You old wretch! I shall seek vengeance upon you. Do not die of old age." The final strike towards the peacock was never delivered. For Shohei had already retreated. Logan found himself in a state of bemusement, ultimately compelled to deactivate the 8 gates of Duanjia. Although his physical recovery was remarkably swift, his spirit remained quite fatigued. In the distance, Maki furrowed his brow, ultimately opting to follow Shoha, leaving a few individuals behind to keep watch over Logan and his companions, intending to reassess the situation once the main forces arrived. After a brief respite with Xiao Qian and her companions, Logan ventured into the ruins of Lulan, uncertain of the Dragon Vein's location. He searched diligently for the exclusive kunai belonging to the Fourth Hokage, as this kunai was instrumental in sealing the Dragon Vein. It was not long before Logan discovered the coveted kunai. He glanced at Jinghua beside him, who nodded in understanding. Logan retrieved an exceptionally long belt, wrapping it around everyone's waists, encircling the ethereal Mira in the center. An eager Anai observed with curiosity. Once Logan was prepared, he produced a Rubik's Cube and addressed Anai and the others, saying, "Anai, Keika, Nino, channel your magical energy. Do not refer to me as Anai. I am the Gale Phantom Empress and Eloise von Chatepelo." Anai retorted, casting a displeased glare at Logan. Logan disregarded her. The more he ignored her, the more fervently she persisted. After the three of them infused their magical energy, Logan signaled to Jinghua that she could commence. Placing the magic cube upon the seal, Jinghua began to weave her incantation for symbol seal, release. Upon uttering these words, she swiftly drew her kunai. In no time, the dragon vein erupted, surging forth a torrent of purple chakra that enveloped them. The magic cube, under the onslaught of the dragon vein's chakra, emitted a peculiar brilliance. However, Logan and his companions were oblivious to this phenomenon, as their vision was consumed solely by the radiant purple glow. Chapter 22. Landsor. Here comes Wolverine. Was this a case of sleep paralysis? Logan found it increasingly difficult to breathe, and it was no wonder he thought so, as he felt the weight of many pressing down upon him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a murky darkness devoid of light, as if he had been buried alive. Logan's mind was filled with a multitude of questions as he felt something exceedingly soft in his hand, reminiscent of a long-neglected sensation. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he realized he was pinned down by Xiao Qian and others, which explained the enveloping gloom. With such an abundance of softness, it could only belong to Konghua. Logan found himself at a loss for words, yet the sensation was rather pleasant, prompting him to squeeze it gently a few times. Konghua's voice drifted from the right. Everything is directed towards Konghua. With that playful remark, Logan's right hand was tightly embraced, and Konghua's constant writhing made him feel somewhat awkward. If he were alone in a room, he might have succumbed to the urge to bulldoze through the situation. However, at that moment, he was overwhelmed by too many bodies, including a child. Strictly speaking, Konghua was also a child, albeit with a rather peculiar disposition. Upon awakening, Logan swiftly regained his physical form, gently dislodging several young girls from his person. To his dismay, he discovered that his trousers had become damp, a consequence of the saliva from the girl named Waizu. Observing the entangled belt still around him, Logan reflected, fortuitously, I had the foresight to acquire this belt. Otherwise, I would have been uncertain if I could have brought everyone along. After uttering this thought, he fell into a contemplative state, pondering whether there were any other denizens of Land Soul from the ninja realm who had traversed here. If so, he could only extend his apologies. However, he did not dwell on such musings for long, as he began to survey his surroundings. To his relief, he found himself not in some bizarre desert, but rather amidst a lush forest that appeared to be quite safe. Logan was still lost in thought when two bright flashes danced in the trees. Suddenly, A peculiar werewolf lunged at him, knocking him down and snapping its jaws viciously at his head. Logan felt a brief pang of pain in his skull. And then all was lost to him. What was the name of this creature from Landshul? He wondered aloud as he rose to his feet. At that moment, the wolf seemed intent on crushing his skull, yet its fangs were ineffective against his cranium, or rather, against the adamantium alloy that composed it. Had it been the Logan before the X transformation, perhaps I would have truly fallen victim to your bite, he quipped. Then unsheathed his claws and swiftly dispatched the monstrous wolf. Just as he finished off the beast, another wave of creatures emerged before him, leaving Logan momentarily bewildered. He had just been contemplating the safety of the area, noting the absence of any foul odors, or perhaps the exceptional stealth of these creatures that betrayed no scent. Earth Splitter, Logan growled, as a yellowish light emanated from his claws. He plunged them into the ground, the glowing energy forming crescent blades that tore through the surface toward the approaching monsters. A stone golem, draped in verdant grass, attempted to block the Earth Splitter, sustaining 3 massive cracks in its form, yet remaining upright. Logan was unaware of the creature's attributes, having neglected to review any information beforehand, opting instead to storm in with a team of 5. Behind the golem, a dog-headed creature hurled a bone scythe, targeting a child behind Logan. Windslash, Logan cursed, unleashing a barrage to intercept the dog-headed creature's attack. However, the power of the wind slash appeared inferior to that of the Earth Splitter. As the golem withstood the onslaught, in truth, it possessed a higher resistance to the wind slash. Fortunately, the sheer number of attacks proved sufficient. As the dog-headed creature and a large rat, which had sought refuge behind the golem, were slain, only a dragon-like entity remained, capable of energy attacks. But its strikes against Logan proved minimal, merely inflicting wounds that he quickly healed. Logan's claws began to heat up, soon glowing a vibrant red. This was the mightiest of his bone techniques, the fire release, scorching claws. Its effect was akin to heating adamantium, enhancing its cutting power immensely. However, unlike his other techniques, this one was purely melee. Once sufficiently heated, Logan dashed towards the golem with astonishing speed, dismantling it in a matter of moments, ultimately cleaving the juvenile giant lizard into 4 segments with a final swipe. After accomplishing his task, Logan retracted his claws, only to exclaim in dismay, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He lay on the ground, rolling in agony, his hands twitching in pain. He had forgotten to allow the adamantium to cool before retracting it. Now, blood was continuously evaporating, and his flesh oscillated between the states of raw and cooked. It was not until over a minute later that he ceased his rolling, as the temperature had decreased, making it less unbearable. Logan let out a sigh, choosing not to awaken Xiaoqian and the others. Instead, he established a makeshift perimeter and commenced to kindle a fire. To his dismay, the first day of Wolverine's arrival in Landsoul was destined to be spent in the wilderness, a rather unfortunate circumstance. Logan muttered to himself, and ultimately, he skinned the juvenile iguana and prepared it for roasting. After a considerable passage of time, he had thoroughly cooked the iguana, both inside and out, and was just about to sprinkle the seasonings he had recently discovered when a voice echoed from the heavens, "Xiaoqian, Xiaoqian, Xiaoqian, your sister has been searching high and low for you." Logan looked up as a pink figure gracefully landed beside Xiaoqian, embracing her and gently nuzzling her head. It was Hatsune, Xiaoqian's sister, though one might argue they did not quite resemble each other. Logan muttered to himself, choosing not to dwell on it, as the task of grilling was of utmost importance. However, he did not have the chance to continue his grilling, for he soon found himself under attack. A star-shaped energy struck him squarely on the head, seemingly accompanied by a mental assault that sent waves of pain through his skull. With a pained cry, he collapsed onto the fire pit. "You despicable trafficker! How dare you lay a hand on my most beloved sister? I shall never forgive you," Hatsune shouted, brandishing her staff at Logan, ready to unleash another magical assault. Logan was momentarily taken aback before hastily clarifying, "Little Hatsune, it is not as you perceive. I am Shiori's grandfather." Enraged, Hatsune responded, "You vile old man. How dare you impersonate Shiori's grandfather to deceive the poor and helpless girl into coming so far?" Although she was unsure how Logan had managed to conceal Shiori's presence over the past few days, she speculated that some incident had occurred, allowing Shiori's aura to become detectable, which enabled Hatsune to trace her here in such a short span of time. Initially thrilled upon spotting Shiori, she soon calmed down to realize that both girls were bound by belts, and a lecherous old man was nearby. It was evident that Shiori had been abducted by him. As a star-shaped energy surged toward him, Logan swiftly performed a roll to evade it. However, His hopes were dashed when the attack locked onto his head, resulting in a disorienting effect. What a headache, Logan thought, clutching his head. Noticing Hatsune preparing to strike, he promptly activated his abilities and charged forward, seizing her staff and pinning her hands behind her back. He nearly added, "You've made quite a mess of things. Come with me to the station for a little chat." "Little Hatsune, it was a misunderstanding. Please calm down." Logan exhaled with relief, yet Hatsune was unyielding, furiously kicking at him and shouting, "I won't listen. I won't listen. You wicked old man." Logan furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "I drink. There's a flaw." Before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar echoed from behind. Suddenly, 3 sharp spikes erupted from his kidney area. He had been ambushed. That despicable kidney assailant. "Oh no," Logan shouted, and before he could push the attacker away, another spear shattered his other kidney. Gasping in pain, Logan inhaled sharply, recognizing the 3 spikes as clearly belonging to a type of thistle. Judging by the sound, it must be Xinjiang and Ling, right? Perhaps that's the case. Logan swiftly spun around, sending both individuals flying. Meanwhile, Hatsune seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive kick to Logan's most sensitive area. With a heart-wrenching cry reminiscent of Tom's lament, Logan leapt high into the air, tears welling in his eyes, and as a consequence, Hatsune was also sent sprawling. After letting out a few anguished cries, Logan quickly stifled his pain and turned his gaze towards Hatsune, Masakazu, and Susan. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. It was only natural. As Rima and Shiori were both from Elizabeth Ranch, and Hatsune was Shiori's elder sister, their arrival at Logan's side came as no surprise. Logan, in a fit of frustration, glared at the trio and exclaimed, "Can't you listen properly when someone points out the flaws? We've come to assist." "Huh, wait for me." Before he could finish his sentence, 2 swords and a spear relentlessly struck at him, causing his vitality to plummet, and a magical projectile obliterated what remained of his already damaged spirit. Gazing at the 4 protagonists before him, Logan was at a loss for words, realizing he was surrounded. Hatsune and her companions did not remain idle. After the protagonist team launched their assault, they initiated their own counterattack. It appeared that Hatsune had regained considerable energy. As she soared into the air and unleashed her ultimate move, Radiant Meteor, she proclaimed, raising her staff, as an eruption of magical energy erupted from her, showering Logan with a myriad of star-like projectiles. Green explosion. Kyra followed suit, brandishing her staff to strike. "What the heck? You're back again," Logan muttered in disbelief. Glancing around, he realized he had no defensive maneuvers available. The Tai Chi technique he possessed was of little use, primarily effective only against ninja arts. Observing Logan's unwavering focus on the grand attacks from the 2, Pikarim turned to Yuki and said, "Yuki." Nodding in response, Yuki remained silent, raising his sword as a golden magical array materialized around him. Coco was the first to act. "Aurora," she declared, lifting her spear to emit a radiant light that enhanced everyone's magical and physical attacks. Following her lead, Rin also shook her spear to provide a buff, albeit less spectacularly than Coco. "Huh, bring it on, Elizabeth," Jin Yang shouted with enthusiasm as a cow, seemingly from nowhere, charged forward carrying him, sending Logan flying. Meanwhile, Pikarim had also readied herself. "Hey, Princess Ambush," she called out, her agile form swiftly approaching the still-falling Logan as her sword danced through the air. Moments later, the spot where Logan stood erupted, leaving behind the emblem of a princess crown. "Is it over?" Rin sighed in relief, looking at the others. Hatsune, hovering above, gazed at the dissipating smoke and remarked, "Excellent, that old fool is nothing but bones now." "It's done," Hatsune replied with a smile. At that moment, Shiori was awakened by the ruckus, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at her sister. "Sister? Everyone is here? And what exactly have you all resolved?" "Shiori, I've missed you so much," Hatsune exclaimed excitedly, flying over to embrace her sister, showering her with affectionate nuzzles. Shiori, equally thrilled, hugged Hatsune back, but could not help but inquire, "Sister, what did you mean when you said you resolved something?" Shiori, as others greeted Xiao Qian with warmth and concern. It was evident that they had been searching for her alongside Hatsune for several days, and their successful reunion was indeed a moment of great relief. At that juncture, Anna and the others stirred awake, but refrained from interrupting the heartfelt reunion between Xiao Qian and Hatsune. Wiping away her tears of excitement, Hatsune recounted, upon finding Xiao Qian, "We encountered a wicked old man. He was truly despicable, attempting to deceive me into becoming his granddaughter. Yet, through our collective effort, we managed to vanquish him. Xiao Qian, along with the trio of Little Sweetheart, was momentarily taken aback, as was Lima. Their familiarity with Logan, coupled with their fondness for him, especially for Xiao Qian and Little Sweetheart, made the news of his demise at the hands of Xiao Qian's sister and their companions all the more shocking. What is wrong with everyone? Hatsune inquired, perplexed, as she noticed tears welling in the eyes of the trio. Xiao Qian swayed slightly, suppressing her emotions, and asked, "Did that old man have a great deal of facial hair, obscuring all but his eyes and nose?" Hatsune, sensing something amiss, nodded in affirmation of Xiao Qian's description. "Ouch. You lot are rather ruthless." Logan's voice called from behind, prompting the still-dazed group to turn alertly, while Xiao Qian and her friends displayed expressions of delight. Particularly Little Sweetheart, who froze in place. Logan, positioned sideways to them, was clad in tattered shorts, his clothing entirely absent, and his beard had seemingly vanished, as if trimmed. In truth, it was the result of his injuries and subsequent recovery. At that moment, Logan bore few intact fleshly remnants, yet he was rapidly regenerating. His Edmund steel skeleton was exposed, but before long, freshly restored flesh enveloped it. Anna gazed at Logan with sparkling eyes, finding him utterly captivating. Conga swallowed hard, wishing to be playfully bested by this robust gentleman. Pecorine and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, internally exclaiming, "He is still alive. How is that possible?" Under the collective gaze of the group, Logan completed his recovery in just over a minute. Rubbing his kidneys, he muttered, "These young ladies are lacking. When striking, one should not target the kidneys." "Grandpa?" Xiao Qian tentatively called out. "Huh? Grandpa is fine, Xiao Qian. Everyone is awake. You must explain to your sister why attacking indiscriminately is unacceptable," Logan responded, turning to Hatsune and the others with a look of resignation. Indeed, cuteness is justice. Had they all been boys, Logan would have dealt with them far more harshly. 10 minutes later, "We are so sorry." Pecorine and the others fervently bowed in apology. The unfortunate fellow, forced into a bow by Kokoro and Kairu, managed only a brief "I'm sorry," before fading away, a truly difficult fate for him. As he rarely spoke in games or anime, Logan scratched the back of his head and remarked, "I forgive you, but do be more cautious next time. Do not launch a sudden attack." Fortunately, it was I you encountered. "Humph. Truly fitting of Wolverine, you possess the credentials to become my swift and enigmatic companion." Anna beamed with pride, as if Logan were already her ally. Perhaps, had he been younger, Logan might have acquiesced, but at his current age, it was already an honor to bear the name Wolverine. "Ah, my barbecue." Logan suddenly recalled something and let out a dramatic cry. Hatsune and the others paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, having caught the scent of something charred. Chapter 23. I, Logan, shall begin my adventure. The day after Logan arrived at Elizabeth's ranch, he participated in a small banquet organized by them, featuring a sumptuous feast prepared with great effort by Chef Pecorino. Celebrating Logan's inaugural visit to Landseal, Logan received heartfelt gratitude from Elizabeth and the others, not only for returning Xiao Qian and Lima, but also for transforming Xiao Qian's constitution. They had all acquired a wealth of knowledge, at the very least. Xinjiang was quite envious of the clone technique. If there were two Xinjiangs, they could expand the ranch. However, the now grown-up Xiao Qian and her companions were quite astonished. Even Hatsune found herself surprised by the tall figure of Xiao Qian, but fortunately, Xiao Qian remained her sister. At the banquet, Xiao Qian stared intently at Logan's face, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He inquired, "Xiao Qian, is there something wrong with my face?" The onlookers immediately shifted their attention to the interaction between Logan and Xiao Qian. "Should I address you as grandpa or uncle now?" Xiao Qian asked after a moment of hesitation. The others' eyes lit up, realizing that the image of the old man and the handsome Uncle Logan were two entirely different species. They expressed their curiosity with delight. Logan stroked his beard, realizing that after the cataclysmic explosion, his hair and beard had been obliterated, and now they had likely returned to their original state. Alas, the beard he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had vanished. "You see, I am over 2 centuries old," Logan explained, eliciting a trio of question marks above the heads of Xiao Qian and the others. "Is this even human? Can one truly live for such an extended period?" "My origins do not belong to this realm. I hail from an entirely different world," Logan continued, recounting the tale of his abilities and the implications of his X gene. Although his grasp of his own capabilities was not exhaustive, it was sufficient to intrigue his audience. Upon hearing his words, everyone gasped in astonishment, marveling at Logan's extraordinary nature. Had they not witnessed his resilience firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe that he was indeed indestructible. Growing more curious, they implored Logan to unsheath his claws, eager to engage with him. However, they dared not strike at the sharp edges, opting instead to test their might against the sides. Soon enough, they confirmed the veracity of Logan's claims. Xiao Qian wore a displeased expression, having accompanied Logan for so long. She felt it was rather unfair that this mischievous grandfather had chosen this moment to divulge such secrets. Yet, when Xiao Qian learned that the elixir intended to enhance her constitution contained Logan's blood, her mood brightened. It felt as though she had genuinely become Logan's granddaughter. And even if she hadn't, she would gladly accept that role. Nonetheless, her heart ached for Logan's suffering. The mere mention of the adamantium being infused into his body sent shivers down everyone's spines. They had not anticipated that he could withstand such torment. Of course, it was the true Wolverine who endured, while this time traveler's experience, though similar, paled in comparison to the authentic version. As night fell, the group bid farewell to Yuki and Pecorin from the culinary hall, for they could not linger indefinitely. Adventures awaited them. And the tale of their companion was only just beginning. Naturally, Yuki and the others took the trio of little sweethearts with them, as they needed to return home lest their parents grow concerned. One could only imagine the shock their parents would experience upon seeing their children suddenly grown. It was certain to be quite a surprise. Accompanying them were Anna, Sora, and Nino, who also needed to return, for their families and friends would surely worry as well. "Grandpa, you must come to Land Dusor to visit us," Wuzuki called out from a distance, cupping her hands around her mouth as she shouted to Logan. Logan chuckled and then called out, "Little ones, do take care. Do not run about recklessly. Grandfather will come to see you." It was settled. Mimi would ensure that Mother prepared delicious treats to entertain Grandfather. Mimi exclaimed, prompting Jinghua to chime in. "Mimi is truly cunning. I too shall have Mother prepare a feast for Grandfather. Furthermore, I shall have her acknowledge Grandfather as my father." Kairu looked on in speechless disbelief at the trio, while Yushu, Pecorin, and Kokoro wore cheerful smiles, for their hearts were light. Otherwise, Yushu would not have been captured by monsters time and again, only to be rescued subsequently. Anna turned to Logan and shouted, "Our ally. Next time, I shall thoroughly assess whether your strength has improved. I, the Gale Phantom Princess, shall defeat you in a most honorable manner." "Indeed, indeed," Logan replied, his expression one of mild exasperation as he gazed at Anna, lamenting that he had not refrained from such youthful bravado, for now, he found himself the target of attention. After bidding their farewells, Yushu and the others set forth. Once Yushu and the group had departed, little Shiori tugged at Logan's sleeve and said, "Grandfather, it is time to return home." Logan nodded, following Shiori and the others back. With their departure, the night here would surely be more restful, though it merely meant a transition from sleeping on the floor to resting in a bed. Hatsune floated beside Logan and inquired, "Grandfather Logan, you are not prone to sleepwalking, are you?" Logan cast a glance at Hatsune, bemused by the fact that he, a sleepwalker, was concerned about others. After giving her a pointed look, he reassured her. "Rest assured, I do not possess such habits, nor will I drift aimlessly, and certainly will not inexplicably find myself asleep in peculiar locations." Hatsune blushed slightly, then nonchalantly surveyed her surroundings, seemingly oblivious to Logan's words. Xiao Qian and the others could not stifle their giggles, well aware that once Hatsune succumbed to slumber, she might find herself in the most bizarre of places, be it floating upon water, atop mountains, or even in the sky. Yet, she had never encountered danger. Perhaps it was the remarkable power of her magic and mental fortitude that instinctively shielded her. Time passed swiftly in this tranquil phase, and on the evening of the 14th day in Lansor, Logan left behind a note before slipping away, not pausing to consider that the recipient might not comprehend the characters inscribed upon it. Who here could understand Chinese? 6 kilometers outside the city of Lansor, Logan dispatched the last of the thieves, surveying the scattered bodies and muttering, "Honestly, why rob anyone else when you choose to target me? Do I appear to be a wealthy individual? Thief leader, how was I to know you were destitute? It was simply your solitary state that drew my eye." After rummaging through the corpses, Logan encountered a serious dilemma, reminiscent of that fateful night in the ninja realm. "Xiao Qian, what is so amusing?" he inquired while gathering the bills. Xiao Qian shook her head, her face aglow with cheer as she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminded of something delightful." Logan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it won't be long before we can return home. Although it's merely a glimmer of hope, it is certainly better than having none at all. Wouldn't you agree?" Logan turned his gaze towards the source of the laughter, a few question marks appearing above his head, and then inquired, "Little Mizuki, what brings you joy?" "Oh, "It's nothing, Grandpa," she replied, wiping away her tears. "I just thought of something delightful." She laughed so heartily that tears streamed down her cheeks. Logan wore an expression of disbelief, as it seemed these individuals were laughing at him. However, he dismissed the thought and continued to pack. The recollection was clear. They were indeed mocking him for bringing a modest sum of currency from the shinobi world, which, while not insignificant, proved utterly futile here. This realm operated on mana. Mana? How utterly exasperating. Of course, Logan was unaware that, in addition to mana, there existed dungeon coins and high-grade diamonds, though the latter two were intended for specific purchases. The only universally accepted currency was mana. After dispatching the band of thieves, Logan simply discarded their bodies into the woods, knowing that the monsters would assist in erasing the evidence. How lamentably poor he felt, with a mere 533 coins. What could that possibly procure? Logan found himself perplexed by the value of this currency. Logan did not hesitate for long before proceeding onward, preparing to enter the city. Upon reaching the city gates, he was halted by a young female soldier who inquired, "Wait, I do not believe I have seen you before. Please state your origins." As she spoke, a group of soldiers gathered around, attracting a number of curious onlookers. "Me? I hail from Elizabeth Ranch, a newcomer who has only recently joined," Logan replied, contemplating that it would be unwise to mention his origins from the land of fire or Canada. The young soldier was taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone from Elizabeth, and she was momentarily uncertain of the truth. "Ah, it's Grandpa Logan," exclaimed three voices in unison. Unmistakably the adorable trio known as the Sweethearts. Ever since his return to Lanso, these three charming youngsters had taken to frequenting the city gates, eagerly anticipating Logan's arrival. Logan chuckled, relieved that he no longer had to worry. As he watched the three little girls rush towards him, he embraced them warmly and said with a grin, "My dear little ones, how have you fared these past few days? Why has Grandpa only just come to find us?" Jinghua, feigning displeasure, inquired, though her heart was filled with joy, simply too proud to show it. Mimi has been urging Mother to prepare delicious treats in anticipation of Grandpa's arrival. Mimi lamented. Observing the interaction between the grandfather and his grandchildren, those around them appeared perplexed. This did not seem to be the demeanor of a typical grandfather. A soldier glanced at Mimi and her friends, asking, "Do you know this gentleman?" "Yes. He hails from Elizabeth Ranch." After some questioning, Logan was finally permitted to enter the city, thanks in no small part to the reliable responses of the three adorable girls. Had they faltered, it could have led to complications. "Grandpa, come to my house first." Sheila tugged at Logan's sleeve. "No, we should go to my home first," the other two protested, sparking a spirited competition among them for Logan's attention, a contest that seemed it could last indefinitely. Of course, Logan had no intention of allowing such a dispute to escalate. "How about we all gather together for a celebration?" Logan suggested, affectionately ruffling their hair, though with only two hands, he could only manage to pat each one individually. The trio exchanged glances, then huddled together to deliberate, their expressions causing Logan a slight discomfort, as though they were sizing him up like a dubious suitor. After their consultation, they approached Logan, with Mimi taking the lead. "Grandpa, we need to return and inform our parents, but how will we find you later?" Logan felt that his plans for a leisurely outing were likely thwarted today, as he might have to choose a place to stay among the three little ones. Yet, there is a silver lining. It would save some money, and he could also forego the expense of dinner. However, the midday meal expenses were unavoidable. Logan glanced around, a spark of inspiration igniting within him, and he declared, "Come find me at that restaurant when the time comes." He gestured towards a distant eatery that was beginning to bustle with activity. "Hey!" the trio of youngsters exclaimed with excitement, before swiftly turning on their heels and dashing away, eager not to miss a moment lest Logan change his mind about coming. It is worth noting that when he first encountered them, they were each shy and reserved. But after spending some time together, they blossomed into a delightful group of charming little ones. Logan made his way to the restaurant he had previously indicated, skillfully sidestepping an adorable sprite who was obliviously wandering without awareness. Had he not evaded the collision, Logan certainly wished to avoid such a scenario. That was a matter better left to Yushu, who had already transitioned into adulthood. He resolved not to dwell on the youthful frivolities of the younger generation. Nevertheless, a visit to an establishment of ill repute was indeed part of Logan's forthcoming plans. Of course, the foremost task was to acquire some funds. Upon entering the establishment, Logan surveyed his surroundings and noted, to his surprise, that it was quite crowded, indicating he would likely need to share a table with others. Logan glanced to his left, and was pleased to find an empty seat. Without much thought, he made his way towards it. However, just as he took a step, someone grasped his arm, causing him to turn around in slight surprise. It was a familiar face, Peko Rice Bucket Lim. Indeed, it is Grandpa Logan. Peko Lim exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Ah, little Peko Lim. It has been quite some time, Logan replied with a warm smile. As he spoke, he glanced behind Peko Lim and was taken aback to see her family gathered, ready to dine together. Upon noticing Logan's gaze, Kokoro, Kairu, and Yushu all greeted him in unison, calling him Grandpa, a term they used as they had never encountered anyone older than Logan. Despite his youthful appearance resembling that of a 30-year-old man. Grandpa Logan, are you here to eat as well? Kokoro inquired, to which Logan nodded affirmatively. Peko Lim promptly pulled Logan towards their table, cheerfully declaring, then let us dine together. We shall treat Grandpa Logan. Ah, that's unnecessary, Logan said, feeling a bit bashful. He would have preferred to return the favor if you were not short on funds. Sharing delicious food is much more enjoyable, Peko Lim insisted, as she brought a chair for Logan. At a nearby table, several men raised their glasses and shouted, what the eldest sister said is true. It is better to enjoy together than alone. However, one of them suddenly looked perplexed, pondering why Peko Lim referred to this man, who appeared to be of similar age, as Grandpa. Before Logan could utter a word, Coco rolled her eyes and remarked, Grandpa Logan is already over 200 years old this year. He is indeed a person of remarkable longevity. The others, aside from the esteemed members of the culinary hall, were immediately drenched in sweat. Bewildered by their ignorance of humanity's potential for such extended lifespans, it was evident that this rascal was spinning a tale. Logan cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crowd, and then took a knife from the side to make a shallow cut on his own face. It hurt immensely, Logan mused inwardly, as the knife was not particularly sharp, and the pain was quite genuine. The wound began to heal gradually, and with an air of calm, he elaborated. It is precisely due to my near immortality that I possess the secret to longevity. I trust there are no objections? Everyone vehemently shook their heads, categorizing Logan as someone not to be trifled with, for even the mere sight of his action was enough to invoke discomfort. Chapter 24, The Banquet After a Delightful Lunch. Logan remained seated while Pecoleum and the others skillfully donned aprons, retrieving cloths and brooms to commence their work. Are you all working part-time in this establishment? Logan inquired, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Grandfather Logan, replied Kokoro, wiping a table as she spoke. The proprietor of this establishment is exceptionally kind, the food is delectable, and working here also provides a supplementary income. The restaurant owner approached and sat down in front of Logan, observing Kokoro and the others as he addressed him. How long have you known these young ladies, sir? You may simply call me Logan. There is no need to address me as grandfather like the others, Logan replied, sensing the owner's hesitation and deciding it would be more straightforward for him to use his name. Oh dear, that simply cannot be, the owner protested, shaking his head. He then scrutinized Logan further and continued, I have heard that you have traveled from quite afar, old sir? Logan nodded, surprised at how much more natural it felt with a simple change of address. Where do you hail from? What delightful dishes do they have over there? The owner inquired, clearly intrigued by the culinary offerings. Indeed, he appeared to be a competent chef. Logan pondered with his chin in hand, while the restaurant owner refrained from interrupting him. Although Logan's culinary skills were limited and his dishes were rather mediocre, falling short of the excellence demonstrated by skilled homemakers, he believed he could still offer the owner some valuable insights and verbal guidance, perhaps leading to a delightful meal someday. Indeed, there were numerous cooking methods, a total of 36, the first being stir-frying. This involves heating oil in a wok, adding food and seasonings, and quickly tossing them over high heat until cooked. It is essential to distinguish between various styles such as stir-frying, braising, and quick frying. The 35th technique is saute ing, which requires a small amount of oil in the pan, followed by continuous stirring over low heat to evaporate moisture and season the food. The 36th method, known as color enhancement, involves using salad oil and green onions to eliminate odors and enhance the dish's aroma. Logan animatedly explained these techniques, as if he were a master chef. The restaurant owner listened intently, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, perhaps contemplating the potential of an explosive culinary experience. Shortly thereafter, Logan elaborated on the dishes he could prepare, providing a vivid example. After a brief period, he concluded his presentation, took a sip of water that had mysteriously appeared beside him, and was met with applause from those nearby. Logan? At some indeterminate moment, 6 unfamiliar individuals accompanied by the trio of the sweethearts appeared around me. A woman standing behind Waizu grasped one of my hands, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "You must be the Logan that Waizu speaks of so fondly. I never anticipated you to be so youthful. I truly appreciate the trouble you went through previously." It was evident that this was Waizu's mother, while the man behind her was her father. It seemed that Waizu had inherited her personality from her mother, while the other two maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. "Thank you for your care towards the children." The others bowed in unison. "Oh, there is no need for such formality. I feel that Uncle Logan wouldn't mind at all," Waizu's mother remarked, scratching her head in mild embarrassment. Waizu's father shot an exasperated glance at his wife, while I could only smile in resignation and replied, all right. There is no need for all this. Waizu, Mimi, and Jinghua are all wonderful children. Everyone over there has taken great care of them. And it's not solely my doing. That is not true. Grandpa deserves the most credit. He saved us," Waizu retorted, recalling how I had come to their rescue and brought them home, ultimately reuniting them with their families. Logan chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the hair of Wuzuzi as he remarked, Indeed, it is grandfather's greatest achievement." Jinghua's father adjusted his glasses and suggested, "Let us host a banquet in my backyard this evening." "What? A banquet?" P. Kareem's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The mere mention of a feast ignited her energy, banishing any lingering drowsiness. Kayla tugged at P. Kareem, a look of disdain crossing her face as she interjected, "But that is a banquet to express gratitude to Grandfather Logan. You should refrain from attending." "Nonsense. Everyone should join. I am immensely grateful for the care you all have shown to Mimi and her family," Mimi's mother quickly added. "Yay." P. Kareem leaped up with uncontainable joy at the prospect of attending the banquet. Kayla sighed, shaking her head in resignation, yet she too felt a surge of happiness. For after all, she was rather prideful. A group of them lingered in the dining room throughout the afternoon, not for any specific reason, but because the 3 housewives were deeply intrigued by the culinary delights Logan had mentioned, intent on extracting as much as they could from him. 2 hours before the banquet commenced, the parents of the trio excused themselves, for they had preparations to attend to. "Jinghua, please lead everyone to our backyard shortly," her father instructed before departing with the others. "Let us assist," P. Kareem declared, brimming with energy. Kokoro nodded in agreement, expressing her eagerness to help, while their father simply stood up with a grunt, and Kayla shook her head disapprovingly at the scene. "Then let us all get moving," Logan encouraged, stretching his limbs as he surveyed the group, adding, "After all, this is a banquet we are all participating in together. Hooray." The trio of little ones jumped up in response to the call, though one wondered if they might inadvertently complicate matters. The lively group made their way towards Jinghua's expansive backyard, which was impressively large, nearly matching 1/3 of Logan's ranch in Konoha. Once they organized their tasks, enthusiasm surged among them, and in response to their requests, Logan decided to prepare 2 dishes for the evening, mapo tofu and sweet and sour pork. Logan discovered that the majority of the dishes here were unfamiliar to him. Indeed, the meats of Ranzer were distinct, and the seasonings varied significantly. He could hardly find any fruits or vegetables that were the same. Once the banquet commenced, everyone eagerly flocked to the mapo tofu and sweet and sour pork that Logan had prepared. To his surprise, aside from the desserts, there were savory dishes that could be transformed into something sweet. Mei exclaimed, "Delicious." Yet, there seems to be a hint of imperfection. Pecorin squinted her eyes and remarked, "After all, I am not a professional chef. Perfection is certainly beyond my reach." Logan replied, then mixed the mapo tofu with rice and began to indulge. Pecorin and the others mimicked him with great enthusiasm, and after their first bite, they immediately turned their attention to the mapo tofu. Before long, it had vanished. "It was so delightful. What a pity it's all gone," Pecorin lamented, unable to suppress a sigh, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Logan. Logan chuckled and said, "Do you wish to eat? Allow me to teach you how to prepare it yourself." Upon hearing Logan's words, Pelelin eagerly seized his hand and dashed towards the makeshift kitchen. Observing this scene, the mothers of Mimi and others could not help but laugh, for they had sought each other's counsel while Logan was cooking, reasoning that with a few attempts, one could surely grasp the basics. However, compared to sweet and sour pork, Uncle Logan was far more adept at crafting mapo tofu, as noted by Masaki's mother. Indeed, the tofu was remarkably tender. Mikan's father remarked while observing the tofu in the ladle, "The most crucial aspect is not the tofu." Quite right. The 3 women nodded in agreement. The tofu was certainly not the most pivotal element. Meanwhile, under Logan's guidance, Pelelin busied herself preparing a large bowl of mapo tofu, seemingly determined to conquer this dish today. After more than an hour, the banquet came to a close. Besides Logan, everyone else returned home to their respective families. Both Ms. Aoki and Mimi wished to bring Logan back to their homes, but they were ultimately thwarted by Mikon, resulting in Logan spending the night in Mikon's guest room. Later that evening, Logan sat in his room, counting his money and murmuring to himself, on the first day, I saved 2 meals and a night's lodging. Not too shabby. Tomorrow, I shall see where I can earn money swiftly. After tidying up his small fortune, the door to his room swung open, revealing Mikon, who entered with an adorable pillow in her arms. She inquired, Grandpa, are you asleep? I am. Logan replied with an expressionless demeanor. Mikon, looking rather displeased, dashed into Logan's bed and, once settled, exclaimed, You liar. Humph. I wish to hear a bedtime story from Journey to the West. Last time, we reached the part where Tang Sing and his disciples captured their final apprentice, Shamuk. I want to hear more. Logan mused to himself. Indeed, they intended to lure me back home solely to regale me with tales. It was never about honoring the elder. Alas. Yes, 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 Logan replied, transforming into an unrelenting storyteller, seemingly destined to narrate for 3 or 4 hours today. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Logan ceased his storytelling, for Jinghua had already succumbed to slumber, and he too closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. In the morning, Jinghua's father came to summon Logan for breakfast. Upon noticing Jinghua lying beside Logan, he was rendered speechless. It felt as if his daughter had somehow transformed into another man's daughter, or rather, into someone else's granddaughter, leaving him inexplicably with an additional father figure. Time to rise for breakfast, Jinghua's father called out. Simultaneously, Logan and Jinghua sat up, rubbing their eyes with their right hands, yawning in unison. One might have mistaken them for a grandfather and granddaughter duo. What time is it? Logan inquired. Jinghua's father pointed at Logan and commanded, You, go brush your teeth. Then, gesturing toward Jinghua, he instructed, You, return to your room, change out of your pajamas, and then brush your teeth. Oh, they both responded simultaneously, exchanging a glance. Logan maintained his impassive demeanor, while Jinghua chuckled softly before leaping from the bed, clutching the pillow she had brought the previous night. Jinghua's father, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, It truly seems as if my daughter has become someone else's granddaughter. What if you called me Dad? Logan suggested tentatively. Get lost, was the sole retort he received. As Jinghua's father strode away with a dark expression, Logan chuckled and remarked, What a splendid temper you have. You didn't even resort to wielding a kitchen knife against me. After saying this, he rose to freshen up, oblivious to the presence of toothpaste in this establishment. Following breakfast, Logan bid farewell to the Jinghua family and departed. As he walked through the bustling streets, he observed the thriving state of Lansor. It was only natural. After all, for Lansor was not only the name of the nation but also that of the city, serving as the capital, thus inherently prosperous. After spending the morning exploring much of Lansor, Logan encountered several acquaintances, though they did not recognize him, such as those at the Jinbu River. Of course, he had no intention of greeting them unless it was absolutely necessary. After noting a few locations, Logan made his way to the Guild's headquarters. Ah, it's Grandpa. The trio known as the Sweethearts spotted Logan near the Guild and promptly captured him. Mimi dashed over to Logan and exclaimed, Grandpa, good morning. Oh, wait. It's nearly noon. Let us have lunch together. Agreed. The other two chimed in enthusiastically. Well, my dear grandchildren, I was actually planning to find something to occupy my time. You all should go ahead and eat, Logan responded cheerfully, aware that the funds he possessed were likely only sufficient for a single meal. Are you planning to register with the guild, Grandpa? Wei Zoshin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Logan. Logan nodded and remarked, Indeed, one must always find something to engage in. Naturally, the primary goal is to earn money. With his remarkable speed, he could accomplish various tasks in a swift manner, provided he had the correct direction. Except for escorting and gathering tasks. Then let us join you, sweetheart, and register together. The three exclaimed in unison. Due to their age and the number of participants, they were unable to register a guild on their own. However, with Logan leading, they might just bypass the restrictions. Of course, Logan had long forgotten that Sweetheart was merely a small team and not an actual guild. Very well, Logan replied, and then, under the watchful gaze of the three, he stepped into the guild hall. The familiar sight of the taskboard made Logan feel uneasy, as he could not comprehend the written words. Can't this little game provide something more engaging? He mused, for he could not read and relied solely on listening. The receptionist at the guild blinked and approached Logan, inquiring, Is this your first visit to the guild? Do you already have a desired companion with whom to register? Logan gazed at the receptionist, inwardly lamenting how truly captivating she was. Indeed, he nodded slightly in agreement. The lovely young woman smiled sweetly, her lips curving upward. Before gracefully making her way to the desk behind her, she leaned down slightly, meticulously searching for a particular item. Before long, she successfully retrieved a piece of paper and handed it to Logan. With a smile gracing his face, Logan softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much." The young lady, still smiling, replied in a kind tone, "No need to mention it." At that moment, a question suddenly crossed Logan's mind, prompting him to inquire, "May I take this form back to complete it with my companions?" Without hesitation, the young lady nodded in agreement. "Of course, that is not a problem at all." After receiving her affirmative response, Logan once again conveyed his thanks before turning to leave. In truth, Logan pondered that he could only write in Chinese and English, though he typically relied on Chinese. However, he realized that the other party would not understand Chinese at all, and he himself was unable to comprehend the script of Ransol. Thus, he resolved to have the locals, namely the unassuming sisters, assist in completing the document, as they were his teammates, after all. Who else could he entrust with this task if not them? Chapter 25. A chance encounter with the Oath Maiden. Logan gazed impassively at the three little girls, their faces flushed with fervor as they argued animatedly. A twinge of regret washed over him. Had he the ability to write, he would have never christened the guild with such a frivolous name as Little Sweetheart. At the very least, he would have opted for something formidable like X-Men. Observing their incessant bickering, which had escalated to pulling each other's cheeks and tickling, he found little amusement in their antics, as his preferences leaned towards more mature companions. Engaging with these three youthful beings was morally questionable and quite distressing. As the trio seemed on the verge of disrobing, Logan interjected decisively, "I've made my choice. The name shall be the elder and the children. No objections." The three girls froze momentarily, then erupted in unison, "We oppose." "No dissent allowed," Logan retorted. Mimi, seizing her weapon, declared, "If reason fails us, then let us settle this with a duel." At her words, Jinghua and Waizu exchanged enlightened glances and promptly produced their staffs and boxing gloves. Meanwhile, Logan retrieved a slender branch from the ground, testing its resilience. Satisfied with its sturdiness, he mused that it would surely deliver a stinging blow. The three girls instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the palpable fear of being dominated by their elder. Memories of their mothers administering similar punishments flickered through their minds. It was Jinghua who first succumbed to the tension, timidly suggesting, I acknowledge that we were quite rude earlier. Perhaps, grandfather, we could sit down and discuss this?" "Yes. Yes." Mimi and Waizu fervently nodded in agreement. Logan spoke in a language incomprehensible to the three. "This is Ragnarok. This is the choice of fate, and fate compels me. You cannot escape your destiny. Awaken to it." With a resounding clap of thunder, he executed a triple kill. Shortly thereafter, Logan embraced his arms in front of him, rhythmically tapping his left foot. The trio of sweethearts lay prostrate on the ground, clutching their backsides, while before them lay a parchment issued by the guild. Jinghua was inscribing words upon it, her eyes glistening with tears of grievance. "Hurry and write. Guild name, the old man and the child. Then write your names. And include mine as well," Logan admonished. However, unbeknownst to him, Jinghua had inscribed the guild name as Sweethearts and Bad Grandpa, wagering that Logan could not read. Her gamble proved correct, for when it came time to write Logan's name, the three erupted into another dispute. "No. Jinghua, how can you write Iceberg Logan? It must be Suko Logan." Natsuki protested, snatching the pen to make amendments. Nearby, Mimi was equally displeased and swiftly joined the fray, exclaiming, "No. It has to be Akira Logan." Thus, the trio descended into a cacophony of disagreement. "Logan, write properly. You fools," Logan bellowed, delivering a loving punch to each of the three. Ultimately, under Logan's watchful gaze, Jinghua inscribed, "Logan Xian Bing Chuan Sui Gao Hailed," leaving Logan with a head full of questions. He mused to himself, "Is my name really so lengthy when translated into these characters?" Nevertheless, he thought, at least it doesn't sound like Ice River Logan. Had Logan scrutinized the inscription more closely, he would have noticed that the string of characters following his name bore a striking resemblance to the prefixes of Yunzuxi and her companions, which might lead to an amusing inquiry at the front desk later. With the guild registration details in hand, Logan turned towards the guild. As the three watched him depart, they collectively sighed in relief, grateful for not being discovered, but hastily decided to flee before it was too late. Upon entering the guild, Logan approached the front desk attendant, presenting her with the paper. "The members are gathered. Please assist me in logging the information," he stated. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Logan's promptness. However, she quickly composed herself and, upon retrieving the registration paper, was astonished to see such a peculiar guild name. Without further inquiry, she began to record the information magically. Moments later, she smiled at Logan and said, "Mr. Logan Qian Bing Xuan Sui Gao Hayalit, your guild, Little Sweetheart and Bad Grandpa, has been successfully registered. Please choose your tasks wisely. Do not take on anything too challenging." Logan. Others in the guild, Rogan, trembling with rage, gritted his teeth as he cast a furious glance toward the door. In the next instant, he dashed outside, even activating the third door to propel himself forward with greater speed. After Logan departed, the onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. It was utterly amusing. "Mizuki, Mimi, Hyuka, come forth and witness how your grandfather dotes on you." Logan's bellow resonated throughout Land Seoul, reaching the ears of half the city's populace. In the Hyuka household, Hyuka's mother, filled with concern, remarked, "It seems those three have caused Uncle Logan some trouble. Perhaps it's just a prank." Unfazed, Mizuki's mother replied, "Well, at most, Logan will just leave their behinds red or perhaps covered in flowers." Indeed, Hyuka's mother nodded, and thus began a friendly discussion among the three mothers. After all, their daughters were of an age where they need not worry about them wandering off, especially since there were no child abductions in Land Seoul. Otherwise, their concern would have been heightened. Meanwhile, as Logan scoured the streets in search of the girls, he soon collided with an acquaintance at a corner. However, before Logan could reach her, she executed a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling. Logan, taken by surprise, swiftly executed a flawless somersault before landing gracefully. Regrettably, Mr. U2 Ramen awarded him a dismal review. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Logan momentarily paused, then remarked, "My sincerest apologies, I nearly collided with you." Before Logan stood the formidable Christina, the vice-captain of the Royal Knights. She licked her lips and fixed her gaze upon him, saying, "You possess remarkable abilities. Among all whom I have encountered, your strength is undoubtedly among the finest, and your reflexes are commendable. However, I remain uncertain if you are truly capable." Logan secretly yearned to suggest that the truth could be discerned through experience, yet he refrained from voicing this thought, knowing it would likely lead to a confrontation, a cumbersome affair he wished to avoid, particularly with the characters entwined in the narrative. Deep down, Logan sensed that his stay in this world might be fleeting. Thus, he felt liberated to indulge in carefree adventures, albeit not alongside the principal figures of the story. However, he found the Little Sweetheart trio to be quite agreeable. Logan raised his hand and said, "Well, I must introduce myself. I am Christina Morgan. And you, sir? May I ask for your name?" Christina pointed her sword at Logan as she spoke. "Logan, what brings you here to stir up trouble? Though your group certainly provokes me, I have no desire to entangle myself with you. We are civilized individuals. Can we not engage in senseless conflict?" Before Logan could finish his sentence, Christina swiftly struck with her sword. In a moment of urgency, Logan instinctively revealed his claws to defend himself. Christina watched with keen interest as Logan brandished his metallic claws. This was an unexpected turn of events. She had anticipated he would draw a weapon, yet instead, he unveiled a pair of formidable metal claws. Remarkably, they withstood her blow, and he remained firmly grounded, displaying a strength that seemed to surpass her own significantly. Logan, despite not having activated the 8 gates, is capable of unleashing the full extent of his physical prowess, generating immense force amounting to several tons. This remarkable ability can be attributed to the Edelman's steel skeleton. Otherwise, with his previous ordinary bones, he would likely be able to exert merely 1 or 2 tons of power and would require a brief respite afterward, as such exertion could inflict damage upon his muscles and bones. Now that he has activated 3 gates, he finds it effortless to counter his opponent's attacks. "Hey!" Logan exclaimed, promptly pushing Christina away, who took the opportunity to create some distance between them. Brandishing her sword, Christina fixed her gaze on Logan and declared, "Since you refuse to reveal your name, let us indulge in this encounter to the fullest." Overlaugh. With that, her aura surged dramatically, and in the next moment, she lunged at him with her blade. Logan hastily raised his claws to defend himself. After exchanging several blows, he realized that he was relegated to mere defense, unable to evade his opponent's strikes. It seemed that every attempt to counter was effortlessly dodged, akin to a scenario where hits were guaranteed while evasion was a futile endeavor. As he parried, Logan recalled that as one of the 7 crowns, Lady Christina, The Oak Keeper wielded the power of the Chaos Realm, which granted her absolute accuracy and evasion. He remembered that the Chaos Realm was linked to explosive bursts. Was he not required to wait for a skill cooldown here? Astonishingly, it appeared that such a wait was unnecessary. Of course, Christina was not devoid of weaknesses. For instance, her first vulnerability was the presence of numerous moving objects within her line of sight, such as during a rainstorm. Secondly, low visibility conditions, like those caused by dust storms, posed a challenge. Thirdly, swift ambushes from outside her field of vision could catch her off guard. Lastly, if her opponent refrained from direct attacks and instead exploited environmental factors to strike, it would also create difficulties for her. Is this truly all you can manage? Christina inquired with a smile that radiated excitement. Logan glanced at her weapon, astonished that after so many clashes with his adamantium claws, her weapon bore only slight scratches. It indicated a remarkable quality. However, he surmised that it could hardly withstand the heated adamantium claws. After all, there was scarcely anything that those claws could not rend asunder. The two continued their skirmish from the corner into the street, where several walls along the way were cleaved. Of course, this was Christina's doing, as her sword was exceptionally long. Consequently, a crowd began to gather, many of whom were familiar faces. Christina, I shall assist. At that moment, a white-haired girl brandishing a slender sword swiftly lunged at Logan. A figure in black armor attempted to intervene but was a moment too late. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, honestly, this troublemaker finds a way to stir chaos daily. If we take down this stranger, we can halt the battle. And do not interfere. After instructing her soldiers, she raised her shield and drew her sword, charging forward. Goodness, is that pure energy? Logan exclaimed, feeling the chill of the wind behind him. He swiftly turned, raising his claws to deflect Ji's kidney strike. That girl aimed to backstab him right away. While it wouldn't be life-threatening, it would certainly be excruciating. Just as he repelled the attacks from the two, Pure swung her shield toward Logan with force. Logan intended to land a powerful punch, but instead, his claw became ensnared in the shield. It seems her shield was rather inadequate. A pained cry escaped her lips as the shield fell. And that single strike left 3 gashes on her hand, causing a significant flow of blood. Are you all right, Chun? Ji inquired swiftly while advancing. Humph. Christina's demeanor noticeably darkened. Her massive sword became ever more menacing, as if she were intent on cleaving Logan in two. Paladin of the Royal Knight Order. Jasmine reporting. A playful voice echoed from above, and a petite figure, seizing the opportunity while Logan was distracted, leapt behind him and struck with her sword. Logan exclaimed in frustration, his words laced with expletives. After successfully landing a blow, Jasmine skipped away from him. Her movements, though not as agile and unpredictable as Christina's, were still rather perplexing to Logan given her Orcish nature. Meanwhile, Chun had tended to her wounds and, wielding another shield, joined the fray as the four encircled Logan. Among the crowd, a red-haired enchantress smiled, expressing her keen interest in Logan. She introduced herself as Rabbalista, a member of the Labyrinth Guild, though they had not officially registered, as doing so required a quartet. What a hassle! Logan lamented, his expression shifting dramatically. He retracted his claws, crossed his arms before him, assumed a hoarse stance. And with a sudden outburst, he bellowed, the 8 gates of Duinjia, the opening of the shock gate. A powerful wave of energy erupted from Logan, his skin taking on a faint crimson hue, while blue energy radiated from him. What? Christina's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure. She was taken aback that Logan had not unleashed his full potential earlier, which left her feeling quite displeased. Everyone, I intend to conclude this swiftly, so please exercise caution, Logan declared, adopting a half-hearted Tai Chi stance. June furrowed her brow, although retracting her claws alleviated much of the pressure she felt. An inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered. Before she could comprehend her unease, Logan had already materialized behind her. When did he? June's face reflected sheer shock as she prepared to turn around. But Logan's straight punch struck her back, propelling her away and rendering her momentarily dazed until she collided with the railing of a nearby residence. Albeit without excessive force on Logan's part. For Logan, the 8 gates technique significantly enhanced both his speed and strength, though he believed the acceleration to be the most advantageous. After all, if one were to be even slightly slower, they would fail to land a hit. Immense strength alone would be futile unless one possessed the extraordinary might of someone like Saitama, who could split the earth with a single punch. Damn it. Take this. Ji roared as he charged towards Logan, the blade aimed directly at his throat. Logan swiftly evaded the attack, simultaneously delivering a knife hand strike to the back of Ji's neck, achieving a remarkable double kill. Without missing a beat, Logan quickly incapacitated the ambushing Jasmine and then turned to Christina, remarking, "Not attacking alongside them was your mistake, Christina." "Humph. I have no need for their assistance. I prefer to face you one-on-one," Christina declared with an air of arrogance, her palms slick with sweat. Though it was not from anxiety, but rather exhilaration, as she reveled in the challenge posed by such a formidable opponent as Logan. "Is that so? I shall require a more serious approach henceforth," Logan replied, nodding thoughtfully. He stood tall, arms outstretched with palms facing upwards, and with a grave expression stated, "I am Logan. Logan Hallett. Now, prepare to meet your demise." In the tone of Black Tiger Afu, the crow takes flight. With that, Logan leapt high into the air, arms wide like a great bird in flight, and as he descended, he suddenly shifted to deliver a powerful kick. At times, he found it quite amusing to embody Black Tiger Afu. After all, as long as he resembled it, that was sufficient. Praying Mantis Fist, Black Tiger's Heart Extraction, Cat Turn, Two Dragons Play with Pearls, Eagle Claw Technique, Sweeping Leg. Logan unleashed a flurry of attacks. Miss. A. Miss. A. Miss. A. Miss. A. Miss. A. Christina deftly evaded and countered against Logan's strikes. Chapter 26. The night's encampment. Christina shook the blood from her sword, her expression one of displeasure. For she realized Logan was hardly putting forth his full effort, even displaying signs of holding back. What irked her further was the realization that she could not defeat him. He could potentially wear her down. She noted that the wounds she had inflicted on Logan had mysteriously vanished, leading her to subconsciously believe that he was invulnerable, or that no one could kill him. Having grown weary, Afu logged off, prompting Logan to adopt a serious demeanor as he remarked, "Now, Christina, are you prepared to receive my supreme and most powerful strike?" He began to channel his energy, readying a small-scale day tiger attack. Should that fail, he would resort to a peacock-style barrage, despite the considerable environmental damage it might cause. Christina swallowed hard and raised her sword in cautious anticipation. But soon her expression turned to one of astonishment, for Chun had unexpectedly awakened and regained her strength. Before Logan could throw a punch, she struck him fiercely on the back of the head with her shield. As Logan intended to deliver a blow, he was unexpectedly hit from behind, crashing to the ground under the force of the shield, which continued to rain down blows upon his head until he was rendered unconscious. Christina, at a loss for words, scratched the back of her head, while Chun, noticing Logan's stillness, paused and asked Christina, "What did you do to provoke this formidable uncle? He seems quite powerful." "So I sought to challenge him to a duel," Christina shrugged and remarked, her words not only startling June but also catching the attention of the newly awakened Jasmine and Ji. They initially believed that Logan had gotten into some trouble, leading to a confrontation with the vice captain. June displayed an expression of embarrassment, while Christina, retracting her massive sword, smiled and said, "I must express gratitude to the captain. Witnessing him gradually unleash his formidable power presents a splendid challenge. I shall take him back to the base today and challenge him tomorrow." "What? No way," June exclaimed, her surprise quickly turning into opposition. "Isn't that akin to kidnapping? Moreover, we cannot bring such a powerful and enigmatic individual near the royal palace. What if he poses a threat to the king?" Disregarding June's objections, Christina firmly grasped Logan's foot and began to drag him towards the base. After a short distance, she glanced back at June and stated, "Captain, you cannot prevent me." Ji, looking at Logan, who was face down, lamented, "That guy is really unfortunate." "Indeed. But it appears he is fine. The wounds from the earlier ambush have already healed. His recovery is truly remarkable." Jasmine mused, clearly unfazed by Logan's current predicament. At the Royal Knight's base, Christina dragged Logan to an empty room adjacent to her own and tossed him onto the bed. Her excessive force caused Logan's head to collide with the wall, producing a loud thud before he landed on the bed, barely avoiding the floor. Christina rubbed her head, lacking the inclination to enter, and instead closed the door behind her, instructing the soldiers to keep watch. "If he awakens, bring him to me," she commanded before departing. "Yes, Vice Captain," the soldier responded loudly. After nodding, Christina turned and left, her mind preoccupied with the day's battle. First, Logan's speed was astonishing and his strength formidable. Yet his techniques lacked subtlety, consisting solely of overt attacks that she easily evaded. Secondly, Christina was deeply intrigued by Logan's so-called ultimate and strongest strike, the Daytime Tiger, which resembled a punch. Logically, she should have been able to dodge it, yet at that moment, she felt an inexplicable inability to evade. Approximately half an hour later, Logan slowly regained consciousness, rubbing the now pain-free back of his head and muttering, "What on earth? How dirty? Who ambushed me?" After surveying his surroundings, he discerned it was clearly a guest room. After a moment of contemplation, Logan pushed open the door, and a soldier clad in full armor immediately addressed him, "Esteemed guest, the vice captain requests your presence." "Lead the way," Logan replied after a brief pause. Shortly thereafter, Logan was escorted by the soldier to a conference room where 4 familiar faces awaited him, the members of the Royal Knights who had surrounded him earlier. Christina, ignoring June's reprimands, raised an eyebrow at Logan and said, "You've awakened, old man, and quite swiftly too." At this moment, June had removed her helmet and bowed to Logan, saying, "Apologies, sir. Let us have another duel." Christina interjected, while June retorted angrily, "Christina, you need to correct yourself. Calling him sir is inappropriate." Logan leaned against the doorframe, observing the 4 with a bemused expression. The Royal Knights were taken aback, pondering, what in the world is this? How can someone live so long? A dragon? A demon? Or something else entirely? Christina was the first to shake off her complex feelings. She cleared her throat and stated, "No more idle chatter. Let us engage in a one-on-one battle. You should practice first. Even 4 of you together almost couldn't defeat me." Logan replied with an impassive demeanor. Christina was enraged, but was restrained by June and Ji. Meanwhile, Jasmine exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, this person is so arrogant, but he is incredibly strong. Can the vice captain defeat him?" Christina, ultimately regaining her composure, fixed her gaze on Logan and declared, "Let us engage in a serious match. I challenge you, Logan." June sighed in exasperation, signaling to Logan to decline this futile contest. "You should wait for another time. You haven't even recovered your strength. Can you truly give your all?" Logan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Christina paused, then burst into laughter. "So that means you accept, right? Great. We shall battle this afternoon." Logan, feeling resigned, thought, is this truly a matter of not being able to back down? So he agreed to the duel. Ji, whispering to June, mused, "Do you think Christina can win? I believe she will be taught a lesson. Hopefully, she will be more subdued afterward." June, somewhat helpless, acknowledged Logan's strength and remarkable recovery ability. Recalling the sharp claws that had even torn through her shield, she was curious about the material of those claws. Ji, with a thoughtful expression, suddenly wore a mischievous grin. "Perhaps we could place a wager. If Christina wins, then the old man must assist with some training to become stronger. If he wins, then Christina must give him a kiss." Ji said with a wicked smile, clearly reveling in the idea of stirring trouble. Before Christina could react, Logan interjected, "I refuse. I have no desire to entangle myself with a young lady." "You jerk. Who are you calling a young lady?" Christina shouted at Logan in response. "I am over 200 years old. You must refer to me as great-grandma." Logan placed his hands on his hips, scoffing. "You old fool. Is being over 200 really something to boast about?" Christina gripped the hilt of her sword, her expression one of fierce determination. Ready to unleash her wrath upon Logan, her rage barely contained. If not for the restraining hands of those nearby, she would have sought to bring them both to ruin. Suddenly, her captors released her, and she was left with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, yet she ultimately refrained from charging at him. "I am your great-great-grandfather," Logan proclaimed with a smirk. "You are someone else's great-great-grandfather. What does that have to do with us?" Christina roared back. "Since those individuals are your contemporaries, they must still refer to me as great-great-grandfather," Logan replied, his nose held high. Christina pointed her sword at Logan, exclaiming, "Can we please refrain from discussing great-great-grandfathers? I have no connection to you or those so-called contemporaries." "Fine. I am your father," Logan nodded, his tone unyielding. "How dare you?" Christina could no longer contain herself. She raised her massive sword and leapt, aiming a strike at Logan's shoulder. The blade cleaved through his flesh and struck against the adamantine bone beneath, shattering upon impact. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, as did the soldiers, witnessing for the first time a weapon strike a person and break apart. "Avalon," Christina murmured in astonishment, staring at her broken sword. Upon closer inspection, she noticed numerous scratches and chips along the blade, evidence of clashes with Logan's claws. It had not been a forceful engagement. Yet in her fury, she had shattered it completely. "It's broken. Avalon is actually broken? Just how tough is this guy?" Jasmine exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. She rubbed her eyes and pinched her cheeks, struggling to accept this reality. Christina seized Logan's clothing, shouting, "You need to consider this. You were the one who struck me. This has nothing to do with me." Logan raised a finger skyward, reminding her, "Well, that is indeed a fact. Who could have anticipated that such a blow would result in a break? Shouldn't it have been Logan who was cleaved in two by Christina? Releasing her grip on Logan, Christina stared blankly at the shattered sword in her hand, prompting Logan to recall a saying: "The day the broken sword of ruin is reforged is the day the night returns." Seeing Christina in a daze, Logan could not help but suggest, why not simply forge another one? The materials are just difficult to acquire. Christina abruptly stood, massaging her temples as she declared, "I refuse to continue this battle with you, you old monster. Child, embrace peace, refrain from constant violence," Logan advised. Christina shot him a disdainful glance before retorting, "Once I find a worthy sword, I shall avenge Avalon by striking you down. Then you might as well wash up and sleep, for such a weapon does not exist," Logan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Humph, you little rascal. You still wish to strike me? With heated adamantine claws, I could cut through anything." Uncle," Ji interjected, tapping Logan on the arm. He raised an eyebrow, questioning. "You do not know my name?" Ji paused, lost in thought. Had Logan ever mentioned his name? Logan Hallett, a name that evokes a sense of agelessness, announced his identity just as the three of you succumbed to unconsciousness. Christina remarked impassively, "In any case, I am not a suspicious individual." "Well, I shall take my leave now," Logan stated, turning to depart from the headquarters of the Royal Knights. However, after taking a few steps, he was halted. "Our guest, Mr. Logan, it appears we have become acquainted through this encounter. Let us discuss combat techniques today, and in the evening, we shall host a banquet in your honor. Allowing you to depart tomorrow," Ji cheerfully insisted, grasping Logan's arm. Chun nodded in agreement, signaling her approval of this arrangement. Logan rolled his eyes, contemplating the notion of combat skills. Why not seek out Christina instead? Without the need for extensive attacks, he could hardly reach her. Every attempt to strike her was met with a frustrating miss. Logan attempted to reclaim his clothing from Ji's grasp, yet found himself firmly ensnared. Sighing, he mused that perhaps this was fortuitous, as he could forego dinner and possibly even spend the night here, completing his task and earning a bit of money the following day, before seeking out the company of those alluring older sisters in the red light district. Resolving his thoughts, Logan feigned resignation and remarked, all right, I understand. Let us discuss matters of combat techniques for today." She, with a playful grin, responded, "Indeed, we are quite in sync. It is true that one must engage to truly know each other." Yet, within her heart, she thought, if I cannot best you in battle, I shall find my strengths in areas where you falter." Logan let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "Indeed, everyone is quite measured in their actions, showing restraint. You are merely my source of sustenance." Pure, oblivious to the subtle intentions exchanged between the two, perceived their interaction as merely courteous. As for the innocent little Jasmine, she believed their playful banter wholeheartedly. Thus, she first enjoyed a complimentary lunch, and in the afternoon, Logan engaged in sparring with the four rotating partners. Little did he anticipate that through this practice, they would assimilate his Tai Chi techniques into their own combat styles. This was Tai Chi push hands. This was the essence of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. As Logan exchanged moves with them, he called out the names of the techniques, which inexplicably reminded Christina of a prior scene involving a cat turning around and a crow flying on a plane in a loop. However, the intricacies of Tai Chi were evidently more profound than those chaotic techniques, though not in the mundane sense of the term. Although Logan appeared to be casually training with Pure and the others, the expressions on the 4 faces grew increasingly grim as they wondered, why had a simple spar turned into a lesson? Did he intend to take on the role of our master? Such were their thoughts. Due to the limited repertoire of Logan as Tai Chi, it was easy for them to mistakenly interpret it as instruction, especially since he occasionally offered explanations, albeit never quite hitting the mark. Nonetheless, they could piece together the knowledge gleaned from their encounters. As dusk descended, Logan exhaled a sigh of relief, silently noting, "At last, I have endured. An extravagant feast awaits this evening, followed by a restful slumber, and then back to work tomorrow." Chapter 27, Awaken. The time to hunt. Before him lay a lavish banquet, predominantly composed of meats, with only a mere scattering of salad greens to represent vegetables, accompanied by a scant selection of fruits. Of course, this scarcity referred not to their quantity, but rather their proportion, as the gathering included soldiers, all present except for those on duty, eager to witness the renowned figure who had bested Christina. "Logan, you are truly formidable. Allow me to raise a toast to you. A half glass will suffice," exclaimed a spirited young hero, radiating admiration as he approached Logan. Without hesitation, he downed his drink in one go. One must wonder, Had it been a stronger liquor rather than a low-alcohol wine, would he have dared to do so? Young man, your honesty is commendable, for your boldness. I shall drink to you, Logan replied with a jovial smile, appreciating such daring spirits over those who boast of chugging yet linger with their drink untouched for ages. However, given the low alcohol content, he mused that if one day this were to be secretly switched for a stronger spirit, he might indeed be quite mischievous. Observing Logan's demeanor, the young man was invigorated and poured another glass, declaring, "You are truly generous. Cheers. Let us drink again." After consuming approximately 10 cups, the young man departed, somewhat dazed. Following his exit, a robust figure arrived. In the distance, she concealed herself, stifling a laugh. Originally, her plan for a grueling battle of attrition was to have Logan consume his drink in half-cup increments. She had not anticipated his remarkable fortitude. When her opponent was on the brink of collapse, she intended to swoop in and claim Logan's head as her prize. "Logan, alcohol has no effect on me." As time elapsed, the majority of the Knight's Order succumbed, prompting Zhihui to question the meaning of life. Meanwhile, Christina, who was drinking off to the side, also noticed the situation but chose to remain silent, eagerly anticipating Logan's blunder. As for Jasmine and June, one was eager to drink but was left empty-handed, as Jasmine had yet to reach the legal drinking age, and June herself had an aversion to alcohol. Goodness, Uncle Logan is nearly incapacitating the entire Knight's Order, Jasmine exclaimed, her eyes wide as she held her juice. June covered her head, exasperated, for she recognized the sneaky handiwork of Zhihui. If an outsider were to bring an entire royal palace's Knight Order to their knees, it would be an embarrassment of epic proportions. Logan raised his glass and proclaimed, "We are all warriors. Allow me to toast to you all." With that, he downed his drink in one go, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd. The few who remained aloof did so not out of disdain, but rather due to their lack of prowess in consuming alcohol. Nonetheless, this gesture was meant to convey a similar sentiment to them. G's eyes glimmered with mischief as he mused to himself, "Ah, Logan, you are not as formidable as you once were. The time for the hunt has arrived." With that thought, G approached Logan, carrying 2 cases of fine wine. After placing them aside, he seized an entire bottle and, brimming with bravado, declared, "Logan, I challenge you. Child, come back in a few years to drink with Grandpa." Logan replied, momentarily taken aback, as he wished to discourage minors from indulging in alcohol. "Are you afraid?" G inquired, narrowing his eyes. Logan scoffed disdainfully. What a pitiful attempt at provocation. Before he could finish, G uncorked an entire bottle and took a swig. Logan stared in astonishment. Were today's youth truly so audacious? Had he not witnessed the throng of people brought to their knees by his drinking? After finishing the bottle, he gestured for Logan to join him in the revelry. Logan chuckled helplessly and took a swig from a full bottle, perplexed by the situation. If it were a contest of artistic skill or a special talent, perhaps he would concede, but in a drinking competition, consuming more alcohol felt no different than drinking water. The healing factors within his body swiftly neutralized the alcohol absorbed. To truly affect Logan, one would need to consume an immense quantity of high-proof spirits in a short span, yet even that would yield only a fleeting impact. After finishing 2 cases of wine, she twirled a newly opened bottle, mumbling indistinctly, "Logan, old man, drink. Keep drinking. Today, I shall surely outrink you." Logan sighed, reflecting on the burdens of life. He then rose, delivering a swift strike to Ji, rendering him unconscious and causing a cascade of vibrant colors to spill forth. "Jasmine, please escort Ji back to rest," Chun instructed. Jasmine, momentarily taken aback, quickly sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "Leave it to me." In no time, she was by Ji's side, gently urging him, "Senior Ji, it's time to return and rest." With that, she supported him as they departed. At that moment, Christina approached Logan, wine glass in hand, taking a seat opposite him with a mischievous grin. "I never anticipated the old man could hold his liquor so well," she remarked, tilting her glass forward. Logan poured himself a glass and clinked it against Christina's, then remarked, "Are you also intending to recklessly challenge me? I possess the capacity to down an entire land of souls." He had no desire to intoxicate everyone present, for moderation is key. However, Christina interpreted his words differently, perceiving them as a provocation, a sentiment echoed by June, who approached and detected the underlying challenge. June, sitting beside Christina, fixed Logan with an impassive gaze and cautioned, "Old man, do refrain from boasting lest you strain your back." "Logan, good heavens, are they all seeking their demise? Haven't they ever consulted Baidu?" "Well, it appears they truly have not. Baidu remains blissfully untainted." "Baidu, I shall give you a taste of my wrath." With that, Logan suddenly rose and bellowed, prompting June and Christina to slam their hands on the table, hurling their cups aside, and seizing wine bottles to indulge. 5 minutes later, Christina, with a bottle in her mouth, collapsed. This marked her 4th bottle, quite the display of folly. June had already consumed 7 bottles, yet her complexion remained unflushed. Her breath steady, which astonished Logan, as well as the few soldiers who had not partaken. They had not anticipated their commander to possess such remarkable drinking prowess. Impressive. I had assumed that Ji was unmatched within the Knight's Order, yet it appears there is one even stronger. June, shall we cease our revelry? Logan chuckled as he voiced his suggestion, hoping to have Christina removed, lest she soon regurgitate rainbows. To the end, June proclaimed with a singular word, "I shall." Logan, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately condensed his myriad thoughts into a single exclamation. After approximately the 13th case of wine, June too succumbed. And the remaining soldiers who had initially abstained soon followed suit, emboldened by their commander's astounding capacity. Following the tumult, Logan covered the soldiers who had not collapsed with blankets. Upon noticing Jasmine approaching, he instructed her to escort June and Christina away, while he prepared to retreat to the quarters they had arranged for him, as the night had grown late. Alas, today I have consumed over 700 cases. I personally accounted for nearly half of that, Logan lamented, recalling he had made over 700 trips to the restroom, averaging 1 trip per case consumed. Before long, the door was suddenly kicked open, revealing Christina supporting June as they entered. She pointed at Logan and exclaimed, "June, this fellow can no longer hold his own." "Logan, what the hell? Weren't you already unconscious? How did you manage to bring the bottle and a person over here?" Christina and June staggered their way towards Logan, and without uttering a word, they poured the liquor directly onto his head instead of into his mouth. Logan felt a surge of frustration, manifesting as 3 exclamation marks above his head. "Enough! Enough!" he exclaimed with a smile. "It's time for you to return and rest." After calming his anger, he said with a look of exasperation, wiping his face before attempting to usher the two toward the door. Christina, fuming with indignation, retorted, "What? Are you telling me you won't keep me company while I drink? Or is it that you, old man, can no longer handle it? Have you lost your stamina?" Logan found himself abruptly pushed back onto the bed before he could make any movements of his own. Christina forcefully pinned him down, shoving a bottle toward his lips while exclaiming, "Drink up, you old fool." The cacophony of her wailing filled the air. Logan struggled to articulate his thoughts, attempting to push her away, yet she clung to him tenaciously. The exquisite friction below rendered him somewhat powerless, compounded by his long-standing desire to earn money for certain indulgences. Ultimately, Logan's resolve waned, and the night transformed into an unforgettable experience. The following morning, he awoke to the piercing screams of a girl named Ji. Upon awakening, Logan immediately discerned something amiss. Someone beside him had expelled a considerable amount of vibrant colors, though it was not his own doing. It was the realization that struck him. Logan was drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I acted impulsively yesterday, but surely it won't have any repercussions." It seemed that the piercing scream of Ji awoke him from his stupor. Christina and Chun sat up, clutching their heads. The overwhelming malevolence emanating from them was unmistakable. "It hurts so much. A headache is one thing, but why does it feel so? Ugh," Christina exclaimed, suddenly widening her eyes and fixating on the two in front of her, particularly on Logan, with Chun merely a secondary concern, as both of their conditions were quite similar. "Honestly, I urged you to go back and sleep yesterday, but you wouldn't listen, even vomiting everywhere. You really ought to reflect on this next time," Logan blustered, hastily dressing himself before dragging Ji away. "Hey, where's the bathing area?" Logan inquired. Ji, still in shock, pointed towards a large house not far away and replied, "Over there." Logan hurriedly rushed over, intending to take a quick shower and leave. However, while his thoughts were optimistic, reality proved to be rather harsh. As he entered the bathhouse and stepped into the pool, before he could even begin, Christina and June had already followed him in, their gazes fixed intently upon Logan. "We are all adults here. Let us remain composed," Logan asserted with a calm demeanor. Christina, producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere, waved it nonchalantly and stated with an impassive expression, "Yet it appears that some individuals do not share this sentiment. Why the haste to bathe instead of continuing to slumber? Why indeed? Could it be? Logan, one cannot speak the truth. It could result in dire consequences. Although regeneration is possible, the pain remains." Compared to Christina, the pressure from Pure is far more intense. As she gazes intently, seemingly awaiting Logan's explanation. Logan coughed a few times, closed his eyes to feign calmness, and then remarked, "I have too many belongings. Do you find them distasteful?" Christina suddenly leaned closer to Logan's ear and whispered, her dagger seemingly restless, hovering between his waist and lower regions, as if searching for a vulnerable spot. No, no, no. I drank the most last night, and I feared that the scent of alcohol would cause you further discomfort, leading to more retching and harming your stomach. Logan babbled nonsensically, a great deal of cold sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, even if he were to sweat now, it would not raise suspicion. Christina inhaled deeply near Logan, and indeed, a strong odor of alcohol emanated from him, causing her, still recovering from last night's hangover, to feel momentarily dizzy. Although Logan had consumed the most alcohol, he appeared unscathed, merely exuding the sin of liquor, which had largely resulted from the two of them. Logan hurriedly supported Christina, who, with an air of arrogance, declared, I suppose you have met the standard. Do not assume that this concludes so effortlessly. Taking responsibility is far from simple. Logan, can I really get this for free? Well, that is something he shouldn't say, especially since he remembers the time he went to protect the boss's daughter and ended up getting involved with her. Yes, he recalls it vividly from the film days of future past. Of course, aside from that, there are quite a few encounters with the Silver Fox and others. The expressions have certainly improved. Before long, the three of them found themselves sitting side by side in the bath. While it was undeniably comfortable, Logan felt quite uneasy. After a short while, the two women could no longer endure it. Christina turned to Logan and said, "Hey, you jerk, help us out. We're drained. And I know you still have plenty of strength left. Though we're clean, we feel quite uncomfortable." Pierre nodded in agreement, despite the embarrassment given the circumstances. As Logan had previously mentioned, they were all adults. Once the two of them had rested, they intended to have a serious discussion about what was to come. As they planned to extract the debt from Logan, Logan eagerly nodded, feeling a sense of relief as he carried the two to the changing room. Although he couldn't resist getting a little hands-on during the process, fortunately, it was tacitly accepted by both women. Christina and Pierre remarked, once we've rested, "We'll settle the score with you, you lecherous old man." After supporting the two out, Christina instructed, "Let us go to my room. This way." Following her directions, Logan led them to Christina's room, which, surprisingly, was rather bare, lacking even cosmetics. "Behave and wait for us to wake up. No eating," Christina commanded before closing her eyes to sleep, snuggling with Pierre. Half an hour later, Logan observed the two beautiful women in slumber and lingered for a moment before picking up a pen and paper to write, "Dear, I registered a guild earlier. I'm heading out to complete a mission. Wait for my return. Yours, Logan." Having finished, Logan dashed away, not forgetting to close the door and shout playfully, "Keep the oil ready for me." Surely, the expressions on their faces upon waking would be quite amusing. Chapter 28, Mission, the Solitary Tower of the Sea. Logan. The roar echoed throughout the palace night order, and it was Christina who bellowed it. Pierre remained composed, yet that only heightened the fear. If Logan saw her like this, he would likely hesitate to return. Pierre restrained Christina and said, "Stay calm. He will return to this city. Let us keep watch. And once he appears, report immediately." "I'll go find Yustiana and get a good sword. When the time comes, I'll take care of him," Christina exclaimed angrily. "Let us not do that. It would be wiser to consider another approach, or else you'll soon be needing a new sword again." A mere reminder. Christina lapsed into silence for several seconds before finally nodding and turning to depart. Even without the need to confront Logan, a sword was still indispensable. Meanwhile, Logan had already set forth on his journey. Early in the morning, he encountered Pecorin and her companions, as well as that rascal of a grandfather. He requested their assistance in locating the highest bounty task available, while also seeking directions. For the return route was quite straightforward. One simply needed to gaze skyward at the colossal floating fortress, or rather, tower, looming above Lane Sol. Incidentally, Logan was destined for the sea, in search of a tower that stood resilient amidst the vast ocean. Pecorin and her friends had ventured there previously, so Logan could easily follow their guidance. In the forest, Logan leaped from tree to tree. Upon noticing him, various creatures on the ground gave chase, but their pursuit was short-lived. Their stamina paled in comparison to Logan's, or one might say, to that of a ninja. Logan gazed into the distance, dashing through the trees while murmuring, "Could it be the mysterious creature atop the tower? I wonder what it is. This place feels somewhat familiar. I hope I won't have to engage in any puzzle-solving games." After a day of frantic running, Logan arrived at the seaside. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he sprinted across the water. What on earth is this person doing? How can he run on the surface of the sea? A girl in a swimsuit exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. A boy beside her shrugged. I have no idea. But yes, impressive. Where is he headed? Upon reaching the coast, Logan no longer needed to navigate. He spotted a white structure on the horizon that appeared to be his destination. As he drew nearer, the building rose majestically, confirming it was indeed a tower, prompting Logan to quicken his pace. Regarding the creature within the tower, he felt no concern. After all, he could simply run up the exterior walls. Fortunately, my training in climbing walls, trees, and running on water from my days in the ninja world has made me adept at these skills. Aside from not being able to fly, I'm a warrior of all terrains. Oh, I suppose the ocean might pose a challenge. Logan chuckled as he gazed at the distant tower. Once he was several meters from the tower, Logan pushed off the water with tremendous force, propelling himself towards the slightly inclined structure. He rolled mid-air, positioning his feet against the tower's wall, and swiftly ascended. In no time, he easily reached the summit. There's nothing up here, Logan muttered. Spotting a path leading downward, he decided to search from above. However, before he could descend, a fierce gust of wind swept up from behind him. Holy moly! Logan shouted, executing a quick roll to evade the incoming threat, a creature resembling a lion, but with twisted ram horns and a serpent trailing behind it. Suddenly, realization struck him. Ah, it's a chimera. This tower belongs to the dungeon. Logan comprehended instantly. Recalling the time his party had been annihilated while battling this beast, ultimately only succeeding after leveling up their gear. The chimera roared, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Logan. Wind release. Gale claw? Logan declared, revealing his claws and swiftly slashing, sending a flurry of wind blades that tore through the flames and hurtled towards the chimera. The chimera halted its fiery assault and deftly evaded, the wind blades slicing through the air beside it, and a pillar behind it was instantly obliterated. Something feels off. This chimera is much smaller, only slightly larger than my head. Logically, it should be 4 to 5 meters tall. Otherwise, the quest would have referred to it as a chimera, not some mysterious creature. Logan pondered, observing the serpent behind the chimera as it expelled a dense purple mist. I'm not afraid of poison, Logan disdainfully declared as he swiftly charged towards the chimera. If it were merely 5 or 6 meters in size, it would be a manageable foe, as his claws could effortlessly dispatch it. However, a chimera of such dimensions would likely require a dozen strikes or more. The chimera let out a thunderous roar, raising its claws in a frenzied manner, unleashing a crimson energy akin to Logan's wind blades. Yet, this was a scarlet hue, and the energy blades tore through the flesh of Logan's abdomen and face, sending him staggering backward. The chimera then opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, the ferocity of which was astonishing. A third of Logan's flesh was incinerated in an instant. Logan, wasn't the fire's power supposed to be less fierce just moments ago? Chimera, are you daft? This is magical poison. While it cannot deplete your health, it certainly diminishes your resistance, due to some of his muscle tissues being incinerated. Logan found himself temporarily immobilized. Chimera revealed its claws and lunged at Logan's head, only to hear a resounding crack as its claws shattered. Chimera, what the hell? Is this a human head? Why is it so hard? Ha, fool. Logan chuckled coldly, his hand having already healed. He swiftly thrust his claws into Chimera's abdomen, intending to slice to the left, but Chimera managed to leap back, avoiding the fatal blow. Furious, Chimera roared as the sky darkened ominously. Suddenly, numerous bolts of lightning descended, striking Logan with precision, scorching his skin. However, having endured countless electric shocks while practicing with lightning release techniques, his resistance to paralysis remained remarkably high. Logan charged towards Chimera with a furious roar, intent on delivering a decisive blow to sever the creature's head. Behind Chimera, the serpent unleashed a plume of purple venomous mist, which Logan disregarded. However, this noxious cloud obscured his vision momentarily, causing his lethal strike to miss its mark, not due to evasion, but rather a miscalculation on his part. Logan, begone. With a furious roar, Chimera delivered a powerful kick that sent Logan flying. Cautiously eyeing his opponent, it had grown wary after the previous strike. The pain was undeniably excruciating. Let us bring this tedious battle to an end. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open the 7th gate. Logan, weary of the skirmish, decisively activated the 8 gates of Duinjia, unleashing the 7th gate. However, to his astonishment, the instant he opened it, his body erupted violently, flesh and blood scattering, leaving only a mere fraction of his being intact. Logan, What on earth is happening? Chimera, is this really happening? The venom of Chimera has temporarily diminished Logan's physical strength, making the opening of the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duinxia far more disastrous than the 8th. An ordinary person would perish on the spot. Observing Logan lying lifeless, Chimera approached and kicked his adamantium skeleton, finding no issues. It then collected the charred remnants of Logan's body from the ground and began to feast, particularly relishing the still recovering portions that had been scorched by lightning, much to the delight of the serpent that accompanied it. A minute later, Logan had fully recovered, albeit in a rather embarrassing state of undress. Watching Chimera devour the remnants, his expression darkened. So, you're feasting on my spoils now, are you? Just wait. I shall dine on yours. Silently approaching from behind, he unleashed his claws, one aimed at the serpent and the other at Chimera's neck. Chimera, caught in its meal, was taken aback. How had it suddenly ascended? And where had its head disappeared to? Of course, no answers came, and as darkness enveloped its vision, it departed peacefully, at least able to enjoy a meal before its end. Damn it! Logan cursed, delivering a series of fierce kicks to Chimera's head until it was thoroughly crushed. I really ought to learn some sealing techniques, he lamented, gazing at Chimera's headless corpse. He attempted to form a seal, but to no avail. His hands were utterly inept, relegating him to rely on his self-created techniques, which were riddled with flaws. Even if he could form the seals now, he had never studied sealing arts and lacked any sealing scrolls. Ultimately, Logan hoisted Chimera's corpse and leapt off the edge, creating a massive splash upon hitting the ocean's surface. How could he possibly stabilize himself after such a fall? Before long, Logan resurfaced, scowling as he emerged from the sea, carrying Chimera. He coughed up seawater, relieved that his clothes had been washed away. Otherwise, the dampness would have been quite uncomfortable. However, being entirely bare was also disconcerting, albeit on a mental level. After some contemplation, Logan set Chimera down near the tower and dashed inside alone. Minutes later, he emerged draped in animal hide. It was quite rudimentary. The hide could be easily shed using cloths. As for stitching together a garment, the tower housed numerous plants, from which he selected sturdy vines to secure the hide, completing a makeshift outfit. Primitive Wolverine skin. Limited time offer for $6. Hurry and purchase. After securing Chimera's body, Logan resumed his sprint across the water, with his sights set on land soul. By the following morning, a throng of adventurers at the guild gazed in astonishment as primitive Logan strode in, carrying Chimera's corpse. How could you have completed your mission so swiftly after setting out just yesterday? The receptionist, her cheeks flushed, occasionally glanced at Logan's muscular physique, which the animal hide accentuated, highlighting his primal nature. Firstly, I spent over half a day at sea. Upon locating the solitary tower, I scaled the outer walls and, after some time, managed to find and slay a chimera roughly the size of an average human. I then carried it back, Logan succinctly recounted. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth are you talking about? Climbing up the outer wall? Are you speaking in tongues? Observing their bewildered expressions, Logan suddenly recalled that this was land soul, not the ninja world. Feats such as running on water or scaling walls were simply non-existent here. In a moment, Logan leaped onto the wall, standing tall, and then slightly tilted his head to address the others. I can traverse any terrain with ease, running swiftly across both the surface of the sea and water. Therefore, it was quite effortless to complete the task on the first day and return the following day. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, and soon they erupted into applause, recognizing his prowess. After descending from the wall, Logan turned to the receptionist and inquired, So, have you confirmed that I have completed the task? Please hold on, Mr. Logan. The receptionist promptly replied, calling out into the room, Leamy, we have work to do. Shortly thereafter, a young woman resembling a mage emerged, adjusting her glasses. She was already aware of the earlier events and wasted no time as she began to magically examine the chimera's remains. After a considerable period, Leamy finally spoke. This is an adult mutated chimera, rather than a juvenile. Although its defensive capabilities and vitality are not as robust as its kin, it is considerably more perilous and aligns with the enigmatic creature described in the task. Therefore, I conclude that Mr. Logan has successfully completed his mission. Logan extended his hand and declared, Money. I must first procure a new outfit. The receptionist glanced at Logan's fur ensemble and could not help but chuckle, saying, You look quite charming as you are. Perhaps there's no need to change? I'm just not accustomed to it, Logan retorted, before accepting the task reward presented by the receptionist. Upon receiving a bounty of 100,000, Logan initially purchased a backpack and several sets of clothing. However, having opted for local attire, He noticed a decline in the attention his self-made garments usually garnered. Yet, feeling uncomfortable in the new clothes, he eventually returned all but one set, choosing instead to acquire a plethora of materials in preparation for crafting his own garments. As per his usual practice, Logan decided to recreate the outfit of Dragon Ball's Kakarot, though he had only procured enough materials for 3 sets. Nonetheless, today he had no intention of sewing. He had other matters to attend to. Upon entering a tavern, Logan addressed the proprietor at the front desk, saying, "Sir, I wish to book a room for 7 days." "Certainly, my friend. That will be 200 mana per day, totaling 1,400 mana," the proprietor responded cheerfully. Logan handed over the 1,400 mana to the other party before taking the boss's keys, then turned and ascended the stairs. After Logan departed, a soldier approached, belonging to the Royal Palace Knights. The proprietor whispered into the soldier's ear, "I will have someone keep an eye on him. Please convey my regards to Captain Chun." "Be cautious, Kane," the soldier replied before turning and leaving the inn. Once Logan had tidied up his room, he departed, having not yet partaken of breakfast. As he stepped onto the street, Logan glanced around and realized that breakfast was not an option at the moment, though he could certainly indulge in some snacks. Approaching a stall in a small square, he called out, "Excuse me, could I have a crepe, please?" Coming right up, a girl with red hair emerged from inside. Upon seeing Logan, she paused for a moment before smiling and inquiring, "What flavor would you like, dear customer?" "Chocolate." Logan replied hesitantly, sensing that the girl appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall from where. In truth, they had crossed paths 2 days prior in the game, during a match with Christina and the others, although she had been observing from the sidelines. The guild leader of Rabiehus had mentioned that within the guild, there were both a brother complex and a sister complex. Naturally, this was of no concern to Logan. He merely wished to linger here for a while longer before returning to the shinobi world, as 100,000 mana would afford him a period of leisure. Chapter 29. Chaos Before Long. The shopkeeper handed Logan a chocolate crepe and then asked, "You're not from Randall, are you?" "Indeed. I hail from elsewhere and have been in Randall for some time. Perhaps I shall return home shortly." Logan nodded in response. "I see. Is it far?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rabarista, the guild leader of Rabalance." Rabarista smiled as she observed Logan's expression. Logan nodded and said, "Greetings, Labarista. You may simply call me Logan." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "I am the president of the Sweetheart and Bad Grandpa Guild." Labarista responded with a puzzled expression. "Is this guild legitimate?" Logan helplessly explained, "Due to my inability to comprehend the characters, I had someone write for me, and as you can imagine, the outcome was quite amusing." Labalista paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, clutching her stomach. After her laughter subsided, she remarked intermittently, "Haha, you truly are. Haha, quite carefree. Haha." Logan took a few bites, sighed, and remarked, "I never anticipated those ungrateful children would dare to act in such a manner." Upon hearing Logan's words, Labalista couldn't help but laugh even more heartily. Logan is rather indifferent to others laughing at him over this matter. He would not be overly concerned, so let them laugh. If one day he catches them in bed, well, humph. After finishing his meal, Logan waved goodbye to Labalista, saying, "Farewell, President Labalista," before turning to leave. Watching Logan depart, Labalista smiled and murmured, "He is quite an interesting fellow. He seems utterly unaware. I wonder if he will eventually become an ally. I shall await the outcome." She sighed helplessly as she noted that the two individuals had once again sought out Yuki. As Logan strolled through the city, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from the south. Upon hearing it, Logan turned his gaze in that direction, where a colossal black creature emerged, exuding an ominous dark aura. Its face bore a mask resembling a 6-chambered device, giving the impression of 6 eyes, something he had never before encountered. Logan stroked his chin and remarked, "Its size is considerable, and the black mist enveloping it presents an intimidating appearance." At the sight of the creature's emergence, a throng of people surged, fleeing in terror. Not long after, Logan spotted a familiar face amidst the chaos, Pekarine from the gourmet hall. Naturally, her companions, including Kokoro, were also present. But where is Nyanko? Logan wondered, scanning the area but finding no sign of her. At that moment, Nyanko was concealed in a blind spot that Logan could not see, lurking beside an obstacle. The monstrous entity had already captured an unfortunate individual. Interestingly, some of the fleeing civilians had returned, seemingly motivated by the presence of Pekarine and her companions. Among them, a particularly stout woman displayed remarkable bravado, shouting at the captured person, "Don't give up so easily." She hurled a frying pan directly at the creature's head. Though it was evident that such an action would have little effect, despite her courage, she remained an ordinary human, unable to alter the dire situation. Upon Pekorine's arrival, she leaped high and severed the creature's arm with a single stroke of her sword, rescuing the captured individual. It appeared that the situation was under control, prompting Logan to refrain from intervening. However, as he descended the stairs and approached the scene, he was startled by two successive, resounding explosions, each more powerful than the last. The first seemed to be Pekorine's ultimate move, Princess Rush, while the second was distinctly different. What is this? A second phase? Logan pondered, his mind filled with questions. He had never encountered a creature that possessed such a feature. Yet, he recalled that many games, including the iconic Street Fighter, had similar mechanics. Nevertheless, Logan felt confident that they could handle the situation. It was merely the initial chaos that was to be expected, as often depicted in anime. Determined to follow, Logan kept his eyes on the three mischievous children who had rushed toward the scene. He planned to intercept them, annoyed that they dared to recklessly fill in the details while he was unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In a tale devoid of grand gestures of paternal affection and filial piety, Logan would not rest easy. Unbeknownst to Mei Mei and her companions, they had already captured the attention of their grandfather Logan, and they had conveniently forgotten previous events, for children are often prone to forgetfulness, easily distracted by new wonders. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Logan beheld Chang Wei, or rather, a monstrous entity, engaged in combat with Pikarim, while the cat was sheltered beneath Pikarim's protective embrace. Had young Pikarim been a boy, it was conceivable that the cat would have proposed an impromptu union. The creature had transformed, its form now awash in crimson, adorned with many stone-like protrusions, prompting Logan to muse whether it had consumed a rubber fruit, although its overall appearance remained unchanged. If one were to encapsulate its essence in two words, it would be ferocity. Many bosses in online games often enter such a state of rage. At that moment, the monster appeared to be gathering energy for a powerful attack, but was interrupted by the explosives from Mizuki and the magic of the 5 Kyuka. The shadow clone technique proved advantageous, allowing for additional damage output, while Logan himself remained unable to contribute. The monster emitted a fearsome roar, extending its claws toward Mizuki and her companions. Summoning her courage, Mei Mei unleashed a delightful battle cry as she swung her carrot sword, severing one of the monster's claws, though she struggled to react for a second strike. "Be careful," Pikarim shouted, rushing in to assist by hacking at the other claw. However, the monster's claw, struck by Mei Mei, quickly regenerated and once again lunged at the trio. "You shall not harm my friends," Kyuka cried, raising her wand to conjure ice spears as a defense. "Do not underestimate us," Mizuki shouted, promptly employing the shadow clone technique learned from the world of Naruto. As the three Mizukis unleashed ink shots, intending to blind the creature, only to find their efforts thwarted, for bosses typically possess immunity to most abnormal states. Fire style, great fireball technique. Realizing that the ice spears were ineffective, Kyuka began forming hand seals. Among the trio, she had learned the most ninjutsu. Indeed, she had absorbed the most knowledge during her time in the Naruto world. However, after a prolonged assault, the three soon found themselves utterly exhausted, their stamina far inferior to that of adults, lacking the peculiar enhancements that characters like Naruto possessed. At this juncture, Coco and her grandfather arrived late but in time to take their place among the attackers. Logan leaped beside the trio of adorable little sweethearts and addressed Pekorin and her companions. "You all engage earnestly in battle. Leave them to me." "Grandpa! Logan, Grandpa!" The girls exclaimed in delight, relieved to see Logan stepping in to protect the three charming beings who had lost their fighting spirit. Kairu cast a glance at Pekorin, summoning her courage to grasp her wand, and with a spirited demeanor declared, "We shall not be defeated. We will safeguard the city of Randall." Pekorin echoed her enthusiasm, brimming with determination. However, before the battle commenced, Yushu clutched his head in dismay, wondering if the days apart had sapped their strength. Pekorin was the first to strike. The crown upon her head radiated a brilliant light as she unleashed a wave of energy from her sword, clashing against the energy wave of the magical beasts. A violent explosion ensued, yet fortunately, Pekorin's attack proved superior, pushing the shockwave outward, sparing those behind her from significant harm. Victory was at hand, though Logan muttered to himself, casting a glance at his somewhat lackluster grandfather. Had this surge of power been adequately amplified, they might have resolved the conflict outright. It was said that winning did not merely signify triumph in battle, but rather in overcoming this wave of confrontation. After the exchange, Pekorin collapsed onto the ground, temporarily unable to continue fighting. Cairo, with difficulty, made her way to Pekarin's side and exclaimed, "You fool." Logan could hardly recall the circumstances. Sensing a subtle difference he could not articulate. In comparison to the anime, at this moment, his father and mother were absent, and the dialogue varied accordingly. However, it seemed that their presence or absence made little difference. One must wonder, how many truly pay attention to the storyline while playing Street Fighter? Oh, it appears this is akin to an anime plot. At this juncture, the creature began its rapid regeneration, soon returning to its original form, utterly unscathed. With a swift dash, Logan executed a flying kick, pushing the creature back a few paces. However, without the 8 gates technique activated, the force of his kick was significantly diminished. "You all take a breather. Leave this to me," Logan declared to his companions as blue energy enveloped him. This time, he activated the 5th gate, drastically enhancing his speed and strength. As the creature regained its composure, Logan materialized above it, clenching his fist and bellowing, "Can you withstand the might of my 200 years of training?" Surrounding onlookers, still lingering nearby, were left in a state of confusion, though a few who knew Logan's age remained unfazed. With a resounding boom, the creature was launched 100 meters away, its head shattered by Logan's fist. Of course, it was merely the mask-like facade that was obliterated. The 5th gate's enhancement was insufficient to deliver a blow capable of obliterating such a creature's head entirely. From a distance, Rabelista observed, muttering, "It seems I need not intervene. This visiting uncle is quite formidable, exhibiting astonishing physical prowess." Glancing at Yuki and Pekarin, Rabelista made some subtle motions, simultaneously ensuring the safety of the trio known as the Little Sweethearts. Meanwhile, Logan was reveling in the thrill of unleashing his power upon the creature, entirely oblivious to the royal knights approaching with a large entourage. As he had discovered the creature to be an ideal punching bag. "Is this creature holding back, afraid of killing it? I'm thoroughly enjoying this," Christina remarked, observing the battle from afar. As expected of Mr. Logan, truly impressive. "Yet, my swordsmanship shall not be outdone," Chica proclaimed with determination. The little tiger, Molly, cheered loudly for Logan, while June remained quietly observant. Before long, as Logan noticed the creature regenerating once more, he felt a twinge of boredom. He crouched slightly, shouting, "Open. Gate of scenery. Open. Gate of shock." The blue steam emanating from Logan intensified, waves of energy radiating outward as his skin took on a faint crimson hue. "Ah, he's getting serious. It seems the end is near," Christina remarked. Her spirits lifted as she anticipated how Logan would vanquish the monstrous creature. Assuming a stance for the spirit wave, Christina's eyes sparkled with recognition. She identified this as the technique Logan had attempted to use against her previously. An expression of eager anticipation graced her face, for witnessing it would provide her with insight on how to counter it in future battles. "Day Tiger." With a fierce roar accompanying the thrust of his palms, a tiger's head formed from compressed air surged toward the creature. Unbeknownst to the monster, still amassing strength to engage in a clash with Logan, it was caught off guard before it could finish gathering its power. As the colossal air tiger clamped down on the creature, it erupted explosively. Unlike before, this time, the full force of the day tiger obliterated it into mere fragments, leaving it utterly lifeless. "Damn, if I had used that technique last time, I surely would have perished," Christina exclaimed, astonished by the devastating power of the move. June turned to Christina and remarked, "You know, I saved you last time." Christina shot him a glare. After all, it was Logan who had been knocked unconscious by June's ambush. Under ordinary circumstances, it was quite challenging to incapacitate Logan, as he meticulously controlled the output of the day tiger to avoid lethal consequences, which was why he had been so easily subdued. Logan sealed the 8 gates of escape and then stretched his shoulders, preparing to inform Peklim and the others that it was time to return. However, he suddenly found himself surrounded by members of the Royal Knight Order. "Huh?" Logan paused, glancing around. "Where are Peklim and the others?" "Hey, Logan, what are you looking for?" Christina approached him with a curious expression. "Where are Peklim and the others?" "Huh? When we arrived, we only saw you battling the monsters. There were no other individuals present. The intel mentioned an unknown female swordsman, but we haven't seen anyone else since our arrival." Upon hearing Christina's words, Logan deduced that perhaps the others were concerned that he might inadvertently involve the Little Sweetheart trio in danger, prompting them to leave first. "I see," he nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He then turned to the group and remarked, "You all are quite slow." Christina shrugged and replied, "It is rather strange, isn't it? An invasion of monsters with such destructive potential occurring in the capital of Ransol. and we only received news when the situation was nearly resolved. She glanced toward the palace, and the others wore pensive expressions, as if contemplating deeply. What is our king thinking in that city? Christina continued. Pure, listening intently, cast an irritated look at her. Christina. Oh, just thinking aloud. Forget about it, Christina said as she leaned against Logan. She then resumed her complaints toward the palace, by the way. While we're on the topic of self-talk, this nation belongs to humanity. Since when did beastmen ascend to the throne? With that, she took Logan by the arm and began to walk away, leaving Pure and Ji in deep contemplation. As for Jasmine, it seemed she would not be pondering anything at all. I still have matters to attend to, Logan began, but Christina's wide-eyed stare interrupted him. Hold on. We have some unfinished business to settle. Upon hearing this from Christina, Pure recalled how Logan had written a few words and fled while they were asleep. She immediately turned to Ji and said, You'll handle the rest. Christina and I have something important to discuss. With that, she hurried to Logan's other side, joining Christina and restraining him. Logan, you haven't forgotten, have you? Pure whispered ominously, reminiscent of a demon from the underworld, which sent shivers down Logan's spine as he recalled the incident involving mud and oil. Please let me go. I truly have matters to attend to, Logan pleaded, gently struggling against their grip. There is a time and priority for everything, and our business takes precedence, Christina declared with a serious demeanor. Pure murmured in agreement, tightening her hold on Logan, who wished she would release him. Having the softer Christina grasp him was far more comfortable than being held by Pure, clad in full armor. Ji, recalling the earlier events, offered an awkward smile before remarking, Let's hope Uncle Logan hasn't vanished. Chapter 30. Unexpected calm at the residence of the Royal Knights. It has been a month since Logan was brought here by Christina and her companions. Indeed, he has resided in this gentle sanctuary for an entire month. Naturally, not every day has been filled with blush-inducing, heart-racing activities. Occasionally, he engages in sparring sessions with them, honing his combat skills. Logan was compelled to master the art of wielding a colossal two-handed sword. Of course, there was no particular technique involved. It was purely a matter of necessity, as his adamantine claws had already caused considerable damage to the equipment of the knightly order. One morning, just as Logan was rising from his slumber, he heard the voice of Ji resound. You, my friend, are truly incorrigibly lazy. Logan turned his head and glanced at Ji, who wore a face of discontent, and asked, What is the matter? No one has decreed that I cannot sleep until 10 in the morning, have they? As a warrior, it is only natural to rise early for training, Ji exclaimed, brandishing his sword and challenging Logan. Let us settle this once and for all. Logan nodded, realizing that wielding a colossal sword against this agile young girl posed a significant challenge. Without employing the 8 gates, he could not match her speed. After hastily consuming a breakfast, he armed himself with 2 training swords and followed Ji to the training ground. Once in position, Ji declared, Prepare to receive my attack. With that, Ji swiftly lunged forward, brandishing a slender sword. Logan countered with a powerful leap, forcing her back, as he held the advantage in weapon range. Soldiers from the knightly order gathered around, eager to witness the clash of skilled combatants. Indeed, the term skilled referred to Ji, while Logan was merely a numerical anomaly. As the battle intensified, cheers erupted from the onlookers, but it was not long before they subsided. The crowd soon dispersed to partake in lunch. Ji, where have Pure and Christina been these past few days? Logan inquired as he ate his meal. What? Are you feeling lonely just because they've been absent for a few days? Ji replied, casting a disdainful glance at Logan before continuing. They're currently investigating something. I'll be heading out tonight, and I trust you to keep an eye on things while I'm gone. Don't let any formidable foes breach our defenses and defeat the soldiers. I doubt anyone would dare to do so, Logan retorted, noting that the Royal Knightly Order had remained relatively tranquil during his stay. Apart from some investigations, he had not witnessed any significant battles. In the afternoon, Ji set off with the little tiger, Jasmine, and a group of soldiers. It seems like they truly have their hands full lately, Logan murmured. Yet his tranquil life was abruptly interrupted that night by the arrival of a white-haired, beast-eared woman. Who are you? What is a beast man doing in the Royal Knightly Order? Are you a guest? Logan asked, frowning. Sensing no immediate malice, he swiftly jumped back as a magical orb struck the ground where he had just stood. Quite the quick reflexes, outsider, the beast-eared woman remarked, narrowing her eyes. Upon closer inspection, Logan realized, that the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze? Ah. So it's you, he said, suddenly recalling that he knew little about her, only that she was known as the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze and had another name. Yustiana, which was the true name of Pecorine. Noticing Logan's expression, the Emperor squinted, her gaze emanating a chilling intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. It appears you know quite a bit, outsider. Let us see you vanish alongside those bothersome individuals. Upon hearing her intent to kill him, Logan smirked defiantly. Go ahead and try. He then brandished his steel claws, unleashing 6 wind blades that crossed into an X shape and hurtled towards the Emperor. Undeterred, he followed the wind blades, crackling with lightning, charging in her direction with the intent to strike. Today, it was his turn to take a piece from someone else. The Emperor with the dominant gaze waved his hand, conjuring a magical shield. Although it did not shatter upon contact with the wind blades, it was already riddled with cracks. Surely inadequate to withstand Logan's electrifying claws. What a troublesome adversary, the Emperor mused as he observed Logan leaping towards him with outstretched claws. He hastily unleashed magical projectiles. Yet these did little to impede his opponent's onslaught, though they did create a brief moment of hesitation, for Logan lacked the might of the dominant body skill. Seeing the attack yield some effect, the Emperor continued to assault, pondering whether offense might prove superior to defense. However, he soon detected Logan's peculiar resilience, an unparalleled regenerative ability, accompanied by the glint of metallic bones. What a grotesque anomaly! The Emperor chastised inwardly and began to scrutinize Logan closely. It quickly became evident that in his current state, he could not prevail, or rather, he would be gradually worn down by Logan's relentless assault. Very well then. It is best to save my strength and resolve this along with those bothersome individuals, the Emperor contemplated, all the while launching his attacks and secretly constructing a teleportation magic circle. In another part of a forest, Christina bore an expression of exhilaration, laughing maniacally as she addressed Pecorine. What sheer delight! Tiana, my beloved princess, let us continue this mutual slaughter. Let your skirts be stained crimson with blood as we dance through the night, inflicting wounds upon each other, sparks flying, devouring one another, a love-hate embrace. Heed the desires of the people. This is your destined fate. Do not tire, for I am far from satisfied. At this moment, Christina mused to herself, only that wretched individual can quench my thirst. Even when the clock strikes 12, the ball shall not come to an end. Hand me your hand. Beautiful princess, swing your sword with fervor and alleviate my boredom. Listening to Christina's words, Pecorine furrowed her brow, defending against the relentless attacks while muttering, what is this? That person is truly troublesome. Why do they persist in pursuing me? It's already dark. Yuki and the others must be quite worried about my delayed return. I feel so sorry for them. If only I had prepared some means of communication beforehand. Alas, this situation has taken me completely by surprise. Who would have thought I would be relentlessly pursued by such a peculiar individual? As she spoke, Pecorine quickly raised her sword to parry Christina's strikes. Christina, in the midst of her assault, inquired playfully, what's the matter? Are you troubled? Feeling tired? Need a break? Come on, I beg you. My fated lover, I have finally found you. Logan, shall I take my leave? Come, dance, my lovely Princess Tiana, Christina declared while launching an attack. What is the story with that person? It is rather delightful that she seems to know my true name. Pecorine murmured while fending off strikes. It appears everyone has forgotten about me, my father, my mother, and everyone else. Although I yearn for a serious conversation with her, she shows no intention of engaging with me. What should I do? Pecorine wore a troubled expression, her counterattacks pitifully few, and she even risked being struck back. Faced with Christina, who possessed remarkable physical prowess, evasion skills, and accuracy, she could only defend herself and search for openings. However, as time passed, Pecorine realized that her hunger was weakening her further. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from afar, causing both to halt. Christina turned toward the sound and exclaimed, Tiana, did you hear that? It sounded like an earthquake. Pecorine paused, then responded, yes, it seems like something exploded. Her eyes widened in surprise as she added, by the way, I didn't expect you to communicate normally. It startled me. Aren't we currently engaged in battle? Christina beamed with joy and said, ah, how wonderful. You possess the awareness of battle. Is your continuous retreat a strategy of some sort? How delightful. Make me even happier. Pecorine wore a blank expression as she blocked another attack, then remarked, it's odd for an explosion to occur in these mountains. Perhaps it was some man-made disaster or accident. May I investigate? If someone is injured, I wish to assist them. Christina ceased her onslaught, chuckling softly. Oh, how kind. That is acceptable. We can declare a temporary truce. Yet, inwardly she thought, the direction of the explosion is towards my original destination, the secret base known as Labyrinth? I am quite curious. It would be prudent to ascertain the situation. Perhaps they detonated the base to destroy evidence upon realizing it had been compromised. If that is the case, it would be troublesome, for my orders were to capture the individuals of Labyrinth alive. Contemplating this, Christina smiled and said, "Since we have decided, let us hurry, Tiana. Let us hold hands and sing like little birds until everything is resolved, and then we can resume our battle." Ahaha. With that, she burst into laughter. Pecorine frowned and thought, "Ugh, can someone help me? I've been stuck with this strange woman. Please, spare me." High above, Logan continued to plummet between portals, cursing the Emperor of the Dominators incessantly. It was akin to experiencing Loki's endless descent in Thor, Ragnarok. If only he could land, he would merely lose a momentary ability to act. However, this scenario soon dissipated with the arrival of Yushu, who joined the duo in their descent, thus allowing them to touch down safely. "Kid, what are you doing?" Logan began, but was interrupted by a voice from below. "Hey, why are you falling from the sky?" Pecorine quipped at Yushu, "You always manage to surprise me, though this isn't the first time." Suddenly, Pecorine regained her focus and exclaimed, "By the way, this is not the time for leisurely banter. We must save them. Falling from such a height would surely crush them." The last remark was directed towards Christina. Observing Pecorine dash off, Christina scoffed, "Even if we perish, that despicable fellow will remain unscathed." Nevertheless, Christina was intrigued enough to follow, not to save anyone, but to witness Logan's disarray. As the two approached, Logan shouted, "Hey, just save him. Don't worry about me. You won't be able to catch me." After falling for quite a while, the impact would be tremendous, unlike the newly arrived Yushu. If they attempted to catch him, they might end up crushed as well. "We have two people," Pecorine shouted as she ran, her body glowing as she lunged towards Yushu. Logan glanced at Pecorine and then at Christina, shaking his head and muttering, "This guy never mind." After Pecorine leaped to catch Yushu, Logan crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and creating a sizable crater, while his face was left a gruesome mess. "Truly a spectacular sight," Christina remarked, unable to resist commenting, before hastily running over to the bloodied Logan. Observing him regaining consciousness, albeit fainted, she smiled and said, "Fainted, huh? As expected, you won't die so easily. You're quite the resilient one." Once Logan had recovered, she yanked him up and slapped him vigorously to rouse him from his stupor. Pecorine, relieved, murmured, "Thank goodness. That peculiar woman has finally stopped pestering me. Poor Uncle Logan." Yet, her joy was short-lived as she lamented, "Wow, I'm so hungry. I used all my royal gear's power to catch Yushu, and now I'm even hungrier." Pecorine brightened up, smiling at Yushu, and asked, "Hey, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Yushu nodded in response, and Pecorine suddenly added, "Sorry for carrying you like a princess. It's quite the role reversal, isn't it? Really, you're such a worry, Yushu." "Ouch. Who hit me? Was it that accursed Emperor of the Dominators?" Logan covered his face and said, only to be lifted up by Christina. "You mean Her Majesty Yustiana? What happened?" Christina inquired. "Yes, it's Christina. That scoundrel suddenly declared he would eliminate me," Logan recounted, detailing the earlier events. The three of them instantly displayed expressions of sympathy. Recognizing the unfortunate predicament Logan found himself in, enduring such a free fall for an extended period is not something anyone could easily bear. "Fortunately, I refrained from going to fetch him," Pecorine remarked, her face reflecting a sense of surviving a calamity as she glanced at the large crater left by Logan's fall, clearly indicating that in such circumstances, whoever went to retrieve him would meet with disaster. Logan's nose twitched, and he subsequently gazed toward the source of the enticing aroma wafting from Europe. Christina noticed this as well, and she turned to Pecoleum, who was comforting Yushu, and said, "Having good relationships is splendid, but do not let your guard down. Someone is approaching." "I certainly remain vigilant, especially with a dangerous individual like you nearby," Pecoleum replied. "That is reassuring," Christina nodded, then inquired about the incoming figure. "Who might that person be? They seem to have emerged from the secret base of Rabalance. I feel as though I have seen them somewhere before." Meanwhile, a taller man and a girl appeared before them, and the girl quickly discerned the situation ahead. She hastily halted the man's advance, exclaiming, "Oh, stop, Lakalaki. There are people there. Be cautious." "Very well. If you insist I stop, then I shall comply. I intend to heed your instructions. Be careful, Novim. There is an unusual aura present, akin to a ferocious beast," she indicated, referring to Logan. Christina could not help but tease, "To compare me, a beauty, to a beast is rather excessive." Lakalaki calmly responded, "You are the beast. He is the ferocious one. You are truly insufferable, Logan frowned, while Christina, standing beside him, pondered aloud. Who is he again? I cannot recall at all. I once held great confidence in my memory. Lakalaki's eyes brightened as he asked, do you recognize me? Apologies, my memory is quite muddled. He then turned to Novim and asked, Novim, do you know them? Novim scrutinized the four individuals carefully and suddenly exclaimed, Hey. Christina, what are you doing here? Do you know me? Have I become a celebrity? Christina inquired. Puzzled. It seems you do not remember me either, Novim responded. After a moment of contemplation, Christina said, I am sorry, I don't recall clearly. Where might we have met, little girl? It must be the doing of that scoundrel, the Emperor of Dominance, Logan interjected abruptly. While he said must be lightly, he was quite certain it was indeed the case, recalling how the individual had utilized a brainwashing device. Christina retorted, do not attribute every misdeed to your nemesis, you fool. Novim's eyes widened as she spotted Yushu, exclaiming in astonishment, Yushu? You were here too. And with a stranger, what a peculiar assembly. Are you well, little Mai? Yushu smiled. Logan, perplexed, had a question mark appear above his head, then recalled that Mai was the name of the character in the game, while Novim was her real name. Beside them, Novim chuckled awkwardly, I am accustomed to being called Mai, but I am not yet used to having little added to my name. It makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Then Novim turned to Logan, astonished once more. You are Hugh Jackman? The others were equally perplexed, internally questioning, isn't he Logan? Logan's heart was filled with astonishment, and he mused internally, do they truly inhabit a world with Hugh Jackman as an actor? No, I am Logan Howlett. With a shrug, Logan spoke, causing Novim to momentarily freeze, then exclaim in a state of heightened shock, Wolverine, James Logan Howlett. Young lad. You seem to know quite a bit. Logan, at a loss for words, revealed his adamantium claws and affirmed, indeed, it is I. Wow. Novim shouted, hastily retrieving a pen, turning his back to Logan and imploring, please sign behind me. Wolverine, sir. Just sign as Wolverine. Is this fellow truly a celebrity? Christina expressed her confusion. Chapter 31. Force opened the deadly door. Mutual destruction? Shortly thereafter, Lakalaki suddenly interjected. Novim, do not get too excited. Look above. There is a perilous entity. With that, everyone raised their gazes, and Logan could not restrain his anger, cursing. So, it is you, you scoundrel. Alas. Your life is remarkably tenacious. You are still alive. The Emperor of the Abyss gazed down with disdain, unafraid of Logan, and even contemplated capturing them all. As she spoke, she swung her sword, her luxurious robes transforming instantly, exuding a pressure that left Logan bewildered, eliciting a cough from him. Christina frowned and inquired, is that Her Majesty? Why is she outside the palace? What of that ominous attire? That individual is Pekelin, and she recalled some unpleasant memories. Not only the Oath Maiden Christina, but even the Jumping King Lakinika was present. The Emperor of the Abyss smiled and remarked, Crystal should be nearby, including myself. We are all 7 crowns, alongside Novim and Yushu, excluding that outsider. It feels as though we are attending a reunion, surrounded by familiar faces. With a proud smile, she continued, though I orchestrated this gathering. It is indeed a stroke of luck to have assembled so many. Greetings, everyone. I am Yustiana, the sovereign of this world. Yustiana, Pekelin faltered. Then seethed. How dare you show your face here? Encountering you here is my misfortune. Return everything that belongs to me. The Emperor of the Abyss displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, Oh my, what brings you here? Your priority is quite low, princess, yet you are certainly an eyesore. Perhaps I shall dispose of you as well? Seeing the confidence radiating from her, Logan could not refrain from retorting, Little girl, are you courting death? Oh dear. This uncle truly does not know his place. Soon you shall witness their demise first. Furthermore, Christina is with child, and do not worry. You will certainly see her perish first, the Emperor of the Abyss said with malicious intent. Logan was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Christina, who, along with the others, displayed expressions of bemusement, while Christina suddenly retched. Goodness! Logan was momentarily dumbfounded, yet quickly felt a sense of relief. Had he been in the X-Men universe or the Naruto realm, he would have been quite reluctant to have children, particularly when considering the likes of Dakin. X-23 was a different matter, but fundamentally, it was the prevailing circumstances of the world that left much to be desired. Here, however, it was rather acceptable. The Emperor with the dominant gaze chuckled softly and continued, to prevent any unnecessary struggles on your part. Allow me to inform you that the mages summoned from across the nation are already on standby in the nearby mountains. Should they erect their barriers, none of you shall escape. The King of Jumps appears to be in less than optimal condition, and I shall intervene to thwart your efforts, rendering it impossible for you to breach the barrier. You are ensnared in a web, no, not a web, but rather a quagmire, a graveyard. You shall all perish here together. How amusing. This wretched creature possesses quite the dark humor, Logan scoffed. However, recalling the scenes from the game, he knew he must exert his utmost effort this time. The Emperor with the dominant gaze smirked. I shall unleash a strategic-level attack magic, powered by my amassed tremendous magical energy. You may find it difficult to comprehend, but one could liken its potency to that of nuclear weaponry. You will be utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Novum couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Nuclear bombs cannot kill Wolverine, who possesses adamantium steel, but we are likely doomed. The Emperor continued, I intend to eliminate all potential obstacles to my dominion. Ah, how delightful it is to see events proceeding according to plan. Though I would like to recite a few incantations for you, my reverence lies with the divine path, and I possess little understanding of the religions of this world. What are you saying? It sounds as though you intend to slay everyone present, myself included, merely to lure me into this deadlock and dispose of me in the process? Your Majesty, no, yes, Gianna, do clarify the situation. If it is intriguing, I shall offer applause. If it is tedious, I shall take your life. Christina, visibly displeased, glared at the Emperor with the dominant gaze and drew her sword toward her. Kill me? Impossible. You mere mortals cannot slay a god. The Emperor with the dominant gaze sneered, her face marked by disdain, as she spread her arms wide, exuding madness. I shall be the deity of this beautiful new world. I shall reign supreme while you, pointing at the crowd, the Emperor continued. You are but stumbling blocks to this dream. I shall ensnare you all, obliterating half of the 7 crowns, the labyrinth that seeks to unravel the mysteries of the world. And the princess as well. As for Yushu, I have already inquired about everything necessary. He is of no further use. After all, to cast magic, I must teleport here. And thus, I brought you along. With a triumphant expression, she continued. Ah, how exhilarating. With this, my plan shall advance to the next phase. What is that plan? A familiar voice resonated from behind, prompting the crowd to turn toward its source. The Emperor of the Dominant Eyes cheerfully proclaimed, Ah, at last, you make your entrance. Crystal, no? I believe you now identify yourself as the leader of Labyrinth, Labalista, am I correct? Labalista nodded, her expression tinged with exasperation as she replied. You've made quite a mess of the secret base I painstakingly constructed and even sent in troops. It startled me, I must admit. I thought I might meet my end. However, misdirection is my forte, and I had already prepared an escape route. If fortune favors us, I trust that Xiaojing and the others will manage to flee. The Emperor gazed at her and remarked, You should have escaped alongside them. Yet, your insatiable curiosity compelled you to assess the situation, hasn't it? That curiosity remains your greatest flaw. Labalista furrowed her brow and replied, Though your tone resembles that of my friends, I must inquire. Who are you? I apologize, but I seem to have forgotten. I pride myself on remembering faces, especially since humans are my favorite. Her apology carried an undertone that all present recognized as mockery. Logan observed their conversation without interjecting, choosing instead to gather his strength. He paid no heed to their dialogue as he advanced, sequentially opening 7 doors. Subsequently, he pressed against his heart, causing the blue steam enveloping him to transform into a vivid crimson, while his hair mirrored the hue. A formidable aura emanated from him, forcing everyone to recoil as the air surged violently. Is it possible to unite our powers? Lamented Rabarista, realizing that the formation had been disrupted by a single individual who seemed reckless. Sensing something amiss, the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze aimed her weapon at the crowd. As red energy coalesced around her, on the ground, Logan emitted a pained growl, and after adapting to the agony, he shouted, Stand back. Ah, this is the 8th gate. Let my youth roar. Accumulate. As he spoke, Logan assumed a starting position, and a wave of red energy surged upwards, forming the shape of a dragon's head. Meanwhile, Pekarine and the others quickly shielded Yuki, recognizing him as the most vulnerable. Damn it. The Emperor of the Dominant Gaze cursed, feeling the suffocating power emanating from Logan. She hastened to concentrate her magical energy, preparing to strike first. Ha! Logan bellowed, enduring intense pain as he charged towards the Emperor. He can walk on air. Unbelievable, Rakaraki remarked, his expression unchanging. Damn. The Emperor of the Dominant Gaze grimaced as she watched Logan approach, her weapon's magical energy reaching its peak before she unleashed it. Nightmare! Logan roared, delivering a powerful kick towards her. The two forces entwined, colliding with each other, while the residual energy from the Emperor's strategic-level attack surged forth, fortunately missing Logan, who managed to both defend and counterattack simultaneously. The Emperor, observing her inability to move and the colossal dragon head drawing near, panicked. Why can't I move? Get out of my way. Ah! Logan roared, relentlessly pushing forward, determined to land that kick. The intertwining forces did not last long. The spatial distortion caused by the nightmare and the strategic-level magic resulted in a bizarre upheaval. In the next moment, a violent explosion echoed through the sky, followed by a contraction, and then silence fell as both Logan and the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze vanished. What? This old man is truly formidable, Rabarista exclaimed, astonished. Although it seems they might have perished together? Humph. This guy won't be so easily finished, Christina said, forcing herself to speak, her hand trembling as it rested on her abdomen, though no visible change was apparent. In another realm, Logan's death gate had closed, and he had perished, while the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze was left incapacitated. As she realized she was outside her own universe and would not recover, death loomed near. Gazing at Logan's lifeless form, the Emperor could not help but curse, "You fool, sacrificing yourself for others?" After cursing for quite some time, the Emperor of the Dominant Eye fell silent, gazing into the sky, awaiting death. Fool, I'm not dead yet. Logan trembled as he rose, clad only in trousers, his body resembling a charred landscape, marred by extensive fissures. Yet, beneath the surface, the flesh pulsated, a testament to his relentless regeneration. You, how is this possible? What manner of creature are you? The Emperor of the Dominant Eye stared at Logan in utter astonishment. The explosion had directed its wrath towards Logan, inflicting tremendous damage upon him, while she herself, shielded by a magical barrier, suffered comparatively minor injuries. At most, she would be rendered incapacitated, left to await her demise. Although she could recover given the presence of magical energy, there was none to be found in this desolate place. Limping towards the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze, Logan unsheathed his steel claws, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he declared, "There is no need for the dead to know too much." With a furious roar, he plunged his claws into the heart of his adversary. Flames erupted as he unleashed the fire-style, scorching claw, thus sparing himself the trouble of gathering firewood. You and I loathe each other, my dear, the Emperor of the Dominant Gaze growled, her voice gradually fading until she transformed into a charred, lifeless husk. Adhering to his principle of reducing everything to ash, Logan continued to burn her remains. After several hours, he was left with nothing but a ground strewn with ashes. Logan placed his claws into the river beside him, and a copious amount of steam erupted forth. Although he could retract them directly, it would cause him considerable pain for an extended period. Thus, it was wiser to cool them in the water before withdrawing. Where was this place? First, let us seek out Christia and the others, Logan remarked as he advanced along the riverbank. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. The trees in this locale bore no resemblance to those of land soul. Could they be foreign species? Yet, why did they evoke such a sense of familiarity? As he continued onward, the feeling intensified until a helicopter soared overhead, pivoting to face him. In that moment of realization, he understood, this appeared to be Earth from the X-Men universe. The individuals aboard the aircraft bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Dark hair, dark eyes, dual pistols. Goodness. Logan hastily evaded, but it was futile. Bullets struck both his head and heart. What the hell? That damn stick. That cannon fodder named Zero. Logan cursed, brandishing his adamantium claws and unleashing a fierce wind attack that dismembered the helicopter with ease. Observing the astonishment on Zero's face, he felt a surge of delight. Serves you right for shooting at me, you wretched fool. Once the helicopter had descended, Logan approached with an impassive demeanor. Unlike the original narrative, the sacrifice of two benevolent elders was absent. The sounds of vehicles approached from nearby. Evidently, the pursuit was not limited to the helicopter, but also included armed Hummers. One down, no need for thanks. Logan sneered, then swiftly dispatched the incoming vehicles with a few calculated strikes of his claws. Retracting his claws, Logan ambled towards the crash site, murmuring, "The X-Men are even more perilous than the Naruto world." Even with Susanoo, Madara would fall prey to Professor X's mental control. Of course, he lacks the prowess of the Phoenix. The cinematic universe is manageable, but the comics, well, they feature all sorts of absurdities. Upon reaching the crash site, apart from the severed remnants and some damage from the fall, there was little else. The aircraft was surprisingly sturdy. Zero, blood trickling from his mouth. Looked at Logan and asked, "Wolverine, has your ability evolved?" "Evolved? You moron." Logan retorted, incensed that Zero would dare label his hard-earned abilities as evolution. After cursing him, Logan delivered a fatal blow, sending Zero to his demise. Noticing a headset nearby, Logan donned it and declared, "Strike, you wretched fool, just you wait." "Logan? Let me explain." But before Strike could finish, Logan crushed the headset and kicked the helicopter away. As he walked, Logan pondered aloud, "To be honest, this path is irrelevant. Where there's a will, there's a way. I just need to find some form of transport." Suddenly, he glanced at the wrecked Hummer, sighed in resignation, and resolved to rely on his legs. Fortunately, with the aid of chakra, he could outrun vehicles, albeit only on rugged terrain, not on highways or against sports cars. Even a souped-up vehicle wouldn't stand a chance against him. His memories of the plot were hazy. He recalled something about locating a teleporting individual and then battling a rather rotund adversary before seeking out a certain card king. Yet, how long ago had that been? Logan wondered how he would navigate this predicament. Would he have to wait for someone to come to him? What if he were overwhelmed? In the X-Men universe, encountering Magneto would be disastrous. Not to mention, there were plenty of foes capable of defeating Wolverine. This is truly vexing. There are too many I can't contend with, Logan muttered, scratching the back of his head. Before long, he spotted a bridge and a road. Perhaps he could hitch a ride to another destination. Upon reaching the road, a small truck passed by, driven by an elderly couple. Logan felt a pang of fate. Was this not the very couple who had taken him in during that film? Truly, the whims of destiny are curious. "Hey, young man, are you in some trouble?" The old man gazed at Logan, observing his bare upper body and tattered trousers, clearly indicative of his hardships. Logan chuckled softly, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he scratched the back of his head. "Well, while camping over there, I encountered a fire, and my clothes were completely burned away." The old man displayed a look of surprise before inquiring, "Is the fire extinguished? Are you unscathed?" "I managed to put out the fire, and I am fine. It's just my shirt that's gone," Logan responded. The old woman sighed with relief and remarked, "Let us take the young man to the nearest town, shall we? What do you think, young man?" "Thank you very much. Just getting me to the town will suffice." Logan replied with a smile, relieved that he was being invited to their home, for he wouldn't want to impose upon such kind-hearted elders. The old man chuckled, shook his head, and called out, "Hop on, young man. Hold on tight." "Thank you very much," Logan said as he leaped onto the back of the truck, which happened to be empty, allowing him to sit down comfortably. He utilized his chakra to adhere himself, preventing any chance of being thrown off. The old man furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Young man, you must hold on securely. Don't let yourself be tossed off." Logan paused momentarily, uttering a brief thank you before grasping a nearby iron rod with one hand. Observing Logan's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the old man shook his head but continued to drive cautiously. However, he soon accelerated, realizing that Logan was remarkably steadfast as an old dog. After a while, the truck passed by an estate that stirred fragments of memory within Logan. It was the old man's residence, albeit destroyed in the film. After approximately 30 minutes of traversing past the estate, they arrived at a quaint little town. Logan alighted from the vehicle, expressed his gratitude to the two men, and departed. That day, the town reported the loss of a suit, a pair of sunglasses, a set of leather shoes, a box of cigars, and a motorcycle. The motorcycle owner recounted that he had barely stepped outside when he was struck by an unknown assailant, having not glimpsed the perpetrator. Various indications pointed to the involvement of mutants in these incidents. Logan, you actually guessed correctly, but it matters not, lacking evidence. Even in the absence of mutants, such petty theft occurs aplenty. Regardless of time or place, these happenings are ubiquitous. Where to? Seek Victor? Search for the King of Cards? But I damn well don't know where they are. Logan, with a bewildered expression, sped down the highway on his motorcycle. Although it was indeed quick, and while he had merged with Wolverine, his memories were scant. His linguistic abilities remained intact. Yet the fragments of his recollections consisted solely of the films he had watched and a few comics, specifically the X-Men and Wolverine, along with Wolverine vs. the Hulk. Chapter 32. A Chance Encounter. Welcome to the Gambling City? After passing a sign, Logan chuckled, glancing at the rather unimpressive town before him. It was not particularly large. What a farce to call it a gambling city. Nonetheless, stopping for fuel seemed reasonable, as he had encountered numerous benevolent souls along the way. And he still had some money. Good Samaritan. I damned well should not have robbed this fellow. Upon entering the casino, Logan swiftly located a small gas station, filling his motorcycle's tank. Just as he was about to finish, a voice emerged from beside him. Logan? Logan turned, perplexed, only to find a young man in a cowboy hat. Not the Internet-S version, but rather the authentic African kind. The young man, observing Logan's bewildered gaze, could not help but burst into laughter. You, my friend, don't recognize me? John? What brings you here? Logan inquired, delving into his memory in an attempt to piece together the connection. The young man approached and patted Logan on the shoulder, exclaiming, You've taken your time. What on earth are you doing here? Logan pondered for a moment before declaring, Find Victor. John's expression shifted dramatically as he responded, Just go to the shop and say, Hey, buddy, park the car across the street. With that, he produced a few bills and handed them over. The bearded man chuckled and accepted the money, while Logan followed John into the shop. After acquiring the information Logan had shared, John approached the refrigerator and retrieved 2 bottles of beer. One for himself and the other for Logan. Are you certain it was Victor? John inquired. Yes, but not entirely. Victor was manipulated by Strick, Logan explained, wishing to diverge from the narrative of the original story. John's ability, teleportation, was indeed impressive. I see, he said. I regret to hear that. It seems they have both become entangled in this mess, John remarked as he slumped into a chair, indifferent to whether Victor was being used, yet concerned about the actions taken. Logan took a sip of his drink, lost in recollection while contemplating his next move. John, unable to contain his thoughts, interjected. After you left, he deteriorated, feeling abandoned by you. We all believe the same, but Victor sought to prove his superiority over you, willing to destroy everything. Months later, I withdrew, unwilling to partake in the hunt. Hunt for mutants? Logan murmured as he gazed out of the window. John's expression shifted suddenly, and he hurriedly inquired, How do you know? Given Stryker's intentions, it's not difficult to deduce. Thus, the outcome is quite foreseeable, Logan replied, his gaze fixed on John. John paused, sensing a newfound sharpness in Logan's demeanor. After a moment, he asked, What is your plan to thwart Stryker? Victor is no easy adversary. If you do not intend to eliminate him, it will be even more challenging. Logan smiled, reflecting that had he not ventured into the realm of Naruto, the situation would indeed have been challenging. However, he was now exponentially stronger, by dozens, perhaps even hundreds of times. With a grin, he raised his hand to reveal his adamantium claws. John's expression shifted dramatically, and he could not restrain himself from inquiring, Damn it, what have they done to you? Do you remember the meteorite fragments from Africa? Indeed, I do. Could it be? Precisely, it is as you surmise, an unimaginable agony that nearly claimed my life. Logan replied calmly. Although he had not experienced that particular torment, he had certainly endured suffering of a lesser degree. Logan reminisced about his memories of watching Wolverine, then inquired, Has Agent Zero mentioned an island? John shook his head and replied, No, but Duke might know. He is quite close to Zero. Duke? Where is he? Logan asked. Right here. John gestured towards the boxing ring below. Logan nodded, saying, Let us go speak with him. Upon seeing Logan rise, John quickly stood as well, saying, Wait. He won't arrive until 4. He then retrieved 2 more bottles of beer from the refrigerator and continued, I must warn you, due to previous events, he has developed an eating disorder. I am trying to help him get back on track, so if you want his assistance, refrain from mentioning his weight. So he has become overweight, Logan realized, accepting the beer. John quickly added, It's fine to say that now, but later, absolutely avoid any comments related to weight or physique. Understood, Logan chuckled, and they resumed their conversation. At 4 o'clock, a burly figure entered the boxing gym. Logan and John descended to observe for a while, and only after Duke sent his opponent flying did Logan approach, with John quietly advising from behind, Be courteous, remember the prohibitions. Logan approached the boxing ring, greeting with a smile, Hey, Duke, long time no see. Duke, sipping on a fizzy drink, turned his head, momentarily taken aback before replying, I didn't expect it to be you, Logan. It has indeed been a while. After all, Logan had become rather polite, no longer resembling the original Wolverine. Duke, I require your assistance. Are you familiar with the island where Victor is located? Logan inquired, gazing at Duke. Duke hesitated, quickly responding, I don't know. Victor is aiding Stryker in hunting down our kind. Do you recall the meteorite fragment from Africa? Look, Logan said, revealing his claws, leaving Duke visibly stunned. Logan continued, I was deceived into participating in this experiment, my entire body encased in this metal, I nearly perished and was on the brink of having my memories erased. I overheard them discussing the utilization of our genes to develop a more formidable weapon aimed at exterminating mutants. This weapon is designated as Weapon X11, a controllable device amalgamating the genes of powerful mutants. Duke fell silent, and John interjected, "So they have set their sights on us, the retired veterans?" "Indeed." Logan affirmed with a nod. "That island has been classified as top secret by Stryker, yet there was once an inmate who escaped from there." Duke recollected. Logan promptly inquired, "Who?" "Remy LeBeau, a gambler from New Orleans. The guards referred to him as the Gambler due to his impeccable winning streak." Duke replied, "Where can we find him?" Logan interjected, "On Bourbon Street, he should be at one of the casinos there." Duke responded. Logan nodded, expressing his gratitude before he prepared to turn away. Duke, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Hey, Logan, you've changed quite a bit. Your words are not as sharp as they once were." Logan chuckled softly, turning to him and remarked, "At least this way. It won't be so easy to offend anyone. If it were Strick in front of me, I believe I could verbally annihilate him." John quickly matched Logan's pace and said, "Logan, I'll accompany you. Just don't get yourself killed." Logan retorted, "I'm sure I can outpace you." "That may well be true," Logan replied with a smirk, internally mocking John for his cinematic misadventures. The two set off, each riding their motorcycle. Upon their arrival in New Orleans on Bourbon Street, they separated to inquire about their target. Logan had barely asked a few questions when John sidled up beside him and said, "I got the information. Follow me." With that, John took the lead. They found themselves in a dance hall, and Logan had initially expected to find John at a casino. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If one were to cheat at cards, it wouldn't take long before the casino staff would kindly invite him to leave or prepare to empty their magazines. Approaching a table where a particularly flamboyant player was engaged in a game of cards, John pointed at him and said, "That's the one. What a cool trick." Indeed. The skill displayed was impressive, and Logan felt a twinge of envy for things he could not master. John then told Logan, "I'll guard the back door, just in case he tries to flee." "No need for that. You go over there and enjoy a drink while you watch me," Logan replied, gesturing for John to take a seat at the adjacent table. John shrugged and moved to the side, sipping his drink while observing the unfolding spectacle. Logan approached the round table and inquired of the card dealer, "Are you Remy LeBeau?" The dealer halted his intricate shuffling and responded, "Do I owe you money?" "No." "Then I must be he," the dealer remarked, removing his hat with a smile and gesturing for Logan to take a seat. After Logan took a seat, he began dealing the cards while announcing, "A large bet of 100, a small bet of 50. Care to join?" 100. He placed a card on the table. "What audacity," laughed the card king, prompting others to join in as well. After a while, having lost half of the money he had borrowed from a well-meaning friend, Logan had yet to speak when the card king suddenly interjected, "What wind brings you here?" "Victor Creed," Logan replied. The card king paused momentarily, then inquired nonchalantly, "And who might he be?" "The person I am searching for. Primarily, I seek the island of Stryker. I need to know its whereabouts," Logan stated calmly, holding his cards. "Why would I know where that island is?" the card king asked as he began to infuse energy into his hand of cards. "There's no need to be anxious. You won't be captured again. I intend to destroy that wicked place and rescue my compatriots," Logan quickly asserted, realizing the card king's gestures were becoming ominous. "On what basis should I trust you?" the card king questioned, then withdrew his infused power and flicked his cards at Logan's chest. However, the anticipated dramatic recoil did not occur, as the card king had tempered his strength. In the film, Logan's lack of trust stemmed from the nameplate around his neck, leading to an all-out confrontation between the two. Logan picked up the thrown Joker card and examined it, then remarked, "Revenge. I too have been subjected to experiments, deceived, and witnessed the murder of friends. That place should not exist any longer, and he should no longer hunt his brethren. Why should I assist you? 2 years ago, I endured torment, and I have no desire to return to that place. Who knows if you're merely attempting to deceive me back there?" The card king gazed deeply into Logan's eyes and replied, "My suffering surpasses yours." Logan rose, roaring defiantly, revealing his sharp claws, which startled the card king, nearly prompting him to strike Logan with his cards. "Damn it," the card king thought, momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Logan's steel claws. It seemed that the pain and torment Logan had experienced truly eclipsed his own. The surrounding crowd scattered as Logan displayed his claws. Just as the two were about to resume their conversation, a discordant voice echoed from the other side, "Hey, Jimmy, have you hired 2 new babysitters?" Turning to face the newcomer, they saw Victor, who looked disdainfully at the three. For him, it might pose some trouble, yet it was not insurmountable. John removed his sunglasses, preparing for a confrontation, while the Card King retreated behind Logan, his cards trembling in his grasp, clearly recalling something unsettling. You need not engage. Logan instructed the two while fixating on Victor. The Card King shrugged and then stepped back a bit. If Logan couldn't hold his own, he would have to flee. Yet if the odds were evenly matched, he would not hesitate to launch a surprise attack. John shrugged and said, I'll keep an eye out. Jimmy. You've learned some skills, huh? Not allowing the babysitters to join the fray. Victor cackled as the claws in his hands gradually elongated. Although Logan's claws appeared altered, Victor remained confident in his own prowess. Logan let out a scoff, retracting his claws, and provocatively beckoned Victor, saying, Come on, little kitty. Do I really need my claws to take you on? A wolf against a cat. What a mismatch. With that, Victor's expression instantly soured, and he lunged at Logan, moving on all fours like a great feline. Logan surged forward, activating the door and the rest as he approached swiftly. With a single hand pressed against the ground, he executed a combination of upward and downward kicks directed at the airborne Victor, the Leaf Tornado. Before Victor had the chance to defend himself, he was struck in the face and stomach by a swift kick, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the walls of two buildings before landing on the street of the adjacent block. Damn, Logan, when did you become this powerful? John exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed in the direction Victor had flown. Meanwhile, the card master wore an expression of relief, grateful he had refrained from intervening. Given such speed and striking force, he would surely have been in for a beating. Logan turned to the two and said, Let us proceed. I have rendered him unconscious. Carry him with you. You pilot the aircraft and take us near the island. If you prefer not to descend, I shall leap out myself. No need for that. I will ensure your safe descent, John replied with a shrug. With that, John vanished, only to reappear moments later, a rope in his hand. Logan gave him a thumbs up, and John smiled proudly as he vanished and reappeared, gripping the bound Victor tightly. Although this contraption was quite restrictive, it would at least suffice until you could knock him out again, wouldn't it? John chuckled, and Logan nodded in agreement. Once the gambler regained his composure, he couldn't help but inquire, How did you know I owned a private jet? I guessed. Did I hit the mark? Logan replied. The gambler shot him a middle finger and said, Let us go. Before leaving, he casually stuffed the abandoned money into a bag, as it was unclaimed property. Meanwhile, in the island's clandestine laboratory, Stryker had just stabbed General Monson to death and simultaneously ordered an acceleration of the X-11 project. He had a foreboding feeling, logically. Victor should have reported by now and was likely on his way. At a small airport, Logan and the others boarded the gambler's plane. Once airborne, the gambler couldn't resist teasing. You don't like flying, do you? Indeed, although the soul within was not the original Logan, for some inexplicable reason. His reaction to flying was quite similar to that of the original, which was rather vexing. Prior to becoming Logan, he had never encountered such a situation. I'm fine, Logan managed to say, while John remarked, He always like this. Jimmy, you haven't changed. Victor's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward him. John looked at Logan and mimicked a gesture around his neck, to which Logan nonchalantly replied, No need for that, Remy. How much longer? Focus on flying the plane. The gambler laughed, then continued, This plane was won in a wager. Damn, you can win something like this? Logan cursed. This guy really knows how to gamble. A con artist, for sure. Chapter 33, Logan. You can't possibly be this strong. As the plane approached a small island, John grasped Logan's hand and teleported, subsequently returning to escort Victor off the aircraft. Meanwhile, the gambler circled low for a moment before ultimately deciding to land in a secluded spot. He wished to witness whether Logan and the others could bring about its destruction. At the secret base, Stryker observed the researcher performing surgery on X-11 and asked, How much longer? Almost there, but we are missing part of the X gene, the researcher replied. Stryker remarked, Though it's not perfect, Weapon X is on its way. We must deal with him first before perfecting X-11. A nearby individual approached Stryker to report on Logan and the others' situation. After nodding, he turned to await someone's arrival while subtly gesturing to a beautiful woman in the corner, Silver Fox, once Logan's girlfriend. At the entrance, John teleported inside and opened the door, then glanced at Logan, who was preparing to pry it open with his claws, and remarked, That's not a good idea. Logan, with a look of exasperation, retracted his claws and began to assess the situation within. Upon hearing some commotion, the two of them concealed themselves. They observed two staff members escorting an individual whose eyes were shrouded in bandages towards another room. It was evidently the infamous laser-eyed youth. "Hey, John. You go rescue the mutant inside while I bring this to an end up here," Logan stated, recalling that Silver Fox's sister was also present. Destined to become the future White Queen, though she was merely a child at this point. John nodded, then discreetly followed the two men using his teleportation ability. While Logan boldly ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the top floor, he encountered Strick, who was observing a group performing surgery on X, also known as Deadpool. Wait. Logan entered without hesitation. Strick did not acknowledge Logan, but instead spoke to him. "Logan, welcome back to the battlefield." "No, this will be a massacre," Logan retorted disdainfully. Strick, equally unimpressed, scoffed at Logan's words and turned to him, saying, "A massacre? Indeed, Deadpool, the mutant exterminator, will wreak havoc upon you. And what of this stitched-up creature? Even I could easily defeat it." Logan did not even spare a glance at Deadpool. Strick then glanced towards Silver Fox in the corner, a smile gracing his face, and remarked, "Kayla, it seems Logan has forgotten about you. Truly, he is a heartless beast." Logan followed Stryker's gaze towards Kayla, his eyes reflecting a hint of complex emotions. He then turned to Stryker and stated, devoid of any expression, "In truth, I am already aware of the situation, but this is not her fault, Stryker. The blame lies squarely with you." With that, his claws glimmered ominously. Stryker glanced at Kayla, who, upon receiving the unspoken cue, trembled slightly before exclaiming, "No, Logan. The captured children have already been rescued." Logan took a step forward, only to sense a disturbance behind him and catch a familiar scent. He turned, his claws poised for an attack against the ambusher, yet he was a moment too late. A massive hand with claws struck his face, sending him crashing through the window and plummeting to the ground below. John, who had just freed the caged mutants, was startled to see Victor descending from above to assault Logan. He quickly urged, "Children, get out of here." The others swiftly sought cover as John prepared to assist. But a squad of soldiers emerged from the attic, aiming their guns at him. Fortunately, John's reflexes were quick, sparing him from what could have been several bullets. "Damn it. Logan, I'll take care of them first, then come to your aid," John shouted, just as he witnessed Logan severing Victor's hands, lifting him like a lifeless dog, and scaling the wall back upstairs. "Well, it seems he doesn't need my help after all," John quipped, teleporting behind one of the soldiers to seize a weapon and retaliate. Meanwhile, Silver Fox hesitated. Upon Logan's emergence with Victor in tow, he instructed her, "Go. Take the children with John and leave this place to me." With that, he cast aside the temporarily incapacitated Victor. "Impossible. How can you be this strong, Logan?" Stryker exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Glancing around hastily, he hurriedly tapped on the keyboard, knowing full well that the researchers had fled the moment Logan arrived. Logan approached Schitschweik with an air of disdain, observing him fumble with a box in a flurry of activity. It became evident to Logan that this individual was attempting to load the revolver with Edmund Alloy's ammunition. Yet, he pondered, would it even serve a purpose? Before the task could be completed, he would surely meet his demise. Logan approached with measured steps, discreetly opening all 4 doors. This was to ensure that he could swiftly close the distance before Strick could raise his weapon, allowing him to retaliate before a shot could be fired. Strick, observing Logan's ostentatious demeanor, let out a derisive laugh as he loaded his magazine and raised his gun. However, in the blink of an eye, Logan was already at his flank. Before Strick could pull the trigger, claws severed his arm. "Director Strick, it's time to hit the road, ha ha ha," Logan exclaimed, bursting into laughter. He relentlessly targeted non-vital areas, believing that to end his opponent's life in one swift blow would be too merciful. Strick howled in agony, attempting to retaliate, only to have his joints shredded by Logan's claws. He collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, staring blankly at Logan. Logan found himself ensnared in a peculiar state, relentlessly assailing Strick, even in death, his fury undiminished. After verifying her sister's safety below, Kyra ascended once more to the upper floor. Upon witnessing the frenzied Logan, she hurried towards him, concern etched upon her face, grasping his arm and imploring, "Logan, enough. You are not a beast. You must not succumb to their perceptions. If you do, they shall claim victory." Logan gradually ceased his onslaught, gazing at his bloodied claws and the mangled form of Stryker, muttering, "So, it seems I've avenged myself." "Logan?" Kyra tugged at Logan's arm, calling out to him. Logan patted Kayla on the shoulder and said, "All right, it's time to leave this place." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a piercing pain. A physical anguish that struck deep. Ah! Kayla screamed, then kicked at the person behind her. Realizing her efforts were futile, she prepared to use her abilities to control him, but to no avail. At that moment, Victor had also recovered, growling as he charged towards Logan, not targeting Logan directly, but rather aiming to inflict pain on Deadpool, Logan's ally. Deadpool glanced at Victor with an impassive expression before tossing Logan towards him. The two collided and fell to the ground. "You're back?" Logan asked Victor. "Jimmy, you can't escape me. We are brothers," Victor replied, gazing intently at Logan. Deadpool disregarded Silver Fox and charged directly at the two, manifesting two swords from his hands. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say they extended from him, crafted from adamantium. "Can this even be activated?" Logan cursed, having just closed the 8 gates after using the striker blade, now only able to reopen 4 gates. Moving at a speed that compelled Deadpool to focus solely on defense. After all, while Deadpool's strength was slightly inferior to Logan's, his speed was comparable, his skills superior, and his regenerative abilities far more potent. Logan recalled that their endurance levels were 4 and 7, with Logan at 4 and Deadpool at 7. He was nearly indestructible, even to the extent of having his head severed. However, the current incarnation of Deadpool was indeed mortal. Logan's memory was somewhat hazy, as only the Deadpool cursed by the goddess of death was truly invulnerable. In terms of strength, Logan's adamantium-coated bones granted him a level of 4, while Deadpool was rated at 3. Yet, upon unlocking the first 4 of the 8 gates of suffering, Logan's strength surged to a level 5, equating to an impressive capability of lifting between 25 to 75 tons. Their speed remained at a level 3, thus not exceeding 700 miles per hour. Even with all 8 gates opened, surpassing a level 6, which corresponds to the speed of light, remained unattainable. Nevertheless, Deadpool still could not be killed. Victor watched, his eyes glazed in disbelief, murmuring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How has Jimmy become so powerful? What on earth has transpired?" After exchanging blows for a few rounds, Logan realized he could not subdue Deadpool and did not wish to prolong the encounter. With a swift kick, he sent Deadpool flying, then instantly assumed a horse stance, bellowing. The formation of the 8 gates. Open, the door of dusk. Open, the door of scenic. Open, the door of astonishment. Upon unlocking the 7th gate, a burst of blue steam erupted, pushing Victor aside, while Silver Fox fared even worse, plummeting from the building but surviving with minor injuries. Before Deadpool could land, he was propelled by the blue steam, and Logan, cloaked in the vapor, swiftly maneuvered behind him. With claws crackling with lightning, he struck, severing Deadpool's hand. Unlike Logan, Deadpool's bones were not entirely composed of adamantium. Even if they were, a heated adamantium would suffice to overcome him. Deadpool's eyes instantly shifted in color, and a red beam shot toward Logan's abdomen, though the latter deftly evaded. Too slow. Water release. Water spiral claw. Logan shouted as the lightning dissipated from his claws, replaced by a spiraling high-pressure water blade. As Logan's claws penetrated Deadpool's abdomen, the high-pressure water severed his insides into chunks of flesh. Logan exhaled, observing the head that was continuously emitting laser beams. He promptly approached and severed both the head and its eyes. Upon completing this task, a somewhat mocking voice echoed from behind. "Well, what is going on here?" Hearing the commotion, Logan turned towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Victor remained unmoved, calmly turning his head. He was already enveloped in the aura of Logan's formidable strength, internally questioning what had transpired over the past few days that could account for Logan's newfound power. Logan recognized the figure clad in a striking red and black suit before him, and he comprehended that it was none other than Deadpool. As Deadpool approached X, he cast a glance at Logan and exclaimed, "Wow, no need to get excited, comrade. Incredible! You actually killed him. Can you believe it? The viewers at home won't believe you've just taken down Wade. After all, you're Wade." Logan turned to Deadpool and replied, "Truly remarkable, with a nose like that. You can discern even the slightest detail." Deadpool, brandishing a gun, fired several shots into the remnants of X's head, blissfully unaware that Logan had already recognized him as Deadpool. Deadpool shrugged at Logan and declared, "This is how we achieve a flawless resolution, ladies and gentlemen. Until we meet again." With that, he slipped through a side door, and within moments, his presence vanished entirely, evidently having departed from this timeline. "Hey, Jimmy, I will hunt you down again. Our story is far from over. For we are brothers," Victor suddenly remarked, and with that, he shattered the wall and exited, leaving Logan in a state of bewilderment. Logan appeared utterly speechless as Kyra climbed up beside him. He cautiously remarked, "Hey, Kyra, go find your sister. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, Logan broke through the wall, intent on sweeping the area for potential foes, ensuring that Professor X safely evacuated the others. He was not yet inclined to engage with anyone. Observing the two identical holes, Kyra couldn't help but think how fitting it was for brothers. Perhaps Logan would not partake in the events of the first X-Men film, or perhaps he would. Regardless, he felt the need to unwind. Reminiscing fondly about Christina, purely for the amusement of it, he pondered when he might return, or if he would ever return at all. Who could say? However, at present, Logan had a task in mind. With Cyclops yet to join the X-Men, it indicated that the Apocalypse storyline had not yet commenced, or perhaps it had not, and the connection remained uncertain. If there were any ties, perhaps they could enhance Apocalypse, although he wondered if it might lead to the Death Knight from the comic version. Thus, he needed to remain cautious of Stryker. Should that man perish, the matter of Apocalypse would be of little concern. Survival in Egypt would be paramount, as there would surely be benevolent souls willing to provide humanitarian aid, alleviating any worries about finances. Right? Benevolent souls, I believe you not. After circling the surroundings without encountering the so-called enemies, John and the Kingpin approached. "Well, you actually did it," exclaimed Kingpin. John turned to Logan, stating, "The children have departed. We should leave as well. The military personnel are nearing." Adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid trouble, Logan nodded and then inquired of Kingpin. "Where's the plane?" "You fool," John retorted, grabbing Kingpin, and in the next moment, Logan vanished as well. The three appeared aboard a private plane, with Kingpin seated at the controls. "Your abilities are remarkably useful," Kingpin marveled, initiating the aircraft with a few clicks. Soaring above the ocean before the military could reach the island. Shortly thereafter, they distanced themselves from the isle, which, compared to its cinematic portrayal, remained relatively unscathed. Approximately 1 to 2 hours later, the military arrived late, prompted by General Monson's prolonged absence. A general standing at the site of Deadpool's creation perused the records when a researcher approached him, stating, "General Monson was slain by Colonel Stryker, and Weapon X11 has been shattered by Weapon X." It appeared that Weapon X was the more perfect weapon. They needed to locate him and have him serve the nation, while X11 would be buried along with this location. The general then issued orders to collect data and completely obliterate the site. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Kingpin, Logan and John departed on motorcycles. On the road, John shouted, "Logan, what are your plans next?" "Oh, off to Cairo, Egypt." Logan paused momentarily before responding loudly, as it was necessary to be heard over the noise of the road, especially without headphones. "What? You intend to venture to that desolate place?" John exclaimed, astonished by the unexpected choice. "Indeed, I have no desire to concern myself with many matters any longer. We have endured so much. It is time for a respite," Logan declared, albeit with a hint of ulterior motive. "Wishing you the best of luck," John shouted, after which both accelerated forward. A few days later, on the Mexican coast, two figures clad in sunglasses and cowboy hats stood upon a dilapidated dock. Shortly thereafter, a small yacht approached. The duo was Logan and John. Just one day after the assassination of Strick, Logan found himself in the headlines, with officials accusing him of the brutal murders of General Manson and Colonel Strick. And a nationwide manhunt was underway for him. "Your shape-shifting ability is quite impressive," John remarked, gazing at the imposing figure before him, who was none other than Logan. The so-called transformation ability was merely a rudimentary form of shape-shifting from the technique of 3 bodies. After days of arduous practice, he had managed a transformation, albeit clumsily and slowly. Fortunately, his chakra was inexhaustible, allowing for endless practice. Although his chakra reserves were modest, his recovery rate was remarkably swift. Logan patted John's shoulder and remarked, "I can be even cooler. Cut the chatter, no matter how you change. You'll still be a middle-aged man with a sin of sweat, unless you transform into a woman," John retorted, subsequently handing Logan a pistol and adding, "Refrain from using your abilities. You're still a wanted man. Do you truly wish to see a middle-aged man turn into a woman?" Logan replied, accepting the small handgun, inspecting it briefly before nodding and stowing it in his coat pocket. "Haha. Indeed, it's best if you don't change, lest I vomit all over the place." John chuckled. "Who is Zarathil?" The bearded man piloting the speedboat inquired as he approached. Logan promptly leaped onto the vessel and declared, "I am Zarathil. Let us head inside." The bearded man opened a hidden compartment, and after bidding farewell to John, Logan slipped inside. Watching the yacht fade into the distance, John smiled and said, "Farewell, Logan." In the next moment, he vanished from sight. The intro music of X-Men played. Chapter 34. The arrival of Deadpool. As the yacht departed American territorial waters and reached the open sea, it approached a massive oil tanker. Logan had just emerged from the hidden compartment and noticed numerous yachts nearby, filled with a diverse array of individuals. Though each speedboat could accommodate no more than a dozen passengers. After loosening his muscles and bones, Logan followed the arrangements made by the T-passing personnel and boarded the ship. Upon entering a designated large room, he was momentarily rendered speechless, for it was filled with a plethora of closely packed bunk beds, the kind with upper and lower tiers. Although the scene appeared chaotic, it was remarkably quiet, evidently due to the presence of armed security personnel. However, considering that the occupants were all ordinary individuals, the effectiveness of even the largest firearms would be futile if there were more people like Logan present. Logan sought a nearby bunk to recline upon. Closing his eyes to rest, his mind filled with the yearning for a mobile device or a computer. It was unclear how much time had passed when the grand vessel, now fully occupied, set sail. At that moment, a gaunt figure wielding a megaphone bellowed, "Listen up, you foolish swine. Here, you must adhere to the rules. Only then will you safely reach your destination. No loud chatter, no whispered conversations. The journey may be lengthy, and you are required to labor aboard the ship to earn your sustenance. Should you falter and succumb to hunger or illness, we shall unceremoniously cast you into the sea to feed the fish." Consequently, the emaciated figure commenced assigning tasks to each group, including maintenance, cleaning, and fishing, among others. It is no wonder their vessel remained in pristine condition, consistently maintained by a multitude of laborers working for naught, coupled with the lucrative ferry fees they collected. Logan calmly engaged in his work, just as he had begun his journey in Konoha through arduous labor. However, the tranquility of his days was abruptly interrupted after merely one day by an acquaintance. "Hey, is that you, Logan?" A figure clad in a black and red leather suit disrupted Logan's cleaning efforts. Logan removed the cigar from his mouth and gazed at Deadpool before him, inquiring, "Who are you?" Deadpool scrutinized Logan and exclaimed, "Wow, I can hardly believe it. The first encounter with a variant of Wolverine. How can your appearance differ so vastly? This shouldn't be the case." Logan patted himself, and after a cloud of smoke dissipated, he turned to Deadpool and inquired, "So, what do you think?" Deadpool, hands pressed against his face, appeared utterly astonished. Once he regained his composure, he leaned against the wall and said to Logan, "Hey, Logan, abandon this tedious task. I require your assistance. I need Wolverine." "What reason do I have to aid you?" Logan calmly replied, "Listen, buddy, my world is on the brink of annihilation. And I need you. I need Wolverine. My entire existence hinges on your support." Deadpool exclaimed, feeling optimistic about his persuasion. He then produced a photograph, pointing at the individuals depicted within, saying, "Look, if you don't help me, they will perish. I possess no knowledge of saving the world, but my entire reality resides within this image, hence, I implore you for your aid." Logan gazed at the photograph before him, his mind swirling with thoughts, wondering if this was merely a scene from a film or something more profound. After a moment of contemplation, he lit a cigar under Deadpool's tense gaze and declared, "I can assist you. Lead the way." Deadpool, momentarily taken aback, erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." However, his exuberance drew the attention of the guards nearby. "Who dares to make such a racket? Who are you?" One guard bellowed, raising his weapon to alert his comrades. "Oh crap, we need to go?" Deadpool exclaimed, tapping a tablet that opened a yellow portal behind Logan. He hurriedly pushed Logan through, and as they entered, the scene transformed instantaneously. Logan recognized this place vaguely, surveying his surroundings while deep in thought. Deadpool was already striding ahead, chattering as he walked. "This Logan is just like the other. He can do anything, even musicals." Despite his rather shabby casual attire, it's a tad embarrassing, not very superhero-like, but it's fine. He is Claus, the genuine article. The figure before them was born from the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, who looked at Logan and Deadpool with confusion. "I don't understand," he stated. Deadpool furrowed his brow and retorted, "You claim my universe is collapsing because this guy got himself killed? Well, the issue is resolved. My goodness. Do you really believe you can replace an Angleborn?" Bourne shouted, then turned to Logan, insisting, "I will not accept any other Wolverine. Although I am seeing this Wolverine for the first time, he can never substitute the original. Logan is a hero." Deadpool stared at Bourne, slightly bewildered, and asked, "All right, what should I do?" "I can do anything." Bourne fixed his gaze on Deadpool, stating, I have afforded you the chance to achieve greatness because my superior deems you special. Clearly, you possess no such distinctiveness, yet you seem to hold some significance for the future's mission. Deadpool interjected, like when Thor embraced me. Boren ignored him, pointing to himself. But I have fulfilled my duty. I offered you the opportunity to become a person of consequence, rather than accepting my dedication, humanity, and gratitude. You broke my nose. Looks good, Deadpool quipped. Assuming the hero's corpse not only possesses sovereignty over his remains, but also his memories on the internet, what do you think? Your world is perishing. Boren asserted firmly, then reached for a dish presented by a server, chewing as he continued, and nothing can stop it. Your mission is to resolve it swiftly. Deadpool looked at him, asking, are you hungry at the thought of obliterating my world? Boren replied indifferently, I am dealing with my feelings. Deadpool, visibly displeased, exclaimed, I am about to lose everything I care for. Because from down there, that furry thunderous region has finally perished, he stands right behind me, doesn't he? You're the real problem. Logan could not help but curse, though he found himself somewhat perplexed. Deadpool had brought him in to replace the fallen Wolverine from his world, and he had thought they were to embark on some sort of mission. Damn it. Deadpool turned to Logan, shrugged, and said, it's a metaphor. By the way, welcome to the Marvel Universe. Your arrival coincides with a low point. After finishing his sentence, he turned to Barun and continued, as for you, I wish to have a word with your boss. You need to inform him or her that Marvel Age Christ did not participate in the contest. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively gasped, their expressions reflecting sheer panic. Deadpool quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, looking at Barun in astonishment as he remarked, I just heard the symphony of your rear end, and now you're all tight-lipped. You've gone off the grid. Your boss is oblivious to the illness you've contracted. As he spoke, he pulled out a small tablet, pointing at Barun and adding, I have a black belt in Karen, and I'm heading upstairs to divulge everything about you. Before he could finish, Deadpool vanished, leaving behind the tablet, which evidently had been manipulated by Barun, who still held an odd stick in his hand. Why didn't you let him continue? I was quite intrigued. Where did you send him? Logan inquired, as he was not well versed in Marvel lore and remained unaware that the stick in Barun's possession could banish individuals to a dumpster. Barun, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Wow, silence is so refreshing. As for you, accompany him to the dumpster. With that, he prepared to strike Logan with the stick, but the latter was quick to evade, seizing the opportunity to snatch it away. He then tugged at Barun's collar and taunted, TSK, just an ordinary person. Only Deadpool would be ensnared by you. Logan had not finished speaking when he vanished, as he was surrounded by TVA agents, forgetting that their ranks extended behind him as well. Meanwhile, Logan found himself suspended in midair, quickly executing a roll to adjust his posture before landing safely. Oh, damn it, you stepped on me, came Deadpool's voice from below. Sprawled out on the ground in a starfish position, with Logan's right foot firmly planted on his abdomen, Logan shrugged and grasped the other's shoulders, lifting him up. Do you know where this is? He inquired. I have no idea. It resembles Mad Max somewhat, but that could infringe on intellectual property rights, wouldn't it? Ah. Let it rest, Deadpool quipped, suddenly directing his sarcasm at a sign. Logan turned to see the emblem of 20th Century Fox. Upon seeing it, he recalled a similar notion, something akin to nihilism, a junkyard, or perhaps various other labels or translations. He first encountered this concept while watching clips of old Loki and Loki on Bilibili. If possible, Logan wished to return to the TVA to procure a set of Infinity Stones, but surely they weren't present there, or perhaps he simply overlooked them. As Deadpool continued his incessant chatter, Logan snapped, Shut up. With that, his claws plunged into Deadpool's abdomen. Ouch. I thought you were different from those Wolverines, and wouldn't he hit me? Deadpool exclaimed. Yet he refrained from retaliating and began recounting his past encounters with characters like Superman and Deathstroke, aware that he could not kill this chatterbox. Logan retracted his claws and barked, If you keep babbling, I might just have to give you a beating. Hey, Logan, calm down. We need to work together to escape here. Trust me, Deadpool urged. In response, Logan kicked Deadpool, sending him flying over 20 meters. He crashed into the Fox sign. Yet still, Deadpool didn't express anger. Wow, you actually said a move's name? That is so anime. Is that from a Wolverine episode? As Deadpool resumed his incessant prattle, Logan could no longer contain himself and shouted, If you don't stop, I will tear your mouth apart. Let us see if you can keep talking then. While it was amusing to hear Deadpool ramble during his movies, having him ramble on about oneself was genuinely irksome. After some time of incessant chatter, punctuated by Logan's occasional beatings, their bickering was interrupted by a voice. "Hey, stop fighting each other." They both turned towards the source, spotting a figure standing atop a platform observing them. Deadpool gasped, "Oh my god, it's him. Captain America? You know him too?" "Yes, a superhero." Preparing comforting food for Molly, Deadpool replied as he approached. A white man's answer, disappointment, and another A-list star, Deadpool continued, but Logan felt somewhat bewildered, having momentarily forgotten the name of Captain America's actor. It made sense, as he was never fond of Captain America. He preferred Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. and Hugh Jackman. Oh, he was now Wolverine. As Logan's mind wandered, the individual who resembled Captain America pointed toward a distant roaring convoy, proclaiming, "They're coming." Upon hearing this, both men followed his gaze to see an unusual caravan approaching. As it drew closer, Logan recognized several faces, including Sabretooth and Toad, while Deadpool remarked, "Oh, they seem to be driving angrily." In a swift motion, the individual resembling Captain America leaped from above, executing a superheroic descent. Deadpool immediately remarked, "Now that is a superhero landing." Oh, Logan was nearly overwhelmed with laughter at the thought of how his compatriots executed their landings and takeoffs. The figure, still masked, approached the two and, removing the hood, addressed the convoy, stating, "I will handle them." As the vehicles drew near, Logan scrutinized them, noting the presence of armored vehicles, muscular cars, and several spherical iron cages being towed along. Logan cast a glance at the saber-toothed tiger perched atop the modified armored vehicle, not out of admiration for its appearance, but rather due to the palpable malice emanating from the creature, which had been fixated on him with a sinister intent since the very beginning. The armored vehicle possessed an unusual design, featuring an added platform, while the saber-toothed tiger resembled a coachman holding reins, leading a peculiar procession of motorcycles ahead of it. Logan could only utter a single exclamation, "Divine gold." After the convoy circled around the trio, it came to a halt. A figure, presumably resembling Captain America, commanded, "Stay close to me." Upon hearing this, Deadpool promptly lunged forward to embrace him, expressing earnestly, "You can do it." Logan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as the captain, equally awkward, gently extricated Deadpool's hands from his abdomen. Within the convoy, the leader, a fiery being, rose to address the group, stating, "Cassandra will become a kitten. Behold what I have captured." A smile graced the fiery one's face as he continued, "You cannot escape. Everyone knows this." The presumed Captain America, known as Firestorm, retorted, "Do you see anyone running, Dick Fabrains?" Upon hearing this name, Logan felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. "You surely will not enjoy what is about to transpire," Firestorm said, his gaze fixed seriously on the fiery leader, while Deadpool looked on in shock, exclaiming, "My heavens." He turned to Logan and continued, "Oh no. He's about to say that phrase. Avengers Assemble?" Logan inquired. "Indeed," Deadpool responded with fervor. Yet just as he prepared to utter the word Avengers, Firestorm suddenly shouted, "Firestorm." Following this proclamation, flames erupted from his entire being, leaving Deadpool utterly bewildered. "Wait, what?" Deadpool, his face a mask of confusion, stared at the ascending Firestorm, while Logan quipped, "I thought it was the Avengers, but it turns out to be Firestorm." As Firestorm took to the skies, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards the fiery leader, who, with an air of disdain, absorbed the attack, prompting Logan to recall the entity's true identity, Fireman. After a prolonged struggle, Firestorm's flames were extinguished, causing him to plummet from the sky and crash onto a steel rod. Observing the spectacle, Logan remarked, "Let us hope this does not result in an impulsive decision, leaving everything in disarray." However, the situation was far from over. Firestorm tumbled again, his head striking the platform above before crashing down, rendering him unconscious. Logan gazed at the others and remarked, "We do not recognize this individual." Deadpool chimed in, "Indeed. We must have mistaken him for someone else." Sabretooth pointed at Logan and proclaimed, "I know you." With that, he leapt down from above, while Deadpool elucidated, "Oh my goodness. Sabretooth, your brother." Logan yearned to clarify that he was not acquainted with this fellow. He must belong to a parallel universe. Logan is not particularly acquainted with this version of Sabretooth. He barely watched X-Men 1. The Victor he is familiar with is from Wolverine 1, not this one. Sabretooth unsheathed his claws and directed his words at Logan, "Prepare to meet your demise." Upon hearing this, Logan immediately displayed a look of disdain, showing no intention of unsheathing his adamantium claws to intimidate his opponent. Meanwhile, Deadpool hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, "Pause." He quickly retreated, muttering to himself, "Wow. People have been anticipating this clash for decades. This won't be a trivial affair." Before Deadpool could finish his thought, Victor charged forward. Out of respect, Logan fired 5 rounds, and the spectators were momentarily dazzled. They then heard several impacts, only to witness Sabretooth being rendered unrecognizable, not overly gruesome, yet certainly disconcerting. As his head and limbs were severed and tossed aside, Deadpool, his face a mask of astonishment, was witnessing this variant of Logan in action for the first time. Exhibiting an astonishing degree of strength. It seemed he was aware of many things, but as the scene concluded, he rushed over to the disfigured head of Sabretooth, lifted it high, and proclaimed, "Behold, the head of your esteemed queen, Freya. I possess Wolverine. I alone command her. Are you coming?" Logan shook his head in exasperation. Yet he had grown accustomed to Deadpool's antics, for he was indeed Deadpool. After listening to Deadpool's ramblings, Logan impatiently inquired, "Who is next?" Fireman chuckled and directed his gaze towards Toad, saying, "Toad, you are next." Toad smiled, extending his long tongue towards another armored vehicle laden with peculiar devices. Pulling down a switch, he intended to subdue Logan with a massive magnet, for everyone knew that Wolverine was made of adamantium, and no one here could overpower him. Thus, a powerful magnet was the most prudent choice. Initially, Logan had planned to unleash his wind release technique against the magnet, but he underestimated the magnet's formidable counteractive force. In an instant, both he and Deadpool were hurled through the air, pinned beneath the magnet, rendering Logan almost speechless. A distant metal object was also drawn towards them, prompting Logan to curse, "Damn." Soon after, he was knocked unconscious, and Deadpool fortuitously served as a cushion, suffering only a brief pang of pain before succumbing to unconsciousness himself. Chapter 35. Professor X's sister. Upon awakening, Logan found himself ensnared within a spherical cage, bound together with Deadpool, while the now dormant Firestorm was tethered on the opposite side. It was not long before Deadpool regained consciousness, proclaiming, "I am Thor." Once he collected his thoughts, Deadpool stared at Logan, astonished, and asked, "When did I fall asleep?" "After you were knocked out, you could inquire with the audience if they would care to respond," Logan replied, glancing towards Firestorm. Deadpool turned to him and quipped, "Oh, I see now. I also seem to have been knocked out." "No need to seem. Be confident. You were indeed knocked out," Logan retorted. "Well," Firestorm interjected, "we're doomed. Do you know where we are?" "Start talking." Logan regarded him and said, "You are in the void. Envision it as a hellish realm. Reed refers to it as a metaphysical landfill, a place where all useless things are sent before being obliterated, for eternity. The TVA dispatches individuals here, those incompatible with other parts of the multiverse." "Such as yourself?" Logan interjected. Firestorm dismissed the comment and continued, "What does obliteration signify? Are there lies within this place?" From Loki, Season 1, Episode 5. It was now Deadpool's turn to interject. Firestorm persisted, "Everyone here is evading lies." "Oh, don't be like that. Yet there exists resistance. Others like us, who have managed to survive, are hiding in the borderlands, seeking a means to escape this place." Logan nodded and said, "Then we shall go there." The answer was affirmative. Deadpool nodded in response. The two resumed their banter, but Logan found it rather uninteresting and began to contemplate how to escape this place. To be honest, he hadn't really watched Loki, mostly just snippets edited by others on Bilibili. It seemed that the Infinity Stones would be of little use here. Or perhaps they had lost their significance upon exiting the Marvel Universe. However, one could never be certain. After all, no one had attempted it yet. For now, it appeared they were useless within the TVA. The convoy soon began to slow down, pulling Logan from his thoughts. Before him lay the colossal carcass of Ant-Man. Those people were quite skilled, though he had no idea what they had been up to. The open hand of the Ant-Man corpse resembled a grand entrance. Upon arrival, many stepped out to observe, and Logan spotted a few familiar faces, Daredevil, Red Hulk, and Deathstrike, among others. A figure approached and opened a circular cage, tossing the bound Deadpool and Logan out, causing them to land unceremoniously on the ground, thoroughly restrained. As Ant-Man's helmet was removed, all eyes shifted to his mouth, from which emerged a bald figure. Logan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A bald head truly symbolizes strength. Wouldn't you agree, Saitama? Meanwhile, the still-standing lightning bolt couldn't help but swallow hard. Deadpool, rolling around, commented upon seeing the figure. "Oh, well, quite young, aren't we?" Red Hulk approached and hoisted the two of them up, releasing them only after they gained their footing. Ignoring Deadpool's quips, he kindly advised, "Mind your tongues. She does not appreciate idle chatter." When the bald woman in the wheelchair was illuminated by the light, Logan realized she was female, a pleasant surprise. Though he didn't recognize her. If only it were Professor X, but then again, perhaps that wouldn't be ideal either. Is that child here? Hey, Jack. It's us. Jack. Deadpool suddenly shouted. Logan, unaware of who Jack was, remarked, that isn't the child. Ah, damn. Lightning Bolt exclaimed nervously. Above them, the wheelchair reached an incline. And the woman stood up, transforming the slope into a staircase. Oh, Abel, splendid. Deadpool began to speak in a manner that Logan found incomprehensible, making him wish he had watched more references. With a smile, the bald woman regarded the two, saying, a Wolverine. I wonder when I might acquire one of you. You are a member of the X-Men. Deadpool quickly inquired, do you know him? Do you know Chuck? The bald woman replied, oh, I know him. We share the same wound, attempting to strangle that cunning fellow in my umbilical cord. Logan was puzzled, but Deadpool seemed to grasp it, stating, I've never liked roommates. My daughter is blind, yet she can see cocaine for some reason. He then turned to Logan, asking, Your Majesty, would you like to join the discussion? I'm about to perish here. Who are you? Logan, devoid of any avian companions, gazed at the bald woman and inquired. The bald woman tilted her head and replied, I am Cassandra Nova, the twin sister of Charles Xavier. Oh, what the hell? How did that happen? Deadpool interjected. Cassandra regarded the two of them and remarked, You both are quite charming. I have a good feeling about this. With that, she raised her hand, snapped her fingers, and with a downward motion, the bindings that restrained them instantly fell away. Logan's face was etched with astonishment. Speaking of which, shouldn't Professor X's sister also possess telepathy? Why does it feel more like psychokinesis? Cassandra turned her gaze toward Pyro, extending her hand to point at him as she slowly approached, saying, I've long desired to capture this little firefly, haven't I, Johnny? She sidled up to Pyro, gliding her fingers across his face a few times, remarking, You chose the wrong moment to make new acquaintances. Oh, Johnny has enlightened us about everything concerning you. I believe it is high time for you to silence yourself. Logan quipped, aware that Deadpool's words seldom boded well, a matter of instinct. Pyro echoed Logan's sentiments, stating, Indeed, perhaps it is unnecessary, but Deadpool has no filter, and continued. We were just conversing. Yes, Johnny informed us that you are a lunatic, an arrogant scoundrel. Oh, those are his words, not mine. The hand of hell, the sovereign of suffering. Cassandra stepped into the fray, her expression grave as she turned to Pyro and asked, Is that how you speak of me? No. What is wrong with you? I was merely jesting. Deadpool interjected, raising his hand and then clenching it, emphatically declaring, I picked up a few stones, Johnny. I shall ensure she intimidates you. Just as you mentioned in the convoy, licking your fingers, feeling dead inside. The cheap nut milk from a second-rate store, capable of consuming your tasteless cinnamon rings. And kicking rocks straight into your bald head. Pyro exclaimed in self-defense, I have never uttered such words. Throughout my life, I have been correct, such as humility. People perceive me as a scoundrel, but this fellow? He takes it to another level. Deadpool continued, inadvertently tagging himself as a scoundrel, though he indeed had his moments. Pyro quickly adopted a look of confusion, exclaiming, What? Wait, I don't even know what this is. Deadpool regarded Johnny, placing a hand over his heart, and said, Sir, I earnestly salute you. I do not. Keith, Johnny shouted in a moment of distress, that is, I did not. Cassandra, uninterested in Pyro's protests, mimed a grasping motion, and in an instant, he fell silent. His clothes and flesh vanished as if erased. Before Logan could process the event, Pyro had transformed into a pile of remnants on the ground, reduced to bones, eyes, and some viscera. Deadpool gasped, then quipped, This isn't my favorite, Chris. Logan, wearing an expression of disbelief as he stared at the heap of debris, remarked, You foolish scoundrel, you just killed him. Deadpool turned to Logan, shouting, Hey, we are all deeply saddened. By the way, do you know what I am going to do with the budget? Cassandra looked into the distance, raised a finger to shush, and then, as she moved forward, stated, If you're hungry, just lie. A mistake has occurred. Big Blue is the substitute host. Deadpool pointed at Logan, who was unaware that the Big Blue referred to him, despite his attire of a blue t-shirt and dark blue jeans. Cassandra gazed into the sky, which was shrouded in ominous clouds and illuminated by flashes of lightning, yet the two remained indifferent. Deadpool continued, I am the Marvel Jesus, MJ, and Turnusty. This may sound rather unsettling, but there exists another British villain who threatens to annihilate my universe, and I shall thwart him. Oh dear. You have truly failed to impress me as a world savior, Cassandra remarked, then turned to the pair and inquired, did I strike a nerve? I do not wish for matters to escalate to this extent. Deadpool, gesturing towards Cassandra, replied, either you assist us, or my friend, indicating Logan. We'll plunge the entire second act into chaos, my friend, without any warm-up. Cassandra disregarded the duo and began to walk away, then turned back to them and stated, I am not like you, perhaps with the exception of Wolverine. Our being together is genuinely terrifying. I don't feel that way, Logan shrugged, and that touches a blind spot. You need not feel that way, for TVA certainly does, and they dispatched me here long before I learned to walk. You know, this is the finest place. I adore it here, Cassandra declared, surveying her surroundings with satisfaction. Deadpool interjected, you reside in a dump. I think we all know who inhabits the refuse. The void is akin to paradise. I can wield my powers here without restraint. Unfortunately, I'm a child without Xavier to teach me moderation. What of your child? Does he protect you? Does he make you feel safe? Cassandra approached the pair as she spoke. Logan was filled with a myriad of questions. As this incarnation of Wolverine had yet to officially encounter Professor X, his understanding of the Marvel Universe was rather limited. Nevertheless, his impatience began to mount. He had no desire to linger in this dismal place. Observing Cassandra drawing nearer, Logan resolved to take the initiative, intending to incapacitate her. If that proved unsuccessful, he would resort to Deadpool for a solution, reasoning that it was better to strike first and deal with the consequences later. As Logan contemplated this, he decisively activated the 8 gates of Duinjia, simultaneously unleashing a clawed charge towards Cassandra. Upon reaching her, he opened 4 gates and halted before her as if frozen in time, his claws mere centimeters from her. Oh, almost didn't react in time. You're quite swift, Wolverine. Albeit lacking in chivalry, Cassandra remarked with an air of ease. With a casual flick of her finger, she playfully sent Logan crashing to the ground, leaving only his claws protruding. Another gesture from her, and he found himself as if pressed into the earth, scraping against its surface. After dispatching Logan, Cassandra turned her gaze to Deadpool, who promptly took a step back and raised his hands in surrender. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want any trouble. I bear you no ill will. I merely wish to rescue my friend. I just want to go home. Cassandra made no move against him, but shook her head and replied, in truth, I could send you home, but I have no desire to. With that, she vanished, reappearing behind Deadpool, her hand seemingly passing through his head as if searching for something. What is it that you seek, Wade Wilson? Cassandra inquired while her hand roamed. Deadpool replied with some difficulty, your fingers are inside me, but not in a pleasant way. Meanwhile, Logan emerged from the ground, his injuries already healed. He opened the 8 gates to 6 and, unnoticed by the others, charged towards Cassandra's back, delivering a chilling surprise before lifting her off the ground. Deadpool, wielding a dagger, gleefully gestured, my child is both agile and strong. Who the hell is your child? You dare threaten me? Logan retorted, though Deadpool remained unfazed, tossing the dagger at Cassandra's heart as he declared, that is my big kid, but you are one too. Before Logan could utter a word, he noticed Cassandra's expression shift abruptly from agony to a playful grin. She chuckled softly, then, with a swift motion, struck her hand. Logan was propelled away by an immense force, while the dagger on Cassandra's person was sent flying, only to be deftly caught by Deadpool. After rolling to his feet, Logan immediately assumed a fighting stance, confident that a formidable battle lay ahead. Well, this is quite amusing, but the big guy needs to eat. And the rent must be paid, Cassandra remarked, gesturing towards the commotion behind Deadpool. It was then that ominous clouds, having approached unnoticed, began to coalesce into the form of a dragon, soaring towards them. Cassandra turned sharply and strode towards the remains of Ant-Man, glancing back at the 2 men as she said, by the way, you are the rent. Damn it. Logan cursed, glancing around before swiftly opening the 7th gate, preparing to make his escape. Hey, wait a minute. Deadpool shouted as he watched Logan leap away. Logan did not pause for a moment, prompting Deadpool to exclaim in frustration. Seriously, what a jerk. That guy. With that, he approached a peculiar device and, after delivering a few kicks, found himself propelled into the air, suspended mid-flight. Deadpool spotted Logan sprinting away at breakneck speed, then glanced back at the ominous entity pursuing them, shouting, oh, you foolish, damned fool. You can't catch me. Enjoy being the monster's snack. Logan heard a sound and looked up at Deadpool, who was slightly faster than him. It seemed that his current pace was not quite swift enough, yet he managed to keep up. Although mountains loomed ahead, traversing the forested terrain posed no significant challenge. After running for a while, it appeared that the aircraft had crashed onto the cliff. Logan felt unconcerned, After all, chakra was in ample supply. He quickly caught up. And curiously, the dragon-like cloud had not pursued them. Upon reaching the cliff, Deadpool also arrived, breathless and astonished. He gazed at Logan and exclaimed, "My goodness! How did you get up here so quickly?" Logan patted his legs and replied, "I ran up." "Nonsense! How could you possibly run up from below? You didn't claw your way up like some sort of Spider-Man, did you?" Deadpool clearly found this hard to believe, as Logan was no arachnid hero. And scaling a vertical cliff was no small feat. Deadpool scrutinized Logan before asking, "Which version of Wolverine are you exactly? Your strength is almost absurd." Logan shrugged and responded, "It's nothing. When I unleash my full power, I could kick this mountain into oblivion." He then surveyed the surroundings and noticed a track leading to a small cabin. Deadpool remarked, "Oh, I smell food." Upon hearing this, Logan realized he was indeed hungry, and the two of them instinctively headed in that direction. Inside the cabin, after a thorough search, they finally discovered some canned goods and water. Logan and Deadpool sat together, yet to begin their meal, when Deadpool commenced his incessant chatter. Aside from recounting tales of Wolverine from his own universe and sharing a few tidbits he was already aware of, his primary curiosity lay in matters concerning X-23. Logan recalled the narrative from the climactic battle in Logan, where the stakes were life and death. After managing to quell their hunger, the two resolved to take a brief respite to deliberate their next course of action. Deadpool expressed his desire to assist Logan in locating those who had not allied with Cassandra, to which Logan readily acquiesced. Chapter 36, Convergence and Assembly. When the time comes, I intend to obliterate Cassandra and her stronghold with a single kick, Logan declared, picking at his teeth. "What do you mean?" Deadpool inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Logan, who elaborated, "I mean to reduce both Cassandra and her lair to rubble, leaving no trace behind." Wait, let us not be hasty. She knows how to send us back. We must extract that information from her. Deadpool interjected urgently, acknowledging the unfamiliar yet formidable version of Wolverine before him. Reminiscent of the comic book's Dark Phoenix Logan. Logan gazed at Deadpool and then remarked, "If you cannot elicit a response from the other party, I shall first shatter you into pieces, and then proceed to do the same to her. Do you understand?" All right. Must you be so ruthless?" Deadpool replied, his face a mask of resignation. Although other Wolverines are indeed quite volatile, often resorting to violence upon encounter, at least he possesses the advantage of immortality. After their conversation concluded, the two set forth on their journey across a vast expanse of prairie. Logan turned to Deadpool and inquired, "What transpired in your world that transformed Logan into a hero?" He intended to seek specific details, aiming to avert any future heroics. Although the likelihood was slim, his level of immortality differed from Deadpool's. Despite his regenerative abilities being somewhat superior, he was not immune to death. He died. Well, technically. "A tree penetrated your chest," Deadpool stated, to which Logan quickly surmised the plot of Wolverine 3. Deadpool continued, "But in truth, he simply ran out of power." Was he attempting to save X-23? Yes, a genetically engineered girl they called X-23, but she was merely a child, smaller, younger, yet far more ferocious than you. He sacrificed himself to save her. His past was quite beautiful. Logan listened in silence, reflecting on how he had wept while watching Wolverine 3. As they walked, a sudden bark pierced the air from ahead. The two glanced forward and soon, a Deadpool dog appeared. "Damn!" Logan cursed, only to witness Deadpool remove his mask, his face a picture of shock. As the dog approached, he knelt, arms outstretched. When the Deadpool dog leaped into his embrace, he stood, cradling the dog before him, exclaiming, "Look at you. You're coming with us." "No, it cannot go," Logan interjected. "How can you refer to it in that manner?" "She's a girl," Deadpool exclaimed. "Well, she is definitely coming with us." After shooting Logan a glare, he continued his joyful anticipation, but was interrupted by a voice from behind. "Hey, excuse me. Come here, girl." A handsome, unmasked Deadpool approached the two. Deadpool, bewildered, asked, "Who are you?" The newcomer pointed at Deadpool and said, "Deadpool, I presume you are also Deadpool, but here. Everyone calls me Weasel." "My goodness, did you see Ladypool over there? She is stunning. She just had a baby, and I wasn't aware." Deadpool nodded. "I didn't know. I don't think you are." Weasel, stroking his chest, replied, "It should be said, I consider myself a feminist, right?" Deadpool nodded in agreement, then glanced down at Weasel's golden twin pistols, hastily asking, "Are those gold-plated? 50 caliber Desert Eagles?" Weasel, beaming with pride, patted his pistols and posed with a peace sign, pointing to his ears, "To compliment my ears, may I have them?" Deadpool queried, and Weasel suddenly burst into laughter, replying, "Unless I die, you were truly amusing." However, the other party remains oblivious to the fact that Deadpool has already begun contemplating how to acquire a firearm and, of course, a dog as well. Viceball continued, "I presume you have encountered Mary Haven. This is Dogpool, and she is 90% likely to be GSNY." Logan gazed at the two with a look of utter disbelief, as their conversation seemed to stretch on indefinitely. However, it was not long before Deadpool posed the question that piqued his curiosity. "We are in search of a group of survivors." Yet, Merc's response was cryptic. He warned Deadpool that if he ventured into Merc's core, he should pray that he wouldn't flee. "Indeed, they are deranged and will dismember you, hiding your remains in the void. If they manage to confront their childhood traumas, they will embark on a challenging journey of recovery." As Viceball rambled on, Logan, visibly impatient, interjected, "Do you know where it is?" Noticing Logan had spoken, Viceball inquired, "Who is he?" "This is Logan," Deadpool replied, then added, "He usually wears nothing but blue. But he has let himself go since the divorce." "Enough. Just answer the question." Logan suppressed his irritation towards Deadpool and turned to Viceball. Viceball gestured to their left, stating, "The Borderlands. Yes, I've clicked 12 times. Duvest, if you'd like, I can give you a ride." "Lead the way," Logan responded. Viceball nodded, attempting to embrace Deadpool's dog, only to be thwarted by Deadpool, who was reluctant to share his canine companion. As for the reason behind his reluctance, as a character with no combat prowess who could easily perish, Deadpool had to adopt a more cautious demeanor. The trio, accompanied by a dog, soon arrived at a cornfield, where they quickly discovered a vehicle covered by a tarp. As Viceball lifted the tarp, Logan intended to return the dog to its owner. But Deadpool swiftly maneuvered the dog away, exclaiming, "Oh no, 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 absolutely not. It is my honor." Viceball smiled, then turned to Deadpool and asked, "What's the matter?" Deadpool promptly declined, while Logan urged, "Get in the vehicle." "This is not a car. It is merely a Honda Odyssey, with sluggish throttle response and an outdated infotainment system." When Honda noticed untreated chlamydia infections resurfacing, they invented the Honda Odyssey to compete. Logan fixed his gaze upon him and commanded, "Get in the car." Meanwhile, Vesper assured him, "He will ensure your safe arrival." "Hand over the dog," Logan instructed, gesturing towards the canine and Vesper. Deadpool caressed the dog's head and, addressing Vesper, remarked, "I understand. Listen. Yes, she is just a child. If you wish to give her up, or if she requires a new home, or should anything happen to you, I would be more than willing to become her father." Vesper chuckled at this, retorting, "Oh, what could possibly happen to me?" "A great deal." Deadpool shrugged nonchalantly, while Vesper couldn't help but glance at Logan, who wore an expression of disbelief, then prepared to reclaim the dog. "No, we must escape. Don't do this. The corn is too thick." "Darling," Deadpool protested, albeit with little force, fearing to harm the dog. Ultimately, Logan returned the dog to Vesper, who happily accepted it. As Deadpool grumbled while making his way to the passenger seat, Logan took the driver's seat, musing that it had been a while since he last drove. He thought it would suffice to reacquaint himself, and even if an accident were to occur, it would only result in minor damage to the vehicle and the terrain. What harm could they truly fear? After securely closing the car door, Vesper looked at Logan, pointed to Deadpool's dog, and gave a thumbs up, expressing gratitude for the retrieval of his pet. Logan, bemused, thought to himself, "This Deadpool is exceedingly pathetic." Logan was unaware that this version of Deadpool not only lacked regenerative abilities, but also suffered from osteoporosis, rendering him ill-suited for combat. He started the vehicle and drove in the direction indicated by Weisber. After emerging from the cornfield, they traversed a stretch of sandy terrain for an indeterminate amount of time. Logan's expression darkened as he endured Deadpool's incessant verbal barrage, which, while not outright insults, was an incessant stream of chatter that was utterly exasperating. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt in the woods. Logan opened the door and stepped out, prompting Deadpool to inquire, "Oh, are you taking a leak? I wonder if there are any health inspectors around here, will you?" Before he could finish, Logan yanked him from the vehicle and slammed him onto the ground. "What's your problem?" Deadpool exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. "I intend to let you have a proper nap," Logan retorted angrily, raising his fist to strike Deadpool. However, instead of knocking him unconscious, the blow merely left Deadpool dazed. After absorbing a few more punches, he shouted, "Hey, stop. If you keep this up, I might retaliate." "Retaliate?" A punch. "Stop. I'm calling the police." "Police?" Another punch. Logan had been mercilessly pummeling Deadpool for 2 hours, but finally, unable to endure any longer, Deadpool delivered a powerful kick that sent Logan sprawling. Rising gracefully like a carp, he unsheathed his sword and bellowed in fury. Enough. You wretched little wolf cub. Do you think I owe you anything? Logan responded coldly, his claws ignited with flames. Deadpool glanced at the fiery, enchanted adamantium claws and then at his own katana. Unable to restrain his exclamation, damn it. This is utterly unfair. He knew all too well that his adamantium blade was no match for Logan's ferocity. A truth evident to anyone who had witnessed the might of Wolverine 2. Logan sneered, fairness? How extravagant. This world has never known fairness. As he spoke, he activated his chakra to accelerate. While it could not rival the 8 gates of Dijutsu, it was significantly swifter than Deadpool. Despite Deadpool's exceptional combat skills, he found it difficult to contend with Logan. In a desperate move, Deadpool discarded his weapon and resorted to hand-to-hand combat, faced with Logan's flame-imbued adamantium claws. Even his weapons, crafted from adamantium, were rendered useless, susceptible to being severed. Rather than allow Logan to destroy his weapon, he opted to relinquish it and engage in close combat to mitigate his losses. As they fought, Deadpool vented, "What the hell? Which Wolverine is this? Phoenix Logan? That one was T this week." It is worth mentioning that the Logan imbued with the Phoenix Force originates from Thor's individual comics, where the aged Thor, while traversing the cosmos, encountered an elderly Logan possessed by the Phoenix Force at the universe's edge. Ironically, Deadpool, unarmed, managed to hold his own against Logan, skillfully evading his claws and employing joint locks to barely dodge the onslaught. Thus, they battled for a day and a night, with Logan finally collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion by the following morning, while Deadpool lay sprawled on the ground, asleep like a dead dog. Logan suddenly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent and kicked Deadpool awake, exclaiming, "Someone's coming." After uttering those words, Logan raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, and soon spotted a girl with a shoulder bag appearing in the distance, observing the two. Deadpool, groaning and clutching his throbbing head, complained, "You, my friend. This is just," then turned to face Logan's direction. "Oh my heavens, Logan, that's the X-23 I mentioned to you." Laura, known as X-23, looked at Logan and softly called out, "Logan, I am not the version you remember. My timeline has yet to reach that point." Logan furrowed his brow, noting that the Laura before him appeared considerably older than the one depicted in the films. Of course, children do grow up. Laura approached the two without uttering a word, and after a brief silence, she took her seat in the driver's position and commanded, "Get in the car." Logan and Deadpool exchanged a glance, the former unable to restrain himself from issuing a warning, "Keep it down while we're on the road, or else." With that, Logan unsheathed his claws in a menacing display aimed at Deadpool, who merely shrugged and replied, "No problem, my queen." Logan then forcefully slammed Deadpool to the ground before taking his seat in the passenger's side, while Deadpool swiftly hopped into the back, finally bringing a sense of tranquility that allowed Logan to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, the world was quiet. Laura started the vehicle, embarking on a journey with the two men. Exhausted from their relentless battle, it wasn't long before they succumbed to sleep. Laura drove the car to a dilapidated cabin deep within the woods, where she and 3 accomplices dragged the 2 men inside. After a brief discussion, the 4 departed, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. After some time, Logan was the first to awaken, feeling parched. However, there seemed to be no water available, only alcohol, which he disregarded and indulged in. After finishing a bottle, Deadpool began to mumble in his sleep, calling out Thor's name. Possibly haunted by some absurd dream, perhaps a vision of Thor cradling him in the TVA. It was only when Deadpool proclaimed, "I am Thor," that Logan realized his assumptions had been misguided. With another shout of Thor's name, Deadpool suddenly sat up, fully awake. Surveying their surroundings, Deadpool turned to Logan and inquired, "Where are we?" Logan replied, "I'm not sure, but when she returns, we'll get our answers." "Oh, we were taken by X-23. We fell asleep in the car," Deadpool exclaimed, patting his head in realization. At that moment, noises echoed from outside. Aware that they were in X-23's territory, Deadpool remained still. Soon after, a woman entered, followed closely by Blade in a version of Black Knight that bore a closer resemblance to his comic book persona than the one Logan knew. Blade approached the other side of the room and secured a knife to his waist. Deadpool stepped forward to address the group. "All right, let us see who we have here. You must be the others. Fantastic." He turned to the first woman and continued, "Just a little hint. Your name is Erica." The woman confirmed, "Yes, I am Erica." "Erica, indeed." Deadpool responded, then turned to Blade, saying, "And you? I never expected to see you here, but you've retired," he chuckled. Blade, looking perplexed, retorted, "Retired? Absolutely retired, Deadpool affirmed, adding, I've been in the void. I don't want to be blacklisted here too. Blade pointed directly at Deadpool, stating, I don't like you. Undeterred by the hostility, Deadpool glanced at Black Knight and quipped, Who is this juicy plant? Remind me of my shortcomings? You look like a superhero version of Hawkeye. Black Knight chuckled, My name is Remy LeBeau, but you're not allowed to call me that. You can call me Black Knight. Deadpool scoffed. I haven't watched Sling Blade in ages, so repeat that for me. They call me Black Knight, he replied. Are you sure you're not serious? I genuinely hoped they would take such actions, yet the outcome has proven otherwise. They share the same sentiment. The card master, with a furrowed brow, turned to Logan, who was indulging in his drink, and remarked, You know, Wolverine has never graced us with his presence, but I can tell you now. Inquiring is a fundamental courtesy before you finish my drink. Remy LeBeau, I recognize another version of you, Logan replied, shaking his drink. The card master, puzzled, continued to ponder. While Logan further elaborated, I once encountered a parallel version of you. We were barely acquaintances. I certainly do not have a drunken Wolverine as a friend. The card master frowned at Logan, who took another sip and said, Pleased to meet you all. You may address me as Logan, of course. Wolverine is also acceptable. Call me whatever you fancy. Now that we are acquainted, how did you ascertain that we are 4 in number? Emily inquired. Is it 5? Is there another one? Perhaps Magneto? Deadpool interjected eagerly, leaning back with excitement. God bless, it better be Magneto. Because of his association, Blade interjected. Damn. Is Disney really that stingy now? It's as if Pinocchio stuffed his face into my backside and began to lie profusely, Deadpool cursed. Leaving Logan bemused yet sipping his drink, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the card master launched into a tirade in French, prompting Deadpool to remark, I don't understand a word. What exactly do you do? I charge the cards, causing them to explode, the card master revealed, showcasing his cards. Your power ended that spell. Splendid. Now, what of the fourth person, Laura? Deadpool inquired about Laura. From a distance, Laura's voice resonated, right here. She approached the two, stating, Don't make me regret this. My heavens, Logan, yesterday I thought I was hallucinating. It's her. The very one. We know, you fool. Logan exclaimed, frustrated, realizing he had previously mentioned this and was now further annoyed by Deadpool's incessant chatter. Afterward, Logan turned to Laura, who was scrutinizing him closely, while Deadpool asked the group, How did you find yourselves trapped in the void? Blade responded, Someone knocked. TVA sent me here. Me as well, Emily concurred, while the cardmaster added, Perhaps I was born here, making it difficult to ascertain. The TVA believes our universe is on the brink of collapse. I didn't even get a chance to fight for it. Blade shrugged. Emily continued, People like us do not depart quietly. The TVA is aware of this. Hence they extracted us. Deadpool made a kissing gesture, stating, The answer is affirmative. I'm in. In what regard? The Blade warrior gazed at Deadpool and inquired, A team, myself. You and I, all together, let us hasten to depart from this place. Look, we have encroached upon Cassandra's lair. The group turned their attention to Deadpool. And the Blade warrior rose to his feet. The sole escape from the void lies through her. She can guide us home. She has informed us of this. The Blade warrior swiftly addressed Deadpool. Wait, have you entered? Are you still alive? Nonsense. No one has ever accomplished such a feat. Emily expressed her disbelief. While the King of Cards remarked, Every time one of us has confronted her, they have perished, the Punisher, Quicksilver, Daredevil. Daredevil, I am truly sorry, Deadpool said, bowing his head in mourning. The King of Cards sighed and continued, Even that delightful little angel, Johnny Stone, vanished just 2 days ago. The group sighed collectively. And Deadpool added, how tragic. I firmly believe that wherever Johnny may be, he is thriving. He then shifted the conversation, proclaiming, Look, strength lies in numbers. Does it not? With us and you, we can bring Cassandra to her knees and compel her to release us from the void. I understand what self-doubt signifies. Logan listened to the discussions of several individuals, chuckling softly as he continued to sip his drink. After all, someone would inevitably devise a solution, would they not? Since it was not his forte, he would refrain from meddling. Chapter 37. An unfinished conclusion. In the midst of their debate, Deadpool suddenly interjected. If we could suppress her mental powers, we could lend you our assistance. I am aware that Magneto has perished. Yet I dare to speculate that his helmet lies near her abdomen. Cassandra melted a helmet. How did she manage to eliminate them? Blade interjected, prompting Deadpool to erupt with exclamations of frustration. Emily, hands on her hips, declared, She knows that wearing the helmet is the sole means of shielding anyone from her abilities. The only robust helmet is that of Red Tank, but he is in service of Cassandra. Deadpool nodded in agreement. The helmet of Red Tank, indeed. We are uncertain if it will remain intact. I must retrieve it. The Kingpin remarked, while Deadpool added, I apologize, my dear, how can this possibly be mild? Who is your dialect coach? I believe we have overlooked a critical exposition here. As Emily paced back and forth, she stated, I have had enough of this nonsense. Glancing at Blade, let us face reality, then turning to the Kingpin, our world has forgotten us. No one understands us. The Kingpin responded, we were once heroes. Emily retorted, we saved lives or sought to save them. She then turned to Blade, perhaps these two represent an opportunity. A chance to be remembered as we deserve. Deadpool, sensing the prospect of teamwork, cheered enthusiastically, while Blade affirmed, then let us take action. Yes. Yes. Deadpool exclaimed, subsequently pointing at Emily, let this person conspire. This is what I mean. Play in slow motion, set a melancholic score, and let us unite. Who knows if you live or die? Who is ready? I was born ready, Blade replied, sheathing his sword. I do not know my father, but I am certain I shot from his cock, the Kingpin stated. Deadpool continued. Jesus Christ, this is graphic. Yes, he is quite casual, yet he knows everything about my mother. I shot over there and said, what's up? Doc. Deadpool could not help but laugh. Johnny wants to love you. Or would X-23 be? I am called Laura, she replied, visibly displeased with Deadpool's address. She turned to the others and said, let us get the hell out of here. Deadpool echoed her words, and Blade remarked, so let us kick it into gear. Logan raised the bottle and proclaimed, prepare yourselves, let us embark on a grand endeavor. The others nodded in agreement and began to gather their belongings, hastily boarding the vehicles. Where shall I sit? Logan inquired, glancing at the fully occupied Honda Odyssey, feeling somewhat exasperated. Deadpool suggested, you could always run. I'm certain you can outpace this vehicle. Oh, spare me. Logan retorted, surveying the situation before ultimately opening the trunk and lying down inside. Deadpool shrugged and motioned for Emily, seated in the driver's seat, to take the wheel. As they journeyed forth, the group deliberated on their battle strategy. The four of them would engage in combat below. After seizing the Red Tank's helmet, they would stow it in Laura's backpack and toss it upward. Meanwhile, Deadpool and Logan would fight their way in to confront the boss. Deadpool planned to feign incapacitation, striking when Cassandra's intrusion into Logan's memories distracted her. Specifically by placing the helmet upon Cassandra's head. Wait, why am I not the one to feign incapacity first? Logan could not help but ask. Because it was my turn this time, Deadpool replied. What if she discovers the plan from my memories? Logan inquired urgently. Just think of something else. Anything, such as your tales with Silver Fox or Sabretooth. As long as you don't focus on this plan, the chances of evasion remain significant, Deadpool responded. Damn, I see. Logan muttered, harboring his deep disdain for telepaths, though Magneto irked him even more. After a considerable time, as their fuel neared depletion, they finally reached their destination. In the distance, they spotted Ant-Man. Blade opened the sunroof, standing up to receive the rocket launcher handed over by Kingpin, aiming it at Ant-Man's hand, the very entrance, before pulling the trigger. The rocket detonated at the threshold, and Emily pressed the accelerator to the floor. She then welded the car door shut. Upon bursting into the building, she pulled the handbrake, steering sharply to execute a perfect drift. Logan, however, had only ever mastered drifting on a motorcycle, never having learned the art in a car. One by one, they emerged from the vehicle. Outside, Red Tank and other mutants, along with their lackluster companions, swiftly took their positions, confronting them. Oh, this is going to be delightful, Blade remarked, stretching his neck with satisfaction, while Kingpin excitedly exclaimed, do you have any idea how long I've awaited this? Oh, I'm about to become famous. May I cut short your moment of fame? Logan quipped, earning a glare from Kingpin. No, you may not. I was planning to share a drink with you when you leave, but now I've changed my mind. I shall have to give you a thrashing instead. Blade stepped forward, stating, we don't need 6. You two should go in. We will ensure you retrieve the package. Emily and Blade stood resolute, declaring, we shall attain our resolution. Laura donned a heart-shaped pair of sunglasses, a gift from old Logan, though she could not recall whether he purchased them for her or not. Meanwhile, Cassandra's henchmen revealed their weapons, and as Logan and his group brandished theirs, the opposing minions let out a furious roar and charged forth. Logan cast a glance at Deathstrike. Recalling their previous encounter during X-Men 2, he remembered her attempt to dominate him, as if his remarkable healing factor and adamantium claws were not formidable enough. With that thought in mind, Logan ignited his claws with the technique of fire release, scorching claws, and lunged forward, cleaving through both Deathstrike and her own claws. "Oh, hell. Thank goodness I didn't use a knife back then," Deadpool quipped while engaging another mutant. Observing Logan's fiery claws slice through Deathstrike, he hesitated to provoke Logan further, fearing for the fate of his beloved weapon. Indeed, Deadpool's primary concern was his arsenal. As for himself, he was quite confident he could not perish. Logan found himself in a rather effortless position, as the fiery enchantment of the adamantium claws proved insurmountable for any adversary. The approaching red tank met a swift demise. Its neck severed cleanly. Laura, witnessing the scene, advanced towards the tank's head while simultaneously dispatching lesser foes. Observing Logan swiftly nearing Cassandra's domain, Deadpool hastily eliminated nearby minions, quickly following suit under the cover of Blade, while the others strategically blocked the entrance, granting Logan and his comrades the opportunity to confront Cassandra one-on-one. Upon entering, they encountered Cassandra leisurely sipping tea, her legs crossed. Setting down her teacup, she remarked, "I can tolerate your retreat, but your return is puzzling." Casting a glance at the two men who shook their heads in resignation. "Boys can be quite foolish. We simply need to return home," Logan replied. Cassandra, rising and placing her teacup aside, retorted, "I fear that option is not on the menu. You face death or enslavement, and perhaps a carriage ride as well." As she spoke, Cassandra abruptly raised her hand, sending Deadpool soaring towards the ceiling with a scream, only to have him directed back down. His limbs twisted and discarded against the wall. Logan realized that negotiation was futile and launched an attack, but was swiftly subdued. Fortunately, he had canceled the fire release, scorching claw before entering, else he might have found himself unwittingly harming himself under Cassandra's control. While restraining Logan, Cassandra approached with a smile, saying finally, "I am pleased to grant someone the opportunity to speak. You are quite an intriguing individual, are you not?" She squatted before him, continuing, "Indeed. You are remarkably unique, piquing my interest. Now, let us see." Pointing her finger at Logan's forehead, she pierced it, eliciting a pained growl from him. Observing the memories that Logan inadvertently revealed, Cassandra's expression shifted to one of surprise, for this Wolverine appeared to be traversing the multiverse. She watched with fascination as Logan's memories from the Naruto realm unfolded, showcasing sights unfamiliar to her. Outside, Laura, having stowed her helmet in her backpack during the skirmish, climbed into the eye socket of Ant-Man's skull. Upon unfastening her backpack, she felt a tug from behind and was quickly yanked downward. Fortunately, she had tossed her backpack up, which Deadpool promptly caught. Casting a glance at Cassandra, he quietly opened the backpack, donned the helmet, and stealthily maneuvered behind Cassandra. Due to the helmet and her engrossment in Logan's fantastical journey, Cassandra remained oblivious to his presence, primarily owing to the helmet's influence. As she observed the ninjutsu and other techniques, Cassandra's interest peaked, but soon she sensed something amiss. Veins bulged on her forehead as her mental fortitude was suppressed, and she was swiftly drawn back into her own body, releasing an enraged scream as she resisted. Deadpool clung tenaciously to Cassandra, preventing her escape from control, while Logan exhaled in relief, rising with an expression of triumph. "You will either return us home, or I shall twist your head off," Deadpool threatened. Cassandra dismissed his menace with a cackling laughter, prompting Deadpool to furrow his brow and inquire, "What is so amusing?" "Unless you remove this from my head, I cannot escort you home," Cassandra declared with audacity, swiftly adding, "Once you do, I shall boil your brain matter at the atomic level while simultaneously directing my companion Dan to concentrate fire on the any box." "Another set of any gear?" Deadpool inquired, casting a glance at Logan. "How the hell should I know?" Logan retorted, then pointed at Cassandra, stating, Let us return. We still have a friendship to salvage." "Friendship? No, I require slaves. Either you kill me, or I shall take your lives." "Both are fine choices," Cassandra cackled. Deadpool turned to Logan and asked, "Do you want me to take action?" "No. Then what shall we do? This stalemate cannot persist," Deadpool urged anxiously. However, the situation did not endure for long. Several gunshots rang out from behind Logan, leaving Cassandra with multiple bullet wounds in her abdomen. Logan turned to see firemen approaching Cassandra with a handgun, his face alight with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "You have no idea what that feels like." Day in and day out, scooping excrement, carving flesh. Cassandra glared at firemen with fury. If her helmet were removed, she would likely deliver him a beating first. Logan perceived this as a splendid opportunity. With a single punch, he rendered the fiery individual unconscious, while simultaneously remarking, "I have no patience for those who incessantly prattle. And what qualifications do you possess to deliver a lecture?" Logan turned to Deadpool and said, "She will die." "All right." Deadpool lowered his gaze to Cassandra and inquired, Hey, if I take off my helmet, can you assure me that you won't kill anyone? I assure you, I will kill you first. Deadpool, feeling increasingly exasperated, exclaimed. Why are you like this? I wish I knew. Observing the two engaged in their idle banter, Logan could no longer contain himself and shouted, Enough, this is maddening. With that, he swiftly plunged his claw into Cassandra's chin, driving it straight to her brain. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Logan, filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated such a direct assault, and just like that, she fell silent. Logan severed Cassandra's head, meticulously binding it together, fearing that it might somehow still live if it were to detach. Oh, for heaven's sake! How are we supposed to get back? Deadpool exclaimed, his hands clutching his head in exasperation. Logan did not pay him any mind. Instead, he searched through Cassandra's pockets and soon discovered a familiar object. This amulet. Logan murmured while gazing at the peculiar ornament. What? One of those trinkets used by sorcerers? Can you open a portal? Deadpool inquired hastily, but quickly realized the futility of his question. What knowledge of portals could Wolverine possibly possess? Yet, recalling the other's shape-shifting abilities, he pondered that perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Logan gazed at Deadpool and inquired, Who is the individual you are most acquainted with in your universe? It's Peter. Yes, Peter. Deadpool pondered for a moment, initially intending to mention his girlfriend, yet ultimately settled on the name Peter. Logan nodded thoughtfully, beginning to recall the method of spellcasting employed by the portly Ned in Spider-Man: No Way Home. However, he did not close his eyes, nor did he seek any external power. Instead, he directly channeled the chakra within him, simultaneously murmuring, Peter, the Peter who knows Wade Wilson. Logan spun in circles, and soon a portal appeared before Ant-Man's eyes. Both Logan and Deadpool displayed expressions of surprise, but upon witnessing the chaos outside, they hurriedly dashed toward the portal. After watching the two enter, Blade and the others smiled with satisfaction. Their mission was accomplished, and the enemy had been thoroughly dealt with. Thus, a tale reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Peter, who was introducing vehicles to 4 clients, hadn't he even begun to speak when Logan and Deadpool crashed onto the car, causing it to crumple. The sudden impact startled everyone, and Deadpool painfully tumbled from the front of the vehicle, remarking, Feels just like a pivotal carnival, doesn't it? The 4 clients were a family, and one of the boys recognized Deadpool and Logan, exclaiming, Oh my god, that S Deadpool and that S Wolverine. Before he could finish, 2 more figures descended, the same Deadpool, but a different Wolverine. Wow, 2 Deadpools and Wolverine. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh crap, Logan, what have you done? Deadpool asked, glancing at Logan, who shrugged in response, Just check if it's Peter. Deadpool paused, scrutinizing Peter before declaring, Indeed, it's Peter. The Wolverine clad in yellow stared intently at Logan upon standing, sensing that he resembled a younger version of himself. However, it made sense according to the timeline's progression. After explaining briefly to the children, Deadpool turned to the other Deadpool and Wolverine, asking, Shall we move together? Let us go. Deadpool understood the urgency of the moment, and the 4 swiftly made their way toward the destination known to Deadpool. Logan could only follow, carefully stashing away the suspended ring, if it was usable. It was a valuable asset. Perhaps it could lead him back to Earth. Compared to the perilous ninja realm, Logan preferred the relative safety of Earth, though it was not entirely free from danger. After all, those individuals could easily ensnare him with a powerful magnet. They were not to be underestimated. Navigating through several streets, they turned a corner and spotted a familiar face, Brolin, rushing down the stairs. He shouted at the 4, No. Stop. Get away. You're too late. The Wolverine in battle attire glared at Brolin, declaring, You're finished. The 2 Deadpools simultaneously posed the same question. Why is there crying? This left Logan and Wolverine somewhat baffled. What on earth were they asking? How dare you? No one can return from the void. Brolin exclaimed incredulously. Wolverine scoffed. Go tell Cassandra Nova that. Just then, a strange noise emanated from behind, and a portal slowly opened. Brolin glanced at the group before stepping forward. Moments later, a fiery figure emerged, stating, Brolin, we have trouble. Following this, a hand reached out from his head, grasped, and then snapped the fiery figure's neck. Subsequently, a bald man without a coat stepped forward, asking, Brolin? Upon seeing Borun, Cassandra displayed a satisfied smile, casting the fireman into the portal. She then pointed at Borun and remarked, You are even more sinister than the fireman imagines. You wish to kill 2 Wolverines? Very well. Although Cassandra was slightly taken aback, she could not be bothered to dwell on it. Noticing Borun attempting to evade, she seized control of him and spoke firmly, You have come for the king. You had better slay the king. The two Deadpools chuckled in unison, proclaiming, "Oh ho ho, welcome to the Skeleton Club." Wolverine then turned to the Wolverine he had summoned. Expressing his disdain, you do realize she doesn't wash her hands. One of the Deadpools, recalling something, suggested, "Oh no, we are in the midst of something. Let us descend and dismantle the contraption." "We've caught you, darling. Continue playing your lute." Cassandra gazed at the four of them and declared, "I do not wish to destroy it. I intend to utilize it. Now, action." Mama and Papa are conversing. With that, she gestured towards the four, sending them hurtling backward into a shop, which collapsed under the impact. Chapter 38. The End. Expelled from Marvel after a considerable time, Cassandra and Borun departed. Suddenly, the wrecked shop erupted, and a figure shrouded in blue-green steam leapt from the debris. "Cassandra, I swear I shall kick you to death," Logan bellowed. "Oh, shit. He is quite formidable," Deadpool 2 remarked, rising and patting his waist, then turned to Wolverine and inquired, "Can you do that move?" "Get lost," Wolverine grumbled. While Deadpool beside him quipped, "He truly is fierce. I wouldn't dare engage him with a weapon. It would be disastrous." Deadpool glanced at the portal and raised his hand to halt the others, saying, "Stop. For the additional sticks, let us move." He gestured for the surrounding crowd to flee expeditiously. Soon, the sound of barking emanated from the portal, prompting both Deadpools to exclaim in unison, "Oh my god." Shortly thereafter, the Deadpool dog made its appearance. Both Deadpools knelt, excitedly shouting, "Come here, girl." However, the dog halted before them, uncertain whom to approach. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously embraced the dog, which, unfazed, lavished licks upon both their faces. Logan found himself at a loss for words, pondering how a mere dog had emerged. Shouldn't the Weasel also be making an appearance? Indeed, the joy of the two Deadpools abruptly ceased as Weasel approached, apologizing while jogging over. The two Deadpools simultaneously cursed. "What the hell is a CAF doing here?" Trembling, they greeted, "Dear Mary Evans." Weasel appeared somewhat bewildered, confronted by two Wolverines and two Deadpools, an odd sight indeed. However, he did not dwell on it, instead focusing on the dog and cheerfully exclaiming, "Come here, girl. Hey, let us not insult this animal's autonomy. She can choose whether I am her father or he is." The two Deadpools, pointing at each other, began to bicker. "I'm the dad." "Fine, you're the dad." "I'm the mom." "Rock, paper, scissors." "Excellent, I'm the mom, dad." Deadpool was defeated by Deadpool 2, and he became a mother. Wisepool chuckled. "Ah, how amusing." I too can gently tap the fourth wall, glancing to the right with a faint smile. The two Deadpools simultaneously pointed at each other and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? You think I do that? Both of you be quiet." Wolverine scolded, while Logan turned towards the portal and remarked, "A multitude of Deadpools has arrived, and they do not appear to come in peace." As he spoke, they all turned their gaze to the portal, from which a female Deadpool emerged, soon followed by a torrent of various Deadpools. Wisepool commented, "Did you not know there were so many Deadpools over there?" Deadpool retorted, "This is terrible." "Indeed, quite dreadful," Deadpool 2 echoed. Wolverine added, "I fear they are not friendly." "Did I not just say that they come with ill intentions?" Logan replied, "Oh no, I sincerely apologize, children. The mission is over. The death toll is at 100. We must eliminate the thirsty Deadpools. They may be foolish, yet they can fight. But not me. I wish to partake, yet my bone density is low, and I must protect this face." Wisepool smiled at the Deadpools opposite him and said to the four, "Perfect." Deadpool 2 kissed a dog and then handed it to Deadpool, stepping forward and proclaiming, "All right, look. The original Deadpool is here." Deadpool interjected, "I am the original. Their struggle is not with you juvenile Deadpools." A young Deadpool interrupted Deadpool 2, saying, "Hey, when we need your opinion, I will retrieve Wolverine's chicken from your mouth." Wisepool hurriedly introduced, "That is Katie Pool. She is the most foul-mouthed." Deadpool 2 raised his hands in exasperation. "Can we just end it like this?" "Oh, we have only just begun," the female Deadpool responded. No. The whole multiverse thing, it's not good, just another missed opportunity. The Wizard of Oz first created the multiverse, and they did it splendidly. The LGBTQ community knows. But we did not listen. Let us hold the L and move forward." Deadpool 2 continued, while Deadpool behind him nodded in agreement. Unable to resist kissing the dog several more times, Logan could not bear it any longer, distancing himself slightly and declaring he did not know him. Wisepool patted his chest and said, "I believe it has performed admirably since the endgame." The female Deadpool inquired, "What are you talking about?" "The multiverse is over." Cowboy Deadpool remarked, "Sandy ruins everything every time, huh?" I do not wish to be involved in this. Deadpool 2 pointed at them and said, do you not understand? If we do not disembark, the subway will not stop, and we shall all perish. The barmaid stated she did not want to be disturbed. The cowboy Deadpool responded. As a skull with a peculiar helmet asked, do you wish to go to the subway? What will you experience? In a moment of chaos, the female Deadpool raised her weapon and spoke, as Deadpool 2 exchanged glances with the original Deadpool. The latter quickly sought refuge with the dog, while Deadpool 2 seized Weasel, feigning evasion but intending to use him as a human shield. After Weasel endured several bullets, they retreated behind cover. With a peculiar smile, Weasel remarked, I believe I've been hit. Oh dear. You did that on purpose. Wolverine interjected, and Deadpool 2 hastily retorted, I did nothing of the sort. Turning to Weasel, my dear, how long will it take for you to regenerate? Weasel, looking bewildered, replied, regenerate? An awkward silence fell over the group. The dog's eyes widened, and Wolverine couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, you truly are the perfect fool created by God, aren't you? I concur, Logan added. After spitting blood, Weasel responded, and the two Deadpools glared at Wolverine. How dare you say that, you heartless bastard? How am I to know he wants to regenerate? I'm not a witch doctor. With that, Deadpool 2 pointed towards a nearby donut cart, exclaiming, look, a donut cart. It's practically a hospital. They sell portable triage equipment. Wolverine asserted, they do not. Undeterred, Deadpool 2 continued, I'll take you to safety. Wolverine persisted in his sarcasm, he won tea. Take a deep breath. Deadpool 2 exclaimed, grabbing Weasel and using him as a shield as they moved into the road's center, absorbing a hail of gunfire. With only a few stray bullets hitting Deadpool 2. Hey, Weasel, perplexed, inquired, why have we stopped? I'm just catching my breath. What is wrong with your legs? Why aren't you moving? Deadpool replied, because I'm paralyzed. Deadpool 2 insisted, we all have our issues. Listen to me, you will survive. Thinking, look at me. You foolish fool. They locked eyes for a moment before Deadpool 2 continued, you will survive. Say it. I will survive. Weasel declared, hope glimmering in his eyes. While Logan turned away in disbelief, unable to bear the scene. After a while, Weasel's voice abruptly ceased. Turning to look, they realized, to their horror, that he had been shot in the head. Blood splattered across Deadpool 2's face. In a panic, Deadpool 2 dragged him towards the donut cart. Deadpool handed the dog over to Wolverine and quickly followed suit, sustaining a few more gunshots along the way. Wolverine, exasperated, lifted the dog and shouted to the skeletal Deadpool across the way, cease fire. It's a cute little puppy. As the gunfire ceased, Wolverine exchanged a glance with Logan before both rose simultaneously and made their way across the expanse, under the watchful eyes of the assembled Deadpools. Wolverine surveyed the two frantically attempting to revive a fallen comrade, his expression one of utter disdain. After a few futile attempts, the duo halted, each brandishing a golden desert eagle. With an air of triumph, they declared, the only thing I can remember about him is his gilded .50 caliber desert eagle. Logan's lips twitched slightly as he silently exclaimed, goodness, so it was all for the sake of weaponry. Couldn't he craft one himself? Or is someone else's more enticing? Are you ready? The two Deadpools inquired, glancing at the Wolverine they had brought along. Logan shrugged and said, there's no need. You all go. I shall handle these Deadpools alone. Wolverine, stroking his dog's head, inquired, are you really going to take on 100 youngsters? Logan retorted, I'm not certain it's 100, but undoubtedly, there are plenty. Wolverine gazed at Logan and remarked, I sense you may be younger than I, or perhaps your skills surpass mine significantly, yet I possess absolute strength. As Logan spoke, he strode forth alone, confronting a formidable throng of Deadpools. Deadpool 2 turned to his compatriot and said, you assist the others. We too will descend, Wolverine and Deadpool, splitting our efforts. Excellent, hand me the gun, Deadpool exclaimed, snatching the golden eagle firearm from his companion. Deadpool 2 extended his hand, but ultimately relented, saying, return it to me once the battle is over. No problem, Deadpool replied, while internally screaming that it was an impossible task. Seeing that the opposing side was prepared, the Deadpool Legion said little more and charged forth without hesitation. Logan did not wait for Deadpool to fire his weapon. Instead, he unleashed 6 razor-sharp wind blades towards the front, slicing through an entire row of Deadpools, leaving only the foul-mouthed child Deadpool. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Shit. That was incredibly swift, Deadpool exclaimed, while another group looked on in astonishment, realizing that this unfamiliar Wolverine was indeed extraordinary. Shut up and prepare to immobilize their movements. Unlike them, We possess the ability to regenerate, Logan declared, then leaped at a newly regenerated warrior Deadpool, swiftly decapitating him and casting the head aside. Watching Logan effortlessly carve through the ranks of Deadpools, Deadpool thought he could simply sit back and observe. However, he soon spotted a miniature version of a Deadpool and approached, eager to engage in conversation. Despite not comprehending the baby talk, nonetheless, that did not deter him from speaking. After a while, Peter's voice echoed from behind. "You fool. Stand up." Both he and the headless corpse turned around, revealing a Deadpool riding a bicycle. Upon getting closer, he discarded the bicycle and tossed aside his helmet. Striding up to Deadpool and declaring, "This Deadpool is mine." Deadpool's face was a mask of astonishment. "Oh no." The other Deadpools echoed his sentiment. In the earlier child, Deadpool recognized Peter, pointing at him in shock. "Oh my god. That is Peter." With that, the entire legion of Deadpools erupted in jubilation, chanting Peter's name. Logan looked on in confusion, while Peter removed his mask, beaming at the crowd. Deadpool, perplexed, inquired, "Wait, you all know Peter?" The female Deadpool scoffed. "Are you joking? Every Deadpool has a Peter." The cowboy Deadpool twirled his hat, gravely stating, "Shit, Peter is a legend." The warrior Deadpool added, "In every fool's world." Most of the Deadpools had mostly recovered and began to gather around Peter, celebrating exuberantly. Logan then recalled the words previously spoken by Visorpool. If they could manage their childhood traumas, they would embark on a challenging journey of recovery. The so-called childhood trauma likely referred to Peter. In their world, something unfortunate may have transpired involving him, perhaps akin to the incident with the spider's uncle. He remembered that Peter was indeed a counterpart to Uncle Ben. Logan turned to Deadpool and said, "They may not be able to withstand Cassandra. We must go to their aid." No sooner had he spoken than an explosion erupted in the distance. Logan and Deadpool exchanged a glance and hastened towards the chaos. Upon arrival, they witnessed a group of TVA agents interrogating Bolin. Bolin protested, No, I know nothing concerning an unauthorized time stream. Perhaps you should inquire about Cassandra Nova, for I am certain she is securely confined in the void. Yet here she is, caressing my mind." The TVA administrator inquired, "How does she know of this place? You were not involved?" Bolin replied, Yes, I tried to stop her, but it was far from sufficient. Not nearly as many as those behind her, my men, my friends. I warned them, yet they would face utter annihilation if they ventured forth, but they did, like heroes." Observing Bolin's attempts to distance himself from the situation, Logan prepared to speak. However, someone else was quicker to voice their thoughts. Bolin continued his tirade, and Logan was poised to wait for him to finish before interjecting. Before he could conclude, the voice of Deadpool 2 rang out, "He had a little girl." Upon hearing this, Bolin couldn't help but curse, and everyone turned to see Deadpool 2 and Wolverine, bare-chested and wearing a mask, approaching side by side. Bolin's expression was one of disbelief. He had not anticipated their survival. Deadpool 2 quipped, "Now, this is your new anchor, Peter. We're doing splendidly." No one paid heed to Deadpool 2's words. Instead, a throng of onlookers fixated on Wolverine's muscular physique. Logan gazed at himself, noting the pronounced definition of his muscles. Their strength evident. After all, mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia required diligent effort in this regard. Unfortunately, these attributes were obscured by his tattered and grimy blue t-shirt, coupled with the fact that he had not bathed in several days. A female employee fixated on Wolverine's abdominal muscles remarked, "Quite impressive." Deadpool 2 promptly interjected, "All right. Remove your oily head, you self-important harlot," as he handed Wolverine a garment to wear. Deadpool 2 then turned to Logan and Deadpool, inquiring, "Have you dealt with those?" All eyes followed his gaze, and the TVA administrator gasped, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening here?" Borin, utterly perplexed, looked at the two and asked, "I don't understand. How are you both still alive?" Deadpool 2 responded to Borin, "You're right. One of us should be dead. But you placed Deadpool and Wolverine together? Holding hands while listening to Madonna? Indestructible. Damn right. That's how it is." Deadpool supported. The TVA administrator turned to the TVA soldiers beside her, instructing, "Let us take these 2 variant Deadpools and Wolverine back to the void." Upon hearing this, Deadpool 2 quickly exclaimed, Wait, what?" At that moment, Peter burst in from above, stating, "No, in fact, he belongs here just like me." Peter looked bewildered at the 2 groups of Deadpool, who were nearly identical. Logan pondered, for he was unfamiliar with the portal, leading him to believe that he and this Deadpool did not belong to this parallel world, perhaps. However, he could return. The chakra consumed by the suspended ring was not insignificant? No, it would be more accurate to say it was considerable. Yet Logan's remarkable regenerative abilities allowed him to replenish it. Of course, Logan was unaware that, in truth, the sorcerers experienced minimal consumption from the suspended ring, as their powers were drawn from the Vishanti, whose energy quality was undoubtedly superior, not to mention the sheer quantity, far surpassing that of countless first-generation beings. Logan spoke. Neither of us belongs here. We will depart and return to our own world. The TVA administrator glanced at Logan before turning to Peter and inquired, "And who might you be?" Peter replied, "Peter Poole, but you may call me Peter. I hope you will." A silence enveloped the group, broken only by Boren's exasperated outburst. "What the hell is happening?" The TVA administrator, grasping the situation, turned to Boren and stated, "You are undergoing judgment for unauthorized temporal disruptions and abductions. I am merely performing the task that you lack the courage to undertake." Boren shouted his rebuttal, but to no avail. The administrator ignored him, tapping on her tablet, and the soldiers promptly escorted Boren away. Turning her attention to the others, the administrator expressed, "I am grateful, gentlemen." Glancing at Deadpool 2, "You have brought an Omega-level mutant into this timeline. A trivial feat," Deadpool 2 shrugged. The administrator then addressed both Wolverines and Deadpool, saying, "And you should not exist in this timeline." "No need for thanks," Deadpool 2 retorted, yet the administrator disregarded him, focusing on Peter instead. That suit looks absolutely splendid on you." "Thank you," Peter replied. The administrator observed her tablet, noting the timeline stabilization. It appeared that the presence of these three individuals had not caused any disruption. She smiled at Deadpool 2, saying, "I wish to show you something significant." Deadpool 2 murmured to Wolverine. The Boy Scouts leader Kevin used to say the same. The administrator, uninterested in banter, raised her tablet for everyone to see, stating, "Do you see? Your universe is being reborn. Regardless of your actions here, you have not only saved your world but also spared your timeline from extinction." With a pleased nod, she added, "I shall take a well-deserved rest." Addressing Wolverine, "It seems your work is just beginning." She turned to Logan and remarked, "It appears you will adhere to the rules." Just as she prepared to depart, Deadpool 2 called out, "Wait. Without assistance, we could not escape the void. Some forgotten souls. Can you find a way to bring them home?" The administrator pondered briefly before nodding. "Let me see what I can do." Deadpool 2 quickly stated, "I assured my friend that the TVA could resolve some of the troubles in his timeline. What do you think? Alter the past?" The administrator queried, to which Deadpool 2 tilted his head and replied, "I'm unsure. He did help me save the world." The administrator glanced at Wolverine and remarked, "His past has made him a killer. There is nothing to amend, Mr. Wilson, Logan." After speaking, she cast a glance at Wolverine before turning to leave. Wolverine understood her intent, and soon, the group departed from the location. Outside, after having some bread, Logan grasped Deadpool's arm and addressed the other two. "Hey, fellows, it's time for us to go back to where we belong. Shall we not stay for a while?" inquired Deadpool 2. Logan gazed at the two individuals and remarked, "No, we must endure your experiences, his timeline, you understand." "Oh, shit, I comprehend now. Wishing you success," Deadpool 2 stated while taking a bite of bread. Meanwhile, Logan began to draw circles, muttering about this Deadpool's Peter beside him. Soon, a portal opened once more, and both he and Deadpool stepped through simultaneously. Upon entering the portal, neither Wolverine nor Deadpool 2 noticed a shadowy figure following closely behind. Inside the portal, Logan felt a tremendous blow to his back, causing him to lose consciousness, while Deadpool transformed into a peculiar mass of energy, merging with the external Deadpool 2. "Ah, I forgot to retract the suspended ring. Never mind," the indistinct figure murmured, vanishing along with the portal. Chapter 39, Return Upon Awakening. Logan rubbed the back of his head and muttered, "Damn it, could it be that Deadpool kicked me? I must flay him alive." With that, he unsheathed his claws and began to search for any sign of Deadpool. However, all around him lay a desolate wasteland, which felt oddly familiar. Is this Lulon? What the hell? Did Deadpool ambush me and flee? Yet, that doesn't make sense. I should be in Deadpool's timeline. Logan retracted his claws and surveyed his surroundings, which seemed unchanged since his departure. Logan glanced around and ultimately resolved to return to the Earth he inhabited before his journey through time. He gestured and began to draw a circle, yet an overwhelming surge of chakra dissipated instantaneously, surpassing his capacity for recovery. "Damn!" Logan exclaimed, abruptly halting the incantation for the portal. Was it truly such a colossal drain to traverse into the real world? Or was the use of the suspended ring inadequate for breaching the fourth wall? After a brief respite, once his chakra was fully replenished, Logan decided to make his way back to Konoha. He realized the necessity of enhancing his chakra reserves. At present, his chakra was even less than that of Kakashi. He needed to train and devise a strategy. Time slipped away, and a few days later, adorned in garments pilfered from the road, he arrived at the gates of Konoha, only to be intercepted by the gatekeepers. Logan paused momentarily, pondering whether this place was not the former shinobi world, but rather the authentic shinobi realm. Who are you? And what brings you to Konoha? Steel fixed his gaze upon Logan, inquiring earnestly. Logan lowered his robe and gestured towards the two, exclaiming, "It is I, Logan." Steel and iron. "It is I, Logan." "Old Master Logan." "Impossible." Steel was momentarily taken aback, then shouted furiously, pointing an accusing finger at Logan. "If you claim to be Old Master Logan's son, I might have believed you. Just look at yourself." Logan momentarily froze, unable to process the situation. Soon, he recalled his appearance in Konoha, disguised as an old man with long, white hair and beard, far from his current self. Alas, he had completely forgotten about this. He had neglected to groom himself. With a frown, Logan bellowed at Steel, "I am Logan. Have you forgotten me after such a short time, Uncle Logan?" A familiar voice echoed from behind. The group turned to see Kai, accompanied by his team, Niji, Tenten, and Lee, emerging from behind them. "Kai, you've grown," Logan exclaimed in disbelief. Had he truly been away long enough for them to mature? What sorcery was this? Upon observing Lee and Niji, who appeared to have just graduated as genin, it dawned on him that 60 years had indeed passed since his departure. Years had slipped away. "Is it really you, Uncle Logan?" Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the youthful Logan, his expression reflecting disbelief, as though he had been transported back a decade to when he first encountered Logan, who was then robust and assisting in the village. No more of that, though. Lee was somewhat aware of Logan's history, as he was Kai's mentor. "Is it truly Uncle Logan?" Shingetsu had a bewildered expression. How could one grow younger with age? No, it was as if he were becoming more youthful. Yet, considering Logan was not a native of Konoha, perhaps it was due to his bloodline limit or some other reason. Observing Kai's skepticism, Logan activated the 8 gates. He looked at Kai and inquired, "Kai, after all this time, have you been diligent in your training?" Seeing the 8 gates activated and various other clues, Kai realized without a doubt that this was Logan. He embraced Logan, exclaiming tearfully, "Wonderful. Uncle Logan, you've returned. I thought you had gone back home and would never return." Niji and Tintin turned away, indicating they did not recognize this person, while Lee joined the embrace, equally tearful, shouting, "Fantastic. Teacher Kai's uncle has returned. My grandfather is back." Marvelous. Witnessing this, those around them distanced themselves, thinking, "I don't know these three." To celebrate, "Uncle Logan, Lee, let us run 1,000 laps around Konoha. Let us ignite our youth." Kai enthusiastically shouted, releasing the two. Lee was the first to agree, and after a moment's hesitation, Logan joined in as well. The trio began to sprint, while the surrounding villagers observed with disdain. Niji quickly shouted, "Teacher Kai, you are responsible for submitting the mission." The voice of Guy drifted from a distance. With an expression of exasperation, Tion turned to Niji and said, "Niji, let us inform Lord Hokage. Teacher Guy will not cease his laps until he has completed 1,000. Niji nodded, confirming with the gatekeepers before heading towards the village. As dusk approached, Logan was slightly out of breath, while Guy and Lee had collapsed from exhaustion. However, Lee, who had been the first to succumb, had already regained a considerable amount of energy. Meanwhile, Guy had only just stopped and was gasping heavily, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Logan and exclaimed, "Truly, Uncle Logan, your stamina remains unyielding." He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Lee's eyes gleamed with determination as he called out to Logan, "I shall strive to learn from both Teacher Guy and Grandpa Logan." "Indeed, Lee, you must persevere, but remember to do so judiciously. Do not overexert yourself, lest your training yield diminished returns," Logan advised with a smile. "Yes, Grandpa Logan," Lee responded enthusiastically. Once Guy had rested sufficiently, Logan bid him farewell, citing the need to return and tidy up the old residence. Before Guy could utter a word, Logan swiftly departed. Upon reaching the location etched in his memory, Logan discovered it had been occupied. "Damn," Logan cursed, promptly knocking on the door. Shortly after, a middle-aged man opened it and inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Brother, this is my home. What is happening here?" "You fool," Logan retorted, only to be met with the door being shut in his face. "What the hell?" Logan's temper flared immediately, But before he could vent his frustration, an umbu appeared behind him. "Logan, Chunin, Lord Hokage requests your presence," the umbu stated. Logan furrowed his brow and replied, "Understood." With that, he followed the umbu to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the door, Logan knocked. And from within came the aged voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon entering, Logan beheld the illustrious F4 of Konoha. It was indeed his first encounter with them, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Alas, he might attract the attention of that cunning old dog, Danzo. While it could pose some complications, he remained unfazed. Although he could not open a portal to the real world, he was still capable of creating gateways to any location within the ninja realm or elsewhere. "Logan, my dear brother," exclaimed Sarutobi Hizashi, gazing at Logan with astonishment. Indeed, as the reports had suggested, he appeared significantly rejuvenated. The wrinkles had vanished, and his hair had regained its dark hue. "Hizashi, it has been far too long," Logan replied with a sense of nostalgia. Then, with a hint of concern, he inquired, "But why has my home disappeared?" Hizashi paused momentarily before responding. "It seems that due to your prolonged absence, your estate was sold and taken over by others. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with the funds from the sale of your property. Since you have returned, why not stay with Naruto for a while? The boy has missed you greatly. He has now become a competent genin." Logan nodded, feeling a twinge of anger at the thought of someone occupying his home. Yet, after such a prolonged absence, it was to be expected that someone might purchase it. At least, he could count on receiving some monetary compensation. After all, his ranch and apothecary should still be quite profitable. However, unbeknownst to Logan, without their diligent care, the ranch would gradually regress under the management of others, losing its former advantages. Hence, the business of the ranch could only be deemed mediocre. The apothecary, lacking Logan's essence, had succumbed to closure, leaving only the cooperative ranch of the Autumn Path clan reigning supreme. "Logan, how have you managed to appear younger?" Danzo suddenly interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Logan, scrutinizing him for any signs of deceit. Logan paused for a moment, gesturing towards the reflection in the pot, and inquired, "Brother Hizashi, who is this?" "This is the Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo," replied Sarutobi Hizashi. "I too am quite curious about how you have managed to appear so youthful." Logan pondered for a moment and resolved to weave a tale. He gazed at the four individuals and inquired, "There has been a rather complex incident back in my hometown." The four expressed their eagerness to hear more. Subsequently, Logan began to recount a modified version of events involving the Avengers. The four listened intently, their expressions shifting with surprise. When they heard about the formidable Thanos, who wielded the Infinity Stones to annihilate half of the population, their faces grew solemn. Beyond their palpable fear of Thanos' might, they were profoundly awed by the sheer power of the Infinity Stones. Unable to contain her curiosity, Konoha from F4 interjected, "Why don't you tell us how you became young again?" Logan paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that he had veered far off course with his storytelling. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he continued, "I attracted the attention of my enemies due to my mastery of ninjutsu, and was subsequently defeated by a formidable adversary they dispatched, leading to my capture for reconditioning." He understood that without presenting some substantial evidence today, his counterpart would remain skeptical. Logan raised his hand, revealing his claws, and remarked, "I have endured immense suffering." He then recounted the narrative of the cinematic version of Wolverine to them. Upon hearing of Logan's tragic plight, the F4 displayed expressions that conveyed sympathy, as if to say, what a misfortune this fellow has encountered to face such adversity upon his return. Recognizing that Logan's circumstances could not be replicated here, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered words of consolation. "Well then, my dear Logan, you have worked hard. Welcome back. Have you considered mentoring a new generation of students? It seems I am only suited to instructing them in physical techniques." Puzzled, Logan responded, as the four of them recalled that they could not replicate his abilities, as their counterpart could only resemble Kai at best. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised Logan to undertake additional missions to elevate himself to the rank of Jonin, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, he permitted Logan to depart. After Logan departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the other three and inquired, "To what extent can we trust Logan's words?" Hiruzen, you should heed my counsel and capture him for interrogation at the root. I am confident we will extract the truth," Danzo retorted with irritation. Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen responded, "Logan is our comrade. Though he hails from outside the land of fire, our collective experiences over the years have spoken volumes. Danzo, your mindset is excessively dark. I cannot acquiesce to such a notion." Danzo scoffed, "You will come to regret this. I am the Hokage." Hiruzen issued a warning in return. Enough of that. Let us focus on Logan. According to intelligence, he vanished with those children in the land of Wind's Lulan. Yet there is no record of anyone named Logan or any information regarding those children. Clearly, a similar spatial passage exists, leading to their homeland, Danzo analyzed. The three nodded in agreement, suggesting that Logan's claims were indeed credible. He had demonstrated his indomitable steel bones and claws. Whether they were as unyielding as he professed remained to be seen, yet they aligned with his assertions, lending credibility to his account. Based on his narrative, he had grown weary there and ultimately chose to return to Konoha alone. The possibility of him being an enemy spy or informant remained uncertain. Thus it was prudent to observe and assess his recent behavior. However, was it truly wise to permit him contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Mito Kazehi glanced at the three. There are concerns, yet the Umbu are monitoring him. Judging by Logan's demeanor, there should be no issues, Hiruzen replied. The group nodded and continued their discussions before dispersing to rest. Meanwhile, Logan, following the Umbu's directive, arrived at Naruto's residence, a modest two-story house, seemingly occupied solely by Naruto. After bidding farewell to the dark side, Logan approached the door and knocked. Before long, Naruto, clad in his pajamas, opened the door. While brushing his teeth, he inquired, "Who is it?" Upon noticing Logan, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him for recognition. Logan chuckled and said, "Naruto, you've grown up." Naruto's mouth fell open, his toothbrush clattering to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face, tears welling in his eyes. He approached Logan, his voice trembling with emotion. You are Grandpa Logan. Haha, little Naruto still remembers me." Logan replied with joy, though it seemed he initially did not recognize him. It was only upon hearing the voice he had long yearned for that the memories resurfaced. He had anticipated that Naruto would embrace him, yet instead, the boy delivered a fierce punch to Logan's abdomen. "You deceitful grandpa," Naruto shouted after the blow. "You said you would be back soon, and yet years have passed. Do you have any idea how I've spent these years?" Listening to Naruto's incessant complaints, Logan smiled, gently ruffling Naruto's hair, and softly said, "I'm sorry, little one. I will be staying here from now on. Your toothbrush has fallen. You should go wash up." Naruto nodded, wiping away his tears as he picked up the toothbrush and headed toward the house. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Logan, confusion written across his face, and asked, "Grandpa Logan, how have you become younger?" "Let us discuss that later. First, go brush your teeth," Logan pointed out, indicating the white foam on Naruto's mouth. Naruto nodded and walked into the house. Once inside, Logan closed the door and settled into the living room. It wasn't long before Naruto joined him. Sitting across from Logan and inquiring, "Grandpa, what have you been doing all these years?" Unable to restrain his complaints, "Why have you returned only now? What about Sister Shiori and the others?" Logan chuckled softly and remarked, "Little Shiori and her family are living together now, but I can't help but worry about you. My dear boy." He gently tapped Naruto's forehead. Naruto smiled, listening intently as Logan recounted the tales he had shared with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing the hardships Logan had faced brought tears to Naruto's eyes, and he vowed to protect his grandfather, proclaiming that he had grown up and was now a man. Once calm, Naruto suddenly looked at Logan with eager anticipation and asked, "Grandpa, did you bring me a gift upon your return?" At this, Logan broke into a cold sweat, glancing around before finally producing a rope threaded through a pendant, which he then hung around Naruto's neck. "This is a gift from Grandpa," he said, "a precious one. Naruto, you must strive hard from now on." Logan explained his choice of a necklace for Naruto, as he could not think of a more fitting gift at the moment. Moreover, he believed a necklace was less likely to be lost. He recalled how the first Hokage's relic had been worn by Naruto for a long time, until the invasion by Pain. At least, so it should serve him well in the interim. Though the pendant necklace was somewhat unattractive, Naruto did not express any disdain. Instead, he wore it with joy, declaring confidently, "I will work hard. I will always wear Grandpa's gift." Logan nodded, pondering to himself, "One day, I shall replace that for you." The grandfather and grandson enjoyed a pleasant conversation for a while before retiring for the night. Naruto settled into his room while Logan took to the sofa, confident that by the next day, he would have a proper room to sleep in. The following day, not only did Logan receive his payment, but he was also summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the stage, where he was hailed as a hero who had thwarted Thanos in his distant homeland. The elder recounted Logan's tale from the previous night, causing Logan to feel so embarrassed that he wished he could somehow retreat into a 3-bedroom apartment. To lend credence to the narrative, Logan showcased his adamantium claws and extraordinary regenerative abilities. Logan found himself perplexed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's motivations. This promotional tactic, wherein Logan, as a fabricated hero, would swiftly integrate into Konoha, was a strategy they had deliberated upon the previous night. The intent was to dispatch spies to relay information back to their respective villages. They were eager to enlist the assistance of other villages in the pursuit of the so-called Infinity Stones. Such formidable artifacts should not fall into the hands of others. However, the location in question lay within the Wind Country, specifically the territory of Sunagakure, making overt investigation impossible. Should word leak out, it would undoubtedly prompt others to send their own scouts, as the ruins of Lulan would soon become a frequent haunt for such operatives. Meanwhile, Logan would inevitably rise to prominence, ushering in a multitude of complications in his wake. Chapter 40. The Chunin exams arrive. The terms Infinity Stones, Thanos, and Avengers soon found their way onto the desks of the leaders of various villages. Rapidly, a consensus emerged. This place resembled a sacred realm of summoning beasts, with the method of access proving elusive. The dragon veins might serve as a clue, yet they had fallen silent years prior, coinciding with the time Logan had vanished alongside those young girls. Thus, to further investigate this mysterious locale, locating Logan himself became imperative. However, as he was not a figure of renown, the only known detail was that he had joined Konoha after the Ninetales incident, while others sought to gather intelligence. The Raikage pondered whether to employ similar tactics to coerce Konoha into surrendering Logan. Yet, their approach soon shifted, as Konoha disclosed additional relevant information indicating that reaching the destination required the energy of the dragon veins. Otherwise, they would need to uncover an obscure passageway. Ultimately, the decision was made to deploy operatives to search near the ruins of Lulan, leading to numerous scouts and ninjas succumbing to exhaustion in the area, falling into a deep slumber. Upon Logan's return to Konoha, Naruto exhibited a newfound vitality, radiating happiness daily and occasionally training alongside Logan. As a result of Logan's association with Naruto, the villagers' attitudes towards Naruto improved significantly, a turn of events that pleasantly surprised the Third Hokage. Logan's life in Konoha remained remarkably structured. Each day, he undertook a relatively uncomplicated yet somewhat challenging assassination mission. In his spare time, he practiced the harmonious Tai Chi, and occasionally, Naruto would join him for training. Alternatively, he would dispatch shadow clones and fellow team members to carry out tasks while he himself trained with Logan. Akin to a persistent gum that clung to him, a behavior likely stemming from Logan's prolonged absence, which would hopefully normalize with time. After a fortnight of this tranquil existence, the covert surveillance by the Umbu was withdrawn. The Third Hokage's crystal ball ceased its focus on Logan, as he had other matters to attend to. The Umbu resumed their clandestine duties while the Third indulged in his own voyeuristic pursuits. One day, more than a month later, Naruto joyfully bounded home, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I am going to participate in the Chunin exams." "Oh," Logan replied, taking a sip of his lukewarm tea, and then inadvertently sprayed some onto Naruto's face, exclaiming, "Chunin exams? Is that true?" "Ah, Grandpa, you're so dirty," Naruto cried, wiping his face. Logan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, handed Naruto a cloth and apologized. My apologies. Little Naruto, I merely became a bit too excited. I never even participated in the Chunin exams myself." "Then how did you become a Chunin?" Naruto inquired. "Your grandfather, the Third, forced me into it, and then sent me off on missions," Logan responded. Recently, he found himself with little to occupy his time. He had intended to retrieve the D-class succubus from her former residence, only to discover that everything was gone. Although he was uncertain who was responsible, if he could not uncover the truth, he would attribute the blame to that old scoundrel Danzo, who, having committed numerous misdeeds, would certainly not mind adding another accusation to his tally. It very well could have been him. Unbeknownst to Logan, not only had Danzo acquired the artifacts, but also the land and several additional research specimens had fallen into his possession. Due to the impossibility of replicating these specimens, Danzo deemed them as unintended products, thus transforming them into critical strategic resources. This old schemer had sealed these materials within a specialized scroll, which he carried with him, for their effects were indeed remarkable, granting him the regenerative abilities akin to Logan's for several minutes. Had Danzo known that the primary material was Logan's blood, Logan would have found himself in dire straits. Although he possessed the ability to flee, he remained unaware of when he might be ambushed. Fortunately, this knowledge was not shared among others, allowing for a state of coexistence, though it would be more accurate to describe it as indifference, as Danzo paid little heed to Logan, who only exhibited a modicum of taijutsu. However, had he been aware of Logan's capability to open the 8 gates without succumbing to death, the outcome would have been drastically different. After Naruto's departure, Logan found himself in deep contemplation at the training ground, pondering whether he should involve himself in Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to its knees and eliminate Danzo. Yet, he mused, was there truly any current conflict between him and Danzo? Likely, there would be none in the future. Little did Logan know, Danzo had covertly betrayed him, leaking information to Orochimaru, who was exceedingly intrigued and intended to act against Logan once the Konoha collapse plan reached its conclusion. Eager to discover if Logan was indeed as fascinating as Danzo had claimed, Logan chuckled lightly, ultimately choosing to disregard the matter, for Orochimaru was unfamiliar with him. Despite the rumors of his heroic title, it was merely a moniker, and its authenticity remained to be scrutinized. Furthermore, he had no intention of participating in the Chunin exams, so there was no concern about revealing himself. That affair belonged to the younger generation. At most, he would deal with the summoned beasts during the invasion or engage in the village's routine patrol tasks. On the eve of the exam, having just completed a mission, Logan was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Logan, wait a moment, called Sarutobi, prompting Logan to pause and turn to face him. What can I do for you, elder brother? Logan inquired. Sarutobi regarded Logan with a degree of fondness, smiling as he replied, take some time to rest. Tomorrow, during the Chunin exams, you and Marino Ibiki will serve as proctors, keeping an eye on the candidates. Ibiki will provide you with the specifics. Damn it, Logan cursed inwardly, as he had no desire to approach the exam venue. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he nodded. Very well. I shall rest tomorrow and observe the new generation of Konohagakure. Sarutobi nodded cheerfully, while Logan muttered a few curses under his breath before engaging in casual chit-chat with Sarutobi for a while before departing. Meanwhile, Sarutobi himself discreetly indulged in some personal interest using a crystal ball. As Logan strolled along the path, he noticed an influx of visitors from other villages in the town. Not seeing anyone of particular interest, he decided to head to Ichiraka Ramen for a meal. The atmosphere at Ichiraka Ramen was as lively as ever. Upon entering, Logan exclaimed, Ichiraku, 1 large serving of seafood tonkatsu ramen, please. Ah, Uncle Logan, you've returned. It's been so long. I'm envious of how youthful you look, exclaimed Ichiraka cheerfully. I am, seeing Logan, chimed in, Uncle Logan, it's been a while. You're back? Just a moment, please. Yes, I am. You continue with your tasks. There's no need to prioritize my order, Logan replied. Got it. I am shouted, promptly delivering a bowl of ramen to a nearby table where a sand ninja sat. Logan noticed a slight pause from the other patron. It was Kankuro. Whereas Temari? He wondered. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's none of my concern. Logan waited calmly, casually observing the simpletons from the neighboring village. He recalled that among the 5 great villages, Konoha was the most prosperous, along with the Land of Lightning. Ah, what was the name of their village again? It slipped his mind, but it was of no consequence. He only remembered Abi and the cat. And what was the name of the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails? Logan's thoughts drifted skyward, and he suddenly realized that aside from a few renowned details about the Hokage, he had nearly forgotten everything else. Time has aged him, and his memory seemed to wane. When his bowl of ramen arrived, he shook his head helplessly and picked up his chopsticks to indulge. As he savored his meal, he muttered, by the way, how long until the exam? 3 days from now. Are you also a candidate? A bespectacled Chunin from Konoha sat across from him. No, I am not a candidate. I have merely been conscripted by Lord Hokage as an invigilator for the first round, Logan replied, recognizing the individual before him as Kabuto Yakushi, the Master of Dreams. Ah, my apologies. It is an honor to meet the esteemed invigilator. Do you know the content of the first examination? Kabuto inquired with a cheerful demeanor, prompting the surrounding candidates to perk up their ears. At present, I am unaware and will need to confer with the chief examiner to ascertain the details. I was just appointed as an invigilator, Logan shrugged, revealing that he did indeed possess a clear recollection of the examination content, albeit he chose not to divulge it. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and remarked, I see. However, given that you are an invigilator, you likely do not know the details, only tasked with catching cheaters, I presume? That is indeed correct, Logan chuckled, then resumed slurping his noodles. Those who heard his words brightened momentarily, yet quickly feigned ignorance as Marino Ibiki entered with a grim expression. He glared at Logan and said, Hey, as an invigilator, how can you provide hints to the candidates? Haha, don't mind it. Successfully cheating is a skill in itself. If someone possesses the ability to cheat without being caught, why shouldn't they? Logan replied nonchalantly. Marino Abiki's expression darkened further as he retorted, finish your meal, and then accompany me to discuss your responsibilities. Logan glanced at the remnants in his bowl, which were sparse, and promptly tilted it into his mouth before proceeding to pay. Observing Logan's enthusiasm, Sanaya Abiki appeared considerably more relaxed. The two made their way to a conference room filled with CH Nin and Special J Nin, where discussions commenced. It wasn't long before decisions were made, and Logan was assigned a position at a window seat in the examination hall to oversee the proceedings. This arrangement was primarily to allow the new examiners and proctors to familiarize themselves with the CH Nin exams, ensuring smoother operations in the future. 3 days later, Logan had taken the time to acclimatize to the examination venue. One might wonder why he was not permitted a moment's respite. At that moment, he was making his way toward the examination hall, holding the test papers. Observing Sanaya Abiki and the others outside, Logan shook his head in resignation. Lacking the skill of body flicker technique, he had no choice but to walk in, feeling somewhat diminished in stature. As he approached the entrance, Sanaya Abiki, leading a group of examiners, suddenly vanished. Logan continued his slow advance and, upon opening the door, heard Sanaya Abiki declare, "This is a valuable opportunity. Let me make this clear. Without the examiner's permission, no private duels are allowed. Even with permission, any actions that could lead to the opponent's demise are strictly prohibited. Those who dare defy my orders will be immediately disqualified. Is that understood?" The candidates pondered for a moment, and the sound ninja standing before them chuckled before remarking, "This exam seems quite straightforward." Sanaya Abiki, maintaining a stoic expression, addressed the candidates. "Now, we shall commence the first round of the CH Nin selection exam. Please submit your application forms." He then raised a white card, stating, "Receive this number tag and take your seats in numerical order. I will distribute the written examination papers thereafter." With that, Sanaya Abiki turned to Logan, who divided the test papers and handed them to the other proctors. Logan then glanced at Naruto, who had begun to shout excitedly, undoubtedly overwhelmed by the prospect of the written exam. After collecting the application forms and distributing the number tags, Logan took a seat at the back, ready to fulfill his role as an examiner. Once the candidates were seated, Sanaya Abiki explained the rules before announcing the start of the examination. The candidates eagerly picked up their pens, with the academic achievers swiftly beginning to write, while those less inclined towards scholarship contemplated ways to cheat. Logan glanced at Naruto, who was holding his head in confusion, seemingly at a loss. He had yet to put pen to paper, clearly unable to tackle even a single question. Logan recalled that in the original story, he had submitted a blank sheet as well, and yet still managed to score a 6, an audacious act indeed, to submit a blank exam. Logan was hardly paying attention, embodying the essence of idleness, yet there were always fools who insisted on disrupting his leisure. The imbecile seated before him, a local simpleton, brazenly resorted to cheating. Logan glanced at his name and made a note, deducting 2 points. After a mere 10 minutes, this individual had audaciously cheated 7 times. Had Logan not been disinclined to fuss over trivialities, he would have eliminated him already. Nonetheless, he had recorded 4 offenses, just 1 short of the threshold. Soon, however, his patience wore thin. This fool was nothing short of a complete novice. Logan casually tossed a kunai onto the table opposite him, startling the individual seated there, who stood up and began to curse. "What are you doing? 5 times, actually 8. You've been eliminated." Of course, this person was not the first to be ousted, as the number of candidates from Konoha was substantial, many of whom were gradually eliminated. The villagers showed a commendable sense of propriety in leaving, while those from other villages stirred up a ruckus until they received a beating, after which they reluctantly departed alongside their teammates, their expressions sour. As for Logan, he managed to catch 1 candidate but failed to seize a second. To be fair, his ninjutsu was limited to his own bone techniques, which were not particularly complex but suited only his claws. The only genuine ninjutsu he had barely grasped was a transformation technique. As the exam reached its climax, it concluded perfectly with Naruto's resounding roar, and upon announcing the remaining candidates who had passed, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Sakura was the first to rise and inquire, "Wait a moment, what is going on? How can there be sudden qualifications? What was the 10th question?" Sanaya Abiki suddenly broke into a smug smile and explained, "Such a thing never existed from the start. If we must speak of it, the choice you just made was the 10th question." "Wait a minute," Temari shouted, fixing her gaze on Sanaya Abiki. "What about the previous 9 questions? Were they completely useless?" Sanayabiki, with his hands shoved in his pockets, gazed at the ceiling and replied, not entirely useless. The first 9 questions served the purpose of the exam, which was to test each of your abilities in information gathering. Upon hearing this, Tamari calmed down, while Sanayabiki continued to elaborate. And Logan stifled a yawn as he listened. When Sanayabiki revealed the scar on his head, Logan nearly burst into laughter. It was a sight more pitiful than Deadpool's. At least, no matter what, he wouldn't bear any scars from his injuries, though he would endure greater suffering. As Sanayabiki concluded his speech, the nearby window was suddenly shattered, and a round object flew into the center of the room, rapidly unfurling into a cloth, which was then pinned to the ceiling by a kunai. It was not the time for frivolity, it was now the entrance of Mitarashi Anko. "I'm the examiner for the second test, Mitarashi Anko," she announced after introducing herself, fixing her gaze on the candidates. "Now, let us proceed to the next segment. Follow me." With that, she clenched her left fist at her waist and raised her right hand high, a gesture that struck Logan as somewhat awkward, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Sanayabiki stepped forward, glaring at Anko. "Look at the atmosphere." Anko's eyes widened, and her face visibly flushed, a clear indication of an embarrassing history. Logan lamented not having a camera at that moment. After all, Anko looked incredibly alluring, stirring something within him. Gazing at the number of students, Anko frowned as she remarked to Sanayabiki, 78 candidates, Abiki, and there are still 26 teams remaining. The first exam this year was far too lenient. Seno Ibi smiled and remarked, "This year, there are many outstanding individuals." Hondo sighed, exuding confidence as he addressed the others. "All right, for the second exam, I expect half of you to be eliminated." Upon hearing Hondo's words, a palpable tension surged among the group. With a mischievous grin, Hondo continued, "It's quite exhilarating, isn't it? We shall delve into the details tomorrow. For now, inquire about the venue and time from your Jonin instructors. This meeting is adjourned." With that, Hondo swiftly vanished using the body flicker technique, and the other proctors began to usher the candidates out, leaving only Seno Ibi to collect the papers. Logan couldn't help but comment. Just a moment ago, he said to follow him, and now he is telling us to ask the teachers tomorrow. How perplexing. Later that evening, at Naruto's home, he lay exhausted on the sofa, lamenting to Logan, who was preparing dinner, "Grandpa, is it truly acceptable for me to submit a blank paper?" "Not a problem," Logan replied while washing vegetables. "As long as you pass the last question. The rest is inconsequential." "That is so terrifying. I almost thought I would drag everyone down," Naruto exclaimed, still shaken. Logan retorted, "You really ought to stop this routine of yours. Learn something." "I am trying," Naruto protested. "Trying? You spend every waking moment thinking about Sakura." "I do not." After dinner, Naruto continued to pester Logan about the content of the next day's exam. Although Logan was aware of the details, he had not been officially informed. So he merely stated that he was not a proctor for the second round, and therefore knew nothing. "Humph. Useless grandpa. You know nothing." Naruto pouted. "You little rascal. Today, I shall teach you a lesson," Logan exclaimed angrily, seizing a nearby coat hanger. Naruto screamed for mercy and darted around. And the remainder of the evening was spent in their playful banter, culminating in Naruto receiving a good scolding. Chapter 41. The eve of the Konoha collapse plan. In the following days, Logan primarily engaged in patrols, and the second and third exams swiftly came to pass without incident on his end. After all, patrolling the streets did not yield much excitement, unlike the examination halls. Besides, he had no concerns about Naruto encountering any trouble. The fourth exam, as per the original narrative, was scheduled to take place a month later. Logan continued to lead his tranquil existence, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, his chakra levels had significantly increased since arriving at the Hokage's office, seemingly surpassing Kakashi's, now estimated at 1-2 Kakashi units. Logan himself has struggled to comprehend why his chakra levels have remained so difficult to elevate. Although it is true that he has an abundance of chakra, the insufficient quantity hinders his ability to utilize certain high-consumption jutsu. It seems that even if he were to attempt them, he would still be unable to master them, as he can only manage a basic transformation technique. However, he reassured himself by acknowledging his unique qualities. At the very least, he need not worry about being inexplicably defeated by some low-level adversary or succumbing to poison. This is indeed a comforting thought. Surviving longer allows for greater learning and growth. As for ninjutsu, with diligent practice, one can improve significantly, despite his deficiencies in combat techniques. Particularly in the context of the ninja world, he finds himself competent enough to engage with the X-Men or Marvel characters. In the future, He aims to face more ninjas in battle to gain experience. Having encountered numerous challenges, Logan is no longer afraid of confrontations. Though he harbors a reluctance to engage with particularly formidable opponents, such as Orochimaru or Nagato, who possess abilities that counter his own. He truly wishes to avoid facing those who could genuinely threaten his life, unless he has a means to counteract their powers. As for Orochimaru, he is somewhat more manageable. Once the 8 gates are opened, no one is invincible. Speaking of which, one would expect that within this month, he would have the chance to encounter Jiraiya. Yet he has not crossed paths with him. Jiraiya, aside from instructing Naruto, often frequents certain bathhouses, thereby avoiding Logan's patrol routes. 2 days before the exam, Logan arrived at the Hokage building to undertake a mission as per his usual routine. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen rummaging through some papers, Logan prepared to let his mind wander for a moment when he heard the Hokage say, "Apologies, my young friend, but there are no patrols available in the village. However, there is a short-term task, delivering supplies to the Land of Waves to be handed over to Ilum. Would you like to accept it? How long will it take? Round trip?" Logan inquired, inwardly hoping it wouldn't be too lengthy, as he wished to return in time to enhance his reputation for defending the village. Sarutobi pondered briefly before responding, "If you run at full speed without stopping, you should be able to make it back in time for lunch." "All right, I accept the task. It is quite close." Logan nodded, remarking that it was a perfect opportunity for a bit of exercise, after which he would practice something else upon his return. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged this with a nod, then handed over the sealing scroll and the village exit permit to Logan, who accepted them and promptly turned to dash away. Watching Logan depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, "How delightful. I never expected this old chap to be so impetuous, akin to a youth. If only I could regain my youth." His mind began to fill with frivolous thoughts. After pondering, another idea crossed his mind. He planned to subtly suggest to Danzo to conduct some research, as the allure of returning to 1S Prime was simply irresistible. Little did this old man realize that Danzo had already clandestinely allied with Orochimaru, and this mission was merely a trap designed to lure Logan out of the village. Initially, Logan had only taken on the task of patrolling the village, thus the old coot conspired with Orochimaru, with Danzo dispatching an Umbu to complete the village patrol mission before arranging a short-distance task in the Land of Waves. They believed Logan would accept it. Given his consistent habit of undertaking low-level tasks daily while steering clear of advanced or distant missions, in truth, Logan would indeed contemplate such a straightforward round-trip task, as it was merely a C-rank mission, albeit with the possibility of encountering bandits along the way. Within an hour, Logan arrived at the location of Naruto's first confrontation with Zabuza in the Land of Waves, only to be obstructed by several white bones that barred his path. Logan first glanced at the white bone protruding before him, then turned his gaze ahead. With the white hair and the characteristic of launching bones, it could only be Kimimaro. "What is Orochimaru's subordinate doing here blocking my path? Damn. Who are you, kid, to stand in my way?" Logan squinted and inquired, subsequently surveying his surroundings in an attempt to locate Orochimaru's position. In the shadows, Orochimaru licked his lips, contemplating, quite alert, and he certainly does not resemble an old man. His vitality is exceptionally vigorous. However, I wonder if he truly is as formidable as Danzo claims. "No need to look further. Dealing with you, old man, is a task I can handle alone," Kimimaro said coldly as he drew a bone spear from his back. Upon realizing that Orochimaru was absent, Logan's confidence surged. Orochimaru was indeed a difficult opponent, but a straightforward combatant like Kimimaro would be easily manageable. In the entire shinobi world, he feared those who wielded intricate techniques the least. Logan let out a cold snort, revealing his claws, mirroring his opponent's display of bones. He slightly hunched forward and fixed a chilling gaze on Junmaru, uttering, "Enough, arrogant Nephilim. Get lost." With that, he swiftly charged forward. Junmaru hurled a bone spear at Logan, but upon witnessing the latter effortlessly slice it apart, he hastily leaped back. His fingers aimed at Logan as he coldly declared, "10-finger piercing shot." In an instant, his fingers launched bone projectiles towards Logan. Without evasion, Logan braced himself against Junmaru's assault, aiming his claws at the opponent's heart and mind for a piercing strike. Junmaru's eyes narrowed, Dance of the Larch. His body erupted with protruding bones, immediately inflicting a multitude of wounds upon Logan. However, it had little effect. To strike his opponent, he would first need to clear the obstructive bones. How bothersome. Seeing Logan drenched in blood yet undeterred, Junmaru momentarily faltered, only regaining his senses when Logan's claws carved 3 deep lacerations into his shoulder. realizing the tenacity of his adversary. Jumura had no choice but to activate his curse seal, transitioning into his second form, a grotesque visage neither fully human nor fully specter. As Jumura transformed, Logan swiftly lunged his claws toward Jumura's abdomen, yet the latter adeptly evaded the attack, having noticeably grown stronger in his cursed state. Corpse Bone Path, Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. Jumura wielded a bone whip to ensnare Logan's body, while his other hand twisted a bone into a spear, rapidly thrusting it toward Logan's stomach. If his opponent could not be killed, he would not hold back. He aimed to incapacitate him swiftly to fulfill Orochimaru's task. Unavi, child. Logan sneered, gathering his strength to unleash the fifth gate, shattering the constraining bone whip. With an unparalleled speed, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Jumuru flying, who let out a pain scream as he was propelled backward, ultimately crashing into two trees before coming to a halt. Witnessing Logan vanish once more, Jumuru revealed his hidden fury, roaring as he plunged into the ground, exclaiming, "Dance of the Early Fern." With that, the earth trembled, and bone spikes erupted violently from the ground, swiftly blanketing the surrounding area in a chaotic array of bones. Poor Logan let out a cry of agony as he was launched into the air. The pain was excruciating, though he would eventually recover. Logan stood in anguish atop a bony protrusion, his gaze piercing the surroundings in search of that wretched Jumuru. He yearned for Jumuru's demise. 8 gates of might. Open the gate of joy. Open the gate of shock. Logan bellowed, steam billowing from his body, before he vanished in an instant. Jumuru, momentarily caught off guard while wielding a spiral bone spear, was startled. In the next heartbeat, Logan's furious voice echoed behind him. "Daytime tiger." As Jumuru turned, he was seized by a colossal white tiger, his body shattered, blood and flesh exploding instantaneously, and soon, the area was drenched in a rain of blood and shattered bones. Observing the entire battle from a distance, Orochimaru fell silent for a few moments, then began to assess the situation. He realized that he too faced a formidable challenge in dealing with Logan. After activating the 8 gates, his speed was astonishing, and his lethality immense. Coupled with his immortal trait, he was indeed a daunting adversary. Orochimaru, excitement gleaming in his eyes, extended his tongue to lick his face, muttering, "You truly surprise me, Logan-san. You are the perfect candidate for reincarnation." Just as he prepared to depart, he witnessed Logan exit the 8-gate state. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and resolved to ambush Logan with a cursed seal. Meanwhile, Logan had just changed his trousers when he felt a sharp bite on his neck. With a cry of distress, he immediately unsheathed his claws to retaliate, but struck only air. "It's you, Orochimaru. Damn it, if there's a road to heaven, why do you choose to tread this path of death?" Logan roared, clutching his neck in fury. Orochimaru, reveling in his moment, was about to utter a taunt when suddenly his arrogance faltered. The cursed seal had vanished. Gazing at the bewildered Orochimaru, Logan smirked. "A cursed seal? An utterly futile endeavor. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Logan lunged forward, cleaving him in two. However, the severed Orochimaru transformed into a pool of mud. A mud clone, quite swift. "Aren't you, little snake?" Logan taunted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, as beneath the earth, a small white serpent emerged, sinking its fangs into Logan's calf, injecting venom. Logan furrowed his brow, severing the small white snake with a swift motion. Yet, its head remained firmly latched onto the poisoned prey. Indeed, even after the snake's body was separated, its head could still exhibit movement, as its physiology differed from that of other creatures. Such is the nature of serpents. Logan tore the serpent's head off, while a needle had been jabbed into his back, causing a brief numbness that quickly faded. After he removed the needle, a flurry of varied attacks ensued. Following this onslaught, Logan bellowed into the surroundings, "Orochimaru, if you are a man, come forth." How utterly perplexing, Logan-san. Attempting to capture you through conventional means is futile. I eagerly await our next encounter. And by the way, I am now a woman. The voice of Orochimaru echoed from all directions, strategically disorienting Logan. He cursed vehemently, "If you have the audacity to ambush me, why not show the courage to face me directly?" Yet, Orochimaru remained elusive, the voice fading into silence, indicating a retreat. After a dozen minutes, with a scowl etched on his face, Logan departed. Moments later, Orochimaru reappeared, having collected the flesh and blood of Kimimaro before finally taking his leave. Throughout his journey, Logan pondered deeply, suspecting that this wretched Orochimaru had been observing him for quite some time, only making his move after Logan had exited the village. Nonetheless, it was no loss to have thwarted a key player in his plan to dismantle Konoha. However, Kimimaro was never part of the Konoha collapse plan. It was merely Logan's fading memory. In Konoha, at the root headquarters, Danzo scrutinized the intelligence sent by Orochimaru, his envy intensifying regarding Logan's extraordinary capabilities, remarkable regenerative abilities, exceptional resistance to adverse conditions, and formidable Eight Gates technique, which might even unlock the Death Gate. It became evident that ordinary methods would not suffice to capture him. That detestable scoundrel, hiding his true strength rather than serving Konoha. It was clear he could not be allowed to remain. I must take action to eliminate this threat. Danzo began his self-dialogue, albeit with a sense of trepidation. He was indestructible, impervious to poison, and anesthetics were ineffective. Was he to resort to binding him with iron chains? Perhaps gathering many to restrain him? Yet, once the 8 gates were opened, who would be the one bound? For the first time, Danzo found himself confronted by an adversary so troublesome. Although not on par with the first or second Hokage, he was still formidable. Primarily due to the inability to control him effectively. He wondered if Genjutsu would be effective. Perhaps the secret techniques of the Nara clan or the Hyuga clan could be worth exploring. If captured, he could be handed over to Orochimaru for study. Danzo mused, his mind racing like never before, quickly realizing that such control might also fall short. Perhaps the Hyuga clan could seal his chakra points, sealing techniques. Thus, a flurry of strategies began to materialize in Danzo's mind, leading to the creation of a silky series of techniques designed to ensnare Logan. Admittedly, a significant portion of this series was rather inconsequential, even excessive, considering Logan had not mastered the art of Genjutsu release. He was more susceptible to illusions than Orochimaru. Orochimaru shall at least not be easily subdued by mere illusions, while Logan may indeed fall prey to them, should he refrain from unleashing the 8 gates. At noon, Logan returned to Konoha, significantly ahead of schedule, propelled by the speed afforded him by the 8 gates technique. Had he not lingered in a shop within the Land of Waves, his arrival would have been even swifter. He procured a silver necklace and a mineral matching the hue of the suspended ring, intending to craft a counterfeit to replace the one adorning Naruto's neck. He planned to merely request a string replacement for the necklace, confident that Naruto would harbor no suspicions. However, he would need to toil late into the night while Naruto slumbered, meticulously crafting it to resemble the original and arduous task indeed. Gazing at the general appearance of the suspended ring, Logan, in perplexity, pondered aloud, does the ring also feature embedded gemstones? Observing a red and a green gem upon the ring, it dawned on him that he had inadvertently acquired both the Time Stone and the Reality Stone. Objects he had originally sought. Note, Cassandra's suspended ring was seized from a peculiar doctor, adorned with 2 gemstones. Without further contemplation, Logan extended a steel claw and commenced cutting, resolving to refine the intricate details at a later time. By the end of the night, he had merely shaped the exterior and polished a small portion. Yet progress was limited. On the day of the 4th examination, he finally managed to bore a hole into the ring. His assignment today was to patrol the outskirts of the village, and as he surveyed the vicinity of the village walls, Orochimaru had yet to make an appearance, signifying that Konoha's downfall had not yet commenced. During his 3rd round of patrol, an explosion suddenly erupted from the opposite wall, coinciding with the emergence of the 4 purple flames formation in the examination area. Has it begun? Ha ha ha. Let the youth roar, Logan exclaimed, revealing his claws and charging towards the summoning beast, Orochimaru. Yet, after only a few strides, he encountered a squad of sand shinobi. Accelerating his pace, his claws crackled with electricity. Lightning release, lightning claw. Remarkably, with increased practice, this lightning claw had developed an effect akin to stimulating cellular activity, resulting in enhanced speed. The unsuspecting Ch-nin were caught off guard and swiftly met their demise, while a foolish J-nin, unaware of Logan's formidable claws, attempted to block with a kunai, only to have both himself and the weapon cleaved in 2. Impressive. One strike, exclaimed a Konoha Ch-nin, astonished. Regaining his composure, he shouted, "Hey, why are you attacking the sand shinobi? Yes, one of our village's fools. The war has begun. The sand and sound shinobi have invaded Konoha," Logan retorted. Then surged towards the summoning beast, Orochimaru, prompting the Konoha patrolling ninja to momentarily pause, before snapping back to reality and hastily sounding the alarm, fireworks. While hurling curses at Logan, fool, can't even signal properly. With the simultaneous assault from sand and sound shinobi, many within the village were caught unprepared, resulting in significant casualties. Along the way, Logan managed to rescue numerous individuals, with many self-proclaimed strong shinobi following him towards the wall, their sights set on the massive serpent. Before long, Logan had assembled a team of comrades at Orochimaru's side, where a fierce battle was already underway against numerous sand shinobi. Charge! Logan roared as he charged forward, his claws poised in front of him, cleaving through all obstacles in his path. Witnessing Logan's ferocity, the morale of the Leaf Village surged to unprecedented heights. Logan paid no heed to the others, dispatching those who obstructed his path with swift precision. As he charged directly towards the colossal serpent with 3 heads. Perhaps 3 strikes would suffice, he mused. Upon closing the distance, Logan abruptly halted and, with a flourish of his claws, unleashed, wind release, air-splitting claw. Although he intended 3 strikes, Logan continued to slash with fervor, releasing a barrage of wind blades that sliced the serpent into numerous pieces in an instant. It appears my assistance is unnecessary here, esteemed sage of Mount Maiboku, he remarked with a hint of amusement. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged. Logan turned to see Jiraiya and offered a smile. Jiraiya, as a younger brother to the third Hokage. You mustn't address me so casually, it might provoke him to deliver a reprimand. By the way, you should hasten to the third S side. Orochimaru is present as well. Jiraiya paused momentarily before nodding with a serious expression. Understood. You shall fend off the external threats here while I check on the old man. Logan nodded, directing his gaze towards the others as he proclaimed. Everyone, form groups of 3 and assist those in need, while others should safeguard the civilians and students. After vanquishing the enemies in the village, Logan intended to venture toward the main battlefield, uncertain if the events would unfold as they did in the original narrative. Hoping that the third Hokage would perish alongside Orochimaru, who had been plotting against him. Chapter 42, A Step In, Burying Orochimaru. Yet still not slain. Upon arriving at the examination venue, the vicinity of the building had transformed into a verdant forest. At that moment, Orochimaru had shed his disguise, revealing a female form with a broad forehead, quite unappealing. Observing the helpless crowd and those still embroiled in battle, Logan contemplated. Since they had not yet reached the point where Sarutobi would employ the Shiki-Fujin technique, he resolved to attempt a confrontation with Orochimaru. But where was Jiraiya? At that moment, Jiraiya had been summoned by the third Hokage to assist elsewhere, leaving him unable to join. Sarutobi, I am here to aid you, Logan shouted, charging towards their direction, only to collide headlong into the barrier known as the Shishianjin, leaving the surrounding Umbu and those within utterly bewildered. What is happening? Do you truly intend to crash through? Brother. No. No. Sarutobi exclaimed urgently. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained unhurried, curious to see what Logan's approach would entail. After being rebuffed, Logan swiftly regained his footing, his claws digging into the barrier, and to the astonishment of all present, he penetrated through. Haha, this is utterly fascinating. Logan, I will certainly claim you and make you my new vessel. Orochimaru cackled, observing Logan's claw enter while his body remained outside, finding the situation exceedingly amusing. 8 gates released. The first gate, open. Logan roared, forcefully opening up to the 7th gate, then exerting himself to push through, his flesh and blood fracturing continuously until, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he managed to squeeze through, albeit in a gruesome state, his clothes tattered and bloodied. Logan's body was swiftly recovering. And once he had fully healed, several female ninjas covered their eyes, leaving a small gap to sneak a peek. What a robust man. Spring has arrived, and everything stirs. Orochimaru, you underestimate me, Logan exclaimed, breathing slightly heavier but quickly regaining his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an expression of exasperation, tossed him a scroll and kindly unsealed it for him, saying, Brother Logan, you shouldn't be here. Put on some clothes. Some female ninjas sighed in boredom but resumed watching the battle. Aside from this location, the conflict was stabilizing elsewhere, including on Gaara's side. Haha, go get him, brother. Logan cheered, feeling confident in his ability to tackle the first and second Hokages. However, he knew that the real challenge lay in exhausting Orochimaru's chakra, as he lacked sealing techniques or the Rinnegan. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to halt Logan, but it was too late. Logan, having opened the 7th gate, moved with incredible speed. Genjutsu, dark walking technique. Senju Tobarama swiftly performed a jutsu, causing Logan to momentarily lose sight. Nevertheless, he charged ahead and leaped into a flying kick. But he remained ensnared by the illusion, effectively striking nothing but wood. Upon landing, Logan found himself struck by a water blade, followed by a barrage of fists and kicks, a consequence of not escaping the technique. Inside, Logan screamed in agony. Damn it, are you really targeting my kidneys? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to watch any longer, covered his face and forcefully knocked Logan away with his staff, shouting, Logan, follow my instructions. Frustrated, He nearly lost his composure as Logan recklessly charged back in. Water release, water severing wave. Senju Tobarama quickly formed seals and unleashed a water blade towards Logan, who did not evade it, instead charging headfirst and striking Tobarama's head. Without pausing, Logan went on a frenzied assault, tearing Tobarama's body to shreds before dashing towards Senju Hashirama, who was still recovering. Well done, Logan. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately settling for a compliment. As he observed Logan engaging with Hashirama, Hiruzen urgently warned, "Logan, don't get caught by wood release. Otherwise, your chakra will be drained." Afterward, he glanced at the almost recovered Senju Tobarama and again smashed him with his staff. Suddenly, eyes appeared on the staff as the old monkey sage spoke. "What is that guy's background? A foreign traveler, but now he is a Chunin of Konoha. No, a Jonin." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Logan with a rare expression of relief. Logan's presence provided him with a moment to breathe. "Hiruzen, what shall we do next? The reanimated cannot be killed. Do you have a plan?" the old monkey sage inquired. Acknowledging the formidable nature of the forbidden technique that was the reanimation jutsu, invented by Senju Tobarama. Originally, there was only that technique, but now, we can attempt something different. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared as he pressed down on the recently restored leg of Senju Tobarama, preparing to execute a sealing technique. Naturally, it was not the Reaper Death Seal he intended to use. With Logan's assistance, perhaps it would not be necessary. "Sensei Sarutobi, don't forget about me." At that moment, Orochimaru had regained considerable strength and launched the Kusanagi sword from his serpent-like tongue towards Hiruzen's chest. "Damn you, Orochimaru," the old monkey sage cursed. For Hiruzen was using him to block a divine artifact, which, though not fatal, was quite painful. It appeared that sealing Senju Tobarama would not be an easy task after all. Meanwhile, Logan and Senju Hashirama were engaged in a fierce exchange. With his claws imbued with flames through fire release, scorching claws, Hashirama's wood release could not withstand the onslaught, and his techniques were swiftly severed. The adamantium claws were heated, preventing any chakra from leaking, which rendered Hashirama's wood release unable to absorb the attacks. Under Orochimaru's cautious guidance, Hashirama maintained his distance from Logan, as the dual fronts of battle made it difficult for him to break free. Does this guy truly possess such an abundance of chakra? I can't sense it at all, Orochimaru pondered, feeling a mixture of admiration and disdain towards Logan. Outside, although the battle was nearing its conclusion, Jiraiya had yet to arrive, having gone to assist Naruto, where another conflict was still ongoing. However, he would likely conclude that battle shortly after his arrival. How can I be so much faster than this creature, yet fail to close the distance? Logan mused, pursuing Senju Hashirama while secretly analyzing the situation. Although Hashirama appeared less agile, his wood-release techniques facilitated his movement, causing Logan to be momentarily repelled whenever he got close, as the wood would push him away. Additionally, retracting his claws from the wood required a brief moment, consuming precious time before he could accelerate to pursue again. His method of countering this was to open the 8th gate. Logan anticipated that he could sustain the 8th gate state for approximately 10 seconds, which should suffice to conclude the battle. However, he would need to rest afterward to allow his body to recover. Considering the uncertainties inherent in ninjutsu, he decided it best to wait for an opportune moment. The battle quickly reached a critical juncture, but it would not last long, for Sarutobi Hiruzen was an elderly man. Even though he had significantly improved through his study of Tai Chi with Logan, he remained an old man. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of Konoha ninjas had gathered around, and upon witnessing Logan and Sarutobi Hiruzen inside, they expressed astonishment at Logan's presence, though their primary concern lay with Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Due to a moment of negligence on Hiruzen's part, Orochimaru managed to rescue the shattered Senju Tobarama, plunging him back into a fierce struggle. Logan furrowed his brow, contemplating. If this continues, the old fellow will surely falter. Prolonging this struggle serves no purpose. With this thought, as Senju Hashirama leaped to evade his attack, Logan swiftly dashed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He delivered a powerful kick that cleaved Senju Tobarama in two, then retreated a distance with Sarutobi Hiruzen in tow. "Brother, brace yourself. I'm about to unleash something formidable. Prepare to seal the first and second Hokage," Logan declared swiftly. He then advanced a few steps towards Orochimaru, pressing his thumb against his heart, as his chakra began to surge violently. The blue steam transformed into a vibrant red. "Uncle Logan, you." Guy could not contain his tears. Unaware that Logan's opening of the 8 gates would not lead to his demise, He was now capable of unlocking the seventh gate infinitely. Logan glanced at Kai, then at himself, and as he anticipated, it would not last long. Kai, do not grieve, do not cough, watch closely, Logan declared, this time opting not to employ Night Kai, for Night Kai could only deliver a single kick, whereas Evening Elephant could strike 5 times. In the third second of opening the Death Gate, Logan appeared 10 meters to the left of Shinja Hashirama, swinging his fist while bellowing, "First strike." The next moment, he manifested beside the newly revived Shinja Tobirama, delivering a punch, "Second strike." What? Orochimaru's eyes widened. The speed was so astonishing that he could not perceive it. He could not even see a shadow. With a mere flicker, the two brothers were rendered immobile, and the sound of the third strike echoed behind him, leaving him paralyzed. Is this air? Orochimaru's voice was muffled. He could distinctly sense considerable damage within his own organs. Observing that the three were now immobilized, Logan turned his attention to the 4 purple flames formation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he launched his assault. Third strike. He swung his fist in place, and the already precarious roof was instantly torn apart by an air cannon, crashing against the flame barrier generated by the formation before exploding. Not broken. Then fourth strike. Logan hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly delivering the final blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, quickly interjected, "Stop." Logan. Just as the words left his lips, Logan's fist collided with the flame barrier. The 4 purple flames formation collapsed under Logan's forceful strike, and the resultant shockwave disrupted the trajectory of the previous air cannon. The fragmented Shinja brothers began to slowly recover upon hitting the ground, while Orochimaru remained motionless, slumped like a puddle of mud. Logan lay on the ground, his body charred and skin cracked. "Uncle Logan." Kai sprinted towards Logan's position, having witnessed Logan utilize the Death Gate while activating the 5th gate. After casting a glance at Logan, Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze towards the Shinja brothers and Orochimaru. There was no time to waste. He rushed to the side of the Shinja brothers, producing a scroll to commence the sealing process. "Forgive me, First Hokage, Sensei," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at the two. They seemed to regain their senses and addressed him. "Monkey, we apologize for the trouble." Once the sealing was complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief, then turned to Orochimaru, who had now become nothing but a skin. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, fully aware of the outcome. Once the 4 purple flames formation was dismantled, Orochimaru would inevitably flee, complicating matters. In the shadows, Orochimaru transformed into a small white snake, fixated on Logan, exclaiming with excitement, "Incredible, he has not perished and is recovering at an astonishing speed. Such a perfect vessel. Once I seize it, I can obtain the Uchiha Sharingan. With the attributes of his body, I need not worry about the eyes closing, granting me ample time to conduct my research. Hee. Logan, we shall meet again very soon." With that, the little white snake vanished. After concluding his tasks, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stooping slightly, approached Logan's side, observing that he had already regained most of his strength. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Having assumed that once the Death Gate was opened, Logan would surely perish, yet here he was. Just this? Just this? You truly possess the aptitude for the 8 trigrams. And knowing that you are well brings me solace. Why not take on the role of Hokage? As Sarutobi Hiruzen jested, his humor startled those around him. With Kai's support, Logan rose to his feet, chuckling as he remarked, "That will not do. If I were to become Hokage, there could only be one Hokage in Konoha, me. I wouldn't even have the luxury of dying. It would save everyone the trouble of appointing a successor." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Seeing you still have the energy to jest puts my mind at ease." Indeed, they both laughed heartily. Kai wiped away his tears and inquired, "Uncle Logan, are you truly all right?" "I'm fine, Kai. At this moment, I can stand unaided," Logan replied, swaying slightly as he regained his footing. In no time, his body had fully recuperated, albeit with his shirt burned away after opening the 8th gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly issued commands to commence the final preparations, as there remained numerous matters to address. After all, Orochimaru had allied with the Sand Shinobi to invade Konoha, a significant event that could potentially escalate into the 4th Great Ninja War if mishandled. Meanwhile, upon returning with Naruto and the others, Jiraiya, upon learning of the outcome, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the old man was unharmed. He resolved to express his gratitude to Logan, that young yet seasoned fellow. In the aftermath of the battle, intelligence regarding Logan's immortality and formidable combat prowess, including the 8 gates, spread among spies, once again elevating his name throughout the ninja world. The surviving trio of the 7 ninja swordsmen trembled in fear. Is Akatsuki my colleague? Haha. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Upon discovering this intelligence, Haydn soared with joy. For he now had a comrade, one who served the evil deity. He knew he must invite him to join Akatsuki and team up with himself. Kisame? Immortal? And not a follower of the evil deity? How absurd. Kisame retorted, I'll swap your head with your. After the conclusion of the Chunin exams, the entire village gathered for a memorial ceremony honoring the fallen heroes. Though smaller in scale than depicted in the original work, where the third Hokage perished, here he remained alive thanks to Logan's intervention. The following day, within the Hokage's office, the most powerful and influential figures of Konoha convened, though Danzo was notably absent. Logan was quite curious about that absence, pondering whether the door would hold up under the weight of the occasion. It's rare for someone to care about me, damn it. The subject of this meeting revolved around Sarutobi Hiruzen's impending retirement. Despite surviving the battle, his injuries left him without the strength to continue as Hokage, necessitating the selection of a new leader. As in the original narrative, Jiraiya hesitated to take on the role, ultimately suggesting Tsunade while also volunteering to accompany Naruto in search of her, thus allowing for training. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Logan inexplicably became the acting Hokage until Tsunade returned to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Wait a minute, brother Sarutobi. Are you pulling a fast one on me? Logan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Koharu and Hamura will assist you. I simply lack the energy for this now. With you around, I feel much more at ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, contemplating the prospect of playfully tricking Logan. By appointing him as the proxy Hokage, he intended for Logan to become well acquainted with the responsibilities of the role, eventually allowing him to serve as Tsunade's aide. As for Danzo, he should simply focus on being the leader of Root. It was high time for these old-timers to take a step back. What? You assert that Logan is also one of the old-timers? Just take a good look at him. Thus, a world where only Logan was injured came to fruition. Chapter 43, The Proxy Hokage, a brief interlude on the third day of his tenure as the Proxy Hokage. Logan found himself gazing at the three aging faces of the Konoha F4, feeling nauseated yet compelled to endure their presence. He had no choice but to seek their assistance. Yet with each passing moment, they became increasingly reluctant to help, realizing that Logan had begun to master the intricacies of the role. Tears streamed down Logan's face as he pondered how he had come to handle the affairs of the Hokage. There was a saying, perhaps inappropriate to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that scoundrel, had previously claimed he lacked the energy, yet shortly thereafter he seemed to take up residence in the Hokage office, continuously supervising Logan. While there was a modicum of relief in his assistance, Logan found it rather exasperating. Logan, my dear brother, your hand seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, cursing under his breath. It dawned on him why this individual excelled in taijutsu. Devoid of ninjutsu proficiency, he had no choice but to specialize in physical techniques. However, he was not quite like Lee, as this man possessed a commendable quality of chakra, akin to Logan himself, endowed with 5 elemental chakra types. He could undoubtedly inherit his legacy and emerge as a new sage in the ninja world. Yet, when it came to hand seals, even the simplest transformation technique went awry 6 times out of 10, let alone the more intricate seals. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only attribute these shortcomings to the peculiar bloodline limit of Logan's clan, which bestowed animal traits upon them, rendering them adorably frail. Much like the little one, referring to Shirori. Nostalgia washed over him as he reminisced about the 3 little girls, wishing fervently that one of them could become his grandson's bride. Logan, leave. While it is indeed true that Konohamaru will grow to be quite handsome, I insist you depart. Ultimately, Hiruzen Sarutobi merely imparted to Logan a technique that does not necessitate an elaborate series of hand signs. He had previously employed this method to maintain order within the village while also indulging in his peculiar predilections, such as the women's hot springs. The crystal ball technique requires only a single hand sign, utilizing the crystal orb in the office as a medium, thus Logan mastered it. Due to his limited familiarity with the villagers, his observations through the crystal ball were confined to Naruto, Might Guy, Kakashi, and a few others, as he was acquainted with their chakra signatures. Presently, its primary utility lies in surveying various locations around the village, with the exception of the women's hot springs, a domain that Hiruzen Sarutobi kept to himself, only instructing Logan on how to monitor areas requiring attention throughout the village. In any case, once the paperwork is completed, Hiruzen plans to teach Logan the intricacies of hand signs, with a focus on the shadow clone technique and the 5 natures, Great Fireball technique. It can be said that Hiruzen is presently nurturing Logan as an apprentice, having also facilitated Logan's signing of the summoning contract with the Sarutobi clan. Although improvements in his hand sign execution are essential, otherwise, he would remain unable to summon the monkeys. During the first week of Jiraiya's and Naruto's quest to find Tsunade, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen observed the diligent Logan for a moment before gazing into the distance, murmuring, "I wonder how Jiraiya and the others are faring." Logan cast a glance at the old man and calmly remarked, "We will find it. However, given Jiraiya's personality, I will likely need to work here for over a month before I can resign. Is that so? You seem quite confident. If you cannot locate it, you may very well have to secure your position as Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to consider Logan's aspirations of becoming Hokage should Tsunade remain elusive. If you cannot find it, then this third Hokage will be compelled to continue his duties. Logan shouted at Sarutobi before burying himself in the task of reviewing documents. Sarutobi laughed heartily, saying, "My dear brother, I no longer possess the energy for such endeavors. It is indeed up to you. You must exert yourself further. After my observations these past few days, I can confirm that your bloodline limit does not hinder your hand seals. Rather, it is your hands that lack finesse." Logan first set aside his work and turned to the third Hokage. "Undoubtedly, your previous battles relied heavily on those indomitable claws, a habit ingrained over time. Suddenly being asked to form hand seals must be quite challenging for you. While your speed in forming seals has improved significantly, the flow of chakra remains inconsistent, which is the primary issue. In any case, practice is essential. Your potential is remarkable," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Logan, feeling somewhat irritable, set aside his current tasks and began practicing the Tai Chi of the Supreme Harmony right there in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, accustomed to such occurrences. When Logan was agitated, he would either engage in Tai Chi or go for a run. Without uttering a word, Hiruzen joined in, creating an amusing scene of an elderly man and a middle-aged man practicing together. Although, had it been a time when Logan was adorned in makeup, it would have appeared as two old men. Danzo's face was etched with displeasure, for he believed that the position of acting Hokage should rightfully belong to him. How could that incompetent Orochimaru fail to eliminate Hiruzen? As he grumbled to himself, Danzo leaned on his cane and departed from the roots. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he did not bother to knock, but barged in, only to be greeted by the sight of the two men engaged in their Tai Chi practice, instantly raising his blood pressure. "Hiruzen, Logan, how can you neglect your duties to the village and practice Tai Chi in the office? Are you still the Hokage?" he exclaimed, pointing a finger at Hiruzen before turning to Logan. "And you, acting Hokage?" The two ceased their movements and returned to their respective seats. Logan addressed Danzo, "Comrade Hokage assistant. First and foremost, Hiruzen has already retired. Secondly, who decreed that the Hokage or the acting Hokage cannot take a moment to rest? Would you rather we forego rest to manage affairs better? Why don't you try working continuously without a break, Danzo? You. Jiraiya has been away with the Jinchuriki for far too long. He still has not located Tsunade. Hiruzen, I will take it upon my roots to find Tsunade," Danzo fumed. But before he could finish, Logan interjected, "That's enough, Danzo. Focus on your own responsibilities. Jiraiya is exceptionally capable. There's no doubt he can handle Naruto. Moreover, he and Tsunade are both among the legendary Sannin, and in terms of trust, they are far more reliable than your roots. Besides, I am the acting Hokage. You." Danzo pointed at Logan, his hand trembling with rage. Ultimately, he shouted at the two, "Hiruzen, Logan, you will come to regret this. Enough. Logan is the acting Hokage, as decided by me, the soon-to-be-retired Hokage. Danzo, keep your ambitions in check," Hiruzen retorted, his voice booming. After his outburst, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief, as did Logan, while Danzo's expression darkened. After muttering a few more words of indignation, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Haha. Logan could not help but chuckle, while Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled warmly, reminiscing about a familiar scene, albeit with some differences. In a buoyant mood, Logan continued to handle his affairs, and soon, having become more adept over the past few days, he completed his tasks with remarkable speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his astonishment, even contemplating the notion of appointing Logan as the fifth Hokage. However, he ultimately recalled Logan's previous remarks and decided against it. For if Logan were to become Hokage, he might outlast several generations of leaders from other ninja villages, while in his own village, the fifth Hokage could overshadow many promising newcomers. After a brief respite in the office, two figures, Kankuro and Lee, arrived together, with Lee still wrapped in bandages. Kankuro cast a worried glance at Lee's injuries before turning to Logan and inquiring, "Uncle Logan, do you have a way to help Lee recover?" Logan gazed at Xiaoli, whose eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with hope. After all, Logan was unlike anyone else. Perhaps he would possess a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Logan recalled a certain matter and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquiring, "Brother Sarutobi, do you remember the potions I stored at my old residence?" Sarutobi pondered for a while before responding, "Are you referring to those potions of ambiguous function?" "Indeed," Logan affirmed with a nod, indicating that those were the very items he meant. Summoning the Umbu, Sarutobi issued a few commands, and soon they departed. Before long, the Umbu returned with 2 vials in hand. "What purpose do these serve, my dear Logan?" Sarutobi inquired, examining the vials. There were individuals who utilized them previously, yet they seemed to yield no remarkable effects. However, Danzo had secretly discerned their efficacy and, regarding them as life-saving elixirs. Sarutobi had subsequently acquired these 2 vials from Danzo through less than honorable means. Logan glanced at the markings on the bottle. Fortunately, 2 bottles remained untouched. What Logan has left behind is the genetic modification he previously conducted for Xiao Qian. Thus, for individuals in good health, it holds little value, at best. It boasts formidable healing effects. Specifically, it has the potential to replicate Logan's regenerative abilities, albeit for a mere few minutes. Logan, however, is unable to ascertain the exact duration, as he cannot test it on himself. The length of time may also correlate with the severity of the injury. Nevertheless, it is known that when a laboratory mouse is injected with 1/3 of the substance, it can sustain a recovery period lasting up to an hour. Logan instructed the covert division to procure a syringe, simultaneously elucidating to a few individuals. "This device possesses the capability to replicate my bloodline limit." "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. Could there truly exist such a formidable artifact? What about the other vials? Why do they lack this effect? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his brow furrowed. The remaining vials are intended to enhance the physical condition of those with frail bodies. For individuals in good health, they hold little utility. Although they do offer some therapeutic benefits, primarily they are meant for Shiroi, Logan clarified. Sarutobi's expression transformed to one of sudden understanding. It became clear why those individuals exhibited no remarkable changes after consuming the concoction, and presumably, the injection would yield similar results. "Logan, my friend, can you replicate another's bloodline limit?" Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned. "Alas, I cannot replicate another's. I possess the knowledge of my own being, thus enabling me to replicate my own. Moreover, it is not a permanent solution. It is time-limited and can serve as a life-saving or desperate measure, a consumable," Logan continued. Upon hearing that it was only temporary, Sarutobi's interest waned considerably. "These items must be quite challenging to create, are they not?" Sarutobi asked. For Logan, it was not particularly difficult. Yet he wished to prevent the proliferation of such artifacts, so he nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have managed to produce this small quantity purely by chance." Just then, the covert division returned, presenting the requested syringe to Logan before departing once more. Extracting 1/3 of the contents from the vial, Logan beckoned to Xiaoli, who eagerly approached, extending his hand toward Logan. Logan nodded with satisfaction, a gesture of self-awareness, and then proceeded to inject Xiaoli. As he withdrew the needle, Kai inquired, "Uncle Logan, will the effects be felt quickly?" Logan smiled and replied, just as Xiaoli gazed in astonishment at his hand. The pain that had previously lingered began to dissipate, and within a mere 10 seconds, he felt a sense of unprecedented well-being. Unaware that his prior injuries had also completely healed, observing Xiaoli move with the ease of an ordinary person, Kai shed tears of joy and exclaimed, "This is wonderful." "Lee." The two then embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Although slightly awkward, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in appreciation, increasingly valuing Logan, realizing that in certain respects, he surpassed Orochimaru. Though this was merely due to his unique materials, Logan's own blood, and the expensive adamantium of Wolverine. After expressing their gratitude, Kai and Xiaoli invited Logan to join them for training, but he declined, stating he still had work to attend to. He preferred not to engage in strenuous training, opting instead for a more tranquil practice of Tai Chi. This training, though somewhat limited in scope, escalates significantly under the rigorous guidance of Kyra, an experience that Logan can endure but ultimately finds to be a mere time-consuming endeavor. After their departure, Logan and Saratobi Hiruzen engage in a profound discussion regarding ninjutsu. The latter, while consistently overseeing Logan's hand seals, also diligently assists him in refining his unique ninjutsu. Although Hiruzen himself cannot master these techniques, his extensive knowledge proves invaluable to Logan's development. As days pass, Logan, with Hiruzen's mentorship, has fully mastered the summoning technique, the body duplication technique, and shadow clones. Moreover, he has learned to manipulate sealing scrolls, embodying the essence of a true ninja. His proficiency in bone martial arts has also seen remarkable improvement, now reaching a level where he no longer endangers himself. Additionally, Logan has made significant strides in Tai Chi, introducing a new technique, Tai Chi Orb. By continuously channeling chakra, he can deconstruct incoming ninjutsu attacks and compress them into a sphere, akin to the tailed beast bomb, albeit with a slower formation due to his limited chakra reserves. Nonetheless, he has become considerably more stable in his defenses, ensuring that he does not inadvertently harm himself when executing the technique. Hiruzen believes that if Logan possessed the chakra of a tailed beast, this technique would be akin to an alternate version of the tailed beast bomb. At present, Logan has liberated himself, delegating tasks to his shadow clones, while he engages in discussions with the Third Hokage. Unlike Naruto's whimsical clones, which often bicker amongst themselves, Logan's shadow clones function more like efficient tools. Hiruzen is quite pleased with Logan's innate talent, although his hand seal skills leave much to be desired. His unique non-hand seal ninjutsu compensates for this inadequacy, particularly his innovative ideas that lead to techniques others cannot replicate, such as claw-based wind blades and lightning projectiles. Remarkably, he does not rely on the conventional method of expelling chakra through his mouth. Furthermore, Hiruzen speculates that once Logan achieves peak control, he may be able to unleash a ninjutsu using a single claw, although at present, he can only utilize 3 claws simultaneously, one from each hand. After a month, Jiraiya and Naruto return, accompanied by Tsunade, Shizen, and the little pig, Tuntun. One might wonder if Logan has taken a liking to Peppa Pig. But perhaps that is a contemplation best left aside. Upon meeting Logan, Tsunade inquires, "Are you the old man's youthful companion?" Logan, slightly taken aback, contemplates the term youthful companion, noting that his age surpasses that of Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya combined. "Tsunade, my dear, don't be fooled by my outward appearance. In truth, I am nearly 200 years old," Logan retorts, embracing the revelation of his self-healing abilities, rendering age a trivial matter. "Nanny." Several individuals were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the realization that one could live for such an extended period. Ero Senin, "No, my esteemed elder, I find myself somewhat at a loss for words," remarked Saratobi. While Logan interjected, "There is no need for such lamentations, my friend. Although I may be advanced in years, the spirit of youth within me remains undiminished." A few of them shared an awkward laugh, choosing not to pursue the topic further, nor did they intend to broach it with outsiders. In any case, preparations for subsequent matters were required, specifically drafting a letter to the Land of Fire to inform them about the Fifth Hokage. According to the original narrative, this should be a straightforward process. Given that Tsunade is the princess of the Land of Fire, there is no room for debate. Naturally, the inauguration ceremony would have to await the response from the Land of Fire. However, preliminary arrangements could commence. As Tsunade's ascension to the position of Fifth Hokage was an unalterable fact, anyone who dared to contest it would face Logan's ire. Chapter 44, Sasuke departed in the Hokage's office. Saratobi had left, leaving Logan behind for a specific reason. Saratobi remarked, "Tsunade, since you have just assumed your position, do not hesitate to consult your uncle Logan. He possesses a wealth of knowledge." Approximately 1 week after Tsunade's appointment, she observed Logan engaging in Tai Chi within the Hokage's office. While several shadow clones assisted with administrative tasks, she refrained from making any remarks, feeling quite at ease, relatively speaking, compared to the original narrative where Tsunade faced numerous responsibilities upon her arrival. During Logan's tenure as acting Hokage, he had managed to handle matters efficiently, ensuring that no backlog awaited her. Moreover, the following day, Tsunade complained about the workload, while Logan languidly practiced Tai Chi in the office. Subsequently, he summoned 4 shadow clones to aid her, and with Shizen's assistance, Tsunade found moments to inquire about Logan's Inyang Tai Chi. Additionally, Jiraiya occasionally visited the Hokage's office. No longer daring to wander the ninja world, he remained in the village to offer his help. Thus, it was not uncommon to witness the Third Hokage, Fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, Logan, and Shizune engaged in Tai Chi together. Of course, there were benefits to this arrangement. Logan had successfully mastered two ninjutsu techniques, one involving sage arts and the other a chakra scalpel. With guidance, his chakra control had significantly improved. At this juncture, Logan had further refined the 5 nature release techniques, all based on claw-based ninjutsu. Mastering these techniques allowed him to unleash them without causing harm to himself. And while their range may be limited, their cutting power was formidable. Moreover, he had developed several strategies for previously insurmountable ninjutsu, and with diligent study, he would become a formidable entity in the ninja world, though, of course, excluding certain individuals. Perhaps a certain Sutsuki would take a liking to him, swiftly ensnaring his chakra with a fishing hook only to reel it back in. The tranquil days did not last long, as one day, while on leave at home, Logan was summoned to the Hokage's office by the Umbu, where several individuals were already present: Sarutobi, Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, the hefty CHG, or rather, Akimichi CHG, Shikamaru, and Naruto's brother-in-law Niji. Grandfather Logan. Naruto greeted Logan, who nodded in response. Although he had an inkling of what was amiss, he still inquired, "What has transpired?" "Sasuke has defected," Tsunade replied. Meanwhile, Naruto shouted, "Sasuke would never betray us. They must have taken him hostage." Tsunade shot Naruto a disapproving glance and continued, "I would like you to lead a team to retrieve Sasuke. This is a temporary arrangement. Are you up for it? We currently have limited manpower, so I hope you can take the lead. Reinforcements will follow shortly." Tsunade raised her hands in exasperation. Logan nodded, though he was quite displeased that his holiday was ruined. He reluctantly agreed. "I understand. You must compensate me for my lost vacation next time." "I get it. What difference does it make whether you have a holiday or not? Just an old man practicing Tai Chi in the office. Damn it. You damn it. What about the responsibilities of managing your affairs at 70? Have you considered who carved out the time for your drinking? All right. If you're going to nitpick about such trivial matters, it's no wonder you're still single." Tsunade retorted disdainfully. Logan was nearly infuriated, truly wishing to punch the man. "Oh, wait. Single my foot. His wife is expecting. Just not in the same world. Though I suppose that doesn't quite count as a wife." Tsunade then handed over some clues gathered by the Umbu to Logan and the others, urging them to set off. "Can't we find Kakashi or Guy?" Logan asked in disbelief. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, knowing he was attempting to slack off again, and replied directly, "All the other Jonin have their own tasks, and you are the only one free. They are engaged in S-rank missions, and as for you, we'll assign you S-rank missions once you become a Jonin. For now, you'll be given tasks suitable for your Chunin rank." "What? Didn't Lord Hiruzen already promote me to Jonin?" Logan inquired urgently. Tsunade scoffed. "Your task count is insufficient, so you've been reassigned. I'll put in a word for you once your task count is adequate." Logan was about to protest when Tsunade interrupted. "I know you possess considerable strength, so hurry up and rise to elite Jonin to assist with tasks." Her tone growing increasingly irritable. In truth, Tsunade intended for him to undertake more missions and not to become complacent, which was why she was being so stern. "Fine. I'll go prepare my things and meet at the village entrance," Logan declared, ceasing his tirade and turning to the 5 others. Afterward, he left, displaying a defeated demeanor that made Tsunade unable to suppress a laugh. After the 5 little warriors departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but comment, "Logan is just like this. If he isn't given tasks, he'll act like an old man. This old man. There are still plenty of issues to deal with." Granting Logan a holiday was merely because there were many matters he shouldn't witness. Tsunade exclaimed, her frustration towards Hiruzen palpable. Hiruzen awkwardly chuckled and attempted to justify himself. But ultimately, he was met with Tsunade's scolding and was driven away. She had no patience for this old man's assistance. If it weren't for his incessant Tai Chi practice, he'd likely be on the verge of passing away. Yet he lived every day like a retiree. Meanwhile, not long after returning home, Logan donned a ninja gear pack and a standard Chunin vest and set off. "Kunai, none. Shuriken, none. The ceiling scroll is filled with seasonings and some food. Since it's a short journey, I didn't bring much, only enough for a day. What else was I planning to do? Never mind. I'll think of it later," Logan muttered as he stepped outside. As soon as Logan departed, Naruto arrived home, having only taken a few military rations, kunai, and shuriken, leaving everything else behind. Not long after Logan's arrival, the 5 little ones also appeared. Before setting off, Sakura arrived. Tearfully yet ultimately reaffirmed her enduring promise with Naruto to bring Sasuke back, a commitment that resonates throughout the entire narrative. After Logan set out with 5 companions, a ninja from the Root swiftly vanished into the shadows. At the Root headquarters, Danzo received the news and remarked with a cold smirk, "Inform Orochimaru that I have successfully accomplished the task he entrusted to me." "Yes, Lord Danzo," replied the Root ninja, who then disappeared in an instant. Leaning on his cane and gazing at the ceiling, Danzo muttered, "Logan, you shall pay for this. My position as Hokage's advisor is not one to be taken lightly." Since Logan usurped Danzo's position, the latter had been scheming relentlessly. However, for a lackluster individual like Logan, who could barely handle a Chunin mission, finding an opportunity was nearly impossible. That was until Orochimaru devised a new plan, accompanied by enticing conditions that piqued Danzo's interest. Consequently, Danzo reduced the frequency of Root's missions, leaving the other Jonin and Chunin in Konoha overwhelmed with tasks, ultimately forcing Tsunade to compel Logan into undertaking this mission. This maneuver afforded Danzo ample room to operate. Meanwhile, Kiba and his canine companion led the way, with Logan and his group trailing behind. However, Logan did not require Kiba's keen senses. His own nose was sufficient to detect scents. He was well acquainted with Sasuke's scent, though it was now mingled with 5 unfamiliar aromas. This perplexed Logan. Shouldn't it be the 4 sound ninjas? Whose scent was this additional one? It was neither Orochimaru's nor Kabuto's. It was distinctly foreign. Could it be the stealthy Black Zetsu? It was a possibility. Before long, they stumbled upon the trail of the Sound 4. Upon spotting a 5th individual, Logan suddenly realized, so it's Kabuto. But wait. He was certain he recognized Kabuto's scent. Although he wasn't intimately familiar, he had encountered the Master of Dreams before. Puzzled, Logan considered that he had been eating at the time and the scent he perceived was not particularly vivid. It was likely that the absence of food aromas now made it difficult for him to discern. In truth, Logan had only detected the smell of food at that moment. Logan signaled for several individuals to conceal themselves, awaiting the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. However, neither Logan nor his companions were aware of the looming threat posed by the spider, or rather, the technique of the ghostly child Maru. Just as the group had successfully hidden, the spider erupted violently, sending them directly before the eyes of Yakushi Kabuto and his companions. The 5 of them displayed disdainful smiles. Having already discerned the presence of Logan and his associates, Logan was the first to rise. For him, injuries held no significance. Seizing the opportunity while his adversaries lay on the ground, Shikamaru employed a shadow imitation technique to immobilize the 5 individuals. As they began to regain their footing, a sudden whoosh of air sliced through the atmosphere. Logan swiftly positioned himself in front of Shikamaru and launched an offensive towards the source of the shuriken. Wind release. Vacuum claw. 3 blades of wind were unleashed with the sweep of his claws. However, Shikamaru was taken aback. In that fleeting moment of turning, the shadow imitation technique was disrupted. On the opposing side, Jirobo hastily formed hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground. Earth release. Rock barrier. Logan extracted the shuriken lodged in his abdomen, clenched his fist, and roared, "Pirate's might, rapid strikes. Aura, aura, aura." Before the rock barrier could rise, it was shattered by Logan's ferocity. This old man, Jirby cursed, astonished by the old man's ferocity. Meanwhile, Kabuto remained composed, addressing the 4. "You all take Lord Orochimaru's container and make your escape. I'll hold him off." Just you?" "I kicked down Kimimaro. Do you believe you're tougher than him?" Logan sneered, disregarding the exchange between the 2. The Sound 4 seized the wooden barrel and fled, with Logan signaling Naruto and the others to pursue. Naruto, too preoccupied to inquire why Kabuto betrayed Konoha, shot a glance at Logan and dashed after them. "What tactics does a medical ninja intend to employ against me? Do you possess any secret techniques?" Logan inquired curiously, observing Kabuto. Kabuto squinted at Logan and replied, "As a vital vessel cherished by Lord Orochimaru, I lack the ability to defeat you." But what?" Logan interrupted, assuming a Tai Chi stance. Kabuto swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the technique of summoning, bringing forth Orochimaru's myriad snakes. "Fortunately, I do not suffer from a fear of colossal creatures," Logan quipped, preparing to refine his techniques beyond the 8 gates. If he could triumph without opening the 8 gates, surely he could dominate with them. The myriad snakes roared at Kabuto. "Hey, where is Orochimaru? Forget it. Once this is over, if you don't provide me with 100 sacrifices, I'll swallow you whole." With that, it opened its maw and lunged toward Logan, its massive form requiring no further theatrics, simply bearing down upon him. Logan prepared to part the multitude of serpents. Yet their size and weight proved overwhelming. he managed only to push aside the head of the colossal creature. However, the serpent's massive body, akin to that of a heavy truck, bore down upon him. Goodness! The light of another realm calls to me, Logan exclaimed from beneath the crushing weight, his cries echoing in desperation. The once proud serpent, now stripped of its arrogance, swiftly donned a mask of agony, twisting away as 3 gashes appeared upon its abdomen, blood gushing forth in a torrent. Logan, clutching his bloodied claw, lamented, "It hurts terribly. You wretched serpent are exceedingly heavy. You scoundrel." The enraged 10,000 snakes, having not experienced injury in quite some time, raised its tail to strike at Logan, yet halted mid-swing. Logan, with a blank expression, raised his hands, his demeanor gradually shifting into a bizarre grin directed at Tom. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Why don't you come over? Come and strike me. What's the matter? Can you not manage? Do you require some gastric remedy?" "Oh, but gastric remedies are futile. Perhaps you need some syrup for acute cough?" Observing Logan's nonsensical ramblings, Wan Shi was infuriated, yearning to retaliate yet fearful of Logan's claws, which were indeed razor-sharp. As Logan continued to flaunt his bravado, the enigmatic pharmacist Do launched a stealthy assault from behind, severing the nerves in Logan's right shoulder, causing his arm to droop helplessly. "Damn it!" Logan cursed, swiftly swiping his left claw backward. Aware of the formidable nature of Logan's claws, pharmacist Do nimbly leaped aside to evade the strike, while the lurking serpent seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce blow to Logan with its tail. "I've been tricked," Logan realized too late, as he was sent soaring through the air like a deflected ball, feeling as though his insides had shattered, with only his bones remaining intact. Yet, there was no cause for concern. He would soon recover, and at an even swifter pace. Logan smirked as he pressed his hand against his chest, activating the palm healing technique. Observing Logan gracefully regain his footing after a mid-air flip, Kabuto swiftly distanced himself once more. "The palm healing technique? I didn't expect you to have mastered medical ninjutsu as well," Kabuto remarked, narrowing his eyes in surprise. "Indeed. The previous recovery would have taken at least a dozen seconds, yet with the palm healing technique, just a few seconds sufficed." After loosening his shoulders, Logan commented, "That technique requires only moments." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kabuto's forehead. Logan, already a formidable opponent, had become even more challenging. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. His adversary underestimated both himself and Manda, opting not to employ the 8 gates technique. If they had initiated with that, it would have been time to retreat. "Huh, you think a mere snake and a child can confront me? Do you believe you are Sun Wukong?" Logan taunted Manda and Kabuto, then inquired, "Are you waiting for Orochimaru? Even if he arrives, you shall still have to flee, perhaps there is no escape." Kabuto retorted, "Manda and I can handle this without Lord Orochimaru." With that, he began to circle around Logan, stealthily tossing out some smoke bombs. "Haha." Logan cackled, his claws clashing together, crackling with electricity, and soon enough, a lightning dragon emerged. Standing firm with his claws crossed, the lightning dragon unleashed a torrent of electric attacks upon Manda and Kabuto. What a novel ninjutsu. It must be unique to him, Kabuto thought, observing the lightning dragon. The dragon's electric breath required a brief wind-up, lifting its head before targeting its prey, allowing Kabuto to evade with relative ease, while the unfortunate Manda bore the brunt of the electric onslaught. Fortunately, the serpent was resistant to paralysis. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Chapter 45. A turn of events. Ha! Foolish challengers, Logan bellowed, switching tactics after a while as he plunged his claws into the ground. The earth trembled violently, cracking open within a 30-meter radius, flames surging forth from the fissures, prompting Manda to abandon the summoning technique and flee in panic. Kabuto, meanwhile, attempted to treat himself while hurling shuriken at Logan. However, the shuriken embedded in Logan's muscle were soon expelled, clattering to the ground. Feeling somewhat weakened, Kabuto muttered, "What manner of creature is this? So much chakra?" He then thrust a shuriken into Logan's eye. "Damn you!" Logan roared, hastily removing the shuriken lodged in his eye and commencing his healing technique. In no time, his vision was restored. Unlike others, Logan's healing technique was remarkably swift. Once an eye was damaged, recovery was typically impossible. Kabuto, rendered speechless, recognized that although Logan could indeed restore his eyesight, the speed was astonishing. As Kabuto dashed about, Logan leisurely formed hand seals. Halfway through the sequence, Kabuto discerned the technique Logan was about to employ. Shadow clone technique. Logan shouted, and 4 shadow clones emerged behind him, charging towards Yakushi Kabuto. Although he could not discern any effective strategy Kabuto had against him, Logan deemed it inconsequential. His primary focus was on the surroundings, remaining vigilant to avoid an ambush from Orochimaru. The cunning of Orochimaru was on an entirely different level, demanding his full attention. While he regarded Kabuto as merely a distraction, one he could toy with until the latter exhausted his chakra, of which Logan had an abundance. Shadow Clone number 1. Oh dear. Who claimed they could contend with me? Who is it that's being chased all over the place? Shadow Clone number 2. Run all you like, little rascal. I'll accompany you until the end of time. Disregarding the taunts from Logan's shadow clones, Kabuto continued to hurl shurikens, only for the clones to vanish unexpectedly. Logan paused momentarily, then realized with frustration that the clones had dissipated because they had sustained damage while preparing to unleash their adamantine claws. Damn it! Useless shadow clones. Logan exclaimed, acknowledging that clones unable to utilize their claws were indeed worthless. They had served adequately for menial tasks and document revisions, but in battle, they were ineffective at revealing their claws. Kabuto, slightly bewildered by the situation, nonetheless persisted in launching shurikens, targeting Logan's vital points. After a few pain cries, Logan accelerated his pursuit of Kabuto. How dare you attempt a lethal strike against me? You shall perish, Logan bellowed, his hands flailing as he hurled wind blades at Kabuto without restraint. Kabuto was compelled to abandon his offensive, fleeing in a panic to evade the onslaught. When evasion became impossible, he resorted to the substitution technique. However, due to the distinctive scent emanating from him, Logan quickly followed the trail. Mid-pursuit, Logan abruptly halted, his nose twitching as he frowned at Kabuto. You little rascal, are you poisoning me? As expected, your poison holds no power over me, Kabuto replied, covering his mouth and nose with a peculiar cloth. Logan let out a few cold chuckles. While his opponent needed to cover their mouth and nose, he did not. The scent was merely unpleasant, eliciting an instinctive desire to shield his nostrils. He lowered his hand and continued to pursue Kabuto, remarking, such despicable tactics will not work on me. Not necessarily, Kabuto retorted with a sneer, just as Logan's claws pierced into his abdomen. A cloud of smoke unexpectedly erupted from his body. A substitution technique? Logan pondered aloud, as he discerned the peculiar entity he had just slashed. He was soon overwhelmed by an intensely sour aroma that caused him to collapse to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Logan frantically screamed in his mind, oh no, I've messed up. Please, I do not want to become Orochimaru's experiment. Upon Kabuto's arrival, he had donned a gas mask. Phew, thankfully, the mission is complete. I must hurry back. Lord Orochimaru is quite heavy. This old man is surprisingly weighty, Kabuto remarked as he propped Logan onto a piece of cloth, subsequently sealing him to prevent any chance of awakening, before hastening towards Orochimaru's clandestine base. At Orochimaru's secret lair, gazing at the unconscious Logan, Orochimaru flicked his tongue and licked Logan's face. He then addressed Kabuto, saying, well done, Kabuto. I did not anticipate that the subsequent plan would not be necessary. However, I'm astonished by the impact of that substance on him. After his reincarnation, I shall make significant modifications. It is an honor to assist Lord Orochimaru. Please allow me to prepare for his reincarnation. Kabuto replied, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Satisfied with Kabuto as his assistant, Orochimaru consented to his aid. This body was nearing its limit. Today, he would utilize Logan's body for the reincarnation. Half an hour later, Orochimaru felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed Logan, for the first time finding it difficult to proceed. The cursed seal could not be implanted. Any modifications were rendered futile as Logan reverted to his original state. Moreover, the steel-like bones were truly resilient, resisting all attempts to leave a mark. Ultimately, he would have to select an unfortunate soul for the initial reincarnation, reserving Logan for a later time when he could devise a method to use him as reincarnation material. Orochimaru had plenty of time ahead. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, the events unfolded largely as they did in the original narrative, save for Sasuke, who faced dire straits, nearly being overwhelmed by the likes of Gaara and others. However, Kabuto arrived just in time to rescue him. As for Naruto, he sat at the Valley of the End, surrounded by his friends who offered him comfort, while Gaara joined in, casting puzzled glances at Kankuro and Temari as he lent his support to Naruto. Naturally, upon learning that Logan had not returned, Naruto would endure a period of sorrow and anguish. Over a month later, at Orochimaru's new research facility, the primary subject was none other than Logan, a remarkable individual with a phenomenal bloodline limit. Orochimaru remarked, his tongue flicking across his own face, before he resumed his experiments on Logan, a subject that proved to be remarkably resilient. Previous endeavors had yielded several failures, including attempts to inscribe cursed seals upon Logan, utilize his adamantium bones for weaponry, and sever his skull. All had been in vain, prompting Orochimaru to delve deeper into understanding Logan, starting from the fundamentals, in hopes of discovering an appropriate entry point for his research. Unable to dissect Logan himself, Orochimaru resorted to examining the infant form of Logan's clone, postulating that the rigidity of Logan's bones could not persist indefinitely. However, the clone's bones were not metallic but rather constituted of standard bone, albeit significantly more durable than ordinary bone. Orochimaru surmised that this individual's bones would evolve as he matured, ultimately attaining hardness akin to that of Logan's. Nevertheless, after conducting multiple tests, Orochimaru became convinced that Logan's bones were not entirely his own but rather had been replaced successfully by an external party, as the growth of the clone's bones merely resulted in increased density without any metallic transformation. His hypothesis, albeit flawed, was not far from the truth. Logan's bones were merely encased in a layer of adamantium steel, a material Orochimaru was unfamiliar with. By comparison, Orochimaru estimated that the weight of the steel bones on Logan was approximately 47 kilograms, derived from a comparison between Logan's clone of the same age and Logan himself. Furthermore, he discovered that Logan's cellular structure diverged significantly from that of any individual in the shinobi world. While typical bodies contained around 130 trillion cells, Logan possessed only 33 trillion, nearly a fourfold difference. This discrepancy also accounted for the limitation of his chakra capacity, which stood at just over 1 card. However, Logan cells exhibited remarkable properties, which Orochimaru designated as Logan cells, possessing an extraordinary regenerative ability that allowed Logan's chakra to be inexhaustible and perpetually replenishing. The speed of his chakra recovery was astonishing, potentially surpassing even that of the Sage of the Six Paths, should Logan possess the chakra of a tailed beast. Further research revealed that Logan's regenerative capacity was likely even greater than initially assessed, based on the comparative analysis between the clone and the original. Ultimately, Orochimaru concluded that Logan's adamantium skeleton suppressed a portion of his regenerative abilities, resulting in a delayed recovery rate of 1 to 2 seconds. If Orochimaru intended to utilize Logan as a vessel for his reincarnation, he would need to devise a method to negate this hindrance. Frustrated, he lamented, "This just complicates matters and amplifies my workload." In the 5th month of his study on Logan, Orochimaru gazed at the apparatus before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Have these medicinal effects already been acclimated to? They seem to have lost their potency. Bound in an X shape, Logan slowly opened his eyes and beheld Orochimaru. With a fierce display of his claws, he instinctively sought to break free. However, he soon realized that his chakra was being suppressed by an unseen force, rendering him immobile. "Damn you, Orochimaru! Release me!" Logan bellowed, following up with a torrent of invectives directed at his captor. "My apologies, Logan, but I simply cannot grant your request," Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile, his fascination evident. He gestured for Logan to observe his surroundings, revealing a multitude of Logan's clones, some lifeless, reduced to mere bones. "Would you care to share the origins of your existence, Logan? You are clearly not of the shinobi world," Orochimaru continued, his gaze fixed on Logan, who struggled futilely against his restraints. The points of resistance were fortified by intricate devices, leaving him with no chance of escape. "Get lost." Logan glared fiercely at Orochimaru, his frustration palpable. "If only I had known better. I would have unleashed the 8 gates and eliminated Kabuto at the onset. This is the last situation I wanted to encounter," Orochimaru continued, undeterred by Logan's anger. "As for why I am aware that you are not from the shinobi realm, it is due to your clones lacking any chakra whatsoever. After conducting research on your history and experimentation, I discovered that your extraordinary cells could only harness chakra after consuming chakra-rich sustenance for approximately 6 months. Logan fell silent, realizing the truth of the matter. Had he sought to distill the essence from the very beginning, he likely would have found nothing and ultimately abandoned the path of a ninja, never encountering the profound technique of the 8 gates. Logan suddenly cast his gaze upon a tree that bore his head and arms. He opened his mouth and could not help but exclaim, "Did you conduct a would-release experiment using my clone?" Indeed, it was a failure, resulting in a tree with a head and arms, yet devoid of consciousness. Orochimaru replied with a smirk. He then inquired, "Your clone exhibits significant differences from you. I am unable to ascertain the precise cause. It could be attributed to the quality of chakra. Your chakra quality surpasses that of anyone else, undoubtedly enhancing your jutsu's potency." However, your hand seals are utterly abysmal. You, Orochimaru, if you possess the capability to bind me, why not have the decency to let me down for a fair fight? Logan began to curse vehemently, writhing and struggling in vain. Your strength is considerable, which is why I employed precious chakra metal to fashion your restraints, restricting part of your power system and sealing your chakra. This ensures you will never escape from here in your lifetime. Furthermore, I regret to inform you that those high doses of medication will have little effect on you. Brace yourself for the ensuing pain, Orochimaru said, unable to resist licking his own face with his elongated tongue. At that moment, 3 clone Logans entered, each grasping a different individual, evidently experimental subjects. The 3 clones cast a glance at their original and promptly disregarded him, obediently awaiting Orochimaru's command. These 3 are my most exquisite creations. Regrettably, they cannot match your strength. However, while you excel in certain areas, they possess a more comprehensive skill set. Their combined ninjutsu would pose a challenge even for me. Without a swift resolution or the presence of additional formidable opponents, they would be a nightmare for any strong adversary, Orochimaru remarked as he observed the 3 clones. Logan sneered. Why not send them to challenge the Fourth Hokage and Noki? Orochimaru fell silent at once. If these clones could utilize the 8 gates, it would be a different story. But otherwise, they would be easily overwhelmed. As for Noki, a single dust-released jutsu would obliterate them. However, this predicament was exclusive to the clone Logans. And Orochimaru's desire for the adamantine metal on Logan's body intensified. Though he yearned for it, he found it utterly unmanageable. Piercing it was impossible. And attempting to cut it with the Kusanagi sword was laughable, having already broken one. The more troublesome you are, the more exhilarated I become. Once I reincarnate using your body, I shall become ever more perfect, Orochimaru declared excitedly, gazing at Logan, who looked utterly bemused. He then suggested, why not use my clone as the material for your reincarnation? Ah, that has already been considered. However, the pinnacle of perfection remains you. Their bones are not akin to yours, Orochimaru responded, before commencing preparations for a new round of experiments, exclaiming, indestructible test subjects are simply splendid. Chapter 46, Logan X, the secret laboratory of Orochimaru. Each day, the anguished cries of Logan echoed through the chamber, followed by his vehement curses directed at Orochimaru. Here, Logan endured the torment of starvation, drowning, and electrocution, among other harrowing experiences conceived by Orochimaru. Yet, perhaps these were not true deaths, for shortly thereafter, Logan would revive, resuming his tirades. It was worth noting that Logan's suffering was confined to half the day. The other half, Orochimaru mysteriously vanished. Rumor had it he was attending to Sasuke. 3 years later, Orochimaru had entirely relinquished hope of successfully reincarnating into Logan, realizing that the endeavor was futile. However, other clones had met the conditions for reincarnation, achieved by inscribing cursed seals upon their bones and embedding steel to impede regeneration. This method, however, proved ineffective on Logan, as the indomitable adamantium presented the greatest obstacle, impervious to all techniques available in the ninja world. Throughout these 3 years, Orochimaru's experiments yielded unforeseen benefits for Logan, albeit unbeknownst to him due to his inability to examine his own condition. Firstly, Orochimaru had augmented Logan's cellular count to an astounding 130 trillion, significantly enhancing his chakra, which reached a remarkable 50 cards, roughly half of Naruto's own chakra. Despite this immense reservoir, his regeneration rate remained consistent with prior levels, a fact that both pleased and frustrated Orochimaru. Secondly, the experiments afforded Logan an extraordinary enhancement in physical strength, rendering even 1,000 kunai ineffective against him. Thirdly, Logan's blood emerged as an exceptional elixir. Even in its raw form, it could enhance the longevity and vitality of others, albeit with limitations. Nevertheless, Orochimaru valued its capacity to replenish chakra most of all. A mere 100 cubic centimeters could swiftly restore his chakra from depletion to full capacity. Fourthly, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the properties of the adamantium within Logan had transformed, becoming an integral part of him. Apart from the bone marrow, his bones were now entirely composed of adamantium, which had also acquired a regenerative capability akin to Logan's flesh and blood. Determined not to squander Logan's potential as a subject, Orochimaru resolved to fashion him into a humanoid weapon, simultaneously implanting Hashirama's cells for a final experiment. Whether that meant transforming him into a tree was inconsequential, as he had ample cloned versions of Logan at his disposal. Orochimaru, you vile fiend, what are you plotting now? Logan exclaimed, only to have a peculiar helmet affixed to his head, reminiscent of a costume from an animated series, albeit crafted from metal. As Logan struggled, he cursed, "You bastard." Orochimaru, with a gleeful demeanor, replied, "Logan, the forthcoming agony will surpass what you have previously endured. Do make sure you don't perish." Logan's mood soured further. He knew this wretched fiend harbored no good intentions. When Orochimaru's assistant, Clone Logan No. 5, presented a vial of fresh Hashirama cells, Logan's countenance shifted dramatically. He harbored a profound dread of Hashirama cells, knowing that even his clones could not withstand their transformation into trees. Fear gripped him. "Stop. Such a large quantity could be lethal," he roared, unable to contain his panic. Meanwhile, Orochimaru busily prepared the syringe, as Logan's skin was impervious to ordinary needles. This tiny instrument was worth hundreds of thousands. After affixing the tubes, 3 needles were inserted into Logan's heart and carotid artery. Once everything was ready, Orochimaru displayed a beaming smile and pressed the switch, swiftly injecting a substantial amount of Hashirama cells. As Logan's heart pulsed, the cells coursed through his body. At that moment, a fierce battle commenced within Logan between his own cells and the Hashirama cells. Initially, the Hashirama cells seemed to be at a disadvantage. But as their numbers increased, a precarious equilibrium was reached. Occasionally, trees sprouted within his body, only to retract moments later. Logan was in such excruciating pain that he could scarcely utter a sound, merely gritting his teeth and howling in agony. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began to scrutinize Logan's various physiological metrics. He had not anticipated that such a substantial dosage, taken on a whim, would bring Logan's body into a peculiar state of equilibrium. It was indeed surprising. Fascinating. If he survived, he would become a formidable weapon, Orochimaru mused with a smile as he observed the tormented Logan. Determined to intensify the situation, Orochimaru produced a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan and replaced Logan's eyes with them. This Sharingan appeared to have formed an unusual pact with the Hashirama cells, jointly launching a counteroffensive against Logan's own cells, shifting the scales of victory toward these 2 potent bloodlines. Just as Logan was on the brink of collapse, his adamantium bones emitted an anomalous resonance. Logan's cells surged with renewed vigor, once again reaching an equilibrium with the Hashirama cells and Sharingan. Observing Logan, Orochimaru grew somewhat weary of the spectacle and opted to enlist the assistance of Clone No. 5 to monitor him. If successful, the device would activate, allowing for control over Logan. If not, failure would result in immediate termination, with his bones collected and repurposed into weaponry. Orochimaru believed that even in the event of Logan's failure, his bones would remain intact and undamaged. Logan trembled, as if the Logan cells within him had discovered the weakness of the Sharingan. His eyes began to revert to their normal state, while the would-release cells sensed that their ally could not endure and rushed to assist. The 2 sides engaged in a fervent struggle around the eye region, with the most conspicuous manifestation being the constant emergence and disappearance of tumors on Logan's head. "How revolting," remarked Clone No. 5, yet they held great admiration for the original. After all, it was the embodiment of their essence, exhibiting remarkable strength. Such a substantial dosage of interstitial cells would have transformed them into trees long ago. The clones, lacking the original's bone martial arts and concepts such as the primordial Taiji fist, possessed a plethora of ninjutsu capabilities, yet they were devoid of cursed seals, as these would be healed away. After some time, Logan began to acclimate to a portion of the pain, though the remaining agony still rendered him unable to speak, only able to emit guttural roars. It was uncertain how long this condition would persist. However, he discovered that he could still cultivate the primordial Taiji fist. This practice did not necessitate physical exertion. Even lying or sitting would suffice, yet he relished in the act of overexertion. Instinctively, Logan activated the primordial Taiji fist, channeling the energy of the interstitial cells along with that of the Sharingan. In that fleeting moment, a certain equilibrium was restored within his body, and Logan found a semblance of calm. Clone No. 5 immediately focused intently, summoning a small white snake to inform Orochimaru. At that moment, aside from the sporadically twitching muscles, Logan exhibited no other signs of change, appearing almost lifeless, bound to the experimental table. Upon receiving the notification, Orochimaru swiftly set aside his matters concerning Sasuke and hurried to Logan's side, with Sasuke, driven by curiosity, trailing behind. When Orochimaru arrived, he beheld Clone No. 5 manipulating Logan into various movements. Has he succeeded? Orochimaru inquired, observing Logan closely. Clone No. 5 promptly ceased its antics and reported, "Success. The chakra levels have surged dramatically. The sensation is more terrifying than that of a tailed beast. However, the Sharingan has vanished, reverting to normal eyes." Orochimaru displayed a look of surprise, yet he considered that the Sharingan was an external entity to Logan's body. Its disappearance or assimilation was within the realm of expectation. What truly mattered was the wood release. This thought led Sasuke to reminisce upon seeing Logan. He had always regarded Logan favorably and had no desire to sever their ties, primarily because he could not defeat him. My assumption was correct. Sealing Logan's memories and implanting new ones through techniques would be viable. Alas, the Eight Gates technique is unusable. Orochimaru mused while tinkering with Logan. The Eight Gates technique? By unlocking the channels that bind chakra within the human body, one can temporarily attain immense power. The state known as the Eight Gates, or the Eight Gates of Death, allows the user to instantaneously amplify their strength by several dozen times, contingent upon the user's own capabilities. Thus, the potency of the Eight Gates varies among individuals. However, upon opening the Eighth Gate, known as the Death Gate, one risks expending their life force entirely, leading to death. This formidable forbidden technique, however, poses no mortal threat to the individual who activates it. Orochimaru recalled the vivid red steam from that moment. Sasuke contemplated whether to learn this technique, but upon hearing Orochimaru mention the decades of refinement required to master such taijutsu, he fell silent, no longer wishing to pursue the matter. Sasuke, focus on perfecting your own technique, which holds great potential. I have matters to attend to, Orochimaru instructed. Leading Logan into the inner chamber, Sasuke said nothing and turned away. In the laboratory, Orochimaru inscribed several would-release techniques into Logan's external memory storage. As a humanoid weapon, Logan merely needed to obey commands. No further thought was necessary. Given Logan's unique traits, various chakra-intensive techniques could be prepared, making him a terrifying artillery piece. Moreover, even without the Eight Gates activated, Logan's explosive speed was remarkable. When combined with techniques such as body flicker technique, he became an exceedingly formidable entity. As for his agility, Orochimaru felt confident that there was nothing in the ninja realm capable of defeating Logan, reassured by the adamantium skeletal structure within him. Before long, Logan underwent a drastic transformation, donning a sleeveless garment reminiscent of a serpent, accompanied by a black bodysuit. His helmet morphed into a design obscuring his eyes and part of the back of his head, with tubes inserted into his neck to siphon chakra as energy for operation. After equipping Logan, Orochimaru suddenly recalled another task. He extracted some of Logan's blood and summoned a clone, intending to implant Logan's cells into it, hoping to replicate Logan's current state. However, upon the implantation, the clone instantly contorted in agony and transformed into a tree, losing its head and hands in the process. Orochimaru was taken aback, hastily returning to his research. Days later, Orochimaru's expression darkened. After integrating Hashirama's cells, Logan's cells had evolved into something far more formidable and destructive than Hashirama's original cells. Moreover, they could no longer serve as supplements, nor as catalysts for medicines, rendering cloning futile. Essentially, he could only replicate the standard version of Logan. Fortunately, the ordinary version still possessed a measure of regenerative capability, albeit inferior to that of the original Logan. Very well then, let Logan X create greater value for me. Let us first send him to test the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, with a wicked grin, contemplated the prospect of Logan discovering his true intentions, knowing that Logan would undoubtedly curse him as a despicable creature devoid of humanity. However, Orochimaru had no intention of allowing Logan to depart unmonitored. He set about making final preparations, which included implanting a transmission device on Logan's back, equipping him with a mask and surveillance, thus enabling him to observe Logan at any moment. Furthermore, to facilitate retrieval, he also arranged for a summoning technique. Should Logan face defeat or countermeasures from adversaries, he could simply summon him back, an utterly flawless plan. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru began his work, increasingly disinterested in using Logan as a reincarnation target. He found the notion of such an improbable endeavor utterly meaningless. It would be far more promising to create a modified clone instead. Subsequently, he produced Logan X-10 within a few days, the first mission being to journey to the Rain Village. However, circumstances shifted slightly. Orochimaru instructed Logan X to conceal himself near the Rain Village, as he intended to meet with Kabuto to encounter an old acquaintance, his former partner in the Akatsuki, Sasori of the Red Sand. After assessing the situation, he decided that confronting Sasori did not warrant exposing Logan, opting instead to lay an ambush at the border. Once the plan was set, he and Kabuto split ways with Logan. Chapter 47, The Akatsuki's Assault on the Elderly. Logan first arrived near the hidden Rain Village, choosing not to approach the area shrouded in rain, but rather to lie in wait among the grass, seemingly untouched by the swarming mosquitoes. Perhaps aware of the peril in drawing too close. After several days of anticipation, Orochimaru, having concluded the battle at the Heavenly Bridge, hastily contacted Logan with orders to infiltrate the hidden rain village. Upon breaching the village, Logan swiftly engaged a rain ninja, who, in a desperate attempt, managed to mark Logan with a kunai before being pierced through the heart, meeting his demise. Only after this fatal encounter did the alarm sound, prompting the ninjas of the hidden rain village to mobilize towards the commotion. Within the branches of a grand tree nearby, Nagato sensed the immense chakra emanating from Logan, a level far surpassing that of the tailed beast. Who could this be? An invader? A mere passerby? Or have they discovered Akatsuki? Nagato pondered aloud, prompting Conan to inquire. Nagato, have you discerned anything? Nothing yet, but the overwhelming chakra, akin to a beast, has already claimed many lives. We must send our forces, he replied. I shall assist, Conan declared, and without opposition from Nagato, who merely cautioned her to attack from a distance, she took flight, her paper wings unfurling. At this moment, aside from Nagato and Conan, only Deidara, Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame were present within the organization, while the immortal duo remained outside, likely eager to meet Logan, as he would provide them with as many hearts as they desired. Conan reached the battlefield first, coinciding with the cessation of rain. Upon her arrival, the others greeted her with reverence, and she commanded them, stand down. He is beyond your capability. With that, she launched explosive tags and ascended into the air, intending to draw the conflict outside. Orochimaru, unfazed, instructed Logan to pursue the fleeing enemy. Meanwhile, Kisame and Itachi, alerted by the commotion, raced towards the village's outskirts. Paper jutsu, paper shuriken. Conan formed hand seals, causing sheets of paper to morph into shuriken, which flew towards Logan. However, these projectiles merely grazed his form, leaving only faint marks before dissipating. His defenses are formidable, Conan assessed, noting that both the explosive tags and the paper shuriken were ineffectual against Logan. Orochimaru, licking his lips in anticipation, lifted the restrictions on Logan's jutsu usage, taunting, is flying truly remarkable? Watch as my weapons bring you down. Responding to the command, Logan began to form seals, prompting Conan to create distance. As Logan prepared to unleash his technique, the expression on her face shifted to one of surprise. From Logan, several wooden figures emerged, taking on his appearance a total of 20 wooden doppelgangers. This is the wood release. It is the wood release of the god of ninjas, which explains Conan's astonishment. Before her eyes, the 20 wooden clones displayed their formidable powers, the most striking being the wood release, with dragon technique. As a colossal wooden dragon surged forward, carrying the clones directly towards her. Splendid. This is indeed the power of the First Hokage. It appears that the Edo Tensei technique has substantial room for improvement. Orochimaru licked his lips, remarking, while Kabuto, beside him, was equally captivated. Outside the rain village. At this moment, Conan found herself utterly unable to retaliate, exhausted from evading a barrage of diverse attacks. Logan showed no signs of respite, continuously launching assaults with highly taxing ninjutsu, while his opponent's chakra seemed inexhaustible, overwhelming her with relentless techniques. Near Logan's physical form, Uchiha Itachi suddenly materialized before him and unleashed a genjutsu. However, the lens of Logan's visor helmet effectively nullified the power of the Sharingan's illusion. Yet, Uchiha Itachi had anticipated this. Prepare yourself, Kisame declared, wielding the Samahata and striking Logan fiercely in the kidneys. If Logan were still conscious, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "You wretched, despicable kidney striker." After sending Logan flying, a portion of the wood clone surged towards the two assailants. Hey, isn't that the wood release of the First Hokage? Kisame remarked, eyeing the wooden dragon with skepticism. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, responding, indeed, this must be the handiwork of Orochimaru. Oh dear. A 1 versus 7 scenario truly reveals my essence, Orochimaru's voice echoed from Logan's vicinity. Indeed, you treacherous serpent. Kisame chuckled in response. In that moment, all combatants paused, engaging in the traditional anime-style dialogue freeze. This time, I have prepared my magnum opus, Weapon X, the bloodline limit from our organization, along with the Sharingan of 7 and the Rinnegan of our leader. Victory is assured. Orochimaru's sinister voice resonated once more. Humph, you may certainly try, Uchiha Itachi retorted, holding a disdainful view of Orochimaru, whom he considered a mere defeated foe. Kisame unleashed the Samahata, grinning as he remarked, "What exquisite chakra! Let the Samahata savor Orochimaru, the traitor who dares to show his face again. Today you shall not reclaim your toy, Weapon X." Conan, with a stern expression, observed as a multitude of white insects descended from the sky, exploding amidst the ranks of the wood clones. Boom. Art is an explosion. Daidar's jubilant voice rang from above. As the dust settled, a mass of wood enveloped all the wood clones, forming the wood release, wood blockade. Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi declared, heightening his vigilance against the wood release and promptly igniting the wooden constructs. During the onslaught of Amaterasu, Conan soared higher, spotting the newcomer, Tobi, cheering Deidara on, which elicited a moment of exasperation before she awaited her opportunity to strike. Perched atop a grand white bird, Deidara gazed at the inferno below, remarking, "Hey, such a blaze. It can't be extinguished all at once, can it?" However, just as he uttered those words, a figure engulfed in black flames surged forth, charging directly at Kisame. Aware of Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, Kisame swiftly turned to flee, intending to wait until Logan was incinerated. Yet, the flames consumed Logan's gear and clothing at a rate slower than his regenerative capabilities could keep pace with. Witnessing Logan, enchanted by Amaterasu, chase Kisame in a frenzied state. The spectators found themselves at a loss for action, stifling laughter. "Hey, wait a minute, hasn't he been burning for so long? How is he still intact?" Deidara exclaimed incredulously, reasoning that anyone subjected to such flames for that duration should have turned to ash. Uchiha Itachi, overwhelmed, pressed his eyes and, unable to sustain the strain any longer, closed his Manjiki Sharingan, encountering for the first time an adversary who could withstand such a relentless blaze. "Logan, does Amaterasu kill people? Amaterasu, shall I let those insignificant beings give it a try? They would be incinerated in an instant." Logan, indeed. After dispelling the enchantment of Amaterasu's flames, Logan emerged unscathed, his hair already regrowing. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, and simultaneously, one name surfaced in their minds, the Logan who vanished 3 years ago. They failed to recognize him at first, as his signature techniques were not employed, but once they discerned his regenerative abilities, the clues unmistakably pointed to Logan. He was the only one left. After 3 years, it turned out he had fallen into the hands of Orochimaru. And to survive 3 years under Orochimaru's machinations was no small feat. Kisame marveled at this, then began to form hand seals, water style, great exploding water wave. Who repairs the dam? Upon witnessing the colossal surge of water, Logan swiftly formed his own seals, with style, birth of the trees. The ground trembled as numerous trees and vines erupted forth, reaching out to seize the onlookers. Kisame, ensnared, instantly transformed into a puddle of water, his water clone. As for Itachi Uchiha, he effortlessly morphed into a crow to evade capture, while Conan and Deidara ascended higher into the sky. Observing the verdant transformation of the Rain Village's outskirts, the crowd exclaimed in awe, "Truly, it was the legendary wood style of the first Hokage. Splendid. Even more potent than the reanimation of the first." Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the reanimation technique indeed required refinement. Otherwise, one could hardly ascertain if it could unleash even a fraction of that legendary figure's strength during his lifetime. TSK. Orochimaru felt a twinge of annoyance. For the earlier flames of Amaterasu had scorched the voice transmission module, leaving the surveillance with only a blurred view, though fortunately, the opposing voice reception system remained intact. Meanwhile, as Amaterasu faded, dozens of wooden clones unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the few remaining adversaries. Kisame, unperturbed, wielded Samahata to absorb chakra. In the skies, the two were pursued by water dragons and fire dragons, while Itachi found it simpler to hide behind Kisame and unleash the Phoenix Fire technique. It wasn't that he lacked prowess. Rather, the earlier use of the Manjiki Sharingan had taken a toll on his chakra, allowing him to conserve energy. Orochimaru. The hidden pain scoffed quietly, then summoned his 6 paths of pain. Once the animal path arrived, it promptly summoned the remaining 5. The Deva path addressed the others. "You may withdraw." With that command, everyone retreated to a safe distance, preparing to observe the battle. Following the order, Logan concentrated his attacks on the Deva path, while the Hungry Ghost path stepped forward, absorbing all incoming attacks. What? Orochimaru was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent possessed such a skill. The Deva path extended a hand toward Logan's true form. Universal pull. Logan only resisted for a moment before soaring towards Tendo, who brandished a black chakra rod, poised to pierce Logan. Mid-flight, Logan clenched his fist and extended his claws, ready to inflict damage if he were to be drawn in. The Azura path began to transform, preparing to intercept the impending attack. While the hungry ghost path stood ready to absorb chakra, aiming to incapacitate Logan. As Logan rapidly approached, he shredded the Azura path's arm with his claws, simultaneously severing one of Tendo's limbs. The hungry ghost path hastily initiated a chakra absorption technique, but it proved ineffective. Logan continued to possess remarkable agility despite being ensnared. The wooden clones arrived, yet they were swiftly reduced to mere timber by Tendo's Shinra Tensei. Observing the situation, Logan attempted to form a seal, but was interrupted as the hungry ghost path advanced to restrict his movement. Nevertheless, Logan's hands drew closer, determined to force the seal. The human path and animal path rushed to assist, striving to pry Logan's hands apart, while the Hell path summoned the King of Hell to commence repairs on both the Azura and Tendo paths. Once restored, Tendo approached Logan with the chakra rods, relentlessly stabbing him with a flurry of strikes. After inflicting a dozen or so rods, Nagato found himself somewhat desensitized, wondering how Logan could still be moving. Some rods even popped out, leading to incredulity about Logan's resilience. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was conflicted. Although Logan was being suppressed, his ability to withstand multiple shadow-level opponents was impressive. However, facing the Rinnegan was proving challenging, yet it seemed they could wear down the enemy. He resolved to let Logan continue fighting. Yet, this was merely Orochimaru's delusion. As the hungry ghost path continued its absorption, and Nagato reveled in the bountiful chakra flowing from Logan. Thus, Tendo's relentless assault with the chakra rods persisted, prompting silence from Konin and admiration from Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki for Logan's tenacity, while Deidara and Zetsu curiously wondered how much longer Logan could endure. After a considerable time, gazing at the vigorous Logan amidst a sea of chakra rods, Tendo felt no fatigue, yet Nagato himself was growing weary of the spectacle. Frustrated, he acknowledged that Logan was indeed the most resilient man in the ninja world, seemingly invincible. A change in strategy was necessary. After a brief contemplation, Tendo addressed the others, instructing them to prepare a sealing technique. Cursing, Orochimaru decided to summon Logan back, recognizing that a sealing technique could effectively target the currently controlled Logan. However, there were still gains to be had. Akatsuki's intelligence had gleaned much from testing Logan. With a well-crafted plan, relying solely on Logan next time would surely lead to capturing them all, turning the entire Akatsuki organization into his experimental subjects. Yet this was a flawed notion, as Sasori had already faltered. Chapter 48, The Sealed Title of Dolua. After summoning Logan through the art of reincarnation, Orochimaru began to assess the situation. However, his focus was not on Logan's physical condition, but rather on the equipment he bore. Upon completing his examination, Orochimaru declared, "Excellent, everything requires repair." He deemed Logan's deployment cost-effective in terms of manpower, albeit somewhat material-intensive. It was not Logan himself who would remain in disrepair, but rather the trinkets he carried. Orochimaru commenced his calculations, preparing to adjust the necessary materials to mitigate consumption, lest he face deductions from his research funds. With the knowledge that Logan would be temporarily subdued by the leader pain, he decided to target Uchiha Itachi first. However, after tending to Logan, Orochimaru unexpectedly coughed up blood. Lowering his gaze to the crimson stain on his hand, he murmured, "It appears this body can no longer endure. Sasuke, haha, after nurturing you for so long, it is time for you to repay me." With that, Orochimaru temporarily sealed Logan away in a location known only to him, as he could summon him directly when the time was right. Yet, this sealing would ensconce Logan for an extended period until time passed. Summoning technique. Orochimaru pressed his hand to the ground, materializing the container holding Logan. "Logan, my dear brother." The impure reincarnation of Tobirama stared in astonishment at the figure before him, unable to fathom that the long-lost Logan had fallen into Orochimaru's hands. "Brother, his chakra feels remarkably similar to yours, and equally vast," Tobirama remarked, an expression of surprise gracing his features. Orochimaru, licking his lips in satisfaction, replied, "Indeed, Logan is the only individual who has perfectly integrated the first Hokage's cells and evolved. A being who cannot be slain by any means." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression grew complex as he addressed Orochimaru. "Release him. I believe that controlling him further would be unwise." Orochimaru suggested that a controlled Logan could unleash even greater power, as he would not be limited to a mere handful of techniques. After all, he was a chakra cannon without end. Sasuke shook his head earnestly, insisting, "Free him. Allow Logan to be free." "I understand. Orochimaru nodded, then began to dismantle the devices on Logan. Tobirama furrowed his brow and interjected, then, let us proceed to the battlefield and halt Madara. Indeed, we cannot afford to let him go any further, Tobirama concurred. Sasuke nodded, and aside from Orochimaru, SH-10, Sujetsu, and Karen, the others made their way toward the battlefield. Once Orochimaru had removed the various apparatus from Logan, he muttered, the technique that seals Logan's memories, was it not? He began forming hand seals, and, upon concluding with a shout of release, Logan collapsed to the ground. As Logan regained his memories, he found that he had not acquired the knowledge of the wood release or the techniques Orochimaru had imparted. Thus, although his physical strength and chakra reserves had amplified, there was little change beyond that. Logan abruptly opened his eyes, having already sensed the nauseating and detestable sin of Orochimaru prior to awakening. He unsheathed his claws and sprang to his feet, roaring in fury at Orochimaru, you wretched scoundrel. Perish. With the technique of the 8 gates, he unleashed the 7th gate. A testament to the depths of his rage. It was evident that Orochimaru had been prepared, fully aware that Logan would undoubtedly target him the moment he regained consciousness. Logan shattered Orochimaru's vessel with a single blow and began to search for any trace of him. From his understanding, the small white snake that Orochimaru transformed into not only lacked any discernible scent but also concealed its chakra. A precaution against the possibility that Logan might one day break free from his control due to unforeseen circumstances. Orochimaru was determined to borrow another 500 years from the heavens, perhaps even to attain immortality. Logan-san, I have released you. And now is not the time for us to be at odds. Could we postpone any thoughts of vengeance until this matter is resolved? Orochimaru's voice echoed from all directions. You bastard. Do you think this will prevent me from finding you? Watch as I lay waste to this place. Logan roared, disregarding Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru, well aware of the situation, understood he could not outrun Logan, but he sought a way to guide him toward the battlefield. Logan was poised to obliterate the location with his Day Tiger technique, but soon sensed an anomaly behind him. A white figure dashed swiftly outside, prompting him to bellow. Don't you dare run. Stand still. With that, he pursued the figure, leaving a few individuals behind, drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear, aware that any sudden movement could spell their doom. Upon exiting, he beheld a peculiar white serpent adorned with the head of Orochimaru. Logan was certain that it was indeed that scoundrel. Tenacious. Halt at once. Logan roared, unleashing his Day Tiger at Orochimaru. Fortunately, Orochimaru evaded swiftly, otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. The 8 gates technique truly was formidable. It was remarkably suited for someone like Logan, who was unafraid of death. Orochimaru muttered to himself that had he not switched to the body of White Zetsu, he would undoubtedly have met his end. The body of White Zetsu proved to be quite advantageous. As he glanced back at the fleeing Orochimaru, Logan seethed with impotent rage, shouting, Orochimaru, you have the audacity to torment me, yet you lack the courage to stand still and take my blow. Do you truly believe I cannot catch you? As he spoke, Logan raised his thumb, a gesture that nearly sent Orochimaru into a panic, barely managing to evade the impending doom. However, with the opening of the Death Gate, if he didn't activate his escape technique, there was no avoiding it. At that moment, a tailed beast bomb hurtled from afar, crashing down upon Logan and pinning him to the ground, leaving him dazed. The explosion provided Orochimaru with the perfect opportunity to flee, narrowly avoiding being obliterated by the blast. Logan, bewildered, found himself lying in a crater, embodying the essence of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Damn it! Orochimaru! Logan shouted as he rose, angrily attributing the mishap to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, protested, I cannot bear this blame, having been ravaged by the explosion. Logan took over a minute to recover, eventually reopening the shock gate. Indeed, the explosion had forcibly closed it. Logan also sensed a peculiar change within himself. Following the fusion with Hashirama's cells, his physical strength and regenerative capabilities had grown exponentially. With the shock gate activated, Logan resumed his pursuit in the direction Orochimaru had fled. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a rising red barrier, which seemed to be the Four Crimson Yang formation. After pondering for a moment, Logan muttered, could it be the Fourth War? Am I not being thrust into the ranks of a titled Doluwa? He disregarded Orochimaru, hastening toward the location of the Four Crimson Yang formation. Upon nearing, he beheld the colossal tentails within. It was unmistakably the Fourth War. Damn it, to be thrust into the Fourth War is no small fate. Far worse than Lee. Well, perhaps worse than the original portrayal of Lee. The current Lee is faring much better than in the original tale. To accelerate his efforts, Logan urgently halted, then struck his heart, bellowing, "Death Gate. Open. Activate." A crimson steam enveloped him as he assumed the starting position, the vapor coalescing into a magnificent dragon's head. With a fierce roar, Logan surged forth at an extraordinary velocity towards the distant figure of the tailed beast. Despite his supersonic speed, he found himself running for over 10 minutes before arriving at the battlefield. If it were Kai, he would have perished halfway through. To his surprise, Logan mused on the unexpected benefits of Orochimaru's research. In his previous state, he would have needed to rest after opening the 8th gate, but now, even while utilizing the Night Kai technique, he felt invigorated. Upon reaching the battlefield, Naruto instantly sensed Logan's presence, and tears welled in his eyes. Beside him, the reanimated Minato quickly shook Naruto from his stupor, tapping him on the head and chiding, "Naruto, why are you distracted? Grandfather is here," Naruto exclaimed, wiping away his tears. Minato stood in bewilderment, grappling with the revelation. "What do you mean? His father is here? But has he been dead for many years? Could that wretched Orochimaru have resurrected him through the impure world reincarnation? No, wait, isn't he a ninja?" Logan arrived on the battlefield, his iconic roar echoing through the chaos. Upon seeing Logan, both Xiaoli and Kai were filled with excitement. Whether it was the Logan emerging from the depths of despair or the man himself, both evoked fervor in them. The reanimated Tobirama quickly opened a portal for Logan, and soon after, a crimson dragon head surged forth, with Logan's figure appearing before the Ten-Tails. In his haste, he miscalculated his approach, intending to deliver a kick to its head, yet ended up striking its chest instead, unleashing a tremendous shockwave accompanied by the Ten-Tails' roar. Had the Ten-Tails been vanquished? Shikamaru marveled, astonished that, after 3 years apart, Logan remained this formidable. Of course, the Ten-Tails had merely been knocked down by Logan's powerful flying kick, but it was far from defeated. How could the Ten-Tails ever be considered vanquished? It could only be sealed away, just as he had felled the Nine Tails. Logan was swept away by its tendrils, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. "Damn, I feel like my insides have shattered." Logan cursed as he rose to his feet. "Grandpa Logan, are you all right?" Naruto rushed to his side, while the reanimated Minato looked on with a sheepish expression. Was he supposed to call him Dad? How embarrassing. Yet, it must be said, he wasn't even his father. His father was not this fierce. After assessing Logan's condition and finding him unscathed, Naruto turned to introduce